In the month of June, within the confines of Jiangyang Marquis Estate the capital, the smoke willow courtyard awaited evening sevens. Anti-joyous news, just now Jin Beofront Lord Scamberto announceth the Marquis will visit us tonight. Please stop reading on, prepare yourself for a bath and adornment, the maid Rui exclaimed with an expression full of delight. Ye Qingzhi paused momentary, setting her book aside. Sharaply to Rui, oh, you understand, you go ahead and prepare. Here right comes, just as expected. Having traversed into this world for half a month and earned off renew identity as a concubine ninth Marquis household, Ye Qingzhi kick like Amado terms with her situation. Since I am here, I shall embrace it wholeheartedly. Having absurdly found herself in ancient times, which was the rito sentimental about, as a worker as long as the compensation was adequate, there was no task too daunting. Fodderally a fac concubine was fraught with peril and devoid of status or rights often subjected of whims of a primary wifey or entangled in that. Firstly, their remuneration was substantial, a monthly allowance of 20 taels of silver, inclusive of food and lodging, along with various provisions for Asian charcoal and occasional awards. As for benefits, Bango concubine Marquis household means signing a lifelong contract that guaranteed comprehensive coverage pensions, medical care, work-related injuries, childbirth and other concerns were ill assured, living on with no worries. Even more remarkable was the certainty of employment and would not be dismissed unless a new heredity. Of course, there were downsides. Philosophy freedom of choice was significant resigning or fleeing was strictly forbidden as was seeking alternative employment or engaging in extramarital affairs will stone face direct consequences. Secondly, the prospects were not bleak. iPhone gained Marquis favor, fested as if a beloved concubine could be quite respectable. The original owner of this body hailed from Jiangdang's wealthiest merchant family, lacking for nothing in silver. Thoth merchant showed little social stand in ancient times. Her father had invested 100,000 taels in Thoth Marquis to secure her position as a concubine, hoping that Onidesh would gain his favor and, through her influence, elevate her family to fested as of imperial merchants. Moreover, once favored, her family could leverage the Marquis' name to exert influence and conduct affairs with impunity, even in the bureaucratic realm. However, the original owner had barely entered the Marquis' household for 2 days before she was pushed into a lake. By the time she was retrieved, Harrison's had been replaced by Ye Qingzhi's. In light of the high risks associated with being a concubine, Ye Qingzhi hindered for 3 days, ultimately deciding to adopt a more carefree attitude due to her limited options. She would treat herself journey here as a form of travel. In her previous life, she had been to Bizias operated drone, yearning on Latolian repose during holidays, avoiding crowds and never having the opportunity to travel. Little did she expect the Tindefs would find such benefits, and thus she resolved to embrace the experience with gusto. Consequently, Ye Qingzhi quickly established her motto. Rather than suffer myself, I shall drive you thirst to madness. This time, shine tended to be different kind of work, rejecting mental anguish, embracing spontaneity, and livingfully or perishing tagathera fate decreed it. In her previous life as an ordinary-looking earl, she had done light experience at leviance, with Ethwin holding moments and never been a kiss before being heartlessly abandoned. The thought of intimacy at home in ways entirely foreign to her. Thus, after regaining her strength, she had been anxiously anticipating her new duties. Her pre-service at training material had been thoroughly perused, leaving little of interest to discover. She was no ready for practical application. On this weltering summer day, indulgent in a flower petal bath was quite delightful, especially with Somioni tending to her, pouring water and providing massages. Such luxury was indeed pleasurable. Creak. The soft sound of the door opening caught her attention. With her eyes closed, she was avoiding Rui's message, assuming it was merely a servant bringing hot water. However, she heard Rui's flustered voice. Esteemed lord, the servant pays your respects. Startled, Ye Qingzhi instantly opened her eyes, nearly letting out an appropriate whistle. The Marquis was extraordinarily handsome. By modern standards, his appearance was that of a top-tier idol, strikingly beautiful and exuding an air of nobility. In her past life, she had only been able to express her adoration for male idols through enthusiastic keyboard comments, never imagining that in this new existence, she would fulfill the ultimate fantasia of many fans. Your servant pays your respects to the Marquis. Ye Qingzhi cast a flayed glance at Marquis, her heart racing as he lowered her head in athlister, preparing to rise and perform her greeting. A shedded, her delicate shoulder was revealed, only to be on the verge of exposing more. It seemed that Ye Qingzhi suddenly realized something was amiss with as she gasped. She quickly concealed herself beneath the petals, casting at him a glance at Xiajin. Her voice as soft and sweet as implored, Marquis, mighty await us for a moment, I need to dry myself and in migrants. Rise and assist mind changing, Xiajin commanded, his gaze thick thing chanting Ye Qingzhi, his voice low and husky. When he accepted here in the household, it was not only because the family had bestowed upon him 1,200,000 taels of silver. He was also captivated by her alluring beauty. Had she been plain, no amount of silver would have secured her position as a concubine. Alas, she was not particularly astute and, having just arrived, had already fallen into trap. Ye Qingzhi. Well, it seemed she was even more eager than he was. It was understandable, given her splendid physical attributes. Not only was he breathtakingly beautiful, but her voice was also soft and melodious, coupled with her earlier display of the artistry, no one could resist their allure. However, now that the moment they'd arrived, Ye Qingzhi felt a wave of trepidation. She pressed her hands against them, her teeth chattering as Hesta mirrored, Marquis, this is me first time, and I'm somewhat afraid. Could you perhaps be a little gentler? Do not blame her for her fear. There is not a woman who does not feel anxious and apprehensive in her first encounter. She had heard it could be quite painful if this experience were to befraud witherment, not matter the seller your benefits, nor the handsomeness of her employer. She would rather not engage in this profession at all. Siaji noted her evident fear, yet she still gazed at him intently, openly expressing her apprehension and seeking his compassion. There was a mixture of docility and courage in her demeanor, along with her refreshing honesty that struck a chord within him. Given this, he did not wish for her first experience to be more red be fear, which could lead to discord in their future encounters. Thus, for the first time, Siajinko said to indulge her. Once everything had concluded, Ye Qingzhi found herself dazed in his embrace, hearing him murmur in a sky voice, "Did this Lord Servile?" Chapter 2 4 times in one night. Very well, take a look at this. Ye Qingzhi was still floating in a huzy, her mind completely overtaken by adrenaline, and in a moment of spontaneity, she leaned in and kissed him. With a boss like Keith's, one could certainly manage. For her first experience on the job, she would give herself a score of 19 and out of 100. Siajin had intended to startle her, but the reaction left them momentarily taken aback. These women had a courage hunt anticipated she was not particularly shy and could have been joke about such intimate matters, indicating that she was not as foolish as she had assumed. Happen shed her delicate face with a cryptic expression. It seems he had truly shown youkiness. What followed way so whirlwind off us in a tempest that left her breathless, adage that struck like a rhine and banana leaves, a reminder Taton should never touch the tiger's tail. Ye Qingzhi. Her mood shifted as swiftly as to after morphic leth in a dog. What else scold Shido, unable Torfuse, she decided to embrace the madness alongside of him. When Ye Qingzhi awoke Egan, Ike Wazel Ria did the following morning. On her first day in Thorol, she had been foresaid to endure an of relentless labor. How unfortunate fault. Tears threatened to spill as I pondered whether complaining to the matriarch about Marquis' exploitation of his concubine would be offensive. Recalling the Talsof Palace intrigue she had read, even her not so bright mind concluded that weeping to the matriarch would be futile would undoubtedly dismiss her as merely being dramatic. The consequences would likely not only involve it any olive over Timpe in compensation for injurious but also sound beating. As if sensing her awakening, Roy brought in hot water to assist her in rising. Ye Qingzhi moved slightly, only to find herself in excruciating pain. Moreover, she felt a slight fever coming on. There was no doubt about she had sustained an injury. Ye Qingzhi herself to take a leave of absence. Rui Pormazam water to Suthmithro. I won't be getting Guptosh please run to the matriarch can tell her I'm seriously hurt, request that she's in a doctor to examine me and provide some medicine, as well as a of contraceptives up. Ye Qingzhi was entirely incapable of moving. She could certainly endure the discomforters. However, why should she subject herself to further humiliation, voluntarily offering herself up for retirement without any additional compensation? Her principle was simple: if she could pretend to be incapacitated, then she will do so, embracing Harales Uzlaspon. Whoa miss, you've suffered so much, how cold Marquis show you no tenderness subtle, look at the Saint-Jury Sony Ardelicatescani almost thought you had been tortured behem, whoa. Roya glanced at Atha Brazes marrying Ye Qingzhi's fair scan and immediate libier stintoteres, abandoning Harajul address of madame. Stop crying, your mistress still needs say to save her doyo went meadow appear before a matriarch in this state and face further punishment? Ye Qingzhi interrupted her lamentations with irritation, thought the unmaid's concern warm at her heart, the incessant crying was becoming wearisome. Of course I don't want that, Ruia quickly whip a dirty ears, he'll go ask the matriarch to find a Dr. Forio, Mississippi. Ye Qingzhi had garnered Marquis' favor the previous day, with him calling for her fortime out tonight, and it was in last dawn approached that the room finally fell silent. This news had spread like wildfire through the inner quarters of N before Ye Qingzhi had fully awakened. Shameless woman, truly despicable, how did Shenit drown, why is she still alive? Yaoinin, up and hearing this news, was so enraged that she to redain entireties at 12 vases, event tearing apart 3 handkerchiefs. She was more destructive at Hana rambunctious dog. And, don't let that shameless woman infuriate you. The Marquis is merely indulgent in novelty he will soon tear revere, after all, she's just a merchant's daughter. Wang Momo, her close confidant, attempted to counsel her, but her words fell on deaf ears. Yao yin yon legra wangrier, launching jinto adorade. Momo, what do you mean? Area saying I am inferior to a mere merchant's daughter. I am a favored concubine, while she's also favored concubine. Ye had been the household for 6 months, and the Marquis is favored me 3 times, each time he inliance. But Hatwoman, Shabarlai recovered from her injuries after nearly drowning, and the Marquis goon twait to plim binto herb, calling for her 4 times in a night. We have you iken furiatus mu of wizard just because she has if full of seductive vetcher mu of you haven teven receiveth that much attention I total. Yao Yinian wept bitterly, her heart torn apart, for her love for Siajin run deep. She was the legitimate daughter of a 4th rank official, the minister of rights, and her sister was a favored concubine 9th of Palas, what good match had she nothing, yet, she still chose a dobekomia concubinito Siajin thought she held a favorite position, she was still a concubine. Initially she had aspired to enter as a primary wife, but Siajin had bluntly stated that she was soon worthy of such a title. After enduring such humiliation, love-struck Yao Yunyan still clung to the Hapif being Siajin's concubine. Regrettably, after entering the household, Siajin continued to show little tears in her, finding her too noisy, and rarely visited her courtyard. Oh dear, my goodness, please stop crying, if I cannot bear to see that shameless woman flourish, let us find a way to eliminate her on Simora. Last time she was fortunate not to be rescued, next time she must pay with her life. Seeing her weep so pitifully, Wang Mama felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly offered comfort, finally managing to stop Yao Yunyan's tears as he began to without eliminate Ye Qingzhi. Let's go to the matriarch. You want to see how that shameless woman has transformed after being lavished with Marquis all night long. As the time for their morning greeting approached, Yao Yunyan was filled with determination. Harry read like a rabbit's, Riadito confront Ye Qingzhi, the vixen. While Yao Yunyan said with jealousy, not for away in Haitung courtyard, concubine Qin reacted quite differently upon hearing the news. The Marquis Scandotion whomever ha pleases, as menitamisa shedezarizides not for us to interfere. Concubine Qin said, gently stroking third bracelet on her wrist, then instructed her maid, Chuanqing, enough gossiping, let's prepare breakfast. Chongqing responds softly, arranging several exquisite bowl sandwiches. Concubine Qin's father Waisamina official oftis of nth rank, of humbly origins, she had interet the household desa common concubine, a rank below favored concubines. She had no formal dowry or accompanying maids, having genteret the household loan, her living conditions were not extravagant, but they were certain libiter than those of an ordinary officialese family. After Chongqing set out he various breakfast items, she served concubine Qin, first off ringarubble offish porridge. Ugh. As soon as concubine Qin took a sip, she suddenly felt nauseous, causing Chongqing to turn peliang ilanapologi. Wiping her mouth, concubine Qin found herself lacking ganupetity and quiet lias. Chuanqing, how long has it been since my monthly visitor arrived? Chapter 3 Take advantage of her illness to claim her life. Returning to Auntie, it has been 10 days too late. Qin Auntie pressed her lips tightly, raising her hand to caress her belly. After a prolonged moment, she inquired, how long has it been since the Marquis last visited? 3 months, Chuanqing's voice trembled slightly, she understood the implications of this, and fear gripped her heart. Qin Auntie's expression shifted, her lips biting down in frustration as she commanded Chuanqing, you must go find out about the Marquis's whereabouts and ensure he is invited to our courtyard. Auntie, the Marquis cannot be summoned by mere servants, Chuanqing replied with a pained expression. The Marquis was not a man of easy temperament, nor one to be trifled with. When you see the Marquis, convey it just as I said. Qin Auntie pulled Chuanqing close, whispering in her ear. Outside, the maid Hongtao, realizing she could no longer eavesdrop, hurriedly turned to leave to avoid detection. After finishing breakfast, Qin Auntie proceeded to pay her respects to the matriarch, a requirement set by Madame Ho. Madame Ho had no desire to engage in idle chatter with these junior concubines, nor did she deem it worthy to waste time on such trivial matters. The previous night's commotion involving the Marquis had piqued the interest of the concubines. Naturally, Madame Ho, Zhang Jingyi, was also aware and concerned about the matter. Her confidante, Granny Zhou, furrowed her brow and remarked to Zhang Jingyi, Madam, that Ye Auntie is already akin to a seductress, yet she is so inconsiderate as to cling to the Marquis. She must be taught proper decorum, lest she come to believe she can ascend in the whole residence through such means. Upon hearing of Xie Jin's reckless night, Zhang Jingyi felt displeasure in her heart. After considering Granny Zhou's words, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is time to establish some rules. This shows that the daughters of merchant families are no different from those in the brothels. They are both lowly and ignorant of propriety. If this were to spread, it would tarnish the reputation of our whole residence. I shall find 2 instructive matrons to send to the Yanlu courtyard to ensure Ye Auntie learns proper decorum, Granny Zhou said thoughtfully. Teaching propriety was the most legitimate method for the matriarch to discipline her concubines, for such rules were not easily learned. The discussion regarding Ye Qingzhi came to a halt, as the matriarch had no inclination to dwell on a newly favored concubine. The whole residence was filled with hundreds of individuals, both masters and servants, and there were numerous matters requiring her attention. She could not spare much thought for a mere concubine who had just begun to share the bed of the Marquis. However, after Zhang Jingyi had paid her respects to her mother-in-law, finished her meal, and inquired after the well-being of her children, as well as reprimanded several sons, daughters, and concubines who had come to pay their respects, she still did not receive a visit from Ye Qingzhi. Madam, on the very first day, that Ye Auntie has already become so arrogant, showing no regard for you, Granny Zhou said through gritted teeth, her expression fierce. Such an unruly concubine ought to be taught a lesson before any instruction in propriety. This lesson would naturally involve physical punishment, such as needles, kneeling, or even whipping. Zhang Jingyi frowned in displeasure and glanced at the others present. She awaited Ye Qingzhi's visit, just as the other concubines did. However, as the customary flower tea was consumed, and Ye Qingzhi still did not arrive, the concubines began a collective critique. Madam, that Ye Auntie has not paid her respects since she fell into the water. Her audacity is outrageous. Such kindness from the madam has only caused our time for paying respects to be delayed, yet she dares to offend you, disregarding protocol. It is infuriating. To disregard the Marquis's health and engage in such seduction, she must be punished. Humph, a wretched woman. Madam, simply take her out and execute her. Yao Yingxin's words silenced the others. They exchanged glances filled with resentment and fear. Falling silent, Yao Yingxin had been in the residence for half a year, relying on her family connections, and apart from Madame Ho, she had reprimanded every woman in the courtyard. Any concubine who shared the bed would find themselves on the receiving end of her scorn the next day, subjected to various forms of punishment. If there were a vote for the most despised individual, Yao Yingxin would undoubtedly win unanimously, taking the top spot. As she suggested executing Ye Qingzhi, everyone eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Zhang Jingyi cast a disdainful glance at Yao Yingxin, just as she was about to speak, when a commotion arose outside, accompanied by the sound of weeping. Who is so lacking in decorum? Zhang Jingyi exclaimed in anger. The other concubines leaned forward, craning their necks to see. Granny Zhou immediately went out to investigate and soon encountered the heartbroken Ru Yi. Ye Auntie was a favored concubine, she was allowed to have a maid accompany her, and Rui was the maid who had come with Ye Auntie. Granny Zhou recognized her. Creating such a ruckus, what sort of behavior is this? Granny Zhou reprimanded sternly, and the 2 maids in the courtyard immediately released Rui, lowering their heads in defense. Madam, it is she who does not understand the rules. I instructed her to wait outside, yet she insisted on barging in, and when I tried to stop her, she struck me. And where is Ye Auntie? How does she discipline her? Granny Zhou's reprimand was cut short as Rui suddenly threw herself to the ground, crying out, "Woo-woo! Madam, please allow me to see the madam. My lady is gravely unwell." Woo-woo. Granny Zhou's stern demeanor softened. "Your lady is unwell, what has happened?" she asked in shock, unable to believe it. "Woo-woo. It is the Marquis. Last night my lady is severely injured, unable to leave her bed. Please, madam, call for a doctor to save her." Rui, a young girl, could only express her distress, lamenting the dire state of her lady, making it sound as if she were on the brink of death. Granny Zhou's brow furrowed in concern, instructing Rui to wait while she hurried back to report to Zhang Jingyi. In truth, Rui's cries had been loud enough for everyone inside to hear. The other concubines exchanged glances filled with jealousy or schadenfreude, secretly cursing Ye Qingzhi for her reckless behavior. Given the Marquis's capabilities, how could such a novice dare to entangle herself with him for an entire night? She deserved whatever fate befell her. Even if she is truly on the verge of death, such matters should not be aired publicly. This tarnishes the Marquis's reputation. She lacks decorum. Zhang Jingyi slammed her hand on the table in frustration and coldly ordered, "Summon the physician, and you should accompany him to see just how serious her condition is." Granny Zhou quickly agreed and was about to leave to call for help. "If she is merely feigning illness, bring her to me immediately. I shall personally teach her the rules of being a concubine." Zhang Jingyi called out to stop Granny Zhou, her voice icy. "Old servant understands," Granny Zhou replied hurriedly as she departed. "You all may disperse now. Remember, speak and act with caution, do not tarnish the Marquis's reputation." Zhang Jingyi said sternly to the other concubines. "Yes, madam," they responded in unison before leaving Yaoyingxin, accompanied by her maid, hurried directly to Ye Qingzhi's courtyard, moving with swift determination. Take advantage of her illness to claim her life. Chapter 4. The Marquis indeed takes a fancy to this little vixen Xie Jin, favored by the emperor and possessing considerable skill, currently held the position of commander of the Imperial Guard, overseeing officials, gathering intelligence, and wielding the authority to apprehend and interrogate, making him a figure of both admiration and fear in the court and beyond. This morning, he had been summoned by the emperor to arrange a task, requiring him to travel to Shuzhou to investigate a corruption case. Although Shuzhou was not far, reachable by horseback in 3 days, such an investigation would take at least half a month. Upon returning to the residence to pack his belongings, Xie Jin discovered that the jade pendant he always wore was missing. It was a keepsake from his late mother, and he could not afford to lose it. After a moment's thought, he concluded that he must have left it with Ye Auntie upon waking. He had seen that woman sleeping soundly, and in his haste to leave, he had inadvertently overlooked it. Initially, Xie Jin planned to send his personal servant, Jin Bao, to retrieve the pendant, but upon noticing the fading marks of a woman's bite on his hand and the lingering pain from scratches on his back, he decided to go himself to the Yanlu courtyard. The memories of the previous night lingered, and he wished to indulge once more in the taste of that sharp-tongued little vixen before departing. However, upon arriving, Xie Jin found the courtyard devoid of even a maid to relay messages, and before entering the house, he frowned. "Where has everyone gone?" "I shall inquire immediately," Jin Bao replied nervously, sensing a shift in the Marquis's attitude towards Ye Auntie. Yesterday, no one had been present to attend to him, nor had he paid her any mind. Pushing the door open, Xie Jin swiftly approached the bedside to find Ye Qingzhi's face flushed with fever. "So useless, falling ill so easily," he muttered, frowning as he touched her burning forehead. Her fever was quite high, leaving her in a stupor. Xie Jin rarely reflected on his actions, but now he considered whether he might have overexerted himself the previous night. Having taken her 3 or 4 times was indeed excessive for a novice. Yet, her delicate and soft nature, coupled with her lack of rigidity compared to other women, had inevitably intoxicated him. "She is unable to keep her distance yet clings to me. She deserves it," Xie Jin concluded, pinching her flushed cheek lightly, then commanded, "Someone, go summon Dr. Zhang to examine her." Though Jin Bao was absent, his hidden guards remained outside. Ye Qingzhi, in her fevered state, remained unaware of Xie Jin's presence. The intensity of her fever left her in a haze, and she drifted into a dream. In her dream, she lay in bed, seeming gravely ill, coughing uncontrollably to the point of spitting blood. The surroundings were reminiscent of an antique room, with maids attending her. However, instead of addressing her as auntie, they referred to her as madam. She felt as if she were on the brink of death, yet apart from the maid by her side, no one came to bid her farewell. In her dream, she requested the maid to summon the young master, wishing to see him one last time, yet, the maid returned thrice without success, only to inform her that the Marquis was busy hosting a wedding feast in the front courtyard, leaving no time for the young master to visit. Ye Qingzhi could not comprehend the meaning behind the dream's narrative. Did she wish to rise from a concubine to the status of Madame? Oh, goodness, she had no idea she harbored such lofty ambitions. As a mere pawn, she certainly did not deserve the Marquis's favor to the detriment of his legitimate wife. Moreover, the dream's conclusion was dismal. She was dying on one side while the Marquis celebrated a wedding feast on the other, not even her child coming to see her. Ye Qingzhi was bewildered by the chaotic plot of her dream, feeling a chill in her heart, utterly humiliated and oppressed, struggling to open her eyes. She was greeted by the sight of Xie Jin, and she immediately burst into tears. "Woo-woo. I knew the Marquis could not be so heartless. We shared a night together. After all, a night of marriage brings 100 days of affection. You came to see me before I die. Whoa, but I do not wish to die yet. I still have a fortune in dowry to spend, and so many pleasures yet to enjoy." Xie Jin's expression darkened. What nonsense was this? Ye Qingzhi's sobs grew more mournful, her tears flowing incessantly. "Stop crying, you are not going to die." Xie Jin forcefully wiped her tears away, causing her cheeks to sting, yet this action also brought her senses back to reality. "Marquis?" Ye Qingzhi asked, her voice hoarse and dazed. "A night of marriage brings 100 days of affection. You are quite ambitious, are you not? Xia Jin scoffed. Marquis, you misunderstand, I harbor no such ambitions or capabilities, it was merely a metaphor, I am but a useless woman, ignorant of everything, a lowly daughter of a merchant. You were simply bewitched by my beauty, thinking I could become the matriarch, but I cannot. If you believe I serve well and feel pity for my hardships, simply reward me with silver, fine goods, and delicious food. Ye Qingzhi exerted all her strength to clarify her position, expressing her lack of ambition and aspirations. A raise would be welcome, but promotion was out of the question. Sharp-tongued. Xia Jin pinched her small mouth, his expression inscrutable, unsure whether to believe her or not. Just then, Ye Qingzhi arrived with her entourage of maids. Upon noticing the absence of any attendants in the courtyard, she smirked disdainfully, pushed the door open, and then, Marquis? Ye Qingzhi was taken aback upon seeing Xia Jin seated by the bed, stunned for a moment as she struggled to regain her composure. The maids behind her were equally astonished, but quickly knelt in unison. We greet the Marquis. In an instant, they all knelt, their voices rising in unison. What brings you here? Xia Jin asked, furrowing his brow as he turned his gaze towards Ye Qingzhi. Regaining her composure, Ye Qingzhi gritted her teeth to suppress her overwhelming jealousy. Approaching Xia Jin and giving a respectful bow, she then glanced at the bedridden Ye Qingzhi and said, Marquis, I have heard that Ye Auntie is unwell, and I came to pay a visit. Ye Qingzhi looked at Ye Qingzhi as well. Although she was not particularly adept at reading people's expressions, the resentment and malice evident in Ye Qingzhi's eyes were unmistakable. Marquis, she is not here to visit, she intends to torment me. Look at the way she is staring at me, it is terrifying. Whoa, Marquis, please save me, I do not wish to die so soon. Ye Qingzhi turned her head, panic-stricken, grasping Xia Jin's arm to plead her case. Here it comes, her colleague, little Yao, was coming to harm her. She had just started her first day on the job, exhausting herself through the night, and before she could catch her breath, workplace rivalries were already beginning. The pace was far too swift. Is this what a workplace without a probation period looks like? The pressure of competition after starting a job was overwhelming. Ye Qingzhi was caught off guard by this unexpected accusation, instinctively kneeling in surprise, only to reflexively defend herself. Marquis, I did not. Ye Auntie is slandering me. Xia Jin paid no heed to Ye Qingzhi, instead scrutinizing Ye Qingzhi, attempting to discern whether she was foolish or clever. Her eyes were indeed sharp, and her words even more so. Ye Qingzhi remained silent, gazing intently at Xia Jin, her large eyes both clear and candid, complemented by her feverish, flushed cheeks, making her appear quite pitiful. Chapter 5. She possesses an innocence laced with a beguiling charm, especially when her voice, raspy and tearful, implores, My lord, if you do not lend me your support, I shall soon fall victim to Aunt Yao's schemes, and I am not yet ready to meet my demise. Truly, she is but a timid novice in the treacherous game of domestic intrigue. Ye Qingzhi trembled with indignation. She had never encountered such a blatant act of complaint, particularly one devoid of any evidence, as Ye Qingzhi relentlessly targeted her. It was utterly audacious. Who did she think she was? The Marquis would hardly heed her words, only to dismiss her with a scornful glance. Yet in the next moment, she found herself ensnared by the Marquis's frigid gaze, his voice chilling enough to send shivers down her spine. Yao, last time you ordered someone to push Yi into the water, I refrained from pursuing your punishment. Now, emboldened, you have the audacity to come here to commit murder. Do you truly believe I will not take action against you? Kneel here and apologize to Yi. Only when she forgives you may you leave. Ye Qingzhi's face drained of color, her body quaking as she stumbled sideways, panic-stricken, casting a desperate glance towards Xia Jin. The Marquis was aware that she had orchestrated Ye's fall into the water, yet he had previously refrained from punishing her, indicating he valued her. However, now, that wretched woman, emboldened by recent favor, seemed ready to have her punished. The stark contrast of her situation was infuriating, all because of that loathsome creature, to be forced to kneel and beg forgiveness from Yi, the harlot. How utterly intolerable. Well, she couldn't bear the thought of dying. But her frustration was overwhelming. Oh heavens, how could it be that Aunt Yao was behind my near drowning? I was on the brink of death. Ye Qingzhi was genuinely astounded. She had been pondering how to uncover the hidden mastermind behind the original owner's demise, and now the answer had fallen into her lap so effortlessly. She hadn't even had to exert her dwindling intellect. Indeed, when in need, one should seek the authorities, no, rather, the leaders to intercede on one's behalf. Lacking personal strength, one should not stubbornly resist but rather seek the leadership to take the blame. Within the Marquis's residence, despite the fierce battles among the women, if the Marquis chose to intervene, it would undoubtedly be a decisive blow. My lord, I cannot bear to see her kneeling here. It is so repulsive. What if she suddenly goes mad and tries to strangle me? My lord, revenge should be served with an eye for an eye. Let us throw Aunt Yao into the pond as well, allowing her to flounder a bit before pulling her out. What say you? Ye Qingzhi tugged at Xia Jin's sleeve, gazing at him with pleading eyes, displaying a charmingly obedient smile. Bring Aunt Yao and throw her into the pond, Xia Jin commanded coldly. For him, there was little distinction between having her kneel or tossing her into the water. Since he had resolved to take this opportunity to discipline Ye Qingzhi and rein in her increasingly brazen behavior, he was more than willing to indulge Ye Qingzhi's not unreasonable request. Ye Qingzhi immediately showered him with an abundance of flattery, sincerely praising him. A leader who knows how to get things done is truly commendable. Ye Qingzhi looked on in despair as Xia Jin heeded the words of that wretched woman, feeling utterly forsaken. She truly loved him, everything she had done was out of love for him. My lord, I love you, it was jealousy that led me to err. As she was dragged away, she wept profusely, tears and snot mingling as she cried out, My lord, my sister, the noble consort Li, is expecting a dragon son. You cannot treat me this way. Goodness, my lord, listen to her, she thinks she can use her sister in the palace to coerce you. How utterly outrageous, she is merely your concubine and should share in your concerns, not, under the guise of love, harm those around you, inciting ceaseless strife in the inner quarters. How wicked. Ye Qingzhi observed the spectacle with eager delight, indignantly commenting, prompting Xia Jin to feel an urge to silence her sweet tongue and to taste its sweetness. How had he not noticed her eloquence and knack for flattery before? Xia Jin leaned down, intending to kiss her lips, but Ye Qingzhi hastily covered his mouth, shyly stating, my lord, I did not brush my teeth this morning, I fear I might offend you. Xia Jin's expression darkened, and he pinched her lightly, his mood soured by her lack of decorum. In the meantime, Yao Yining had been swiftly dealt with, and it was then that old Madame Zhou, accompanied by the physician, arrived at the Yanlu courtyard. Aunt, the lady has sent the physician to attend to you and has also dispatched old Madame Zhou to check on you. Rui announced as she hurried to push the door open, only to be taken aback upon seeing the Marquis present, instantly dropping to her knees. Servant greets the Marquis. The physician and old Madame Zhou hastily followed suit, bowing in reverence. Though old Madame Zhou's face remained impassive, her mind was in turmoil. The Marquis was indeed here. He clearly harbored feelings for that little enchantress. Had she known that Ye Qingzhi had successfully brought down Yao Yining, her jaw would have surely dropped in shock. Come, examine her. She has been wailing about her impending death. Let us see if she truly is on the verge of it, Xia Jin remarked languidly, leaving it ambiguous just how much he cared for Ye Qingzhi. Yes, my lord. The physician promptly approached the bed to take Ye Qingzhi's pulse. Well, is she truly about to perish? Xia Jin inquired, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Why Ye Qingzhi shot him a sidelong glance, recognizing the man's pettiness. His incessant inquiries about her mortality served as a clear mockery. She jotted this down in her little notebook. The leader is petty. In the future, she must tread carefully and not confront him directly. Replying to the Marquis, if she does not receive proper care, Lady Yi may indeed face a grave danger, Dr. Sun stated solemnly. Lady Yi is inherently frail, and after her fall into the water, her spirits have been dampened, leaving her with lingering ailments. The recent turmoil has only exacerbated her weakness. Xia Jin's expression shifted slightly, and he cast a disdainful glance at Ye Qingzhi. What a trivial matter, is she truly about to die? Ye Qingzhi pouted, her voice feeble, I am but a worthless creature, my body is frail. I mentioned this to the Marquis last night, I cannot endure much longer, yet you insisted that my body speaks more truthfully than my words. Look, my lord, you have been proven wrong. Xia Jin's lips twitched. How could she so brazenly speak of such matters in bed, doing so with such conviction and without a hint of embarrassment? She was truly remarkable, yet, inexplicably, Xia Jin felt a stirring of desire, captivated by her innocent yet alluring demeanor. Meanwhile, old Madame Zhou's brow furrowed in disapproval, inwardly cursing Ye Qingzhi as a seductress, a sentiment she repeated in her mind 100 times over. Even the courtesans of brothels would likely pale in comparison to her audacity. My lord, the people outside are urging us to set forth, came a voice from without, one of his hidden guards. Ensure her recovery. If she fails to mend, you may take your leave, Xia Jin instructed the physician before preparing to depart, having forgotten the jade pendant he had intended to retrieve. My lord, your jade pendant has fallen here with me, Ye Qingzhi said, retrieving a piece of Haitan jade from beside her pillow and offering it to Xia Jin. Chapter 6 The Green Hat. For his grace, you are not to step outside the willow smoke courtyard until I return from my journey, Xia Jin declared as he accepted the jade pendant. He found her approach quite meticulous, yet he had imposed a house arrest on Ye Qingzhi, yet he feared that in his absence, she might fall prey to some ill fate, for he held a certain fondness for this enchanting beauty and did not wish for her untimely demise. Oh, understood. I shall not venture out to. I wish his grace a safe journey and success in all endeavors, Ye Qingzhi replied, her demeanor lethargic. She barely lifted her eyelids to glance at him before letting them droop again, displaying a level of indifference that was almost insulting. Seeing her feigned disinterest, Xia Jin felt a surge of desire to tease her, to evoke tears from her, yet, time was of the essence, and he had to take his leave. Zhou Mama, inform the madam that Lady Yi has been placed under house arrest. Without my permission, she is not to be released, nor is anyone permitted to enter the willow smoke courtyard. Yes, your grace, Zhou Mama responded respectfully, internally seething with frustration. How deeply distrustful his grace must be of this little vixen, to go to such lengths to protect her before his departure. By the way, when Dr. Jiang arrives, instruct him to prescribe additional tonics for Lady Yi. Her constitution is too frail, she cannot endure much more turmoil, lest it hinder my enjoyment, Xia Jin added with further instructions. Yes, your grace, Zhou Mama said, her face twisting with indignation. They had even summoned Dr. Jiang. It was a rare affront for a physician of such stature to attend to a concubine, but what could he do? They were indeed his orders, and who would dare defy the commandant? Once Xia Jin departed, Zhou Mama approached the bed where Ye Qingzhi lay like a delicate flower battered by rain, gritting her teeth as she muttered, Lady Yi truly possesses remarkable skills. In such a short time, she has captured his grace's heart. Mama, you flatter me. With my lackluster appearance, disagreeable temperament, and fragile constitution, how could his grace genuinely care for me? I am akin to a mere pet, amusing him with my foolishness, Ye Qingzhi responded listlessly. Zhou Mama, however, found her words to be exasperating. Though Lady Yi did not flaunt her status nor act arrogantly, her self-deprecation was grating, almost inciting a desire to throttle her. It is good that Lady Yi understands. However, she ought to learn some decorum, to know what to say and what to withhold. The words you exchanged with his grace were more scandalous than those of a brothel courtesan. If word got out, it would be utterly disgraceful. Oh. What does O mean? Does Lady Yi truly comprehend? Zhou Mama clenched her fists, suppressing her ire. I do understand, Ye Qingzhi replied, her head throbbing. The earlier conversation with Xie Jin had been a performance, a show to please her superior, but now that he had departed, there was no need for her to maintain the charade. Zhou Mama, please fetch me a bowl of contraceptive soup. Certainly. I shall. The authoritative tone she adopted compelled Zhou Mama to comply instinctively, but once she realized the impropriety, her old countenance flushed with embarrassment. Lady Yi is quite perceptive, requesting the contraceptive soup of her own accord. How could a merchant's daughter exude such an imposing presence? Yet now, she appeared feeble and devoid of any semblance of decorum. It was as if the commanding aura she had moments ago was merely an illusion. Given Lady Ye's frail condition, the contraceptive soup may not be necessary. Her cold womb and weak constitution render conception exceedingly unlikely, Dr. Sun interjected. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi's mood soured. She despised the notion of being unlikely to conceive. It still implied a possibility. What if Xie Jin was particularly potent? After so many encounters, she could very well find herself unfortunate enough to become pregnant. The contraceptive soup was essential. She could not afford to bear a child. After all, juggling motherhood with a career was an insurmountable challenge. Pregnant women faced the greatest discrimination in the workplace. She resolutely refused to have a child. Furthermore, her recent dream had served as a harsh reminder never to bear children, for the effort expended in raising them often results in ingratitude. Why endure such a burden? Mama, just to be safe, please bring me a bowl. I do not wish to meet my demise so soon, Ye Qingzhi insisted with determination. Zhou Mama regarded her with surprise and caution, reassessing her perspective on the woman before her. She was indeed clever, however. Whether she posed a threat to the madam remained uncertain. Did she truly say that she insists on drinking the contraceptive soup? Zhang Jingyi inquired, astonished by Zhou Mama's report. Indeed, Zhou Mama affirmed. I personally served her the contraceptive soup and witnessed her consume it. She is quite obedient, Zhang Jingyi remarked, nodding with satisfaction. She is also resourceful. I have just received news that Lady Yao has been cast into the pond by His Grace. Ah? Zhou Mama was taken aback, momentarily speechless. All for Lady Yi? What else could it be? Zhang Jingyi replied, her expression melancholic as she spoke softly. When one can please a man in bed, they can command both wind and rain. My lady, to use one's beauty to win a man's favor is the mark of a shameless woman. You are the esteemed madam of the marquis, no one can overshadow you, and His Grace respects you. Zhou Mama quickly reassured her. Zhang Jingyi waved her hand dismissively, signaling that further explanation was unnecessary. She understood these truths all too well. Her esteemed position as the lady of the house was solely due to His Grace. With her lady unconcerned, Zhou Mama felt emboldened and could not resist casting further aspersions on Ye Qingzhi. My lady, while Lady Yi may be somewhat circumspect, His Grace truly has developed feelings for her. You cannot have missed how doting he is towards her, not only summoning Dr. Zhang to attend to her but also confining her for her protection. Enough. It is rare for His Grace to take an interest in a beauty, especially one as compliant as she. As long as she keeps him entertained, we should ensure she remains safe and does not die too soon, lest it trouble His Grace, Zhang Jingyi interjected, cutting off Zhou Mama. At that moment, a maid entered to report that Hongtao, a servant of Lady Qin, sought an audience. Zhang Jingyi permitted her entry and listened intently as Hongtao cautiously relayed, My lady, Lady Qin's monthly cycle is over 10 days late. She was nauseous during breakfast and has been unusually lethargic. I suspect she may be pregnant and seek your guidance. You insolent wretch! Zhang Jingyi exclaimed, her expression darkening with fury. Hongtao trembled, fully aware of the truth regarding Lady Qin's condition and fearing for her own safety. Once Zhang Jingyi regained her composure, she began issuing directives to Hongtao. For now, act as if you were unaware, keep a close watch on Lady Qin's every move, and report any unusual behavior immediately. Hongtao complied, then added, Lady Qin also wishes to see His Grace to inquire about his whereabouts. She seems to have some means of ensuring he will visit her in the peony courtyard, though I am unsure of her methods. Zhang Jingyi immediately discerned Lady Qin's intentions, snorting dismissively. That is of no concern to you. Return at once. His Grace had departed on official business and would be absent for 10 days or more. Surely that shameless woman would not perish from impatience. Chapter 7, Cursed be you, wretched woman. The moment Hongtao hastily withdrew, she was acutely aware that her prolonged absence would surely raise suspicions in Aunt Qin. Madam, it has been quite some time since the Marquis visited Aunt Qin, murmured Granny Zhou in a hushed and somewhat alarmed tone. Aunt Qin, it seemed, was brazenly searching for trouble, daring to tarnish the Marquis's honor when she already bore the fruits of her indiscretions. How audacious of her, an illicit lover, who could that possibly be? Granny Zhou, her heart ablaze with curiosity, eagerly inquired, Madam, shall we investigate this matter discreetly? No need for concern. We shall wait for the Marquis's return and let him decide, replied Zhang Jingyi, taking a sip of tea to quell her rising ire before picking up the ledger beside her. Yet, after only a brief perusal, she found herself resting her forehead in exasperation, tossing the ledger aside in frustration. The agony of accounting was unbearable. Her head throbbed painfully after being fished out of the pool. Yao Yining, though the summer sun shone brightly and the water was not excessively cold, found herself unwell. The cause was primarily her vexation. She was genuinely wounded by Xie Jin's callousness, her heart aching profoundly. Woe is me. Granny, please write to my father and sister on my behalf. I cannot deal with that wretched woman right now, but I will certainly take care of her family. How dare a mere merchant's daughter humiliate me while riding on the coattails of her newfound power? I shall ensure her family is left in ruins. Aunt, do not let your anger consume you, take care of your health. I shall send a letter to the manor shortly, you rest assured. That wretched woman shall not be frolicking for long, Granny Wang reassured her. However, Yao Yining was far from appeased. She wished for Ye Qingzhi's demise this very moment. If she could not extinguish her life, Yao Yining commanded her maid to fashion a small effigy, inscribing Ye Qingzhi's birthdate and frantically stabbing it with a needle. Cursed be you, wretched woman. Yao Aunt was thrown into the pool by the Marquis. What? How could she have offended the Marquis? Did she shamelessly flirt with him in the garden? It was because of Ye Aunt. Previously, when Ye Aunt fell into the water, it was Yao Aunt's doing. The Marquis is avenging Ye Aunt. Ye Aunt has such audacity. No wonder the Marquis has favored her so many times in one night. He truly cares for her. Before noon, the news of Yao Yining's disgrace had spread like wildfire. The women in the back courtyard reveled in the gossip, applauding and celebrating, yet their disdain for Ye Qingzhi remained unabated, for she was the object of the Marquis's affections. Upon hearing about Yao Yining's predicament, Xin An could not muster much joy, for the Marquis was away on a journey, and it was uncertain when he would return. What if he was gone for 3 or 4 months? The color drained from her face in dread. After much contemplation, she finally instructed Chuanqing to venture out and secretly procure an abortion potion for her. Yet, when the potion was in hand, she hesitated to consume it, clinging to a flicker of hope that perhaps, in half a month's time, the Marquis would return, and she might yet keep the child. Hong Tao, aware of Qin An's acquisition of the abortion potion, hurried to inform the madam. Let us observe the situation. Regardless of whether she takes the medicine or not, we shall not interfere. Allow her to unravel her own fate, Zhang Jingyi replied coldly. Eye in her eyes, Qin An was already a dead woman, thus, no energy was warranted for the deceased. Meanwhile, Yao Yining awaited the arrival of Granny Wang, who was to deliver her message to her family. Bursting with anticipation, she asked, Granny, how did it go? What did my father say? Will we soon see the downfall of the Yi family? Granny Wang's expression faltered, and she hesitantly responded, Aunt, today the censor lodged a complaint against the master, accusing him of indulging his married daughter, thereby causing turmoil in our household. He demands the master reflect upon his actions. Consequently, the master is quite furious and has instructed me to advise you to remain compliant for a time and avoid stirring trouble. In truth, the master was seething with rage, berating his daughter as a calamity. How could she shamelessly insist on becoming Xie Jin's concubine, leveraging her family's influence to oppress the other concubines, thereby bringing disgrace upon herself? The master had made it abundantly clear that she should no longer rely on her family for support and even threatened to disown her as his daughter. Upon hearing this, Yao Yining's face turned ashen. What more did she need to comprehend? It was undoubtedly the Marquis's doing. The Marquis had manipulated the censor to reprimand her father, intending to prevent her from using her family's power to bully Ye Aunt. Woe is me! How could the Marquis be so heartless towards her? She loved him dearly. No, she could not let this go unchallenged. Without her father's backing, she still had others she could employ. Granny, go find Xian Er and have him spread the word that Ye Qingzhi is a reincarnated seductress, luring men and bringing them to ruin. I refuse to believe that the madam will tolerate a vixen who could lead the Marquis to his demise. Yao Yining declared vehemently. Granny Wang sighed, recognizing that she could not dissuade her, and resigned herself to carry out her orders. In the smoke willow courtyard, the disturbances from outside were of no concern to Ye Qingzhi. After taking her medicine, she rested for 2 days, her fever subsiding and the marks on her body fading. Enough, you need not remain by my side constantly. Go out and gather some news, whether from the manor or the outside world, and return to share your findings with me, Ye Qingzhi instructed. Rui eye to eye in the realm of work, being well informed is essential. One must keep their ears open and their eyes peeled, lest they unwittingly bear the blame for a situation they were unaware of. Although Rui was not particularly composed or disciplined, she was loyal, possessed a hint of cleverness, and had a sweet tongue. Sending her out to gather surface-level information would be more than sufficient. Aunt, it would be much more convenient to gather information with some silver. May I take a bit more? Rui inquired, demonstrating her understanding of the matter. How much dowry silver do I have? Ye Qingzhi asked. There are 100,000 taels in silver notes and 1,000 taels in loose silver for your daily use, Rui replied. Upon hearing such a substantial sum, Ye Qingzhi felt a wave of relief wash over her, akin to sipping ice-cold plum juice on a scorching summer day, refreshingly delightful. In her previous life as a mere servant burdened with debts, she had endured countless indignities in the workplace, too fearful to resign. Yet now, with such ample savings for her later years, she found herself still consigned to the role of a concubine. Laboring away a resignation remained her only option, otherwise, her fate would be dire, seemingly worse than in her past life. Alas, life, that little imp, always offers a morsel of sweetness alongside a mouthful of bitterness. Spend the silver freely, do not hesitate to part with it, Ye Qingzhi advised. By the way, you may visit the Yi residence and convey that I have garnered favor and wish to make arrangements in the manor, requesting additional funds. The original character hailed from the affluent Yi family in Jiangnan, where silver was in no short supply. Her unscrupulous father, intent on becoming a royal merchant and elevating the family's status, disregarded her wishes and the safety of her mother and brothers, coercing her into the Marquis's household as a concubine. Therefore, when dealing with such a scoundrel father, one must never hold back, spend every last tael of his silver. Miss, we still have a considerable amount of silver. If we ask for more, even if the master is willing, the madam will surely object, Rui said, her expression one of concern. Chapter 8. No, she is still useless currently. The mistress of the Yi residence is a woman elevated from a concubine to the status of the legitimate wife. She is not the biological mother of Ye Qingzhi. With a facade of sweetness, she harbors bitterness within, persistently seeking to extract every ounce of utility from her. Do not concern yourself with that vile woman for now, the Yi family is still under father's dominion, his word is law, and you should convey it as such. If she wishes to persuade her unworthy father to part with his silver willingly, she must not forget to paint him a grand vision. For instance, once she becomes a favored concubine, it would be but a mere utterance to elevate the Yi family to that of a royal merchant. Furthermore, once she becomes a favored concubine and bears a child, the Yi family would no longer fear governmental oppression. Any issues could be swiftly resolved by invoking the name of the marquise. Yet, to achieve the status of a favored concubine, a considerable sum of silver is indispensable. Without it, matters cannot be pursued within the marquise, and so forth. Even if matters remain unresolved, there is no cause for alarm. One merely needs to assert that achieving such matters is not an easy feat. Should they doubt her capabilities, they can summon someone more competent. Having been inundated with such grandiose promises and manipulative rhetoric, Ye Qingzhi has become adept at articulating them herself. After all, she had daily feasted on the lofty aspirations painted by her superiors. Ye Qingzhi imparted these grand promises to Rui, instructing her to convey them to her father upon her arrival at the Yi residence. Rui, deeply moved, shed tears of joy, exclaiming, "Auntie, you have finally gained wisdom and become clever. It is truly wonderful." Ye Qingzhi responded, "No, she is still useless. The Yi residence in the capital city, though the Yi family is the wealthiest in Jiangnan, with their ancestral home and most of their kin residing there, they nonetheless possess several estates in the capital. Recently, Ye Qingzhi's father, Ye Qingzhi, along with the current matriarch and her 2 children, are all residing in the capital's estate. Since Ye Qingzhi entered the marquise, Ye Qingzhi has dispatched individuals to keep a close watch on it, often spending silver to gather intelligence. Upon learning that his daughter had fallen into the water just a day after entering the estate and had remained in a coma for 3 days, he raged, cursing Ye Qingzhi as useless. 200,000 taels of silver. Should Ye Qingzhi perish just like that, those 200,000 taels would be lost. Fortunately, she was eventually rescued. On one particular morning, as Ye Qingzhi and his family were partaking in their meal, a servant rushed in with exuberance, exclaiming, "Master, good news, good news. Our young lady has garnered the marquis's favor. It is said that the marquis is exceedingly pleased with our young lady." "Qingzhi has gained favor?" Ye Qingzhi's eyes sparkled with joy as he exclaimed, "Finally, we have taken the first step. Master, Qingzhi is charming and enchanting. The marquis must surely be enamored, and she will soon become a favored concubine, thus allowing her to have a voice in the marquis's affairs," remarked Madame Guman with a forced smile. However, Ye Qingzhi scoffed derisively, retorting, "Favored concubine, who knows, she might die any day now." "Qingzhi, how can you speak like that?" Guman feigned anger as she shot a glare at her daughter, urging her to be silent. "You were so desperate to enter the marquise before, yet now you revel in misfortune," Ye Qingzhi coldly reprimanded. "What audacity you have!" Ye Qingzhi's face paled, and she lowered her head, no longer daring to speak disparagingly. Little did they know, she had recently experienced a nightmare, wherein she was tormented after entering the marquise, only to perish within 2 years. Yet the man Ye Qingzhi married was destined to achieve the highest rank in the upcoming imperial examination, and she would become the wife of a top scholar, basking in glory. Having gleaned insight from her nightmare, she could never be foolish enough to enter the marquise, thus she devised ways to change her fate. In this lifetime, she aspired to be the illustrious wife of a top scholar. Within just a couple of days, rumors began circulating that Ye Qingzhi, the concubine of the Marquis of Jiangyang, was of dubious origins, having seduced the Marquis in a single night, intent on draining his vitality and bringing about his demise. Upon hearing this rumor, Ye Qingzhi turned pale with shock. Someone must be envious of his daughter's newfound favor and is attempting to harm her. In high society, one cannot tolerate a seductress who brings harm to men. It is said that concubine Yao of the Marquis is the daughter of a 4th-rank official, and she is crazily in love with the Marquis, utterly intolerant of anyone else. If sister gains favor, she will surely incite her jealousy. Ye Qingzhi feigned concern, saying that seductress's rumors must have been spread by her. "Father, please be cautious of her meddling with our business." In her dreams, that Yao Yinin was the most malicious of all. Whenever the Marquis spent the night in her chamber, she would undoubtedly endure torment from Yao Yinin, who had also seized several of the Yi family's shops. Through her dreams, she could feel her own despair, leading her to the conclusion that she no longer desired to be favored, having been thoroughly frightened by the torment. A 4th-rank official? How can we possibly contend with that? Ye Qingzhi trembled, a wave of fear washing over him. He began to regret sending his daughter into the marquise. The power of the marquise was not something they could easily embrace. Anxiously enduring 2 days, Rui unexpectedly returned. "Rui, why are you back? Did your young lady get expelled from the marquise? Why haven't I seen her? Could it be that she was beaten to death?" Upon seeing Rui, Ye Qingzhi's face turned pale, and his first thought was that his daughter had been deemed a seductress and executed by the marquise. Rui's face darkened at her master's words. How could he curse her lady so? "Master, my lady is perfectly well. Do not be swayed by the rumors. That seductress's slander has no bearing on our lady." Rui had only heard the rumor after leaving the estate, and she too felt anxious. However, she remembered her lady's instructions to return to the Yi residence with confidence, to assert her position, and to be somewhat arrogant if necessary. "Ha, putting on a false front, are we?" Ye Qingzhi scoffed derisively. "Rui, spare us your pretense. We all know that the marquise has an unapproachable concubine Yao, and your sister must be having a difficult time after gaining favor." "Ha, are you referring to concubine Yao?" Rui retorted with a smirk. "Indeed, concubine Yao relies on her family's status and is quite domineering within the estate. After my lady entered the estate for just 2 days, she was pushed into the pond by her. However, after my lady gained favor, concubine Yao attempted to create trouble, only for the marquis to reprimand her publicly, throwing her into the pond, and even having the grand court official impeach concubine Yao's father for condoning his daughter's misdeeds, demanding he reflect on his actions. Now, concubine Yao is like a sickly cat, hiding in the courtyard and too afraid to come out. Rui, is what you say true? Ye Qingzhi instantly came to life, brimming with joy as he inquired. No, it cannot be. Ye Qingzhi shook her head, utterly disbelieving. The Marquis, Xiajin, was known for his heartlessness. He treated women merely as playthings for his desires, devoid of any warmth or compassion. How could he possibly support Ye Qingzhi and grant her such favor? Rui cast a bemused glance at the second young lady and cheerfully replied, for matters of such magnitude, a little diligence and expenditure of silver will yield the truth. I would not dare to lie. Chapter 9. Why is she so favored? Indeed, Rui would not dare to lie about such matters. Ye Qingzhi chuckled. Rui, upon your return to the estate, did your lady have any instructions? My aunt said that the silver is insufficient and requested that I bring back some more, Rui replied. Is 10,000 taels of silver insufficient? The household expenses are all accounted for, where on earth would she spend so much silver? Ye Qingzhi asked through gritted teeth. Their family was wealthy, but silver did not come from thin air. 10,000 taels was an exceedingly large sum, not something one could simply produce at will. Second young lady, you may not understand, but that meager allowance is hardly enough. Moreover, there are countless matters to attend to within the inner quarters of the Marquis's residence, and one must also curry favor with both the Marquis and the mistress. Everything requires silver. If one is reluctant to spend, how could one expect our aunt to gain favor and assist the household in becoming a royal merchant? Such benefits are not so easily obtained. Rui's words left Ye Qingzhi feeling frustrated and pouting. Ye Qingzhi felt that Rui's reasoning was quite sound. Having already spent 300,000 taels, he saw no harm in dispersing a few more thousand. He decided to give her 10,000 taels. A decisive action. He thought his daughter was making great strides, evidently winning the Marquis's favor. Perhaps it would not be long before she bore fruit. After receiving the 10,000 taels in silver notes, Rui lamented about her aunt's frail health, stating that the Marquis had specially invited a physician to attend to her, using precious medicinal materials for her care. Upon hearing that the Marquis had actually summoned a physician for his daughter's ailment, Ye Qingzhi's face flushed with excitement. What great honor this was! When Rui departed, she not only took the 10,000 taels but also a plethora of valuable tonics, including a century-old ginseng. With such a substantial amount of silver notes and precious medicines suddenly gone, it was no wonder Ye Qingzhi was incensed, and Guman, the head matron, wore a sullen expression. The wealth of the Yi family was meant for her son and daughter, having already spent 300,000 taels on Ye Qingzhi, that was more than enough. Guman was unwilling to part with even a single tael more. Given Ye Qingzhi's dull and uninteresting demeanor, it was utterly incomprehensible that the Marquis of Jiangyang would dote on her so. Once Rui left, Ye Qingzhi found herself devoid of attendants, prompting her to summon 2 second-tier maidservants. As a favored concubine, aside from Rui, whom she had brought from her family, the estate had assigned her 2 second-tier maidservants for night watch and personal service. 2 rough-handled maidservants were responsible for laundry and meal delivery, while an elderly woman managed cleaning duties. However, she had previously refrained from allowing the 2 second-tier maidservants into her quarters, assigning them only menial tasks in the courtyard. Now that she had officially taken her position, her small department, the Yanlu courtyard, needed to commence operations. As the 2 maidservants approached, Ye Qingzhi addressed them. According to my aunt's allowance, I am entitled to 2 first-tier maidservants in this courtyard. Rui has already occupied one of the positions, thus only one of you may become a first-tier maidservant for a duration of 1 month. Whoever performs best will be promoted, understood? Empty promises without tangible incentives would hardly motivate anyone to work diligently. In this day and age, workers were astute, aligning their efforts with monetary gain, dismissing any notions of duty. Yes, servant understands. The 2 maidservants exchanged glances, recognizing the fire ignited in each other's eyes. They were acutely aware that this was their aunt's method of keeping them in check, preventing them from banding together to deceive her, yet, they had no authority to contest her rules, nor could they refuse the rewards she offered. Becoming a first-tier maidservant not only elevated their status and prestige but also increased chances for rewards from their mistress, and even the opportunity to become a favored concubine. In terms of monthly pay, a first-tier maidservant earned an additional tael compared to a second-tier one. You would do well to align yourselves with the mistress's interests. Should I discover that you are acting as spies for others, do not blame me for being unkind. Ye Qingzhi continued admonishing them, clearly outlining the sole rule of their Yanlu courtyard. Remember, I am merely a concubine. Your true masters are the Marquis and the mistress. Any matters concerning our Yanlu courtyard may be reported to them, but under no circumstances should they be disclosed to anyone else. To do so would be considered treachery, understood? The 2 maidservants stared in shock and surprise at this Ye concubine. How novel! This was the first time they had heard such fervent declarations of loyalty, yet upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable. Ye concubine certainly knew how to put on a show, her expressions of loyalty far more engaging than others. No wonder she was favored. Xunyu, Xiachan, you are to report to the mistress that I wish to construct a pergola in the courtyard for shade and a small kitchen. Once I have her approval, you may engage the estate's steward to undertake these 2 tasks. I shall cover the expenses myself. By the way, are there any maidservants or matrons with good culinary skills in the estate? I hope the mistress can assign one to me. Once the small kitchen is established, I will handle my own meals, paying for everything myself. Also, the weather is exceedingly hot, and the ice provided by the estate is insufficient. Remember to procure more ice with silver. Ye Qingzhi's lips parted, and silver flowed forth like water, her main aim being to ensure her comfort in food and residence, refusing to compromise her own satisfaction. Chunyu and Xiaochan busily acknowledged her requests, assuring her they would remember. Upon Rui's return, you shall report to the mistress again, and in the meantime, fetch me some chilled watermelon. Also, ensure that the east wing is tidied up, I intend to use it as my study. Ye Qingzhi commanded. Further, Chunyu and Xiaochan dared not delay and hurried off to fulfill her orders. Ye Qingzhi found a book and unfurled it to one side, letting the wind turn the pages as she read at her leisure. How delightful! Soon, the chilled watermelon arrived, and Chunyu carefully removed the seeds, feeding small pieces to Ye Qingzhi, ensuring no juice splattered on her. As she savored the coolness of the watermelon, Ye Qingzhi squinted her eyes in bliss. How comfortable! She sincerely hoped the Marquis would delay his return from his trip, allowing her time to recover from her injury, extending her respite as long as possible. These days without work were simply exquisite. In the afternoon, Rui returned from the Yi residence, excitedly showcasing her accomplishments to Ye Qingzhi. 10,000 taels in silver notes and a multitude of precious herbs. The two maidservants attending her, Chunyu and Xiaochan, were left wide-eyed at the sight of so many silver notes. "Aunt, you should have seen the second young lady's face today, it was utterly foul, and she constantly mocked how you would not gain favor. I believe she regrets not having entered the Marquis's residence," Rui began but quickly shut her mouth, realizing that continuing would touch upon the young lady's sensitive issues. "And as for the master, upon hearing my words, he generously provided silver. Just mentioning you made him beam, and he was exceedingly courteous to me." Rui chattered, her joy evident. "All this is the Marquis's honor bestowed upon me. Without his backing, I am nothing," Ye Qingzhi said, her expression one of heartfelt gratitude for her superior. "Once I have fully recuperated, I must serve the Marquis well, repaying him, and I must also take care to strengthen my own health." Rui instantly blushed, and in a hushed tone, she suggested, "Aunt, there are rumors circulating outside that you are a vixen reincarnated, specifically seducing men. Your reputation is rather poor, perhaps we should refrain from such talk in the future." Chapter 10. To scold her as a vixen is merely to commend her prowess in her profession. I am but a concubine, not the matriarch. To be called a seductress is a compliment, indicating that I am performing admirably, Ye Qingzhi remarked with satisfaction. To label her a vixen is, in essence, to extol her exceptional business acumen. Rui? Is that truly the case, Chunyu and Xiaochan? Confused, yet profoundly astonished, the hidden guard, perched in the tree, twitched his lips, noting down her words to report back to his master. "Auntie, is this matter truly not to be addressed? If the rumors escalate, it will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Marquis and the Marquis's household, and you may find yourself in peril," Rui expressed her concerns anxiously. "Rest assured, this matter will be managed by someone else. It is beyond our purview, so do not fret unnecessarily," Ye Qingzhi replied. "Safeguarding the Marquis's reputation and identifying the malicious slanderers is the duty of the head matron, not that of a mere concubine like her. In the professional realm, the gravest error is to overstep one's designated responsibilities. It is imperative to maintain clarity and establish boundaries. One must not naively allow oneself to be exploited as a free." Rui now perceived her aunt's wisdom, and hearing her words, she felt a slight sense of relief. "Is there any other news?" Ye Qingzhi inquired once more. "Auntie, it turns out our Marquis is not the legitimate son of the old matriarch. It is said that the old Marquis favored his concubines over his wife, insisting on elevating the Marquis's birth mother to the status of a primary wife, and resolutely bequeathing the title to our Marquis. Therefore, we must tread carefully regarding the first and second households and avoid unnecessary interactions," Rui informed. "How pitiful for the lady," Ye Qingzhi lamented upon hearing the news. Additionally, why did she harbor such? It must be her strong professional ethics as a concubine, devoid of ambition for elevation, that led to her aversion. Rui? Caring for the matriarch is already quite taxing. To have a mother-in-law harboring grievances against her own husband, constantly finding fault with you, and you are unable to evade or rebuke her, yet must voluntarily present yourself for daily torment is truly tragic," Ye Qingzhi elucidated, noticing Rui's confusion. "Rui, it did sound somewhat tragic. So, the head matriarch felt similarly constrained. The hidden guard in the tree nearly slipped in shock. How could Aunt you speak so astonishingly?" Chunyu and Xiaochan. Is such discourse truly appropriate for their ears? Although it seemed that Aunt Ye's words held some validity, for a mere concubine to openly discuss the head matriarch's affairs was indeed a breach of decorum. "By the way, Rui, let us refrain from discussing the Marquis and the lady behind their backs. Such audacity is unwarranted and shall not be repeated," Ye Qingzhi added after contemplation. "Though I genuinely sympathize with the lady, it is still an affront to her." Chunyu, Xiaochan, please take these medicinal herbs to the lady as an apology. She felt as though if she continued to consume medicine, she would become a mere medicine jar. All remedies carry some toxicity. To nurture one's health, one must rely on dietary supplements. She eagerly awaited the establishment of her small kitchen. Chunyu and Xiaochan paused, promptly bowing in acknowledgement. "Do not forget to request the awning and the small kitchen from the lady," Ye Qingzhi instructed. "We shall remember," Chunyu and Xiaochan replied, feeling that something was amiss. This was far too businesslike. In the Guoxing courtyard, Chunyu and Xiaochan arrived at the lady's residence, bearing 2 boxes of precious herbs, and recounted the events that transpired in the Yanlu courtyard. Zhang Jingyi and Granny Zhou's expression shifted multiple times, nearly resembling a palette of colors. After listening, Granny Zhou quietly opened the 2 boxes of herbs, meticulously inspecting them. They were of excellent quality, no less than those bestowed by the palace, hidden within the estate's storeroom. However, they were public property, not for the lady's personal use. Aunt Ye had indeed presented the lady with a grand gift, and thus, the offense could be overlooked. Did she truly say that? That being scolded as a seductress is a compliment, and that I am pitiful and suffering? Zhang Jingyi pondered for a moment, then asked in astonishment. Chunyu and Xiaoqian nodded vigorously. Although Aunt Ye had not uttered any harsh words, they felt an inexplicable trepidation towards her. They dared not harbor any ulterior motives. Serving her required utmost diligence. Lady, although Aunt Ye may lack decorum, speaks too bluntly, and conducts herself rather freely, she does possess a modicum of cleverness, understanding that her reliance in this household lies not only with the Marquis but also with you, Granny Zhou remarked promptly. However, it remains uncertain how far she can go and whether she can truly be transparent with the lady. How could she possibly be transparent? Zhang Jingyi scoffed, dismissing Aunt Ye's words entirely. Nevertheless, since she had shown such loyalty and presented a grand gift, and the Marquis was so protective of her, she could not afford to be overly harsh. If she desired an awning, a small kitchen, a cook, or ice, all these minor requests could be readily satisfied. After all, it was not the Marquis's money being spent, nor his private funds. She felt no remorse whatsoever, and regarding the rumors circulating outside, a cold glint flickered in Zhang Jingyi's eyes. Did they truly believe that with her Marquis away from the capital, they could freely tarnish his and the Marquis's household's reputation? Granny, send someone to seek out Lord Songjin, instructing him to thoroughly investigate who started the rumors about Aunt Ye and to apprehend those responsible. Zhang Jingyi commanded icily. Lord Song was the deputy commander of the Jinyui and also a subordinate of Xie Jin. Enlisting his aid would ensure the matter was handled with precision. Back at the Yanlu courtyard. After indulging in various gossip, Ye Qingzhi felt somewhat fatigued and returned to her bed for an afternoon nap. Her body was still weak, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. Soon, she found herself in a dream. In her dream, a woman was giving birth, but the delivery was troubled, filled with excruciating pain and an unrelenting flow of blood, yet the child refused to emerge. Ultimately, after much struggle, the child was born, but having lingered too long in the womb, it was said to have lost its breath. A stillborn is inauspicious, it cannot be buried in the ancestral grave. Simply find a place to dispose of it, a man said coldly. Ye Qingzhi awoke suddenly from such a nightmare, her chest tight with near suffocation. She genuinely suspected that her arrival in this realm, coupled with an incompatibility with the environment, was causing a disconnection between her body and soul, resulting in a series of nightmares. What a wretched dream! Sitting at the edge of her bed, Ye Qingzhi took some time to compose herself, finally feeling somewhat human again. Chapter 11. She was actually delighted by a concubine auntie. If you desire a pergola, the kitchen is at your service with a cook, and the lady has given her consent. Chunyu entered to assist her with her ablutions, respectfully responding. The lady stated that the Yanlu courtyard is your domain, and you may arrange it as you please, provided you do not expend the estate's silver. Moreover, the lady mentioned that the rumors outside will be clarified in a couple of days. However, she also advised you to learn the proper etiquette, saying that once the Lord returns, she will send a teaching matron over. The lady is truly generous. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi replied somewhat perfunctorily, automatically flattering her, her mood slightly lifting. It appeared that the lady of the house was not one to feign generosity while plotting in secret, nor was she a possessive romantic solely fixated on the Lord. Although this female leader seemed quite amiable, which was certainly good news, she still felt vexed due to that haunting nightmare. When troubled, she yearned to spend silver, to indulge in lavishness. Having lived as a mere wage slave in her past life, she could not afford such extravagant means of stress relief, but in this life, it was indeed feasible. After some contemplation, Ye Qingzhi continued, the summer heat is stifling, making it impossible to engage in outdoor activities, yet remaining cooped up indoors is equally suffocating. Why not invest some silver to construct a pergola in the young master and young mistress's courtyard, procure ample ice, and perhaps even set up a swing and climbing frames? This would allow them to frolic in the garden. Additionally, a pergola should be erected in the lady's courtyard as well. It would be unreasonable for me, a mere concubine, to enjoy the cool shade while the esteemed matriarch endures the sweltering heat. Her collection of jewelry and garments was vast, requiring no outings or embellishments, and there was no need to acquire anything new. Unable to determine what she herself wished to purchase, Ye Qingzhi resolved to continue bestowing gifts upon her superiors, hoping to soften their hearts towards her. The art of gift-giving held its own nuances, particularly when it came to female leaders. If a female leader had no children, one might present her with exquisite cosmetics. However, should she have offspring, it would be wise to gift items necessary for the children, as this would undoubtedly be more effective. If finances permitted, one could even present gifts for both adults and children, ensuring a more heartfelt gesture. The lady and the lord had been wed for a decade, blessed with 2 children, a son and a daughter. Their eldest daughter was already 7, while their young master was approaching 5, on the brink of enlightenment. In 2 years, they would move to the front courtyard. For now, they were still at an age where play was paramount, but that would soon change. Chunyu listened to Ye Qingzhi's words, momentarily stunned, and marveled. Auntie Ye is truly affluent and astute. Other concubines would at most present handmade shoes, socks, handkerchiefs, or sachets for the lady and the young master on their birthdays, which were hardly valuable. Yet here was Auntie Ye, speaking of thousands of taels of silver with ease. The key was that this grand gift would surely touch the lady's heart. Did she not wish to enjoy more ice herself? Did she not want the young master and young mistress to have more ice as well? Certainly, she did. However, despite the lady managing the household finances, the elder matriarch and the first household were ever watchful. Even if the lady desired to spend more silver, she would face condemnation for leading a life of extravagance, even if she used her dowry to make up the difference. After the evening meal, Zhang Jingyi instructed her maid to light the lamps and began reviewing the household accounts, assisted by her capable aide, Mama Zhao. Although Mama Zhou was loyal, she lacked the proficiency to manage accounts, merely tending to daily care. The weather is growing increasingly warm, and the price of ice is rising. The elder matriarch is consuming more ice than the allotted share. Lady, shall we simply endure this loss and contribute silver for the elder matriarch? Mama Zhao queried, frowning as she perused the accounts. We shall not compensate, let the first household cover it. Zhang Jingyi replied coldly. They employ such tactics year after year, it is utterly tiresome. This year, we will not contribute, no matter what. Speaking of her mother-in-law filled Zhang Jingyi with ire, yet she was left with little choice. Despite her high status as the matriarch of the Hou family with considerable power, she had to endure endless grievances and humiliations. Auntie Yi was correct, she was indeed a pitiful woman, leading a life fraught with hardship. At that moment, a maid announced that Chunyu sought an audience. Zhang Jingyi immediately sensed that there was yet another matter from Auntie Yi. She permitted Chunyu to enter and listened as she reported that Ye Qingzhi intended to spend silver to construct pergolas in her and the young master and young mistress' courtyards. Zhang Jingyi's expression instantly softened, unable to suppress a smile. How thoughtful of her. Zhang Jingyi had not anticipated that she would find delight in a mere concubine, and she regarded this concubine as particularly considerate. No wonder the Lord was fond of her, such an adept gift-giver was worthy of her favor. She resolved to protect Auntie Yi more in the future, ensuring she would not depart this life prematurely. Mama Zhao, tomorrow you shall personally lead the workers to the Yanlu courtyard to ensure that Auntie Yi's requests are fulfilled to the letter, Zhang Jingyi declared with good spirits. Mama Zhao readily agreed, sharing in the sentiment that Auntie Yi's grand gesture was indeed considerate. The addition of the pergola would greatly enhance the comfort of the lady, young master, and young mistress during the summer. By the way, Mama Zhou, have someone keep an eye on Lord Song, urging him to investigate deeply and uncover the mastermind behind the rumors. Zhang Jingyi instructed. With silver, manpower, and the matroness support, the construction of the pergola was completed in a day. With a sunshade pergola complemented by mosquito nets, along with several pots of ice and fans, the courtyard was transformed into a cool sanctuary. Reclining on a daybed in the courtyard, Ye Qingzhi enjoyed grapes peeled by her maid. Unbothered by the juice staining her hands, she felt utterly at ease. Auntie Yi, while they understand the swing for the young mistress, they seem perplexed by the climbing frame you mentioned for the young master. Mama Zhao politely inquired, could you elaborate further? Ye Qingzhi described the general concept, a structure with ropes and wooden frames, allowing the children to climb and descend, thereby strengthening their legs and arms. Mama Zhao listened with only partial comprehension, though the artisans gleaned some understanding. However, having never seen a specific example, they were unable to construct it immediately. With a sigh, Ye Qingzhi asked Rui to fetch paper and brush, wondering if she could sketch out her idea. To be honest, she had never been particularly skilled at drawing, nor had she ever learned to use a brush. She assumed her attempt would be akin to scribbles, yet, as she began to depict the climbing frame and wall from her memory, she fell silent. You might find it hard to believe, but she was taken aback by her own remarkable drawing skills. To her family, who could comprehend, how had she suddenly transformed into a talented artist? Staring at her creation, she truly began to question her own existence. Was this clarity truly her handiwork? How had she inexplicably acquired such an exceptional talent? Was it the original owneress' skill that she had silently inherited? She feared she might be suffering from a serious ailment. Rui glanced at the drawing, curiously regarding her mistress. When had Auntie Yi secretly worked so hard to achieve such high artistic prowess? Oh my, Auntie Yi is indeed impressive, your drawing is splendid. With this, the artisans will have no trouble producing it, Mama Zhao complimented with a smile. Auntie Yi is truly a talented woman. Please, Mama Zhao, do not praise me excessively. I fear I might be lifted to the heavens and fall to my demise. Ye Qingzhi jested, extending her hand in mock protest. Chapter 12. The mistress had developed quite an affection for the young concubine. Within a mere 3 days, the craftsman had completed the construction of the cooling pavilion, swing, and climbing frame in the courtyard for the lady, the young master, and the young miss. Mother, I am utterly enamored with this pavilion and the climbing frame, it's so refreshing and incredibly fun, the young master, Xia Mingyu, exclaimed with delight as he playfully scrambled up the climbing frame, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he leaped into Zhang Jingyi's embrace. Observing her son's exuberance brought a smile to Zhang Jingyi's face, yet she gently admonished, you may only play after you have finished the tasks assigned by your tutor. Mother, I am capable, I have already completed my work today, Xia Mingyu asserted eagerly, releasing his mother and returning to the climbing frame. Madam, it appears that Aunt Yi possesses quite the ingenuity, remarked Grandma Zhou, watching the joyful young master, unable to deny the charm with which Aunt Yi had captivated the children. Zhang Jingyi nodded with a smile, relishing the coolness of the pavilion, her satisfaction deepening. Standing nearby, the young miss, Xia Mingyan, gazed enviously at her brother as he clambered up and down the novel structure. She too longed to join in the fun, yet at the age of 7, she felt she ought to adhere to the decorum befitting a young lady. Does Sister Yin wish to play as well? Zhang Jingyi inquired gently, casting a tender glance at her beautiful daughter. Inheriting her father's handsome features, Xia Mingyan was already a striking beauty at her tender age. Zhang Jingyi had always imposed strict decorum upon her, having begun her education in etiquette at the age of 5. Thus, even at 7, Xia Mingyan exhibited the gentle grace of a refined young lady, earning praise from the matriarchs at gatherings. Mother, may I? Xia Mingyan's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked. You may play for a while, but do not forget your manners in public, Zhang Jingyi replied with a smile. It would be ill-suited for you to climb in your skirt. Let the maid assist you in changing into more suitable attire. Thank you, mother. With a joyful curtsy, Xia Mingyan hurried off to change her clothes. Zhang Jingyi watched her daughter depart with a smile and turned to Grandma Zhou, saying, later, please send a piece of the silk granted by the emperor to Aunt Yi as a token of appreciation. Though Aunt Yi lacked for silver, being a merchantess daughter, she certainly had never received imperial gifts. This gesture would bestow face upon her. Grandma Zhou nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating speaking but ultimately remaining silent. She sensed that her mistress had developed quite a fondness for the young concubine. As evening approached, Zhang Jingyi received the findings from Song Jin. The rumors had originated from Aunt Sun within the household. Aunt Sun, a lowly concubine who had entered the household 2 years prior, was originally a singer from Jinzhou, known for her melodious voice and skill in performing. She had been presented to Xie Jin as a beautiful gift from below. Though she had enjoyed a period of favor upon her arrival, she had long since fallen from grace. Upon realizing it was she, Zhang Jingyi felt a twinge of surprise. Examining the evidence and testimonies gathered, they all pointed to Aunt Sun, leaving no room for doubt. Confine Aunt Sun for the time being, and we shall determine her fate upon the Lord's return, Zhang Jingyi stated firmly. Also, send a letter to the Lord, briefly outlining the situation in the household so he may be prepared. Should we mention Qin Aunt's matter? Grandma Zhou inquired. There is no need to include that in the letter. I will speak to the Lord personally upon his return, Zhang Jingyi replied. Meanwhile, on Yao Yin's side, the individuals spreading the rumors were being apprehended, and they were well aware of it. Wang Mama had been trembling with fear for 2 days, relieved to find that they had not traced the matter back. Miss, we narrowly escaped this time thanks to Qian Er's cleverness. He discovered that Aunt Sun's associates were also involved in spreading rumors and conveniently shifted the blame onto her, allowing us to slip away. Wang Mama urged Yao Yinin, her voice laced with concern. My dear miss, I understand your grievances, but you must endure a little longer. Remember, our lord is the commander of the Jinui, tasked with covert investigations. Countless secret guards are embedded within this household, serving as the Lord's eyes. Our clandestine maneuvers cannot remain concealed from him. The esteemed consort Li has also sent word, advising you to be more circumspect and to avoid provoking the Lord's ire. She can intercede on your behalf if you comply, ensuring the Lord forgives you. Otherwise, you might truly lose the support of your maternal family. Yao Yinin did not retort, tears streaming down her cheeks as she absorbed Wang Mama's words, her voice seething with resentment. Even the mistress has been swayed by that wretched woman. Not only has she failed to deal with that vixen, but she also aids her in dispelling rumors. It's merely a few pavilions and ice blocks. How could the mistress be so easily deceived? Wang Mama pondered, considering that those pavilions and ice blocks were not inexpensive. Maintaining them throughout the summer would cost at least 5,000 taels. Their daughter hailed from nobility, yet they only had access to 2,000 taels, hardly enough to indulge in pavilions. Such disparity was evident. Aunt Yi had spent lavishly to curry favor, while the mistress, ever prioritizing the Lord, was a dignified and magnanimous matron who never intentionally sought to vex the concubines, naturally granting her some face. In this household, even the use of an extra basin of ice could spark conflict in the inner chambers, let alone the considerable undertaking of erecting pavilions. Upon hearing of the matter, the old matriarch summoned Zhang Jingyi, her expression grave, hinting that a pavilion should be constructed in her courtyard as well. Yet, Zhang Jingyi feigned ignorance, refusing to engage. When the old matriarch continued, Zhang Jingyi simply lamented that Aunt Yi has recently gained the Lord's favor, and with her family's wealth, her behavior has inevitably become somewhat audacious and extravagant. Mother, I find myself in a difficult position as well, bearing this burden in silence. You know how it is, once a concubine gains favor, we, as the primary wife, we can only bear witness with gritted teeth, ensuring that our face remains intact while not neglecting the necessary rewards. The old matriarch could hardly fail to perceive that she herself had been a favored concubine, and her body trembled with rage, ordering Zhang Jingyi to leave at once. With a wry smile, Zhang Jingyi complied and departed. Remembering how Ye Qingzhi had mentioned she had to actively seek out humiliation daily, Zhang Jingyi found it increasingly difficult to suppress her anger, her gaze fixated on the old matriarch's face, teetering on the edge of sarcasm. The notion that a head matron was pitted by a mere concubine was utterly preposterous. Who would believe such a tale? It was a profound humiliation for her, a clear indication that she had not performed her duties adequately, that she had erred gravely. Madam, do you believe you have been excessively disrespectful to the old matriarch? Grandma Zhou voiced her concern as they exited the show and halled out, how courteous I was to her in the past, and yet it yielded me no benefits, Zhang Jingyi retorted with a cold laugh. These past few days, I have taken a firmer stance, and you can see that aside from her frustration, she has not dared to take any real action against me. I have come to realize that she only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Henceforth, I shall only grow more resolute. Grandma Zhou paused, observing her mistress's upright posture, sensing an undeniable change in her demeanor. Chapter 13 The enchanting lord is enough for me. The old matriarch did not benefit from the pavilion, much less anyone else. Yao Yinin continued to recuperate indoors, but her daily needlework transformed from a single stitch of the diminutive Ye Qingzhi to an impressive 8. Her productivity soared dramatically. It can only be said that hatred indeed serves as the finest fuel for motivation. The other concubines in the rear courtyard were consumed with envy. Some lacked the funds to undertake such endeavors, while others were simply too timid to draw attention to themselves, thus refraining from following suit. Nonetheless, the topic of the pavilion inevitably surfaced in casual conversations. Madam Xia, as a merchantess daughter, I presume you possess a fair amount of silver. Why not erect a pavilion in your courtyard? Inquired concubine Qin with a smile upon seeing Madam Xia. In truth, it was a veiled jab, as she too hailed from a merchant family but lived a life far inferior to that of Madame Yi, who enjoyed greater favor and indulgence. I am not one to fear the heat, so I shall refrain from such endeavors. The silver I possess, I wish to save for my daughter Qian, Madame Xia replied with a bashful smile and a gentle tone. Concubine Qin, as you do not yet have children of your own, you will understand in time that one wishes to accumulate good things for their offspring rather than indulge oneself. The daughter mentioned by Madame Xia, Qian, was her 3-year-old child, raised under her care, with the matriarch only occasionally inquiring about her, never imposing any undue hardship. Madame Xia subtly mocked concubine Qin's lack of children, showcasing her own sharp wit. Concubine Qin's expression shifted slightly. She forced a smile and hastily departed. Back in her quarters, she caressed her still flat abdomen, silently resolving she still had time. With the right moves, she too could bear a child. Shuzhou Xiajin received another message from the residents, 3 days having passed since the last. He recalled the previous letter's contents, particularly Madame Ye's actions, which had piqued his interest. Thus, as he opened this new missive, a flicker of anticipation for amusement danced within him. Confined and yet still restless, Xiajin scoffed, glancing at the details regarding the pavilion. She is growing increasingly clever. He found himself curious about what new tricks Madame Ye would unveil upon his return. The thought stirred something within him, a yearning long unquenched. My lord, the case has reached a conclusion. The magistrate wishes to host a banquet for you tonight at the Suiqing Tower, announced Wang Shirye from the Shuzhou Yamen, bowing respectfully. Suiqing Tower was renowned as the finest brothel in Shuzhou, famed for its beautiful courtesans. It was said that their beauty was ethereal, with skin like porcelain and eyes brimming with allure, leaving one enchanted upon merely gazing at them. Xiajin did not decline the invitation and dined at Suiqing Tower that evening. In keeping with his esteemed status, he was attended to by the most celebrated courtesan. Despite her local renown, she was not accustomed to the likes of privileged patrons from the capital. Faced with the aristocratic and strikingly handsome Xiajin, she quickly succumbed to intoxication, yearning only to be close to him, pressing herself against him eagerly. Overwhelmed by her fragrance, Xiajin's patience wore thin, and with a stern countenance, he cast her aside. Go wash away that scent and return when you are clean. The courtesan, startled and frightened, was swiftly ushered away by the matron to bathe. Upon returning, she was bare of any embellishments, clad simply to serve Xiajin. As he regarded her fresh appearance, he could not help but compare her to Ye Qingzhi. It was evident that Ye Qingzhi eclipsed her in every aspect. It must be said, the experience was somewhat disheartening. Xiajin was not one to suffer mediocrity. Once his interest waned, it was lost entirely. He dismissed the courtesan once more, for the sight of her eager to share a bed with him evoked an unsettling feeling of being exploited. The courtesan, reduced to tears, lamented her misfortune. She had never encountered such disdain from a client before and was grappling with the harshest blow of her career. Woe is me, mother! Am I truly so wretched, so ugly? How could the Lord revile me so? I wish to cease to exist. Oh dear girl, the matron hurried to console her, perspiring profusely as she offered reassurances. Finally, she declared, fear not the disparity, I shall send you to the capital's Zihong courtyard for further training. What? The courtesan was taken aback. There was no need for such drastic measures. Better to be a prominent hen than a feeble phoenix. The capital, with her own kitchen and cook now at her disposal, Ye Qingzhi's appetite had doubled, and her culinary options expanded significantly. She had a penchant for sweet and sour flavors. Dishes like grape chicken, sweet and sour ribs, tomato prawns, and guo bao rou were among her favorites. Previously, the palace chefs had favored salty and spicy dishes, which left her little desire to eat. After a week of indulgence, Ye Qingzhi pinched the flesh at her waist and caressed her now rounder face. Pondering silently, she realized she could no longer indulge in such sweet treats without restraint. As a mere concubine, allowing herself to become a rotund figure was indeed lacking in professional integrity. The original owner had been too slender. Now, with a bit of meat returning to her figure, she found herself needing to exercise moderation, to move her legs and engage in some physical activity. Ye Qingzhi began her efforts anew, having the luxurious daybed removed in favor of a bamboo mat. Finding the mat too firm, she layered it with blankets and commenced her yoga practice to enhance her flexibility. However, many of the poses seemed scandalous and inappropriate to the views of the ancients. The maids in the courtyard blushed at the sight, while the matrons merely shook their heads in disapproval. Madam, perhaps we should practice on the bed instead? This might not reflect well, Rui suggested. Her cheeks flushed. Ye Qingzhi was speechless, bemused by how these women harbored more lewd thoughts than she did. Nonetheless, she was amenable to suggestions and willingly retreated indoors to practice. After all, her profession did not require the approval of others. Once she mastered her secret skills, it would be sufficient to astound the Lord, rendering him utterly captivated. After more than half a month, Xiajin finally concluded the case. Following his report to the palace, he returned to his residence. Upon his return, he first visited the Guoxing courtyard, ensuring that Lady Zhang Jingyi, the noble lady of the house, was pleased. Zhang Jingyi gazed at him with concern, noticing his weary appearance, and hastily instructed the servants to prepare hot water and meals. She personally poured tea for Xiajin, inquiring with genuine concern about his journey. It went smoothly, Xiajin replied, avoiding further discussion of business matters, shifting instead to inquire about affairs at the residence. Concubine Qin is likely pregnant, Zhang Jingyi whispered. This matter has yet to be made public, awaiting the Lord's decision. I am aware, and I shall handle it. You may act as though you know nothing. Xiajin's expression remained impassive, as though he were not the one wearing the green hat. Zhang Jingyi understood his disposition. He viewed those concubines merely as diversions and tools for his purposes, not possessions. Observing his indifference, she felt reassured. There is also the matter of concubine son spreading rumors that Madame Ye is a temptress reborn. I mentioned this in my letter. How shall we deal with concubine son? Zhang Jingyi inquired further. Chapter 14. The grandfather relishes the current sensation at 30, whether she lives or dies is entirely up to her, Xiajin remarked indifferently. Look at me, merely discussing distressing matters has vexed grandfather. However, there is indeed something delightful to share. Aunt Ye has generously provided funds to construct a gazebo for Yugu and Yanjia, along with a climbing frame for their amusement. Ever since, Yugu has been consuming more rice at mealtimes, appearing significantly more robust than before. Yan Jia has also invited numerous young ladies to visit, enjoying the shade of the gazebo while swinging and savoring snacks. Upon returning home, those young girls eagerly emulated the idea, leading many prominent families to erect similar gazebos. As Zhang Jingyi spoke, a smile spread across her face. She had not anticipated that the gazebo would become so fashionable among the affluent families of the capital, elevating the status of their whole residence within high society. Consequently, she rewarded Ye Qingzhi with a set of imperial gold cups. Ah, even under house arrest, she can still stir up such activities, Xia Jin said, a faint smirk playing on his lips, his expression inscrutable. It seemed he was somewhat pleased with Aunt Ye's actions, yet there was an underlying frustration simmering beneath the surface. Despite having been married for a decade, Zhang Jingyi occasionally found it challenging to decipher Xia Jin's thoughts. She could only comment, Aunt Ye remains quite composed, perceptive, and resourceful, showing great dedication to serving grandfather. I have heard that she has been practicing her movements of late, and they appear to be rather intriguing. Perhaps grandfather might consider taking a look later. Zhang Jingyi was well aware of the rumors surrounding Ye Qingzhi's somewhat provocative practices. Upon hearing the news, she had silently pondered for a moment, marveling at how far Aunt Ye was willing to go. There's no rush. Summon Yu Gu and Yan Jia to join us for dinner. Xia Jin ultimately did not refuse, rising to bathe and change. Madam, the Ho has just returned. Why are you so eager to send him away? Granny Zhou remarked, her brows knitted in concern. A forced melon is never sweet, Zhang Jingyi replied with a bittersweet smile. I just tested the waters. If the Ho truly wished to stay, he would naturally refuse to visit Aunt Ye. Now that she had both a son and a daughter, the respect and authority she deserved had been bestowed upon her by the Ho. She no longer desired to vie for his affection. Should he choose to stay, she would be delighted to serve him. If he did not wish to, she would calmly see him off, preserving her own dignity. After dinner in the Yanlu courtyard, Ye Qingzhi began to stroll around the yard. Once she felt sufficiently at ease, she returned to her bed to practice yoga. The heat of the day caused her to perspire despite the ice basin placed within the room. She removed her outer garment, donning only a yellow bodice and lightweight, breathable gauze pants, striking a pose reminiscent of a lotus flower. Xia Jin did not summon the maids to announce his presence. Instead, he entered quietly, witnessing her in her refreshing attire, performing such a rather unrefined posture. It was akin to a goddess seated on a lotus, exuding an alluring charm that was captivating to the core. Xia Jin's breath hitched, his gaze deepening as he regarded her with an intensity akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Upon hearing the noise, Ye Qingzhi turned towards the door, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Xia Jin, her smile radiant like a blossoming flower, exuding unparalleled beauty. Ah, Ho, you have returned. I was just thinking of you, she exclaimed. What were you thinking about me? Xia Jin approached her, lifting her chin and planting a kiss on her lips. Were you pondering how much I cherish you? Is being a bit plumper preferable, or did you prefer me as I was before? Ye Qingzhi inquired earnestly. As her superior, he was not only her leader but also her sole client. Thus, she naturally aimed to gauge and enhance his satisfaction. Xia Jin caressed her form before responding, I favor the current sensation, you may indulge in more food. Most women in the rear courtyard were emaciated, lacking any appeal to the touch. Ye Qingzhi had gained considerable weight, and Xia Jin found this quite delightful. Though he suggested she gain a bit more, she merely listened, fully aware that she would not comply. Should she become any larger, she would lose her allure. Her current figure was the epitome of sensuality and vitality, yet if she obediently followed the Ho's wishes and gained weight, he might soon find dissatisfaction. In the workplace, one must possess a clear self-awareness to avoid being easily manipulated by superiors, ensuring that one does not become overly enamored with grand promises that lead to unyielding dedication. It was precisely because the Ho easily dealt with Yao Yinin and provided her with a new employee's grace period along with generous benefits that Ye Qingzhi was inclined to invest effort in enhancing her skills. Otherwise, she would scoff at such inequities. Ultimately, Xia Jin, having grown fond of Ye Qingzhi's recovering physique, refrained from excessively demanding of her, instead expressing more tenderness. Your movements are commendable. Where did you learn them? Xia Jin's hand glided along her supple back, savoring this moment of tranquility as he initiated a leadership discussion. Before entering the residence, my father specifically sought out a knowledgeable maid to instruct me, ensuring I would serve you well, Ye Qingzhi replied, not entirely untruthfully. Her father had indeed arranged for a teacher, but the original owner of her identity had perceived it as a tremendous humiliation, refusing to learn, even going so far as to strike the elderly woman who had once worked as a madam in a brothel. Xia Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly disinterested as he casually mentioned, before entering the residence, you seemingly had an engagement. I heard it was with a talented scholar from a humble background, who was quite accomplished and held a reputable position in a Jiangnan academy. Not only was he expected to succeed in the imperial examination, but he was also anticipated to attain the rank of a top scholar in the spring examination. Why would you forsake a respectable position as a legitimate wife to serve me? Alas, to be honest with you, I was initially unwilling and even contemplated ending my life over it. Ye Qingzhi feigned a long sigh, inwardly noting that the moment had arrived. The leader was seeking her loyalty. She wondered if she could convincingly maintain her facade and uphold her character. Xia Jin's hand, which had been exploring her back, paused momentarily as he gazed at her exquisite beauty, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He was well aware of her past attempts at self-harm, having thoroughly investigated her background before accepting her into the residence. However, he had not anticipated her to so readily acknowledge it. Chapter 15. Yet another deadly move. Perhaps the Lord is unaware, but originally, the Ye family intended to offer Ye Qingzhi as a concubine to you. My younger sister was exceedingly eager about this arrangement, persistently urging our father to expedite the proceedings, eagerly anticipating her entry into the Lord's residence. However, for reasons unbeknownst to us, once the arrangement was finalized, she abruptly changed her mind, declaring that she no longer wished to enter the Lord's household. Then, at the spring banquet, Ye Qingzhi was found in a disheveled state, entwined with my former betrothed. I had envisioned a future where, after my husband achieved success in his official career, he could protect my mother and brothers, freeing us from the tyranny of the Gu family. Yet, to my dismay, I was met with such betrayal and humiliation, shattering my dreams and extinguishing my hopes, leading me to a moment of despair where I contemplated ending my own life. After being rescued, I was coerced by the Gu family, who threatened the safety of my mother and brothers, compelling me to replace Ye Qingzhi in the Lord's household. My father, too, implored me to comply, and thus I acquiesced. However, after enduring several life and death experiences, coupled with the Lord's intervention on my behalf regarding Anjiao, I have come to a realization: only high-ranking officials and nobles like you are truly worthy of reliance, capable of safeguarding my mother and brothers. Therefore, I shall diligently serve you, striving to earn your satisfaction. As Ye Qingzhi concluded her words, her eyes sparkled brightly as they met Xia Jin's gaze, radiating an open-hearted trust. She had said all that needed to be said. Whether he chose to believe her was of no consequence. The duration of her role as a concubine rested solely upon the will of the Lord. Alas, in this world, she had no option to resign or seek another household. To dare to resign and flee would be folly. After all, the Lord was a man of the Imperial Guard, and where could she escape? To switch allegiances and bring shame upon the Lord would only lead to a more tragic demise. Xia Jin was inclined to believe her to a significant extent, hence he did not dwell further on the matter. He had merely inquired out of curiosity, not out of concern. Why Ye Qingzhi's conduct in bed was indeed unconventional compared to other well-bred ladies who adhered strictly to propriety and decorum. Yet, he found her audacity refreshing. As a concubine, she was supposed to be intriguing. Excessive rigidity and constant recitation of rules and etiquette would render any interaction tedious. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, and Ye, go plead with the lady to summon the physician. What business do you have here seeking the Lord? He cannot cure ailments, so if you wish to intercept, just say so instead of feigning illness. Truly, the master reflects the nature of his servants, Xia Jin remarked, glancing at Ye Qingzhi with a teasing smirk, noting her sharp tongue and straightforwardness. Rui speaks the truth. My lord, will you attend to this? I wonder which concubine can no longer restrain herself and seeks your favor, Ye Qingzhi boldly retorted, attempting to don her attire to investigate, but upon picking up her undergarment, she blushed and cast it aside. Xia Jin rubbed his forehead, sitting up to dress while admonishing her, in the future, before you speak, let your mind govern your tongue. With her penchant for exposing the hidden flaws of others, he feared she might provoke a violent response. My lord, understood. From now on, I shall step outside without my tongue, claiming you commanded me to practice silence. Ye Qingzhi responded obediently. Xia Jin, exasperated, tapped her forehead with his fingertip. Do not mistake a mere feather for a command. As their playful banter continued, Rui knocked at the door, announcing that Anqing's maid, Chuanqing, sought an audience, stating that Anqing was ill and had important matters to convey to the Lord. Understood, let her wait, Ye Qingzhi replied, foregoing her undergarment and donning a light outer garment, casually tying a ribbon, effortlessly achieving a captivating allure. Xia Jin's gaze was immediately drawn to her. Ye Qingzhi, noticing his intense interest, understood instantly and playfully urged, my lord, do not stare. If you do, we shall surely end up in bed again, and Anqing awaits your presence. If you fancy my attire, I shall prepare several more sets for your viewing pleasure next time. Xia Jin replied, silence. This woman had an unrestrained tongue. Oh, my lord does not favor my arrangements? Very well, I shall relent, Ye Qingzhi acquiesced with a playful tone. Xia Jin shot her a glance, signaling her to reconsider, before stepping out, commanding her to remain inside. Did she wish to venture out dressed thus? Ye Qingzhi gazed at the closed door, then glanced down at her attire, letting out a soft click of her tongue. In her haste, she had inadvertently donned an outfit that exuded an air of seductive authority. It seemed she had fallen victim to her own inexperience. She noted this newfound skill in her mind, adding yet another deadly move to her repertoire, enhancing her core competencies. Truly, she was a diligent employee striving for improvement. Xia Jin departed from the Yanlu courtyard, following Chuanqing to Anqing's quarters. Throughout the journey, his expression remained ominously dark, rendering Chuanqing too fearful to breathe, her scalp prickling with anxiety over whether Anqing could withstand the Lord's wrath. After all, he had been summoned from Anjie's bed. It was evident he had not yet found satisfaction, hence the stormy demeanor. Xia Jin was indeed unsatisfied, but his brooding countenance stemmed from an unsettling realization. When it came to matters of the heart, he found himself unable to restrain his desires for Ye Qingzhi, even feeling as though she held some sway over him. This was difficult for a man so accustomed to control, and it even sparked a fleeting thought of violence against her. However, he quickly reconsidered. She was merely a diversion, not worth such turmoil. Besides, she was undeniably entertaining, and to eliminate her would be a pity. Upon entering the Shangqiu courtyard, Xia Jin found Anqing lying pale upon the bed. Greetings, my lord. Anqing quickly rose to salute him, her voice soft and feigned. My lord, I have longed to see you. Xia Jin halted before her, his gaze icy as he regarded her performance. Anqing, sensing his silence, grew increasingly anxious, gradually approaching him with a coy demeanor. My lord, I have heard from my father that he has captured a magnificent steed, wild and untamed, capable of traveling 1,000 miles daily, which he intends to present to you shortly. Xia Jin evaded her outstretched hand, coldly demanding, whose child is in your womb? Anqing's face drained of color, her legs buckling beneath her as sheer terror engulfed her, rendering her powerless to respond. The overwhelming dread washed over her. The Lord knew everything. Chapter 16. A foolish and naive my lord, it is I who deserve death. I implore you, do not take out your wrath on my father and the others. They have been unwaveringly loyal to you. It is my own fault, and I shall take my leave from this world. Please, my lord, temper your anger. The concubine, Qin, immediately resolved to end her own life, refusing to divulge the identity of her illicit lover. My dear brother possesses the talent to render you fearless in your infidelity, and even as death approaches, you remain steadfast in your protection of him. Xia Jin sneered, his voice growing increasingly frigid. Qin was left utterly paralyzed, unable to utter even a plea for her own demise, her mind blank with terror. I can grant you a reprieve, Xia Jin stated coldly. Yi Qin, dazed, looked up at him in disbelief. Could she truly have a chance at survival in her current state? It is not only your life at stake, the fates of your father and brothers rest upon your thoughts, Xia Jin continued, his demeanor aloof and indifferent. Choose. Obey my commands, or die now. I shall heed your every command, my lord, Qin replied, her heart heavy with despair. I only ask that, upon fulfilling your wishes, their survival hinges entirely on your performance, Xia Jin retorted, turning away to pour himself a cup of tea. My lord, did you know from the very first encounter that I was destined to serve you? Qin, driven by an unquenchable curiosity, ventured to ask, perhaps seeking clarity in her impending fate. Xia Jin merely flicked a glance at her, disdain etched upon his features, and slowly drained his teacup. Qin dared not press further, she had underestimated the magnitude of his character. Ensure the safety of the child within you. I may yet find a use for it, Xia Jin remarked with a hint of detachment. Qin's complexion paled as she acknowledged this, her heart sinking into despair, yet this tortuous path was of her own choosing. Who could she blame? How could she have momentarily lost her senses and entangled herself with her lord? Regret washed over her. After partaking in 3 cups of tea, Xia Jin rose to depart. Once he had left, Qin shed her garments and collapsed onto the bed, unable to contain her anguish any longer, weeping uncontrollably. Upon hearing the commotion, Xuanqing hurriedly entered the room, puzzled, and sniffed the air, detecting no signs of any recent encounter. Had the concubine truly attended to the lord? Why, then, was she in such disarray? Concubine, have you angered the lord? Xuanqing inquired cautiously. I have prepared hot water, would you like to refresh yourself? Xuanqing, I have succeeded. The lord desired me just now. Qin wiped away her tears and sat up, forcing a strained smile. Seeing her in such a state, Xuanqing felt a chill run down her spine. Congratulations, concubine. As long as you can keep it hidden from the physician, all will be well. We can arrange for a premature birth, no one will suspect the child's true age. Indeed, just so, Qin said, tenderly caressing her belly, a smile creeping onto her lips. My good days are on the horizon. After Xia Jin's departure the previous night, Ye Qingzhi took a warm bath and retired for the night, sleeping soundly without interruptions or nightmares. Engaging in moderate exercise before bedtime had proven beneficial for her rest. Once she had completed her breakfast, Xunyu began to groom her, gently asking, Concubine, today you are to pay your respects to the lady. Should I dress you in something more resplendent or more subdued? Has my house arrest been lifted? Ye Qingzhi inquired, somewhat regretful. She had yet to tire of her confinement and was reluctant to engage in meetings with her colleagues. Yes, word has just arrived from the ladies' quarters that you are no longer required to remain confined. Xunyu Too plain would appear insincere, while too extravagant would seem pretentious. A modest yet graceful appearance will suffice to convey my obedience and understanding. Xunyu possessed a deft touch, expertly arranging her hair and selecting complementary accessories, skillfully applying makeup. After her transformation, Ye Qingzhi's alluring features were softened, and paired with her serene demeanor, she exuded an air of gentle modesty akin to that of a refined maiden. Your skills are commendable, and your taste is exquisite, Ye Qingzhi remarked, admiring her reflection in the mirror, satisfied with Chunyu's work. Upon the arrival of Xiachan, she inquired whether she was adept at grooming and if she could match Chunyu's talent. Replying to the concubine, my skills in grooming do not compare to Chunyu's, Xiachan answered honestly. Ye Qingzhi took note of this, deciding that Chunyu would henceforth be responsible for her grooming. Chunyu cast a triumphant glance at Xiachan, feeling secure in her position as the first maid. Xiachan inhaled deeply, then stepped forward to say, Concubine, the sun is quite fierce outside. I have brought an umbrella, we can use it for shade. Yes, well done. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Ye Qingzhi replied with approval. Rui observed as Chunyu and Xiachan fawned over the young lady, rolling her eyes. She was unconvinced that these two could surpass her. After all, she was the concubine's foremost attendant. Upon arriving at the Guixing courtyard, Ye Qingzhi awaited her summons to enter, only to find the room already filled with a myriad of beauties. Aside from the lady, who held authority, the others present would be her future colleagues. Initially, the women were engaged in their own conversations, but upon noticing Ye Qingzhi's entrance, they all turned to regard her, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, some envious, some inquisitive, and others eager to witness the unfolding drama. They had heard the rumors from the previous night. On the first night of the Lord's return to the manor, he had dined with the lady, only to seek out concubine Ye shortly thereafter. Yet, unexpectedly, concubine Qin had intervened, whisking him away. However, it was said that the Lord had only remained for a few cups of tea before his fury had compelled him to leave, while concubine Qin had wept bitterly, her eyes swollen come morning. As soon as concubine Qin had arrived, she had knelt before the lady to offer her apologies, claiming to have offended the Lord and requesting punishment. The lady had graciously forgiven her. Now, the other concubines were left to speculate on how the lady would respond to the favored and sycophantic concubine Ye. I pay my respects to you, my lady, Ye Qingzhi said, performing her duties with proper decorum. Zhang Jingyi regarded Ye Qingzhi, pleased with her demure appearance, and remarked coolly, it appears that concubine Ye has been well nurtured. Zhang Jingyi had nearly forgotten how Ye Qingzhi had appeared upon her arrival at the manor, recalling only that she had been thinner and less radiant, lacking the vitality that now illuminated her countenance, making her undeniably captivating. Thank you for your concern, my lady. I owe it all to the talented cook you provided. My appetite has improved immensely. Not only have I regained my health, but I have also gained a bit of weight. My face is rounded, and my waist is thickened. I can barely fit into my old garments, Ye Qingzhi said with a smile, projecting an image of Navet. This appearance is indeed more becoming, Zhang Jingyi replied with a faint smile. Please, take your seat. The other concubines were left in a state of confusion, their thoughts echoing. Is that all? Chapter 17, bringing laughter to everyone in the grand hierarchy of the Marquis' household. Favored concubines like her and Yao Yinin held positions akin to department. Not only did they enjoy the privilege of spacious courtyards of their own, but they also had the right to bring a maid from their natal family as a trusted confidant, along with 6 other maids and matrons to attend to their needs. Their monthly allowances and rations were quite respectable. If the Marquis and the mistress deigned to grant them favor, these concubines could even partake in modestly scaled social gatherings without transgressing the bounds of propriety. Legitimate wives could also be registered in the family lineage, yet the disparity was palpable. They were not permitted to bring family members into the household and lacked dowries. Once admitted, their status and dignity were markedly different. While favored concubines could attend certain private banquets, legitimate wives were barred from such occasions, and should a legitimate wife ever be seen at a gathering, it would undoubtedly invite derision. As for the lowly concubines, they were mere slaves who had been taken to bed by their masters, encompassing both the household maids and those procured from outside, such as the slender beauties from Yangzhou. They remained bound by servitude, their contracts held by the mistress, who could dismiss or gift them at will within the estate. There were 5 lowly concubines, for legitimate wives, and 3 favored concubines. Aside from herself and Yao Yinin, there was another favored concubine, Su Ranjan, also known as Aunt Su. This particular lady had an impressive lineage. She was the Marquis' cousin. Rumor had it that she was an orphan, having lost both parents, and was frail and sickly, prompting the Marquis to take her in as a favored concubine and care for her within the household. Though termed a favored concubine, her provisions were akin to those of legitimate sons and daughters, a luxury that women like Yao Yinin and herself could scarcely hope to attain. In the presence of such influential connections, Ye Qingzhi understood well to keep her distance. Working alongside them typically meant that the accolades would be attributed to them, while she bore the brunt of any missteps. The expectation that one's superiors would rise to the occasion in fairness was a folly she had long abandoned. Casting a quick glance at the assembly of beauties, she spotted a sickly beauty and surmised that it must be Su Ranjan, so she chose to sit at the farthest possible spot away from her. Lady Yi, this is typically where Lady Yao sits, a nearby beauty whispered to her once she was settled. You might want to find another place, lest Lady Yao arrives and takes offense. Ye Qingzhi raised an eyebrow. Is there truly a designated seat for her? Am I not permitted to sit here? The sister beside me insists that I yield my place to Lady Yao. With that, she promptly stood up and inquired of the mistress, Madam, is this chair indeed reserved for Lady Yao? Should I not sit here? In moments of indecision, it was wise to consult one's superior rather than risking becoming a target of ire. It matters not, there is no such thing as a designated seat here, Zhang Jingyi replied, her gaze icy as she regarded the maid who had spoken. Madam, that was not my intention. I merely believed that Lady Yao would certainly be displeased by my presence here, and I thought it prudent to advise Lady Yi accordingly to avoid unnecessary conflict. The maid hastily knelt, her face pale with fear. As a lowly concubine, she belonged to the bottom tier of the household staff, residing in the Haitang courtyard with the other 4 lowly concubines. Each had their own modest quarters, akin to cubicles without private offices. They were attended by only one maid, while the chores of cleaning and preparing hot water for bathing were managed by the general cleaning staff, rather, by the rougher maids and matrons. Should a lowly concubine earn favor or bear a male or female child, she might be elevated to the status of a legitimate wife, reclaiming her contract of servitude. Must I yield my seat simply because Lady Yao may be displeased? We are all favored concubines. What makes her superior to me? Life is fleeting. Why should I demean myself to appease her? Ye Qingzhi looked down at the kneeling maid. Stand and speak, do not tremble as if I am bullying you. Let us discuss the matter at hand, and once clarified, we shall consider it settled. The maid could hardly articulate a response, only managing to weep inconsolably. After a moment of silence, Zhang Jingyi interjected sternly, enough. Su Yang shall forfeit a month's allowance, this matter will be put to rest. It is but a seat, not worth your squabbling. Su Yang, feeling humiliated, offered her apologies, while Ye Qingzhi, not one to prolong the matter, resumed her seat. However, the gazes of those around her had subtly shifted. She was evidently not to be trifled with. Her sharp tongue could escalate even the slightest grievance into a significant issue. Lady Yi, I apologize for my behavior last night. Qin Yang rose to address her. There is no need for apologies. Your ability to escort the Marquis away speaks to your own merits, Ye Qingzhi replied with a gentle smile, exuding grace and lacking any hint of anger. Thank you, little Qin, continue your diligent efforts. The Marquis' household needs individuals like you. This would certainly allow her to leave early. Qin Yang blinked in surprise. Bowing once more in apology, Zhang Jingyi observed Ye Qingzhi closely, noting her lack. Perhaps she truly did not mind. As long as she was not another Yao Yinin, all would be well. At that moment, Yao Yinin entered, having learned of the Marquis's return. She had not rested in the mistress's room but had instead gone straight to indulge Ye Qingzhi. Overcome with jealousy, she could no longer remain cooped up and rushed to pay her respects to the mistress. Upon entering, she spotted Ye Qingzhi occupying her usual seat, instantly perceiving it as a challenge to her authority. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Lady Yi, you are sitting in my chair, are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Laughter erupted around the room, some stifling giggles behind handkerchiefs, while others guffawed openly. "What is so amusing?" Yao Yinin cried, bewildered and flustered, stamping her foot in frustration. She felt as though she had become a jester, the source of everyone's amusement. As she spoke, a beauty stood and, with the mistress's consent, smiled as she explained the situation to Yao Yinin. Upon learning that Ye Qingzhi had just stirred up a commotion over the very seat she now occupied, and that the mistress had reprimanded Su Yang, Yao Yinin's face flushed crimson. With a pained expression, she turned to the mistress to apologize, receiving only a few curt words of admonition before the matter was brushed aside, prompting her to take a seat quickly. Daily visits to pay respects to the mistress rarely involved matters of significant import. As concubines, they held no sway over household affairs, nor did they manage the estate's finances or the upbringing of children. Marriage arrangements for their offspring were beyond their jurisdiction as well. Regarding gatherings and social functions, they lacked even the right to attend, let alone assist, as those responsibilities lay with the stewardesses and maids. To be frank, even if the mistress wished to assign them tasks, there was little to be done. Their existence was primarily as instruments of pleasure and childbirth. Thus, the mistress's advice typically revolved around serving the Marquis well, ensuring the household flourished, adhering to propriety, and fulfilling their roles. Oh, and if any of them had attended to the Marquis the previous day, the mistress might specifically commend her for her efforts. After the tea was consumed, the gathering would typically disperse. However, as everyone anticipated the usual proceedings, they were taken aback when the mistress announced, "Today, there is another matter to address. Recently, some unpleasant rumors have circulated, claiming that Lady Yi is the reincarnation of a seductress. The source of these slanders is none other than Lady Sun from within the household. Bring her before us." Chapter 18. My lord, I cannot comply. Upon hearing this incident, the crowd feigned surprise, though in truth, they were all well aware of the undercurrents within the residence, especially regarding such a significant matter. Some exaggeratedly gasped, covering their mouths in mock astonishment, prompting a fleeting glance from Ye Qingzhi. This colleague's performance was rather theatrical, to say the least. While Ye Qingzhi could still afford to indulge in the amusement of others' folly, all eyes were inevitably on her, as she was the central figure in this unfolding drama. Yet, her demeanor remained unaffected, as if the accusations of being a seductress were not aimed at her. In contrast, Yao Yinin internally berated Ye Qingzhi for her audacity and lack of shame. Before long, concubine Sun was brought forth, kneeling on the ground in a position that resembled a half-sitting, half-prostrate state. Her pallid complexion and listless expression suggested she had lost her very spirit. Ye Qingzhi recalled information she had gathered. Concubine Sun hailed from the ranks of performers in Jinju, possessing an exquisite voice and a talent for song, a beauty gifted to the Marquis by those below him. She had entered the residence 2 years prior and had enjoyed a period of favor, reportedly having once been pregnant, though sadly, she had suffered a miscarriage soon thereafter. There was no need to elaborate on concubine Sun's beauty. She was undoubtedly stunning, or else she would not have been presented to Xie Jin. Ye Qingzhi mused that concubine Sun had become excessively emaciated, a mere wisp of her former self. Judging by the Marquis's demeanor from yesterday, it seemed her diminished stature had led to her fall from grace. Regrettably, she had yet to hear her sing before she had betrayed her own interests. Her colleagues, each possessing striking appearances and talents, guaranteed an abundance of entertainment during team-building events, yet they resembled crabs, each too eager to strike the lass. "Lady Yi, do you have anything to say?" Zhang Jingyi inquired. "Upon observing concubine Sun, I find myself compelled to express my thoughts," Ye Qingzhi replied, approaching concubine Sun with an air of grace. "In the workplace, when prompted by a superior, one must seize the opportunity to shine. If one cannot articulate their thoughts, how can their abilities be recognized? Even the most stellar achievements require verbal affirmation. In the professional realm, those who can articulate their thoughts will always be favored by leadership over those who merely execute tasks. If one possesses both skill and eloquence, and still fails to ascend the ranks, then it may be time to consider a change in leadership to someone more discerning." Zhang Jingyi assumed Ye Qingzhi was about to vent her frustrations and nodded, permitting her to express her feelings. The others shared this sentiment. Concubine Sun glanced up at her, yet showed no reaction before lowering her gaze once more. In the game of power, she had lost, and there was little left to say. "Concubine Sun, as concubines, we naturally aspire for the Marquis's affection. It is only natural that we desire to serve him well. To not compete for his favor would suggest indifference. When one finds favor, it is only human to feel jealousy. We are not stones, devoid of emotion." The moment Ye Qingzhi uttered these words, the look in concubine Sun's eyes shifted, a spark igniting where there had been indifference. The other concubines nodded in agreement, feeling her words resonate deeply with. "However, if jealousy consumes you, and instead of focusing on enhancing your own skills, namely, the art of pleasing the Marquis, you fixate solely on eliminating your rivals, that is sheer folly. Today you may vanquish me, but tomorrow another will win his favor. Even if you were to eliminate all the beauties in the residence, new ones will inevitably arrive. Can you vanquish them all? Concubine Sun's expression shifted, acknowledging the piercing truth of Ye Qingzhi's words. The other concubines could not help but ponder deeply. Zhang Jingyi cast a glance at Ye Qingzhi, observing her poise and the reasoned nature of her speech. Ye Qingzhi knelt beside Concubine Sun, gently taking her chin to scrutinize her face. Concubine Sun frowned and shook her head vigorously, prompting Ye Qingzhi to release her grip while maintaining eye contact. Concubine Sun, you are undeniably beautiful, and it is said you possess a remarkable voice. Your prior favor indicates you have qualities the Marquis admires. You must identify the reasons for his disdain, amend your missteps, and leverage your strengths to innovate and regain his affections. Why expend your efforts and resources to trouble me? Consider what the Marquis represents. He is the commander of the Jiangyang. Engaging in gossip is akin to brandishing a sword before Guan Yu. Utterly absurd. Now you see your own folly. Instead of dragging me down, you have ensnared yourself. Alas, what a pity. Your foolishness brings me to tears. Ye Qingzhi shook her head in sorrow, feigning heartbreak. Yao Yining, who had been listening nearby, wore a grim expression, feeling as though Ye Qingzhi's critique was indirectly aimed at her. She had longed for the Marquis' affection. She could not allow others to bask in it either. While she understood the logic, she simply could not bring herself to comply. Concubine Sun, initially bewildered, began to recognize the wisdom in Ye Qingzhi's words. You are far more astute than I. It is no wonder you have won the Marquis' affections. I cannot deny my defeat. Her voice was hoarse, yet it still carried a melodic quality. Having been enlightened by Ye Qingzhi, Concubine Sun felt a newfound respect for her. She reflected that had she heard such counsel earlier, she would have avoided her previous folly. This is not mere intelligence, it is self-awareness. I comprehend my limitations and know that my schemes cannot escape the scrutiny of the Marquis and the lady, so I refrain from engaging in foolish endeavors. Ye Qingzhi rose, bowing to Zhang Jingyi. Madam, I have conveyed all I wish to express. Very well articulated. Nurse, be sure to reward Lady Yi with some fabric, so she may fashion new garments. Her current attire appears quite ill-fitting. Zhang Jingyi replied with a smile, acknowledging Ye Qingzhi with a nod and a gift. Regardless of Ye Qingzhi's true intentions, her words indicated a virtuous mindset and a sharp intellect, which sufficed in Zhang Jingyi's eyes. Even if she enjoyed favor, she would not become overly presumptuous. Why Ye Qingzhi expressed her gratitude for the madam's generosity and returned to her seat. Zhang Jingyi's demeanor shifted as she addressed the other concubines with an air of authority. You should all reflect upon Lady Ye's words. She possesses clarity of thought, perceiving matters more astutely than you. The Marquis favors those who are composed, wise, and kind-hearted, while he has no patience for those who are cunning and malicious. The other concubines nodded in agreement, casting renewed glances at Ye Qingzhi, their attitudes shifting from envy to a hint of respect. Concubine Sun, your actions in spreading rumors have tarnished the Marquis' reputation, and you shall face consequences. The Marquis has decreed 30 strikes. Should you survive, your past transgressions will be forgiven. Zhang Jingyi's voice was cold as she rendered her judgment upon Concubine Sunday. Chapter 19 of Fallen from Favor? I accept my punishment, said Concubine Sun, completely prostrated on the ground, her voice trembling with fear. 30 strokes of the cane. She truly feared she would not survive. The other concubines also turned pale, and even Concubine Zhao, who shared a close bond with Sun, stepped forward to plead for her. Concubine Zhao, also a lowly maid from Jingzhou, had always referred to Sun as sister and regarded her as her only kin in the household. Upon hearing that Sun was to receive 30 strokes, Zhao was terrified, yet mustered the courage to intercede, even offering to share half of the punishment. Such was their genuine sisterly bond, not a mere facade. Tears streamed down Sun's face as she embraced Zhao, weeping inconsolably, and soon the room was filled with their lamentations. Then, several other concubines, unsure of their sincerity, dabbed at their eyes with handkerchiefs, their expressions betraying sympathy. Ha! Concubine Yi, your words are more melodious than any song. Why bother with such pretenses? If you truly sympathize with Concubine Sun, why not beseech the Marquis on her behalf? 30 strokes could very well be fatal, remarked Yao Yining with a sarcastic tone. I am a human, not a saint. Faced with those who wish me harm, it is already noble of me not to add insult to injury during her punishment. How could I possibly plead for mercy? Do I have full written all over my face? Ye Qingzhi replied coolly, her gaze fixed on Yao, laden with irony. If I were to plead for Sun, you would praise my virtue in public while deriding me as a fool in private, and soon I would become the pitiful pawn you manipulate for your own ends. If I refuse to plead, you would call me heartless and a vile creature. Wound to you, since neither side is humane, I choose to be the heartless one. This way, when you plot against me, you'll think twice. Can you bear the consequences of your actions? I am petty. If a dog bites me, I will chase it down and bite back. Though I can let go of most matters, it does not prevent me from holding a grudge. Ye Qingzhi's words flowed forth, leaving Yao Yining. Having exhausted both kind and harsh words, what more could she say? Even Zhang Jingyi found herself somewhat impressed by Ye Qingzhi's audacity. Her boldness in speaking the unspoken was remarkable. While others often spoke with veiled meanings, maintaining a facade of cordiality while plotting behind the scenes, Yi, on the other hand, wielded her dagger openly, unafraid to strike back at anyone who dared to bully her. Strangely, Zhang found herself envying her. Pull Concubine Zhao away and take Concubine Sun down, commanded Zhang Jingyi coldly, rising from her seat. The punishment shall be carried out in the courtyard, you shall all bear witness. Witnessing the punishment served to instill fear. Only by witnessing true retribution would one cultivate a sense of reverence, hesitating to commit wrongdoings in the future. Ah, with the first blow, Concubine Sun screamed in agony. After 10 strokes, her cries diminished, blood seeping from her wounds. The concubines watching turned pale, several of them needing support from maids to remain upright, unable to withstand the gruesome scene. Ye Qingzhi elegantly chose to faint. Before losing consciousness, she made sure to establish her narrative, exclaiming, blood, so much blood. Her feigned fainting spell was a ruse, akin to her previous pretense of being carsick. With the guise of being squeamish at the sight of blood, she could conveniently avoid any awkward conversations during future car rides with superiors. An exceptionally useful persona, in this era, where bloodshed was a constant threat, her act of fainting at the sight of blood would serve her well, allowing her to remain blissfully unbothered in harrowing situations. As Ye Qingzhi collapsed, a few other concubines, inspired by her example, soon followed suit, fainting one after another. Among them, Su Ranran, who was frail and had never witnessed such brutality, genuinely lost consciousness as Sun was. Yao Yining, overwhelmed by guilt and fear, also succumbed to fainting. Zhang Jingyi, observing these ineffective concubines, wrinkled her brow in disdain and ordered them all to leave. In the end, concubine Sun survived. Though her body was weak, her spirit was resolute, imbued with a tenacity to cling to life. When she was carried back, she was barely alive, and the physician shook his head at her injuries, believing she would not survive. Yet, 3 days later, her fever subsided, and concubine Sun finally escaped the clutches of death. Concubine, I heard that concubine Sun has awakened, she should survive, Rui relayed the news to Ye Qingzhi. That is splendid news. I hope this time, she truly receives a second chance at life and refrains from foolishness, Ye Qingzhi responded, feeling a sense of relief at Sun's survival. Despite having been betrayed, it was difficult for her to view life as inconsequential. After all, Sun's actions did not warrant death. Moreover, seeing that Sun was still receptive to guidance, it would feel wrong for her to perish. Many concubines have visited, bringing gifts for Concubine Sunday. Shall we send something as well? Rui inquired. Let us refrain from sending gifts, anything could be misconstrued as a hidden malice. Instead, let us give her 100 taels in silver. Meanwhile, Chunyu and Xiaochan exchanged amused glances, finding his words genuinely entertaining. Meanwhile, Concubine Sun received the 100 tael silver note from Ye Qingzhi, feeling a surge of gratitude. Money was precisely what she needed at that moment. Although Ye had not interceded on her behalf, her words had enlightened her, making her realize that she owed Ye a debt of gratitude. Once I recover, I will personally visit to express my thanks, Concubine Sun promised Rui. So long as you do not harbor resentment against our concubine, there is no need for thanks, Rui waved her hand dismissively. As time flew by, half a month passed without a word from Xie Jin. Concubine, the Marquis has not visited for quite some time. Rumors abound that you have fallen from favor, Rui reported, having diligently gathered information. She could vividly sense the shift in the attitudes of the servants. They had once been warm and welcoming, but now they regarded her with indifference, heightening her anxiety. Concubine, are you even listening to me? You have lost favor, are you not worried? Rui exclaimed anxiously, stamping her foot in frustration. Ye Qingzhi, however, was unperturbed. Losing favor felt akin to an extended holiday. Who among hard-working individuals would ever resent a lengthy break? She longed for more such holidays, especially if they came with pay, yet, despite the luxury of leisure, it meant she would only receive her basic wage, losing the social standing, prestige, and rewards that accompanied her position. Just half a month of this so-called holiday, and she already felt her reputation in the household dwindling. Chapter 20 A young couple's scandalous dialogue. Sister Rui, the Marquis has only stayed in the inner residence 3 times in the past half-month, once with the madam, once with concubine Su, who was unwell, and once with concubine Wu, likely to visit young Master Jiu. This hardly indicates that our madam has fallen out of favor, Chunyu could not help but argue. Concubine Wu, a favored concubine, though the daughter of a military general, possessed a gentle, almost timid disposition, and spoke little. Yet, she was fortunate. In her second year in the household, she became pregnant and safely gave birth to Xie Jin's first illegitimate son. Before the madam bore a legitimate heir, all the concubines consumed contraceptive potions, so concubine Wu's son was only 3 years old. Despite Chunyu's logical reasoning, the Marquis's continued absence left her anxious. The Marquis's affection was paramount in this household. The concubines had once basked in his favor, and now, with that affection seemingly vanished, it felt akin to plummeting from the heavens. Chunyu's analysis holds merit, Ye Qingzhi replied with a perfunctory nod. While uttering heartfelt sentiments, however, one cannot remain in neglect indefinitely. If I cannot serve the Marquis, what significance does my existence hold? Both Chunyu and Rui were momentarily taken aback, then felt a pang of sorrow for their concubine. Her deep affection for the Marquis was evident, yet alas, it seemed heartbreak was her destiny. Summon Xiaochan and inquire whether she has prepared the battle attire I requested, Ye Qingzhi declared, resolute in her decision to return to work. Having previously failed to execute her plan of seductive uniformity, she had promised to create several more outfits to showcase to Xie Jin on the next occasion. This was a work task. Even during her extended leave, Ye Qingzhi remained dedicated and did not neglect her preparations. Armed with her exceptional drawing skills, regardless of how they came to be, what mattered was their utility. She illustrated a similar clothing style for Xiaochan to craft. Such intimate garments were certainly not to be entrusted to the household seamstresses, they were the responsibility of personal maids. She had even attempted to embroider herself. In her previous life, embroidery was considered an intangible cultural heritage, and anyone skilled in it garnered admiration. Live-streaming embroidery, paired with a charming persona, would undoubtedly attract immense popularity. Suddenly finding herself a master of embroidery, she felt a thrill of satisfaction. However, after crafting a small pouch, she found herself unwilling to needle and thread any longer. Her hands ached, her eyes strained, it was simply not enjoyable. Subsequently, Ye Qingzhi tested her calligraphy skills, discovering she could write exquisite small characters with a brush. She quickly penned a page of elegant script, admiring her handiwork for some time, feeling quite accomplished. I shall inquire at once, Chunyu said, unable to suppress a smirk at the thought of the battle attire. The concubines were indeed resourceful, willing to go to great lengths to vie for favor. Moments later, Chunyu and Xiaochan returned, both holding various garments. Are they ready? Ye Qingzhi inquired. Xiachan, blushing, replied, I largely followed the design the concubine provided, making slight modifications. Please have a look and see if it meets your approval. Creating these garments was truly a challenge to her principles and sensibilities. It felt excessively shameful, yet, for the sake of their concubine's favor, such concerns faded into insignificance. The essence of intimate apparel lay in its tantalizing allure, artfully half-revealing while accentuating certain focal points to pique interest. If the garments were tighter, shorter, and adorned with more ribbons, they could evoke a captivating visual of restraint. Although black stockings were not a material of the ancient world, the existence of sheer fabrics offered considerable potential. Ye Qingzhi examined each outfit, nodding in satisfaction, and remarked, Well done, Xiachan, you have worked diligently these past few days. Here is a reward of 10 taels of silver. Xiachan, elated, knelt to express her gratitude, the earlier feelings of embarrassment evaporating. Silver could indeed heal all wounds. As a second-tier maid, her monthly wage was but 1 tael, thus, 10 taels equated to 10 months' earnings. The concubine was exceedingly generous. She appreciated such a concubine and resolved to serve her with utmost dedication, ensuring that she would never fall out of favor. Xunyu gazed at Xiachan enviously. She herself had yet to receive a reward. Rui, please inquire with Jinbo if the Marquis is free tonight to visit, Ye Qingzhi instructed Rui. Ah, are you certain you wish to say that? He is the Marquis, not Jinbao, Rui cautioned in a hushed tone. Then I shall say that I miss him and wish to spend a romantic evening together, Ye Qingzhi proposed after a moment's thought. Rui's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, murmuring, Concubine, please choose another, I cannot utter such words. Ye Qingzhi, understanding her predicament as a young maiden, did not press her. Then I shall write a letter for you to deliver to Jinbao, asking him to pass it to the Marquis. You need not concern yourself with the details. Ye Qingzhi swiftly composed a bold and uninhibited love letter, inspired by the scandalous dialogue she had encountered in her former life. Naturally, she could not replicate them verbatim. One could use a template for a presentation, but it would be unprofessional to present it unchanged. After revising, the note she passed to Xiajin read, My appetite has been particularly poor these past few days, unable to swallow anything, longing only for the Marquis's tender affection. I know not how I have become so enchanted, but the sweetness of the Marquis compels me to savor every inch of you. It appears I am poisoned and require the Marquis's passionate embrace to cure me. Marquis, can you come to save me? I have no desire to depart this world just yet. Upon completion, Ye Qingzhi reviewed her letter, nodding in satisfaction. It was a masterful piece of writing, smoothly transitioning from light-hearted to profound, exhibiting her exceptional prowess in crafting enticing narratives. However, the stark white paper seemed somewhat incongruous. After a moment of contemplation, she took some rouge, dabbed it on her fingers, and adorned the paper with small hearts and red lips. Instantly, the letter exuded a provocative allure. Ye Qingzhi admired her handiwork for a while, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Who could comprehend such nuances? At times, one simply becomes intoxicated by their own brilliance. Rui, having glimpsed the letter, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation as she ventured to deliver it, fueled by a spirit of defiance. Jinbao, upon seeing her, was quite courteous, inquiring about her well-being. Brother Jinbao, this is a letter from my mistress to the Marquis. I kindly ask you to deliver it, Rui said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she handed him the note. Jinbao accepted it, pondering that Ye Qingzhi could no longer restrain herself. Over the past fortnight, her words had incited the other concubines in the household to take action, all vying for the Marquis's attention. Soup offerings, fragrance sachets, garments, staged accidents to display beauty, playing music, singing songs, these were the few methods employed, yet their frequency had reached an unbearable level. The Marquis, exasperated, found himself quite irritated. Chapter 21. In the enigmatic allure of role-playing characters. For several days now, the Lord had commanded that no gifts from the concubines be brought before him to disturb his peace. Whenever he encountered a concubine feigning a chance meeting within the estate, he coldly instructed them to depart swiftly from his sight. Fortunately, the concubines did not grow increasingly audacious. After being met with his frosty demeanor, they quieted down over the past few days. Jinbao had previously wondered why he had not seen Lady Yi making any moves. Turned out she was merely biding her time, waiting for the right moment to act as the Lord's personal attendant. Jinbao naturally had a deeper understanding of him. He sensed the unusual fondness the Lord held for Lady Yi, and he could also feel the Lord's growing agitation over these past days. His expression, icy as ever, bore a different quality, as if he were grappling with unfulfilled desires, or perhaps he was desperately holding back some impulse. Most tellingly, the Lord had inquired several times about the activities of the covert guard assigned to monitor Ye Qingzhi, asking what Lady Yi was up to. The responses were consistently mundane. Eating, sleeping, dozing off, no, rather, napping each time. The Lord's expression darkened further. Jinbao formed a bold, albeit incredulous, hypothesis. Could it be that the Lord had been awaiting Lady Yi's advances all this time? And now, due to her absence, his temperament had soured day by day. Regardless of how far-fetched the speculation seemed, Jinbao felt a sense of relief upon seeing Rui. Miss Rui, is this the only note you have? Jinbao inquired once more. It felt rather meager. Rui nodded bashfully, sharing her own sentiments of inadequacy. Reflecting on the content of the letter made her face flush even more. She had never encountered a concubine more audacious than her own. Then wait outside for a moment. I shall present it to the Lord. Should he have any instructions, you can relay them. Jinbao offered words of advice to Rui before proceeding to report to the Lord. My lord, Lady Yi has sent a maid with a letter. I discern it was not a medicinal concoction or an aromatic sachet, so I brought it to you. Would you care to read it? Jin Bao respectfully inquired. Xia Jin paused in his writing, his expression unchanged as he replied in a low voice, "Bring it here." Jin Bao presented the letter, then promptly lowered his head and retreated, not daring to harbor even a hint of curiosity. Xia Jin cast a glance at Jin Bao before unfolding the letter. Upon seeing the little red hearts, the red lips, and the brazen words that spilled forth, his countenance shifted dramatically. He forcefully closed the letter, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Such lascivious phrases, it's a wonder she could pen them, what a waste of her fine calligraphy." Xia Jin felt his worldview being once again upended by Ye Qingzhi. This woman truly had no limits to her audacity. At times, she appeared intelligent and capable, performing astonishing feats, yet at other moments, he could not help but think her mind was filled with nothing but salacious nonsense. Steeling himself, Xia Jin instructed Jin Bao, "Inform Lady Yi that I shall visit her this evening." Jin Bao respectfully acknowledged the command, his thoughts turning to the fact that Lady Yi possessed a certain skill. Other concubines may have fawned over the lord, yet none had succeeded in luring him back to their chambers. What scandalous words could possibly be written on that paper? Once Jin Bao exited, Xia Jin reopened the letter to peruse its indecent contents, grinding his teeth once more. He felt as though Ye Qingzhi had playfully teased him. He placed the letter in a book, contemplated for a moment, then extracted it again, placing it in a nearby letterbox, still feeling uneasy. Such a sordid letter ought to be burned. Ultimately, Xia Jin concealed the letter in a hidden compartment, ensuring it would never see the light of day. Yanulio courtyard. Ye Qingzhi was still enjoying her evening meal when Xia Jin arrived. "My lord, have you dined yet?" Ye Qingzhi promptly rose to greet him, inquiring with genuine concern. Despite their shared intimacies, they had yet to dine together. Who could understand the seriousness of transitioning from bedmates to dining companions? Not yet. Xia Jin glanced at the dishes on the table, noting their overly sweet flavors, which caused his brow to furrow. "These are all dishes I enjoy, my lord. Please wait a moment, I shall have the kitchen prepare something else for you." Ye Qingzhi immediately called to Chunyu, "Inform Aunt Li to prepare additional dishes and make a few more oil cakes." Ye Qingzhi rattled off several dish names, all of which were spicy favorites of Xia Jin. His brow relaxed. It was thoughtful of her to remember his preferences so soon after entering the household. Xia Jin settled onto a nearby concubine couch, picked up a discarded book, and glanced at its contents, only to find himself wincing at the sight. The handwriting was hers, but the content was somewhat glaring. "What is this?" Xia Jin queried. "Oh, these are the scripts for our role-playing game later, my lord. What character would you like to portray?" "The tyrant teasing a rustic woman?" Xia Jin shot her a glance, his mouth twitching at the absurdity of the lines. "How could I possibly be a tyrant? Then perhaps a scholarly gentleman meeting a lady of the night? The refined yet decadent type?" Ye Qingzhi flipped a page and suggested. Xia Jin glanced at the lines again, reading, "My lady, I was captivated at first sight, and ever since, I have been yearning to spend the night with you." Xia Jin. It seemed the contents of the letter she had sent him were even more suggestive than he had anticipated. "Could you not think of something more useful? Even courtesans possess greater ingenuity than you." Xia Jin poked her forehead. "If you do not like it, then I shall burn this indecent script." Ye Qingzhi felt that Xia Jin was trying to manipulate her, and with a huff, she threatened to overturn the table. Xia Jin seized the script, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stated, "I never instructed you to destroy it." Ye Qingzhi let out a triumphant laugh. Clearly, she had the upper hand in this exchange, so she resumed her meal with satisfaction. Unable to resist, Xia Jin leaned closer and pinched her cheek, feeling she had grown somewhat arrogant, perhaps even presumptuous. She dared to show him such disdain. "My lord, open your mouth. Let me feed you some chicken." Ye Qingzhi picked up a piece of chicken and held it to his lips. "I want to eat it, it's too sweet." Xia Jin refused. Ye Qingzhi ate it herself, then set down her chopsticks, leaning forward insistently to feed him, wanting to annoy him in return for his earlier insistent demeanor. Xia Jin. Chapter 22. The fox's tail will eventually be revealed. Having delivered a minor reprimand to the marquis, Ye Qingzhi smiled like a little fox that had just executed a successful ambush. Xia Jin found the situation both amusing and exasperating, ultimately suppressing his sweet annoyance to consume the morsel of chicken. After her brief mischief, Ye Qingzhi settled down, careful not to overindulge for fear that a jolt during work would make her ill. Subsequently, once she donned her battle attire, Xia Jin became utterly enchanted. In retrospect, Ye Qingzhi felt a twinge of regret, particularly profound. The shift was exhausting, the shift was hardly suited for mortals. Conversely, Xia Jin's spirits soared, observing how Ye Qingzhi's features softened considerably. Not only was she delicate and charming, but her personality also possessed an intriguing flair, evoking a sense of serendipity akin to discovering a hidden treasure. It was rather surprising how different she was from the demure young lady of the Yi household he had previously investigated, who adhered strictly to propriety and decorum. "How can your temperament vary so greatly? Was it all an act at the Yi residence?" Xia Jin gently caressed her damp back, his tone imbued with a sage-like tenderness. "I was merely putting on a fade for the marquis, as he favors the playful and flirtatious. Little does he know, I am quite composed in my daily life. It is only in bed that I exhibit such behavior," Ye Qingzhi replied without a hint of hesitation. Xia Jin paused, stifling a laugh as he playfully pinched her small mouth. It was indeed a mouth that inspired both affection and frustration. He had no desire to probe further. If she truly were a seductress, her true nature would inevitably be revealed. "Prepare hot water," he instructed, rising to don a pair of trousers before calling to the maidservants outside. Rui and Xiaochan hurried in, their faces flushed from the scent wafting through the room, and upon surveying the scattered remnants of fabric on the floor, Xiaochan gazed mournfully at the battle attire she had painstakingly stitched over the past several days. Just one night, and half of it was rendered useless. The outcome must have been quite remarkable. Their aunt would surely gain favor once more. Xia Jin, not requiring the maidservant's assistance, lifted the drowsy Ye Qingzhi and joined her for a wash. Ultimately, it was the maidservants who dried her off, for Xia Jin had no intention of attending to such meticulous tasks. Simply carrying her to the bath was commendable enough. The disheveled bed was eventually tidied up, and Ye Qingzhi rolled onto the mattress, turning her back to Xia Jin as she fell into a deep slumber. Work had concluded. Who cared anymore? She would no longer serve. Glancing at her, Xia Jin closed his eyes, yet before long, he opened them again, pulling the already asleep Ye Qingzhi close to him. With her cool, delicate skin pressed against his, he found comfort in slumber. In the dead of night, Ye Qingzhi was beset by nightmares once more. This time, the backdrop was a wedding, on the night of the nuptials. Clad in a red wedding gown and veiled, she awaited her groom in the bridal chamber. At last, the door swung open, and the groom entered. I already have someone in my heart. I can only offer you the facade of a matriarch. Do not harbor any delusions beyond that. The man's indifferent words echoed fuming. Ye Qingzhi felt an overwhelming urge to slap this pretentious fool. How dare he? What a ridiculous notion! Who would covet his tarnished heart? Even if he presented it to her on a silver platter, she would disdainfully cast it aside and trample it into the ground. What madness is this? Xia Jin grasped her flailing hand, frowning in inquiry. To be assaulted so early in the morning was baffling, especially as she still appeared half asleep. Had he not already awoken, his instinctive defensive reaction in his dreams could have led to dire consequences for her. My lord, I apologize. I just had a nightmare in which a man attempted to assault me, and I was so enraged that I instinctively raised my hand to strike him, Ye Qingzhi explained, still somewhat dazed and wrinkling her brow in distaste. Seeing her repulsion, Xia Jin had little to say. Should he commend her for her reaction? Perhaps if you refrain from writing such absurd scripts, you might avoid such dreams in the future, he suggested. My lord, you truly are a glutton for punishment, are you not? Last night, I cannot say who was more engrossed in their role than I, Ye Qingzhi retorted, not holding back her sharp tongue. Previously, she would have brushed off such matters, but after enduring repeated criticism, who would be pleased? She would not allow herself to be manipulated. After all, she also had her own affections to contend with. Why? Ye Qingzhi's sharp wit faded amidst Xia Jin's vexed retorts. All right, you are the master. I concede. After a playful tussle, Xia Jin rose to attend the morning court, while Ye Qingzhi, still affected by her nightmare, took the opportunity to steal a few more moments of sleep. The haunting dream had soured her mood. Having been disgusted repeatedly, she began to probe her limited thoughts about the nature of it all. Who exactly was that loathsome man in her dreams? What significance did this nightmare hold? Could it be a vestige of the original owner's past life? Her sister, Yingxue, must be a reincarnation, otherwise, she would not have so fervently wished to enter the marquis residence only to suddenly change her mind and refuse. Moreover, she had gone to great lengths to snatch the original owner's fiancé. As an avid reader of web novels, Ye Qingzhi was all too familiar with the trope of reincarnation and marriage swaps. It was an old cliché. Perhaps the original owner had also experienced a rebirth. The nightmare suggested that her past life, while seemingly glamorous, was fraught with hidden struggles, leading her to choose the path of becoming a concubine in the marquis household. However, it seemed the original owner had underestimated the ruthless nature of Yao Yinin, who sought to eliminate her upon her arrival, resulting in the original owner's tragic demise at the edge of the pond, orchestrated by Yao Yinin. And now, she had taken her place. The more Ye Qingzhi pondered, the more convinced she became of this narrative. Yet, if this were indeed the case, what of it? That was the original owner's past, not hers. Was she meant to confront the scoundrel and quell the original owner's resentment to escape these nightmares? Such an undertaking was rather daunting. No need to rush. There had yet to be preliminary investigations for this project. Perhaps the nightmares were not as she imagined. Xia Jin was as fickle as a cat, and her favor today might wane tomorrow. She hardly possessed the energy to embark on a new venture. It was crucial to recognize one's own capabilities. As an unremarkable individual, Ye Qingzhi felt justified in setting this matter aside for the time being. Instead, she chose to console herself, reminding herself that it was merely a nightmare. Was it worth such concern? She would simply face it head-on, treating it as a spectator, striving to detach her emotions and avoid unnecessary mental anguish. Chapter 23. And nothing is too difficult to discuss with the Lord. After finishing her morning meal, Ye Qingzhi went to pay her respects to the madam once again. Such meaningless meetings are held daily, and Ye Qingzhi has grown accustomed to them, for every worker must endure this torment of gatherings. However, having served the Lord last night, she shone brightly in today's assembly. As she stepped into the flower hall, she instantly felt the piercing gazes directed at her. Why? Ye Qingzhi was well aware that for the past fortnight, everyone had been vying for achievements, all hoping to capture the Lord's attention, and ultimately, she was the one who succeeded. It would be unnatural for them not to feel envious. Why? Ye Qingzhi would not dim her own brilliance merely to spare their feelings. Greetings, madam. Ye Qingzhi curtsied, and upon the madam's gesture to rise, she added, Madam, last night the Lord dined with me and expressed his dissatisfaction with Aunt Leah's culinary skills. May I seek a chef skilled in preparing spicy dishes from outside? I shall bear the cost of the chef's monthly salary myself, so that when the Lord visits in the future, he may enjoy dishes to his liking. Zhang Jingyi momentarily appeared lost in thought before offering a gentle smile and responding, This proposal to hire a chef for the Lord should not require your expenditure. I shall arrange for a capable cook to be placed in your courtyard, and the fees will be covered by the household. Thank you, madam. After expressing her gratitude, Ye Qingzhi found a seat to rest. The other concubines, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of jealousy. With Yi having secured a skilled chef, the Lord now had an additional reason to frequent her quarters. How adept she was at winning favor, all their efforts over the past days seemed in vain. Today, there was nothing particularly novel to discuss, the routine unfolded, and after sipping floral tea, the meeting concluded. The heat of the day left Ye Qingzhi disinclined to wander, so she returned directly to the Yanlu courtyard to relax. The coolness of her shaded pavilion was exceedingly pleasant. "Aunt, will those torn garments be repaired?" Xia-chan hesitated for a long time before finally asking. "No, it's too exhausting to play this game daily." Ye Qingzhi waved her hand dismissively. Xia-chan, blushing, retreated, still unable to grow accustomed to her aunt's bluntness. That evening, Xia-jin visited the Yanlu courtyard once more, having already finished his dinner. While Ye Qingzhi was engrossed in a game of Go, deftly maneuvering black and white stones, thoroughly enjoying her solitary match. In her previous life, she had never mastered such a sophisticated leisure activity. She was only familiar with 5 in a row, and even that she struggled to win each time she played against others, she was often at a disadvantage, and after a few rounds, it lost its appeal. However, since her transmigration, Ye Qingzhi sensed a newfound sharpness in her mind. After teaching Rui and the others how to play 5 in a row, she discovered herself to be a formidable opponent, easily defeating them. Yet, continuously dominating them became tiresome, so she eventually allowed Rui and the others to play among themselves, finding their playful skirmishes even more entertaining. Having acquired skills in painting, embroidery, calligraphy, and other arts, it seemed only fitting that she should also learn to play Go. Ye Qingzhi found several books on the game, enjoying the process of learning while playing. Otherwise, without a phone to browse short dramas or read online literature, passing the time was indeed a challenge. Upon entering the room and noticing her engrossed in Go, Xia-jin's interest piqued, and he expressed a desire to challenge her. "Ye aunt, how proficient are you in the game?" "I am uncertain. I usually play by consulting the game manuals and have not had a proper opponent." Ye Qingzhi admitted candidly she truly did not know her own skill level, having inherited her internal martial arts techniques without having fought anyone, leaving her without a clear concept of her abilities. "Only relying on manuals. I have seen your elegant handwriting. Surely, you have devoted effort to it. Who taught you?" Xia-jin placed a stone on the board, adopting a casual demeanor unlike his initial visit, where he had immediately sought intimacy. Xia-jin now engaged her in light conversation. His curiosity about her as a person had grown alongside his physical attraction. Ye Qingzhi furrowed her brow, pondering, yet could not recall any relevant memory from the original owner's past. Instead, she stumbled upon new evidence that supported her earlier conjecture regarding the original owner's rebirth. The original owner's biological mother had been confined to a family temple for harming her offspring when she was 5 years old, after which the original owner had struggled to survive under the Gu family. Although the Gu family appeared sweet on the surface, their treatment was harsh, and they had only hired a female tutor who taught her solely about women's virtues, neglecting any practical skills. As for calligraphy, her lessons had been perfunctory. The handwriting of the original owner was entirely different from Ye Qingzhi's current script. Ye Qingzhi had not delved deeply into this issue before, but upon being questioned by Xia-jin, she uncovered discrepancies. A jolt of realization struck her. Her skills must have been inherited from the original owner following her rebirth. Yet, this notion posed a further dilemma. The original owner's spirit had also been reborn, not her physical form. She had no recollection of the original owner's experiences after rebirth, only vague nightmares. How could she possess such mastery of these skills? Could it be that the original owner's spirit still lingered within this body? This thought sent a chill down her spine. Who could understand her plight? The sudden realization that the body she inhabited might still have an owner was utterly terrifying. "Why are you so frightened by merely inquiring about your calligraphy tutor?" Xia-jin's sharp gaze fixed upon her, his voice laced with curiosity. He suspected that Ye Qingzhi harbored numerous secrets, which ignited a flicker of murderous intent within him. Was it possible that Ye Qingzhi had been replaced? As he caressed the black stone between his fingers, his thoughts turned dark, yet his gaze upon Ye Qingzhi retained a semblance of tenderness. My lord, you may find it hard to believe, but I have suddenly realized something frightening. Ye Qingzhi was genuinely scared, her pupils dilating as she pressed closer to Xia-jin, finding solace in his warmth. At that moment, she felt undeniably human, not a mere phantom. Xia-jin, if this is all an act, then she is indeed a remarkable performer. Embracing her trembling form, the murderous intent within him subsided once more as he gently stroked her delicate face and asked, "What could be so terrifying? Pray, tell me. My lord, you are aware that I nearly perished twice. Once, 3 months ago, I attempted to hang myself. When I was rescued from the beam, my face was reportedly blue, and I was near death, with preparations for my funeral underway. Miraculously, I awakened. The second time was a month ago when I fell into water, and after 3 days of high fever, I regained consciousness, having nearly lost my life. After these 2 brushes with death, my temperament has undergone some changes, which I did not regard as unusual. After all, one's character may shift after facing such tribulations. However, when you inquired about my Go skills and my calligraphy tutor, I realized I possess no recollection of that memory. You may ask, Roy, my previous handwriting was nothing like what it is now. My lord, could it be that I have been possessed by some malevolent spirit? Am I truly the reincarnation of a fox spirit? Having been in her position for over half a month, Ye Qingzhi discerned that her superior, Xia-jin, was not merely astute but rather a profoundly cunning man, adept at reading people. He seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of her every action. Even the slightest indiscretion did not escape his notice, for he was vigilant in his observations. Thus, upon realizing that her superior was not a frivolous scion, she resolved never to engage in schemes or machinations against him. She might employ clever tricks for show, but those would only be for the benefit of others. There was nothing she could not share with Xia-jin, save for the truth of her transmigration. Xia Jin listened with growing astonishment, both at the circumstances she described and at her unreserved candor upon hearing her mention spirits and demons. He felt a tightening in his chest and could not help but embrace her, rebuffing her fears. Do not speak nonsense. There are no such things as spirits or demons, Xia Jin replied sternly. Perhaps you have merely forgotten certain things. Ye Qingzhi's situation seemed far more intricate than he had initially surmised. Chapter 24 of this affection is unparalleled. Upon your words, my lord, I cannot help but feel that it is indeed so, Ye Qingzhi murmured, nuzzling against him, her nose twitching adorably, prompting Xia Jin to chuckle as he playfully flicked her forehead. Are you a dog? Always rubbing and sniffing, Xia Jin retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Truly, she exhibited none of the modesty and refinement expected of a woman of her stature, yet, he could not deny that her antics were refreshingly amusing. There was little charm in surrounding himself with the rigidly decorous beauties who adhered strictly to propriety. They lacked her vivacity, her audacity to frolic so freely in his presence, and her boldness to speak her mind. I am merely absorbing your yang energy, my lord. Thus, the mischievous spirits shall not dare approach me, and I shall remain unafraid. Ye Qingzhi declared with earnest frivolity. Then shall we try a different approach? Xia Jin suggested, beginning to unfasten her garments. This way, you can better absorb the yang energy. Wait. The game is not yet finished, my lord. You cannot resort to such unrefined tactics simply because you sense impending defeat, Ye Qingzhi protested, extricating herself from his embrace, her attire in disarray, her delicate countenance flushed. It was indeed difficult for anyone to focus on anything else in her presence. Seeing her insistence on continuing their game, Xia Jin shot her an irritated glance before steadying his composure and redirecting his focus to the chessboard. As the pieces multiplied, both became engrossed in the game, their competitive spirits igniting a fervent desire not to concede easily, each contemplating their next move with utmost seriousness. My lord, if I win, shall there be a reward? Ye Qingzhi inquired confidently, her gaze fixed on the board, certain of her victory. Before placing her decisive piece, she smiled and asked. What reward do you desire? Xia Jin replied, somewhat surprised by her remarkable skill at chess. It appeared that he was destined to lose. The secret she harbored only heightened his curiosity. Had she truly lost her memory? My lord must know that I was sent here because my father aspired for the Yi family to become imperial merchants, even desiring to engage in the official salt trade in the Jianghui region. I wonder if this ambition can be fulfilled. Ye Qingzhi asked with a charming smile. Xia Jin had grown accustomed to her forthrightness. She always spoke her mind without holding back. Although he had not anticipated her request for such a reward, it was not unreasonable. Very well, Xia Jin nodded. Why not indulge her? Raising her high, he was intrigued to see if she could remain aloft, or if she would come crashing down. Wow, my lord, is it truly possible? This reward seems rather grand, achieving one of my aspirations so effortlessly after entering the manor? Ye Qingzhi exclaimed. And what is your true desire? Xia Jin queried. I wish to return to the Yi residence. Having gained your favor, I must return to flaunt it, to make a grand entrance, rather than merely slipping in unnoticed. I want to witness the vexed expressions on my wicked sister and stepmother as they seethe with envy, unable to act against me, and to see my father fawning over me, bowing and scraping in deference, Ye Qingzhi replied, unabashedly revealing her boldness. Xia Jin found her unabashed demeanor oddly endearing. Come here, serve me well, and I shall grant you both rewards. He tossed aside his chess piece, beckoning her with a playful gesture. Coming, my lord, do not move. Just lie back and enjoy. With such a significant boon bestowed upon her, Ye Qingzhi was determined to savor every moment, regardless of the consequences. Though she had told him to relax, it ultimately left her as limp as a fish out of water, sprawled upon the bed, unable to move. After freshening up, as bedtime approached, Ye Qingzhi, stifling her drowsiness, inquired once more whether her reward remained intact. Xia Jin, with a hint of exasperation, pinched her cheek gently, dismissing her with a scoff. He was not one to go back on his word. He did not mind lifting someone up high. If they had the ability to remain there, so be it. If not, they would fall to the ground. He was curious to see if Ye Qingzhi possessed the tenacity to maintain her elevated status, and news of Ye Qingzhi's permission to visit her family swiftly spread through the inner chambers. Even as a wife, leaving for her family was not a trivial matter. After all, a married woman returning home frequently would be deemed improper. For a concubine, the chances were even slimmer. Once they entered the household, they were destined to spend their lives languishing in their own small quarters. A favored concubine had some standing, but it was limited. Ye Qingzhi had only been in the manor for a little over a month, and already she had received the lord's permission to return home. Such affection was unmatched. If there were a meticulous censor, they could certainly use this incident to reprimand Xia Jin for indulging his concubine excessively, disregarding all decorum. My lady, the lord's favoritism towards Lady Yi is excessive. Shouldn't you perhaps admonish her? Granny Zhou remarked, her patience wearing thin. While the lord may be somewhat indulgent, Lady Yi is rather straightforward and never stirs up trouble, Zhang Jingyi replied calmly. She too was uncertain about the extent of Xia Jin's affection for Ye Qingzhi. Just as with the matter concerning concubine Qin, Xia Jin had not immediately dealt with her but instead feigned ignorance. He clearly had other plans in mind. As Zhang Jingyi also sensed that Xia Jin might have ulterior motives regarding Ye Qingzhi. However, she was too apathetic to speculate further. After all, if he did not favor Ye Qingzhi, he would favor someone else. It made little difference to her. Moreover, unlike Yao Yining, Ye Qingzhi was perceptive enough to show respect and deference to her as the primary wife, providing her with a modicum of peace compared to other concubines. If given the choice, she would prefer to see Ye Qingzhi prosper. At the meeting that day, Zhang Jingyi announced that Ye Qingzhi was permitted to return to her family instantly. The gazes of the other concubines turned green with envy and resentment. Some even boldly questioned the justification for such a privilege. Lady Yi, please explain to everyone why the Lord granted you permission to return home, Zhang Jingyi said, passing the ball to Ye Qingzhi. She had not yet stooped so low as to take responsibility for her little concubine's affairs. The flames of jealousy ignited, leaving Ye Qingzhi to bear the brunt of it all. Yesterday, I played chess with the Lord, and he lost. I requested a reward, expressing my desire to visit my family, and the Lord granted it, Ye Qingzhi stated confidently. I know you are envious of my good fortune, but I earned this through my own merit. If you win against the Lord next time, you may request a reward as well. You are quite the braggart. The Lord is an excellent player. How could you possibly defeat him? You must have merely flattered him to receive your reward, Yao Yining interjected scornfully. Have you ever played chess with the Lord? Have you ever played with me? You speak without understanding, and your ignorance is as foolish as it is troublesome. If not for your fortunate lineage, you would have long since been undone by your own foolishness, Ye Qingzhi retorted disdainfully. Continue your antics, and when your father and sister can no longer defend you, your days of ease will come to an end. At that point, oh, how many will wish to trample upon you? The other concubines looked at Ye Qingzhi with newfound admiration. How audacious she was. They relished her words, feeling a sense of liberation in her boldness. Truly, Ye Qingzhi had voiced their collective sentiments, articulating the grievances they had dared not express. If not for Yao Yining's fortunate connections, they would not have been subjected to her tyranny in silence. Ye Qingzhi's fearless confrontation was backed by the Lord's favor, providing her with the courage to speak out. Yao Yining, stung by the insult and stripped of her pretense, felt her face flush with anger, yet she could not summon a rebuttal. All she could do was huff in frustration. Indeed, her father was genuinely displeased. It had been over a month, and he had yet to forgive her. Was she afraid of the outcome Ye Qingzhi had described? Certainly, she was terrified enough not to dare contemplate such a day. No, there would never be such a day. Why Ye Qingzhi first sent Rui back to the Yi residence to inform them of her impending return, also hinting that the prospects of becoming imperial merchants and engaging in the official salt trade were promising. She was not returning to endure scorn, she was returning to revel in her newfound status and influence. Naturally, she would provide advance notice, allowing the Yi family ample time to prepare a warm welcome, employing the most extravagant hospitality. While a path of yellow earth would suffice for the visit of a favored concubine, she expected all members of the family to greet her at the door, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Upon receiving Rui's news, Yi Yongyuan became agitated with excitement, immediately commencing preparations. Qingzhi was truly remarkable. Within just over a month of entering the manor, she had managed to charm the Lord completely, and now the identity of imperial merchant and the official salt business was poised to be conferred upon the Yi family. Such an unexpected stroke of fortune left him in disbelief, his excitement palpable. Yi Yongyuan instructed all the household staff to bustle about, overseeing every detail himself, deliberately excluding Guman from the preparations. He was acutely aware that Ye Qingzhi was not Gu's daughter, and the Gu family had never genuinely cared for her. Fearing that something might go awry, he specifically warned Guman, Qingzhi is now the beloved concubine of the Jiangyang marquis, not just any girl in the household. When you see her, lower your stance and refrain from harboring any ill intentions. Guman was infuriated by his words. With Ye Qingzhi's newfound favor, her own standing within the household had diminished. If this continued, she would surely be cast aside, making way for Ye Qingzhi as biological mother. Such arrogance could not be allowed to persist. Shui, when Ye Qingzhi returns tomorrow, ensure that Chen Yuankai is also summoned, Guman ordered darkly, her expression grim. Mother, do not entertain any ill designs regarding Yuankai. He has only 2 months until the autumn examinations and must focus on his studies. He possesses the potential to achieve the highest honors. If you delay his future, I will not let this matter rest. Yi Yingshui retorted without reservation. Chapter 25. Today marks her most illustrious day, yet it is also her day of mourning. In recent days, she has been plagued by dreams, visions of the circumstances following her demise. After Chen Yuankai achieved the top scholar position, he captured the emperor's attention, ascending to great heights with remarkable swiftness. By the age of 40, he had already become a minister in the cabinet, and within 2 years, he would rise to the esteemed position of the prime minister. His status was unparalleled. It was not merely a matter of becoming the wife of a top scholar, she aspired to be the wife of the prime minister, a lady of the highest nobility. Such unimaginable wealth and fortune awaited her, and anyone daring to obstruct her path would be her enemy. Shui, Yuankai is truly formidable, he must not be thwarted. Your mother is also waiting for you to become the wife of a top scholar, Guman remarked, having heard of her daughter's dreams, believing her daughter had received divine inspiration, destined to become a noblewoman in this life. However, you have witnessed your father's attitude. That little vixen, Ye Qingzhi, has only just gained favor, and he is already fawning over her. In your father's eyes, we hold no significance. I fear that before we even reach next spring's examination, your father may cast me aside for that vile girl. Ye Qingzhi, Guman expressed her worries. We must devise a plan to ensure that little vixen falls out of favor at the marquis's residence. I was considering having Yuankai come over, creating the impression that she still harbors feelings for him, and then secretly meeting him. Mother, that is absolutely out of the question. Xiajin, the marquis, is quite possessive. While your plan may succeed in eliminating Ye Qingzhi, Yuankai would also face his wrath, jeopardizing his future career, Yingshui said, a deep-seated fear of Xiajin coursing through her. It was best to avoid provoking him. That is true, then what do you propose we do? Gu Man inquired. Tomorrow presents an excellent opportunity, we must not let it slip by. Mother, if Yuan Kai cannot come, we can consider someone else. Do you recall the scholar Song Yixian from a humble background? He possesses considerable talent but has fallen afoul of someone and cannot remain in Jiangnan to take the provincial exam. I heard that Ye Qingzhi provided him with money for travel. He has come to the capital seeking connections, hoping to secure a spot among the capital's scholars. I have learned that he has already arrived in the capital and is inquiring about our household. He likely wishes to express his gratitude to Ye Qingzhi. If we inform him that she is returning home tomorrow, he will surely come. This Song Yixian had also appeared in her dreams. He would become the top scholar in 3 years and subsequently a prominent minister, yet he would always be at odds with Yuan Kai in the court. Thus, this opportunity would not only rid them of Ye Qingzhi but also eliminate a formidable rival for Yuan Kai. It was a brilliant plan, indeed. Very well, let us proceed with your arrangement, Gu Man said, her face alight with joy as she hurried to make preparations. The following day, the servants of the Yi household rose early, sweeping the courtyard anew and inspecting the red lanterns and colorful silks decorated the previous day to ensure everything was in order, while also confirming that the necessary meats and vegetables for the kitchen were adequately supplied. They worked tirelessly, creating an atmosphere of grandeur to welcome distinguished guests. Ji Yuman and Ye Yingxue observed everything, their faces adorned with joyous smiles, yet their hearts simmered with hidden resentment. Today was the day of Ye Qingzhi's return, and they intended to show her a proper farewell. As the hour approached, Ye Yongyuan hurried to the entrance, awaiting the arrival of guests, dispatching several young servants to check for the marquis's carriage. They were quick to notify him when it arrived, but Ye Qingzhi had not yet appeared. Instead, Song Yixian arrived, accompanied by Qin Yuan Kai. Upon seeing him, Ye Yingxue's expression shifted dramatically. Why had Yuan Kai come? Gu Man and Ye Yongyuan exchanged glances with Ye Yingxue, each bearing different sentiments. Ji Yuman felt anxious and puzzled. Wasn't it agreed that Yuan Kai should not appear here? Had the plan changed? Ye Yongyuan shot Ye Yingxue a warning look, clearly disapproving of her actions. Today was meant for Ye Qingzhi's return. Summoning Yuan Kai could be interpreted as an affront. Would the marquis be incensed? Would he suspect that Qingzhi and Chen Yuan Kai had not severed ties? In an instant, Ye Yongyuan's mind raced with concerns. However, he could not disregard a promising future son-in-law with talent and potential. One must not place all their eggs in one basket. As a merchant, he understood this investment principle well. As for Song Yixian, though unfamiliar to him, it was evident he was a scholar, and thus he extended a courteous welcome. My esteemed nephews, we have distinguished guests today, and I fear I cannot entertain you properly. Tomorrow, I shall personally invite you both to a banquet, if that is acceptable? Ye Yongyuan said with a smile. Uncle, what grand occasion warrants such a display? Chen Yuan Kai inquired, bowing respectfully with a smile. My daughter, who has entered the marquis's residence as a concubine, returns today. As she is a lady, it would be inappropriate for you gentlemen to remain, Ye Yongyuan stated bluntly, clearly indicating his desire for them to leave. Chen Yuan Kai's expression shifted slightly. So it was Ye Qingzhi who had entered the marquis's residence. Given the ostentatiousness of the occasion, it was evident she had gained favor, otherwise, Ye Yongyuan would not afford her such respect. But Ye Qingzhi was once his fiancée. Chen Yuan Kai felt a pang of discomfort. You and my sister share a previous engagement, it is best to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Ye Yingxue stepped forward, her anxiety overwhelming her decorum as she pulled on Chen Yuan Kai's sleeve and led him aside, whispering, My sister enjoys considerable favor in the marquis's residence. If the marquis were to see you, he might misinterpret your intentions, which could be detrimental to your future. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan Kai felt both insulted and sparked with an unexpected thought. He knew that Ye Qingzhi harbored deep feelings for him. During the spring banquet, he had been entangled with Ye Yingxue, leading to the unfortunate dissolution of his betrothal to Ye Qingzhi. In despair, she had even attempted to take her own life, her affections wholly devoted to him, for him. If only she knew he had been left with no choice, if only she understood that he too cherished her in his heart. Might it be possible that once she found her footing in the marquis's residence, she could, in turn, assist his career? Marquis Jiangyang, Xia Jin, held a position of significant influence, being the commander of the imperial guard and a favored figure of the emperor. To act in his name, to leverage his connections, would undoubtedly yield fruitful results. The more Qin Yuan Kai contemplated this path, the more promising it appeared. However, he needed to see Ye Qingzhi today, to leave her with a few words. Chen Gongzi, Ziyu, you must depart, Ye Yingxue urged him, using his courtesy name. Chen Yuan Kai frowned, just as Song Yixian, who had come with him, spoke up, Yibo Fu, I have received kindness from Miss Yi and have come today specifically to express my gratitude. May I wait here with you? Ye Yongyuan regarded the coldly composed Song Yixian with surprise, then nodded, advising, it would be more appropriate for you to call her Yi Yingyang from now on. Song Yixian pursed his lips, frowning slightly, reluctantly acquiescing. Just as they spoke, a servant returned with excitement, announcing, Master, the marquis's carriage has arrived, the carriage is here. Quickly, tidy yourselves, stand straight, wear smiles, and look lively, Ye Yongyuan instructed the others with a beaming smile. He glanced over to see Ye Yingxue leaning closely to Chen Yuan Kai, their relationship appearing quite intimate, which somewhat alleviated his concerns. This was acceptable. Before long, the grand carriage approached, flanked by 8 mounted guards, exuding an air of authority. The marquis's carriage, drawn by a pair of magnificent horses, appeared extravagant, followed by another carriage for attendance of this display reassured Ye Yongyuan, confirming that his daughter had indeed found favor within the marquis's residence. Ying Shui gazed in astonishment and envy at the scene, feeling a sting of humiliation at being overshadowed. She had also entered the Marquis's residence and knew all too well the hardships within. Her experience had been fraught with difficulty, yet Ye Qingzhi appeared to have effortlessly captured the Marquis's favor and respect. The comparison was disheartening. Fortunately, today was her most glorious day, as well as Ye Qingzhi's day of mourning. Chen Yuankai's eyes sparkled as he observed the procession, further solidifying his earlier resolve. Why Ye Qingzhi could indeed be of use. Her affections for him ran deep. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Yi residence, with the maid Rui Yi and Chen Yu descending first, retrieving a footstool before assisting Ye Qingzhi down from the carriage. Yi Yongyuan stood transfixed, momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the elegantly adorned, resplendent noblewoman before him. Was this truly his daughter, the once timid and reserved Qingzhi? The Marquis's residence surely transformed those within. She had only been gone a little over a month, and yet she had undergone such a remarkable metamorphosis. Well, Yi Yingshui stared at the radiant and aristocratic Ye Qingzhi, momentarily seeing the figure from her dreams. Could it be that she had also been reborn? Chapter 26. Are you intent on causing Ye Qingzhi to fall from grace? It is precisely due to her memories of a past life that she is able to swiftly establish her footing within the Marquis and gain the favor of Xie Jin. But will she not entangle herself with Chen Yuankai? Undoubtedly. After all, in her previous life, Chen Yuankai rose to the position of prime minister, and even Xie Jin had to treat him with utmost deference. Furthermore, she was the prime minister's wife in her former existence, yet now she is merely a lowly concubine in the Marquis, bereft of status and dignity. If she were Ye Qingzhi and discovered that her promising fate had been usurped, she would undoubtedly go mad with the desire for revenge. As Ye Yingshui pondered this, she cast a glance at Chen Yuankai, noting the awe and delight in his gaze directed at Ye Qingzhi, accompanied by a hint of unspoken affection. In that moment, it felt as though she had been struck a resounding blow, leaving her aching. How could she have forgotten that Chen Yuankai harbored feelings for that vixen, Ye Qingzhi? If the two were to scheme and rekindle their connection, what would become of her? Ye Yingshui tugged at Chen Yuankai's sleeve with force, her voice icy yet barely audible. Do not gaze at my sister. She is now the favored concubine of the Marquis of Jiangyang, and you have no right to look upon her so brazenly. Chen Yuankai quickly lowered his head, yet his mind was filled with images of Ye Qingzhi's enchanting beauty, her allure captivating him entirely. She resembled a resplendent flower, previously a mere bud, now fully blossomed under the attention of a man. A surge of anger gripped Chen Yuankai as he clenched his fists, resenting the fact that it was not he who nourished this delicate flower, but rather the Marquis of Jiangyang. Ye Qingzhi was meant to belong to him, but he held confidence that he would one day have the opportunity to savor the sweetness of this flower. At that moment, Ye Yongyuan stepped forward with a wide, ingratiating smile, exclaiming, Qingzhi, you have indeed proven to be capable. No matter how capable I may be, I cannot withstand your betrayal behind my back, Ye Qingzhi retorted, surveying the expressions of those gathered at the gates of the estate. Upon spotting Chen Yuankai, her countenance immediately hardened, and her words grew harsh. Qingzhi, what do you mean by that? Father would never betray you. He only hopes for your continued favor in the Marquis and for you to swiftly bear a child to secure your position. Yi Yongyuan's face flushed with urgency as he hastily defended himself. If you are not betraying me, then why summon Chen Yuankai, a man with whom I had a marriage contract, to associate with my sister? Is it not to deliberately provoke me? Are you not allowing malicious individuals to use him to spread rumors that I still harbor feelings for him, seeking to tarnish the Marquis's reputation? Ye Qingzhi's gaze turned icy as she fixed it upon Chen Yuankai, a wave of resentment swelling within her. The sight of him ignited a fervent desire for vengeance, a longing to torment him. In that crowded space, she unabashedly stripped away the facade of civility, using the opportunity to vent her pent-up fury. There was no need for further investigation. This Chen Yuankai must be the wretched man from her nightmares, the one who had committed countless grievances against the original owner, for otherwise, her anger would not burn so fiercely. Ah! Qingzhi, lower your voice, everyone can hear. Yi Yongyuan's complexion shifted from crimson to a ghostly white as he glanced at the gathering crowd of onlookers. He grasped her sleeve, urging her to return inside the estate. Ruyan, let us return to the Marquis. This is most disheartening. Yet Ye Qingzhi shrugged off his hold, turning away towards the carriage. It was evident that the Yi family had more underhanded schemes awaiting her. She would be a fool to step back inside. It was far more effective to express her indignation and depart. This was a golden opportunity to assert her dominance over her deceitful father. Wait, don't go. Yi Yongyuan, taken aback, rushed to restrain her, attempting to persuade her further. However, the armed guard stepped forward, blocking Ye Yongyuan from approaching Ye Qingzhi, leaving him to anxiously call out to Ruyan, quickly, stop your mistress, she cannot simply walk away. Master, how could you humiliate our mistress and expect her to give you face? That is simply impossible. Ruyan, along with the somewhat bewildered Xunyu, helped Ye Qingzhi into the carriage. As the curtain of the carriage lifted and fell, Ye Qingzhi's figure vanished from the sight of the crowd. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. This lady has quite the temperament, she clearly possesses no insecurities, it's evident she has no lingering feelings for that so-called fiancé. Not only does she lack feelings, but there is certainly hatred as well. Did you not hear that fiancé shamelessly associates with her sister? How utterly disgraceful. All eyes turned towards Chen Yuankai and Ye Yingshui, their faces reddening as though they had been publicly stripped of their garments. Particularly for Chen Yuankai, the shock and humiliation he felt threatened to engulf him entirely. How could Ye Qingzhi treat him in such a manner? How could she be so heartless? Her unfiltered words threatened to reduce him to a laughingstock. If this matter escalated, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation among his peers, jeopardizing his future career prospects. As these thoughts consumed him, resentment towards Ye Qingzhi brewed within him. She not only refused to assist him but actively sought to undermine him. Truly, what an outrageous situation. Ye Qingzhi, aside from her shock, was further perplexed. Had Ye Qingzhi truly been reborn? If she had indeed returned, why would she harbor such animosity towards Chen Yuankai and seek to ruin his reputation? Ye Yongyuan was rendered speechless, while Ye Qingzhi remained bewildered. Ji Yuman, however, was seething with rage. If Ye Qingzhi refused to enter the estate, all her carefully laid plans would be rendered futile. Her chest ached with frustration. This wretched girl was becoming increasingly difficult to manage, as though she had come solely to thwart her. As the members of the Yi family stood in stunned silence, Song Yishuan made his move. He swiftly approached Ye Qingzhi's carriage, bowing respectfully to her through the guards, exclaiming, "I am Song Yishuan from Yangzhou, and I am immensely grateful to Miss Yi for your guidance regarding the examination and the generous gift of funds for my journey. When I achieve success in the future, I shall repay you 100-fold." Ye Qingzhi, hearing this, curiously lifted the curtain of the carriage. Regarding the unfamiliar Song Yishuan, she wondered when she, or rather the original owner, had ever bestowed money upon him for his examination. A scan of the original owner's memories yielded no recollection of such an event. According to his timeline, the gift of funds must have occurred after the original owner's demise. Thus, she had no memory of returning to the Marquisate after the original owner's death. Upon reflection, Ye Qingzhi realized that was indeed the case. This information had come solely from Ruyan after she had awakened from a high fever. "I perceive that you possess a promising visage. You are destined to succeed. When you hold an official position and receive your salary, it will not be too late to repay me," Ye Qingzhi replied warmly. She was not merely offering empty pleasantries. She genuinely believed that this Yangzhou scholar named Song Yishuan was destined for success, and that he would rank highly, possibly even achieving the title of the highest scholar. When asked how she knew, Ye Qingzhi could not quite articulate it, attributing it to some inexplicable. She had caught a glimpse of Chen Yuankai earlier and had a similar feeling. He might attain a position among the top 3 in the imperial examinations, but anything beyond that seemed implausible. A shiver ran down her spine. Could it be that her fortune-telling ability had finally manifested? Yet, as a mere concubine in the Marquisate, her supposed gift was not some spatial treasure, mind-reading skill, or palace intrigue system. Rather, it was the ability to discern the fates of others. How utterly lackluster. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. One must learn to be content in life. Upon hearing her words, Song Yishuan could not help but smile. "I appreciate your kind words. In the future, please address me as Lady Yi," Ye Qingzhi interjected, her tone cool. "Due to matters of etiquette, I cannot converse further. I take my leave now." With that, she lowered the curtain of the carriage. Song Yishuan watched the departing Marquisate carriage, a hint of melancholy crossing his features. Why Ye Qingzhi's decisive exit left the spectators unsatisfied. Even as her carriage distanced itself, they continued to discuss the unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to her, while she was rebuking her deceitful father and others for summoning Chen Yuankai, Xia Jin was observing the scene from a short distance away. Watching her exude an air of grace and authority, unperturbed by anger, Xia Jin could not help but smile. If one were unaware of her true identity, they might mistake her for the matriarch of a prominent household. He also noted an aspect of her that intrigued him. He had anticipated that her return to the Yi estate would be marked by a smug demeanor, devoid of grace, yet, aside from her usual sharp tongue that left no room for others to exploit her vulnerabilities, her demeanor was composed and refined. Most notably, the charm and allure that had once characterized her features had completely vanished, replaced by an air of dignity and poise. This transformation stirred something within Xia Jin. "Master, this new concubine of yours seems quite formidable. She certainly does not appear to be a seductress." The previous rumors were indeed slanders against her, one of his subordinates, Song Jin, remarked, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding scene. Xia Jin's expression darkened at the mention of Ye Qingzhi, displeased by any discussion regarding her. "Subordinate shall refrain from further commentary." Song Jin, sensing his master's ire, swiftly struck his own face. Xia Jin chose not to pursue the matter further. Song Jin exhaled in relief, recognizing the significance of this Yi lady's status and mentally noting to avoid similar errors in the future. Smack! Ye Yongyuan struck Gu Man across the face with great force, scolding, "Wretched woman, was it your idea to summon Chen Yuankai today? Are you attempting to cause Qingzhi to lose favor?" Chapter 27. Perhaps she truly is the incarnation of a seductress. Wu. My lord, I assure you, I did not do anything of the sort. I would never dare. Gu Man knelt on the ground, clutching his leg and weeping bitterly. "You must believe me, I am not the kind of person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. If you don't trust me, you can ask Ying. She is still hoping for Chen Yuankai to succeed in the imperial examinations. How could I possibly do something to tarnish his reputation? Father, her actions have sullied his name, and I worry about the repercussions on his examination prospects. You should be prepared for the consequences of your own actions. How dare you complain?" Ye Yongyuan retorted brusquely. "It is fortunate Qingzhi has entered the Marquisate. Otherwise, with your temperament, the Marquis would undoubtedly take a disliking to you and might even bring calamity upon the family." Ye Qingzhi felt the sting of his words, particularly as they struck a chord of truth. Her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. "If I catch wind of any further mischief on your part, I shall dismiss you," Ye Yongyuan concluded, giving Gu Man a dismissive kick and departing with a threat lingering in the air. He was eager to send someone to the Marquisate to inquire about the situation. With Qingzhi's departure, would the matters concerning the royal merchant and official salt be left in vain? Marquis Jiangyang's residence. That evening, Xiajin arrived at the Yanlu courtyard once more. However, it was quite late, nearly the hour of high, around 9:15 p.m. At this hour, Ye Qingzhi had just finished her yoga practice and taken a bath, preparing for bed. She never anticipated that the Marquis would come by at such an hour to request her to extend her work. Moreover, Xiajin was still clad in the ceremonial attire of the commander of the Imperial Guard, having evidently returned directly from outside without changing into casual wear. How unusual indeed. My lord, is there something amiss? Ye Qingzhi approached him, concern etched on her face. Nothing of consequence, I merely require a few sets of my casual attire to be kept here. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of her since he had seen her earlier. After exchanging a few kisses, Xiajin deepened the embrace, leaving Ye Qingzhi feeling weak and leaning against him for support. As he released her, he chuckled softly, playfully tapping her crimson lips with his finger. Shall I prepare a late-night snack before you bathe? Ye Qingzhi finally managed to steady her breath and spoke. The cook that madam found has arrived and prepared some excellent noodles. Shall I have him make you a spicy oil-drizzled noodle dish? Xiajin nodded in agreement, allowing her to make the arrangements. After Ye Qingzhi instructed Chunyu on the details, she returned to his side and smiled. My lord, you look quite imposing in your ceremonial attire. It's hard to tear my gaze away. You do flatter me, Xiajin chuckled lightly, then inquired, I heard you went to the Yi residence today but returned without entering? Indeed, the Gu family and Ye Qingzhi are undoubtedly scheming, and I have no desire to fall into their trap, Ye Qingzhi replied, wrinkling her nose as she recounted the events that transpired at the Yi residence's entrance. The Marquis had certainly heard of it from elsewhere, but that was not part of her reporting duties, so it was only right to mention it. My lord, regarding the royal merchant and official salt matters, let us abandon them, Ye Qingzhi continued. Xiajin raised an eyebrow, looking at her with an inscrutable expression. Did you not say that was your goal for entering the residence? Why the sudden change of heart? Alas, my lord, people often take for granted what comes too easily. When something once within reach slips away, it brings sorrow. Only through heartache can one learn to cherish what they have and realize that I am no longer someone they can manipulate easily. My actions are for their own good, to encourage them to grow and become a financial asset rather than a burden to you. Xiajin, anyone who dares to label this woman as foolish would find their head cleaved in two, allowing him to impart some wisdom into their minds. Ironically, it was the Yi family that most frequently criticized her intelligence. Thus, he playfully tapped Ye Qingzhi on the head. You seem quite clever, my dear. With such a little mind, you've managed to beat it out of me, Ye Qingzhi pouted, rubbing her slightly sore forehead playfully. How did you come to the idea of gifting Son Yishuan examination funds? Were you acquainted before? Xiajin inquired, ignoring her playful complaint. Why Ye Qingzhi shook her head, feigning fear and lowering her voice, even sounding somewhat frightened. You might not believe it, but I honestly do not recall giving him any silver, nor do I remember having met him. Xiajin raised an eyebrow, surprised. It seems you were right. I truly have lost some memories. Ye Qingzhi nestled into Xiajin's embrace, her unease palpable. I feel rather frightened. The sensation of someone suddenly recognizing me while I have no recollection of them is unsettling. I fear that I might have done something regrettable that I have forgotten. What ill deeds could a young lady like you possibly commit? Even if you were to commit murder, I would shield you from the consequences. Xiajin teased her timidness and anxiety. Indeed, I now have the Marquis as my great support. What is there to fear? Ye Qingzhi, feeling emboldened, planted a kiss on Xiajin's cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck as she sweetly demanded, My lord, you just said that even if someone were to commit murder, you would protect them. If something were to happen in the future, you must not abandon them. Depending on the gravity of the matter, I am not able to shield you from every misdeed. When out and about, use your wits, Xiajin advised, tapping her forehead gently. Look at what you say. I am but a mere concubine, with no opportunities to mingle outside. There are hardly any chances to cause trouble. Ye Qingzhi yawned, uninterested in his lecture. My lord, it is nearly the hour of Z. Please finish your noodles, and let us retire for the night. You have an early morning audience tomorrow. Fatigued, she wished to clock out and sleep. However, Xiajin was suddenly in a playful mood, disregarding the noodles entirely, pulling her into his embrace and insisting she work overtime. Ye Qingzhi, exasperated, resorted to using the long-neglected 9-in white bone claw technique, scratching his back a few times. In the aftermath, to quell her minor grievance, Xiajin bestowed upon her a bonus and exquisite box of jewelry. Ye Qingzhi gazed at the box of jewels and smiled. It was not so much the jewelry that pleased her but rather the realization that her standing in Xiajin's heart had markedly improved. Previously, when she acted petulantly, he would punish her by ignoring her. Now he was showering her with gifts. This suggested that perhaps she would soon be able to indulge in her newfound favor. The following day. Auntie, news has come from the Yi residence inquiring whether the matters regarding the royal merchant and official salt are still feasible, Rui reported to Ye Qingzhi after meeting with a servant sent by the Yi family to probe for information. Inform them to convey to my father that the despicable actions they undertook yesterday were only spared punishment because I stood in the way. If they still wish for the royal merchant's quota or the rights to manage official salt, they are merely daydreaming, Ye Qingzhi replied sharply, determined to shatter Yi Yongyuan's illusions and make him recognize her current worth. Rui carried the message back. Upon hearing it, Yi Yongyuan erupted in a furious tirade against Guman and Ye Qingzhi, warning them to cease any further schemes. After reprimanding them, he quickly arranged to send Ye Qingzhi a substantial sum of silver, 2 lucrative shops in the capital, and some precious jewelry. He had learned through his inquiries that his daughter Qingzhi was genuinely favored at present following yesterday's incident. The Marquis had not only visited her courtyard but had also lavished her with gifts, including a box of jewelry the following day. With such momentum, it was clear that given time, his daughter would undoubtedly become the kind of favored concubine who could easily sway the Marquis with a mere whisper. His daughter was correct. The Ye family must align with her and cease to be a hindrance. Thus, in addition to sending silver, shops, and jewelry to Ye Qingzhi, Ye Qingzhi dispatched someone back to the ancestral home in Jiangnan to bring her mother and elder brother over. It was evident that at the Ye residence, due to Ye Qingzhi's favor in the Marquisate, her mother, confined in the Gu family temple, and her oppressed brothers had begun to hear the gears of fate turning. Things were undeniably changing. Chapter 28. Aunt Ye is truly enlightened in this world upon hearing the news. Gu Man was engulfed by a mix of anger and panic, as if she could already foresee her tragic downfall in the Ye residence. Given Ye Qingyuan's self-serving nature, he would undoubtedly abandon her and her two children unless he could discern greater value in them. Mother, do not be overly alarmed. The Marquis's household is fraught with peril. Even if Ye Qingzhi enjoys favor today, it is entirely possible she may fall out of grace by tomorrow, Ye Qingzhi reassured Gu Man, speaking with unwavering confidence. In just a month and a half, the autumn examination will commence. By then, if Yuan Kai excels and achieves the highest honors, the situation will undoubtedly shift to father will surely place greater importance on Yuan Kai's future, and our standing will improve as well. What shall we do in the meantime? Should we simply endure in silence, doing nothing? Gu Man contemplated, feeling somewhat comforted by the thought that her future son-in-law would soon achieve success, yet still unwilling to bear the oppression. Mother, patience is a virtue in grand schemes. Just a little over a month remains. What harm is there in enduring for a short while? Just observe, the Marquis's household is teeming with treachery. Ye Qingzhi will soon lose her favor. Perhaps we may not have to endure even a month, Ye Qingzhi asserted fervently. In the ensuing fortnight, Xia Jin became increasingly preoccupied, only visiting the inner chambers twice, once to see the lady of the house, and once to check on Ye Qingzhi. Upon returning to Yanlu courtyard late one night, he found Ye Qingzhi fast asleep, only to be rudely awakened for a midnight meeting. Moreover, Xia Jin's treatment of her was rather harsh. She suspected he had been drugged. The usually gentle man had shown no humanity that day. When morning came, had it not been for the lingering pain reminding Ye Qingzhi of the absurdities of the previous night, she might have believed she had merely indulged in a vivid dream. Aunt, the Marquis instructed that you rest in your quarters and need not pay your respects to the lady. The physician will come shortly to check on you, to ensure you do not fall ill again, Rui remarked with a smile. Aunt, the Marquis truly cares for you now, giving such specific instructions and even sending for a physician. Indeed, the Marquis is exceedingly kind to me, Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile, though inwardly she rolled her eyes. If her circumstances had not improved even slightly, then all her efforts over the past month would have been in vain. When the physician arrived to examine her, leaving behind a bit of medicinal ointment, Ye Qingzhi requested a bowl of contraceptive soup to be prepared. Aunt, the lady has not asked you to drink it, and the Marquis has not forbidden you from bearing children. Why do you insist on drinking it? Do you not wish to have children now? Rui could not help but inquire, her tone laced with concern as she and Xunyu and Xiachan anxiously awaited Ye Qingzhi's response. It is not the right time to have children, Ye Qingzhi shook her head. If I were to bear a child, I would be unable to serve the Marquis adequately. While I am still young and beautiful, and the Marquis is fond of me, I wish to devote myself to serving him wholeheartedly. If I were to have a child, my affections for the Marquis would inevitably be divided. In 3 or 4 years, when my youth and beauty have waned, I shall then beseech the Marquis for a son and a daughter, to secure my future. Pa, who would be foolish enough to have children? Yet, she could not voice this truth openly, so she spoke half-truths that sounded all the more convincing. In addition to sparing her from paying respects and summoning a physician, Xia Jin also sent numerous other gifts, all rare and exquisite. From these offerings, Ye Qingzhi discerned that Xia Jin, despite his harshness, possessed a modicum of conscience, albeit a meager amount. Had he possessed a tad more, he would not have lost his composure the previous day and subjected her to such torment. Having a slight vestige of conscience, Xia Jin, after attending the morning court session, found himself unable to return home due to pressing matters, yet he was still concerned about Ye Qingzhi. Thus, he instructed Jin Bao to return to the residence and check on her health. In Xia Jin's mind, Ye Qingzhi was indeed frail. If pushed too hard, she might be left in dire straits. Jin Bao, aware of the events of the previous night, understood that the indulgent wine served at the banquet was not truly a surprise, yet, Xia Jin had insisted on returning to find Ye Qingzhi rather than entertain the ladies prepared for him. This only reinforced Jin Bao's belief that the Marquis harbored genuine feelings for Ye Qingzhi. The master's attitude inevitably influenced the demeanor of his servants. Thus, Jin Bao was more attentive to Ye Qingzhi's needs, personally visiting Yanlu courtyard to convey Xia Jin's concern. He then inquired with the hidden guards to see if there were any new developments regarding Ye Qingzhi. Upon hearing that she had requested contraceptive soup and expressed a desire to postpone childbirth, Jin Bao was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely wished to commend Ye Qingzhi for her clarity of thought. After listening to Jin Bao's report, Xia Jin fell silent. It was the first time he had encountered a woman in no hurry to bear children. Ye Qingzhi was always different from others, yet somehow she managed to captivate him, despite the many illogical aspects of her character and her hidden motives. Due to Ye Qingzhi's absence from paying respects and her recent favor with the Marquis, she received numerous gifts today, inciting envy among the other concubines, who began to conspire against her with the lady of the house, accusing her of arrogance and disregard for the lady's authority, insisting it was time to enforce some discipline. Zhang Jingyi, however, paid them no heed. She bore no resentment towards Ye Qingzhi's favor. After all, if it were not her, the marquis would simply bestow his affections upon another. She found Ye Qingzhi's demeanor to be more agreeable, as she was generous with her gifts to Zhang Jingyi and her children. Having been a concubine for many years, Zhang Jingyi appreciated the respect and admiration she received from Ye Qingzhi, who, being born of humble origins, was acutely aware of the value of wealth and enjoyed the benefits of Ye Qingzhi's filial piety. Thus, she naturally felt inclined to protect Ye Qingzhi. However, Ye Qingzhi's sudden rise to favor was soon overshadowed by another event, the news of Qin Yingyang's pregnancy. The events unfolded as such. While Qin Yingyang was paying her respects to the lady that morning, she suddenly retched. The lady promptly summoned the physician, who, upon examination, confirmed that Qin Yingyang was indeed pregnant, with only a month's progress. Instantly, the gazes of the other concubines turned towards Qin Yingyang with a venomous intensity, as if they wished to usurp the child from her womb. "Congratulations, Qin Yingyang, on being able to bear the marquis's offspring," one remarked. "How fortunate you are, Qin Yingyang, to have gained the marquis's favor recently and now find yourself with child, unlike others who cling to him daily but bear no signs of pregnancy," another chimed in, jealousy seeping from her words. Yao Yining could hardly contain her envy, her words dripping with sarcasm as she compared Qin Yingyang to Ye Qingzhi. At why Ye Qingzhi rolled her eyes and retorted, "Yao Yingyang, the absence of movement in my belly is due to my consumption of contraceptive soup. I do not wish to bear children at this time, not because I cannot. If I desire to conceive, with the marquis's capabilities, my belly would have swelled long ago." The other concubines were taken aback. How could there be a concubine who did not wish to conceive? "You are merely pretending. It is your cold womb that prevents you from bearing children, yet you speak so boldly," Yao Yining accused, her frustration evident, for she had invested considerable effort and resources to uncover this information about Ye Qingzhi. Ye Qingzhi narrowed her eyes at the accusation. While she had not gone to great lengths to conceal the truth about her condition, only a limited circle was aware of it. It seemed a traitor had emerged within her own quarters. Enough. While the marquis's heirs may not be abundant, they are also not scarce. It is indeed reasonable for him to have offspring. However, it is your duty to serve the marquis well. Ye Yingyang's perspective is not without merit. It is indeed challenging for a young woman to bear children. Waiting a few years is perfectly acceptable, Zhang Jingyi interjected, her voice calm and benevolent, quelling their quarrel. Ye Qingzhi felt a wave of respect wash over her for the lady's dignified demeanor. This was the poise of a true matriarch of a prominent household, not one preoccupied with schemes to undermine her concubines or poison her illegitimate children. Only a lady of such caliber could earn the marquis's respect and admiration. Ye Qingzhi felt fortunate to have such a commendable lady leader and resolved to bestow gifts upon her and her children to further cultivate goodwill. Zhang Jingyi instructed Qin Yingyang to rest and rewarded her with a plethora of gifts before dismissing the gathering. Upon returning to her quarters, Ye Qingzhi instructed Rui, "From now on, let us hang a sign at the entrance of our courtyard, no entry for Qin Yingyang and dogs." Rui and the others exchanged glances, astonished. "Aunt, are you serious?" Chapter 29. Is it our lord's lack of effort? Concubine, are you still envious that Qin concubine is expecting a child? Rui inquired. No, I merely fear that something might happen to the child in Qin concubine's womb, and the blame will fall upon me. From now on, whenever you see Qin concubine, keep your distance to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ye Qingzhi declared. I have heard that the backhouses of affluent families can be quite ruthless when it comes to harming offspring. I genuinely dread being unjustly accused. Concubine, do not be afraid, our household is not so sordid, Chunyu quickly reassured her. Ever since the madam bore a legitimate son, the concubines in our household have ceased taking abortifacients and can give birth freely. There have been no reports of children being harmed or miscarried. Then why in the span of 4 years, with so many women, has our lord only fathered 3 children? Ye Qingzhi asked. Is it that our lord is not making enough of an effort? Chunyu and the others. Oh dear, concubine, please refrain from such reckless talk. Chunyu attempted to cover her mouth. The hidden guard, overhearing, nearly lost his footing and fell from the tree. Why, ye concubine, you truly dare to speak up? You say anything. Such matters concerning offspring warrant utmost caution. We should not harbor malicious intent, yet we cannot foolishly shoulder blame, understand? Ye Qingzhi continued. Rui and the others nodded vigorously, fully agreeing with her sentiments. By the way, investigate who leaked the news about my cold womb. We do not tolerate traitors in our Yanting courtyard, Ye Qingzhi stated coldly. Rui nodded indignantly, while Chunyu and Xiachan felt a chill run down their spines. Truly devoid of ill intentions, the servant who had relayed the news to Yao Yining was swiftly apprehended and handed over to the madam for punishment. Zhang Jingyi ordered that the servant be beaten 10 times and then sold off, resulting in a significant tightening of lips among the maids and servants in the backhouse. That very evening, the lord, with barely a shred of conscience and insufficient effort, came seeking Ye Qingzhi to settle accounts. Xia Jin arrived at the entrance of Yanting courtyard and noticed a sign hanging there that read, "No entry for Qin concubine and dogs." The corners of Xia Jin's mouth twitched, but he ultimately chose to ignore it. It was rather novel, after all. Upon seeing Xia Jin, Ye Qingzhi let out a light snort, not bothering to offer him a pleasant countenance. The sound of her disdain sent Rui and the others recoiling, hastily retreating to leave the battleground to the 2 masters. Why the snort? I have yet to punish you for drinking abortifacients and accusing me of not putting in enough effort. Xia Jin stepped closer, pulling her into his embrace, teasingly whispering into her ear. Ye Qingzhi, this man, besides being a dog that loves to bite, is rather swinish, exceptionally skilled at turning the tables. Regardless of any issues, he always likes to lay the blame on her, utilizing his PUA tactics at every turn. Lord, then punish me as you will. After all, I currently only wish to engage in playful quarrels with you, not bear children, Ye Qingzhi replied with an expression of indifference. Yes, yes, indeed, I simply do not wish to bear children. What of it? Punish me if you must. I'm listening. Die in the face of workplace PUA. The best strategy is to embrace the chaos and go wild. The formula is as follows. Look at how beautifully dressed so-and-so is, so well coordinated, always mindful of their appearance for work. Why do you dress so atrociously? Yes, I am indeed dressed atrociously, so ugly I make one want to vomit. What of it? Instantly leaving the other party speechless, wishing only to strangle her. Hearing her words, Xia Jin chuckled, pinching her cheek and tossing her onto the bed. Fine, I shall satisfy your request. Tomorrow, do not drink abortifacients, he murmured hoarsely, caressing her slick, delicate back. I am still young, afraid of death, and fearful of difficult childbirth. I do not wish to bear children so soon, Ye Qingzhi replied, still breathless, persistently asserting her stance. No matter the anger it might incite in Xia Jin, she would never consent to giving birth at this moment. I have not asked you to give birth now, Xia Jin replied, not wishing for her to conceive just yet. You already have a cold womb and are struggling to conceive. If you continue taking abortifacients, it is likely that in a few years, when you wish to have children, you may find it impossible. Ye Qingzhi yearned to retort that this was just fine, not having children was perfectly acceptable. If it truly comes to that, then it is merely my fate, she whispered, sounding rather forlorn. Xia Jin furrowed his brows, about to speak, when she cheerfully added, at that time, I shall raise a few cats and dogs, they can amuse me and will be better than raising children, with no fear of them turning into ungrateful wretches. Xia Jin, but suddenly felt like an utter fool for having worried about her just moments ago. Ye Qingzhi had not experienced nightmares for several days, yet today they returned. She dreamed of several indistinct boys standing before her, while someone spoke, since you have married in, you have remained childless. Choose one from these children to adopt under your name. Time flew by rapidly as she watched the child in her dream grow up under her careful guidance, eventually becoming a scholar. However, at the celebratory feast, he forced a bowl of poison down her throat, demanding she make way for his biological mother. Ye Qingzhi awoke in anger, feeling as if her mouth were filled with the bitter poison that severs life, leaning over the edge of the bed to retch. This time, it was even more suffocating and humiliating than the previous nightmare. Last time, she nearly faced the absence of anyone to see her off, while her scoundrel husband wed a new bride on the day of her demise. But this time, she was poisoned to death by the child she had painstakingly raised. The plot thickens with each twist, yet, why were there two distinct dreams, as if the scoundrel in her dreams had changed their identity and voice? Ye Qingzhi felt utterly perplexed. Come, summon the physician. Upon seeing her retching incessantly, Xia Jin assumed she had fallen ill again, pouring a cup of tea and offering it to her, yet Ye Qingzhi reacted vehemently, swatting the cup from his hands. Xia Jin, but for the first time in his life, serving a woman, pouring tea, and this was the outcome. Chapter 30, Are you pregnant? The crisp sound of a teacup shattering on the floor jolted Ye Qingzhi awake from her nightmare. My lord? She lifted her pale little face, gazing with her red, tear-filled eyes at the equally grim-faced Xia Jin. What happened? Are you with child? Xia Jin furrowed his brow. Ye Qingzhi shook her head. It was impossible for her to be pregnant, as her monthly cycle had just concluded during her recent break. She merely felt as though she had ingested poison, hence her nausea. I just had a terrible nightmare. Were you tormented by a bully again? No, I was poisoned by the white-eyed wolf. Xia Jin, she was quite harsh on herself in that dream, and the outcome was truly tragic. You tend to overthink. It must be due to our conversation about children yesterday that you had such a nightmare. Xia Jin's temper dissipated, and he sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her in a rare moment of patience and comfort. My lord, I believe so too. Otherwise, how could there be such a foolish woman, raising someone else's child and nurturing them to success, only to be poisoned by that very child, who demands she relinquish her place to his biological mother? You are so kind to me, Ye Qingzhi said, her face filled with gratitude. He was infinitely better than the scoundrel in her dream. With just one statement, such a leader was worth keeping close. Xia Jin had to attend court and had no time to linger with Ye Qingzhi. He quickly dressed and departed. Although Ye Qingzhi wished to return to her slumber, sleep eluded her, so she decided to practice yoga for a while to soothe her mind. After breakfast and paying her respects to the mistress, Ye Qingzhi summoned Chunyu and Xiaochan to follow her into the study. She then produced a performance evaluation form and addressed them. It has been over a month. Your assessments are concluded. Based on your performances, Xiaochan scores 1 point higher and is promoted to a first-class maid. You both can read, so take a look for yourselves. If you find it unjust, feel free to voice your concerns. Do not harbor resentment that may lead to future betrayal. I dare not, Chunyu quickly replied. She felt a tinge of disappointment, but having prepared herself to lose to Xiaochan, she accepted it. Chunyu took the evaluation form and saw it contained a wealth of details, personality analyses of both herself and Xiaochan, their respective skills, accomplishments from the past month, and minor mistakes made. Each point was outlined clearly. Upon finishing her review, Chunyu felt deeply moved by the care the concubine put into assessing them. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Such fair treatment was not something one would expect as a servant. It had always been the case that a master determined a servant's fate based on personal favor. She had merely lost to Xiaochan by a single point due to her lack of attentiveness, resulting in a few minor deductions. Her grooming skills were commendable, matching Xiaochan's in terms of score. Moreover, the evaluation form stated that these assessments occurred every 3 months, and first-class maid status was not permanent. Benefits and treatment could change. She still had ample opportunities to excel and become a first-class maid. In contrast to Chunyu's enthusiasm, Xiaochan's joy at her promotion vanished upon reading the evaluation form, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The weight of expectations felt immense. Ye Qingzhi, however, believed that such pressure was precisely what was needed. This employee evaluation form served as a modern workplace's stringent yoke, inciting both frustration and an inability to escape its grasp. After all, it was simply too effective. Your responsibilities will also shift starting today, Ye Qingzhi informed them as she reallocated their duties. Chunyu, since you lack attention to detail, Xiaochan, you will now oversee my dowry in the small storeroom in the courtyard, as well as some daily needlework tasks. Chunyu will be responsible for my grooming, jewelry box, and clothing coordination. Xiaochan was taken aback. She was entrusted with managing the dowry. A sense of panic washed over her, fearing she might make mistakes. Madam, if I handle the storeroom, what will Chunyu do? Xiaochan worried about potential objections from Chunyu. She will be responsible for gathering information outside. You need not worry about Chunyu's opinions. She has long wished to relinquish this task. Ye Qingzhi reassured her. As her personal maid and most reliable assistant, their mental well-being was of utmost importance to Ye Qingzhi. She took the time to clarify and resolve any unnecessary misunderstandings, reducing internal strife and workplace suspicion. Xiaochan felt a sense of relief. Ensure you hand over your tasks properly, and do not forget to report to the mistress, Ye Qingzhi reminded them. Chunyu and Xiaochan promptly acknowledged her words. Truly, they had never encountered a concubine like Madame Yi. She genuinely treated her as a superior, akin to a direct boss. That evening, after Chunyu and Xiaochan had attended to Ye Qingzhi during dinner, the two of them took their evaluation forms to report to the mistress. Zhang Jingyi perused their forms and her eyes brightened. She found the format excellent, which would be immensely useful for managing the servants in her household. Just as the court conducts biannual evaluations of officials to determine promotions, this assessment could serve as a quantifiable tool, despite the inevitable flaws behind it. Lady Yi possesses both ingenuity and capability, and her attention to detail is commendable, Zhang Jingyi remarked, unable to find fault. Madam, judging by Lady Yi's conduct over the past month, it indeed seems she harbors no secrets from you, old Madame Zhou interjected, still incredulous. Zhang Jingyi was skeptical that a mere concubine could be entirely selfless, without any ulterior motives toward the headmistress. What tasks do you both manage now? Are you in charge of her dowry and storeroom? Do you know how much dowry Lady Yi possesses? Zhang Jingyi probed incisively. A concubine, by nature, held no status and, lacking favor, relied solely on a meager monthly allowance of 20 taels, rendering it impossible to thrive in a high-ranking household. Beyond the monthly stipend, the concubine's allocation was merely a subsistence allowance. To live decently, one required money. There were numerous expenses to consider, from acquiring fine clothing and jewelry to obtaining news, all of which necessitated funds. Madam, Lady Yi entrusted me with managing her dowry and storeroom. I spent the afternoon inventorying her dowry, and now she possesses 7 shops in the capital, all well-known establishments. I have heard of their reputations. Their profits must be substantial. The items in the dowry are few in number, yet each is a treasure, especially the silver, totaling an astonishing 115,000 taels. Xiaochan's voice trembled as she spoke the last part. 115,000 taels. It was the first time she had seen such a sum in silver bills. She was momentarily dumbfounded. Counting the bills made her hands tremble, and she had to recount multiple times to get it right. No wonder Lady Yi had been so generous with ice supplies for the mistress and the young masters and mistresses. Day after day, she truly had wealth. 115,000 taels of silver. Old Madame Zhou was equally stunned, momentarily lost for words before whispering, no wonder she is the daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan. While they knew Lady Yi possessed wealth, they had no idea it was to such an extent. What did 115,000 taels signify? Even when a legitimate daughter of the Marquis family married, excluding the extravagant display of gifts, the actual dowry she could receive would rarely exceed 5,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this immense sum, Zhang Jingyi's breath slightly hitched, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. She had heard the Marquis mention that the Yi family had provided him with 200,000 taels of silver to secure a noble concubine title for Ye Qingzhi. In light of this 200,000 taels, she had arranged for Ye Qingzhi to reside in Yanlu Courtyard, a splendid estate featuring ample rooms and facilities, rivaling those of the legitimate heirs. The Yi family had expended such a fortune, and now bestowed over 100,000 taels of dowry upon Ye Qingzhi. What extravagance! While the grandeur of high-ranking families appeared impressive, they were not as wealthy as certain affluent merchants. Zhang Jingyi, who managed the household's finances, was acutely aware of this reality. The annual profits from the Marquis household's various shops and estates amounted to merely 80,000 taels. It sounded considerable, yet the household's expenses far exceeded this, leading to a basic balance of income and expenditure with little surplus. Furthermore, as the Marquis' legitimate offspring grew up and approached marriageable age, expenses would undoubtedly escalate. Just the dowries and bride prices could easily deplete half the household's assets within a year. In a month's time, after the autumn imperial examinations, the eldest son of the main house, Xia Mingqing, would be seeking a marriage proposal. Should Xia Mingqing pass the provincial examination and later the national examination, a noble daughter from a prestigious family could very well be his bride, and the bride price would certainly be substantial. Although the eldest son belonged to the main house, the bride price would need to be drawn from the household's finances, requiring her, as the Marquis' wife, to oversee the procurement of such matters, which should be prioritized now. Zhang Jingyi had no intentions of coveting a concubine's dowry. Lady Yi had already shown her considerable respect through her offerings. However, she considered the potential advantages of leveraging Lady Yi's affluent family background in Jiangnan, which operated numerous shops with a diverse range of goods, for the procurement of bride prices. Not only that, but hosting banquets in the household also incurred significant expenses. Zhang Jingyi was increasingly dissatisfied with the current procurement vendors, suspecting they had siphoned off a considerable amount of funds. These vendors had been in use since the old lady's time, and who would believe there was no foul play at hand? Previously, she had refrained from addressing this issue, opting for patience and compromise to avoid putting too much pressure on the main house and the old lady. However, Jiang Jingyi had recently noticed that her assertiveness left the old lady and others with no choice but to merely stare, at most grumbling a few harsh words, yet they had frequently spoken unkindly in the past, and she had even incurred losses. It hardly seemed worth the trouble. Chapter 31. Can I still command you? Am I worthy? As for utilizing Aunt Ye's family, it constitutes a form of mutual benefit. Over the past month, Aunt Ye has revealed her wisdom and loyalty to her. By allowing Aunt Ye's family to procure supplies for the Marquisate, it also serves to enhance Aunt Ye's reputation. Given her intelligence, it is unlikely she would be greedy for the Marquisate's funds, even without preferential treatment. If she could be granted some tangible benefits, the savings would be just right for the Marquis, rather than being squandered by the main household. A few days later, after taking the calming medicine prescribed by physician Ye Qingzhi found her nights to be much more restful, free from nightmares. Since the day he departed, Xia Jin had left the capital for official duties elsewhere. Ye Qingzhi could not help but applaud this turn of events. She could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite, without the anxiety of being summoned to work overtime in the dead of night, especially not the kind that demanded her utmost effort. Of course, on the surface, Ye Qingzhi feigned a sense of longing for Xia Jin, sighing and dabbing at non-existent tears. To embellish her act, she penned a letter imbued with yearning, instructing her shadow guard to deliver it to Xia Jin. When the shadow guard was summoned, his expression was one of utter disarray, devoid of the usual stoicism, bordering on panic. How had he been discovered? He was certain Aunt Ye lacked martial prowess to perceive his presence. Would his blunder lead to dire consequences from the master? Do not panic, I have no knowledge of your hiding place. It was merely a ruse, I did not expect it to hold any truth, Ye Qingzhi said, observing the shadow guard, who looked utterly defeated, and offered a nonchalant consolation. The shadow guard, feeling increasingly despondent, implored, Aunt Ye, please cease, your words only deepen my despair, as if my career as a shadow guard is at its end. This letter is for the master. Do not read it, Ye Qingzhi instructed, handing him the note, wary that he might find its content too revealing. I would not dare. The shadow guard replied hastily, respectfully accepting the letter, then inquired, does Aunt Ye have any other instructions? Can I still command you? Am I worthy? Ye Qingzhi was taken aback. The shadow guard, there is no need for such self-deprecation. You are indeed worthy. The other concubines in the household do not possess the same merit. This was because the Marquis had previously instructed him to prioritize Ye Qingzhi's safety and, when necessary, heed her commands. Xia Jin was also concerned that upon his return, he would find Ye Qingzhi had brought ruin upon herself. At that point, he would be unable to find such a beloved and comforting concubine. The shadow guard had developed a habit of silently grumbling in his heart due to his professional demeanor. You are capable, madam, you hold value, while others do not, he stated. Ye Qingzhi felt an unexpected sense of elevated status, a hint of the favored concubine's privilege. This realization lessened her resentment towards Xia Jin. While he might be a troublesome leader, he was not entirely unbearable. Oh, I have no further orders, you may take your leave. She waved her hand dismissively at the shadow guard. What does take your leave even mean? It sounded rather peculiar. After managing her interactions with the Marquis, following her audience that day, Ye Qingzhi was once again retained by the lady for a discussion. From her, she received a procurement list. Upon glancing at it, Ye Qingzhi immediately recognized it as a list of supplies needed for a banquet. Though she could not quite fathom how she knew, it felt as though she had previously dealt with such matters. Reflecting further, she realized that the eldest son of the household was set to participate in the autumn examination this year, and a grand banquet would inevitably follow his anticipated success. However, it would not be the Marquisate alone hosting this feast. All banquet supplies would surely be snatched up in a frenzy as the event approached. Any experienced matriarch would understand that aside from the fresh fruits and vegetables required on the day of the banquet, all other necessary items for such a grand affair should be prepared at least a month in advance. I wish to replace the current procurement merchant, but they have been in service to the old lady for a long time. To dismiss them, I must present a valid reason, proving that their prices have consistently been inflated, thereby siphoning off the Marquisate's funds. I would like your family to handle the procurement for this banquet, provided you can offer me a reasonable price that ensures you do not incur losses while still maintaining quality, Jiang Jingyi stated, calm yet firm, as she fixed her gaze upon Ye Qingzhi. Is this feasible, madam? Might I have a look at the previous procurement accounts? It would provide me with a clearer understanding of whether I can fulfill your request, Ye Qingzhi inquired with a smile. These are the accounts related to the banquet, please take a look. Jiang Jingyi promptly produced several ledgers she had prepared in advance. Meanwhile, her opinion of Aunt Ye rose considerably. Had Aunt Ye simply agreed without hesitation, she might have thought her too eager for accolades, lacking thoroughness in her work. Yet now, seeing her request the previous accounts, it indicated her prudence and capability. As Ye Qingzhi reviewed the ledgers, she was struck by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Despite it being her first encounter with ancient accounting practices, it was evident that this was yet another blessing bestowed upon her by the original owner of this body. Upon swiftly perusing the two ledgers, she keenly identified several discrepancies. Madam, are all the accounts in this household maintained in such a manner? Ye Qingzhi rubbed her forehead, struggling to contain her thoughts before finally voicing her concern. Frankly, she needed to demonstrate to her female superior that she possessed some value and capability beyond merely serving the Marquis. However, she was hesitant to appear overly ostentatious, as though she were trying too hard to impress. Yet, witnessing her superior being so thoroughly misled by those beneath her was simply intolerable. Performing well this time and becoming a trusted core member of her superior's inner circle might serve as another strategic advantage in the intricate power dynamics of the household. After all, winning the favor of the matriarch was one of her objectives. With the marquis absent, it was prudent to devote more attention to the lady. What issues do you perceive? Zhang Jingyi inquired. The pitying gaze that Ye Qingzhi cast upon her was far too apparent. Zhang Jingyi could not ignore it. Alas, madam, these accounts have been deliberately crafted to deceive you. They are truly an eyesore. Ye Qingzhi began to elucidate the muddled entries. Madam, the subordinates have intertwined various items in their accounting to obfuscate clarity, thereby allowing some questionable entries to slip through unnoticed. Zhang Jingyi nodded, signaling her to continue. Since there are no physical items to tally against, it is highly likely that these accounts do not match the actual inventory. She paused, noting Zhang Jingyi's increasingly pallid expression, but judging by the current state, it is almost certain that they do not align. Zhang Jingyi's complexion darkened further. Is there anything else? There are numerous discrepancies, many figures have been altered, and the execution is exceedingly crude. I shan't enumerate them all for you. Ye Qingzhi pointed out that several receipts and contracts affixed to the back of the ledgers were forgeries. With each revelation, Zhang Jingyi's face grew darker, nearly losing her composure in a fit of rage. Aunt Yi, I apologize for my ignorance. I truly struggle with reviewing accounts. Eventually, Zhang Jingyi sighed, massaging her forehead with a rueful smile. Nor is it mandated that the matriarch must be adept at accountancy. Why burden yourself with such matters? You are the lady of the marquisate, the head of the household. Your role is to manage people, not to scrutinize ledgers. It would suffice to engage a few trustworthy accountants who can handle this task without you having to bear the burden of such trivialities, Ye Qingzhi asserted, effortlessly casting the blame elsewhere. Yet, upon hearing these words, Zhang Jingyi felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders, as if a tremendous burden had been removed, granting her a sense of liberation. She had been overly fixated on the minutiae of this was largely due to her background as a concubine born of the Duke of Jiangyang's family. Prior to her marriage, she had been oppressed by a malevolent legitimate mother and had never been taught the intricacies of household management or administration. Given the old marquis's fondness for the current marquis, he would not have chosen a concubine of lesser birth. At that time, the old marquis had sought to wed her legitimate sister, leveraging past favors. However, her sister had her heart set on another, dismissing the marquis, who was then notorious for his debauchery. Therefore, on the day of the wedding, the Duke of Jiangyang's family orchestrated a switch, marrying her, the overlooked concubine, to the marquis in place of her sister. This maneuver undoubtedly embarrassed both the old marquis and the marquis himself. At that moment, she had thought her fate was sealed, yet, the marquis accepted her as a mistake, granting her the dignity expected of a wife. 3 years later, to everyone's astonishment, the old marquis bequeathed the title to the current marquis, and she thus became the marquis's lady. Subsequently, the marquis gained the emperor's trust, quickly rising from a personal guard to the commander of the Jiangyang. She too ascended in status, with her concubines elevated to favored positions. She was recorded under her legitimate mother's name, now deemed a legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jiangyang's family. Yet, those within her family knew the truth, and her sisters in the Duke's household often ridiculed her for her lack of accounting skills, attributing her fortune to mere luck, a substitute bride who somehow struck gold, becoming the head of the household and a fourth-rank lady. While others envied her for becoming the marquis's wife, only she knew the treacherous path she had tread, fraught with challenges. The more one is ridiculed for one's inadequacies, the more it becomes an obsession. This was precisely her plight regarding household management and accounting. Previously, no one had ever advised her that there was no need for her to struggle. Accounting was a skill expected of the servants. She need not comprehend or master it, as long as she knew how to employ capable individuals. It was a revelation that struck her with clarity. Zhang Jingyi exhaled slowly, her eyes sparkling with newfound understanding. Aunt Yi, you are absolutely right. I must thank you for enlightening me. Ye Qingzhi, as long as you are pleased, there is no need for such formality. The intensity of her gaze made her feel somewhat unnerved. Now that we have reviewed the ledgers, do you have a plan regarding the procurement matter? Zhang Jingyi inquired once more. Ye Qingzhi nodded, her mind already made up. She need not offer discounts deliberately. Purchasing at normal market prices would save the madam at least 2,000 taels for the banquet. Over the years, it was likely that a significant portion of the funds earned by the procurement merchants had lined the old lady's pockets. Can it be executed successfully? Zhang Jingyi asked again, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Chapter 32 Weeping over one's own foolishness. Ye Qingzhi smiled softly as she officially accepted her first task assigned by the mistress. Madam, you honor me so, and rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. I will have the procurement list sent to my family home, where my father will personally handle the matter, ensuring that we acquire the finest goods at the most favorable prices. Excellent. Zhang Jingyi nodded before inquiring, in 3 days, may I expect to see the account books and the items? Of course, Ye Qingzhi affirmed with a nod. I see that Aunt Yi is quite adept at examining account books. Perhaps we should review the old accounts from years past. Madam, I am but a mere concubine, and it is against the rules for a concubine to meddle in the household's affairs. If outsiders were to learn of this, the whole residence would surely be ridiculed, and you would lose face. It would be prudent for you to promptly find several accountants. They could clarify matters in just a couple of days. Ye Qingzhi repeatedly waved her hands in refusal, adamant about not undertaking such a laborious and thankless task. Is there anything more tedious and exhausting than reviewing old accounts? Indeed, it could truly be a soul-crushing endeavor. She would be a fool to engage in such menial work. Identifying a couple of discrepancies in the account books was well within her responsibilities, but anything beyond that, she would resolutely decline. Seeing her staunch resistance, Zhang Jingyi had no choice but to relent. It was absurd that she, a mere concubine, was teaching her about propriety. Madam, if you wish to dismiss the old suppliers, merely relying on the old accounts will not suffice, for there are numerous loopholes for them to exploit. Ye Qingzhi offered a final piece of sound advice: you should also have them procure a copy of this purchasing list. With a clear comparison, it will be far easier for you to address any grievances later on. Very well, Zhang Jingyi nodded, accepting her suggestion, pondering that she might invite Aunt Yi to spend more time with her in the future. Such a clever mind should not solely be employed in serving the master but should also assist in more serious matters. In the Yi residence, Ye Qingzhi received the procurement list from Rui and, after listening to Ye Qingzhi's instructions, felt a surge of excitement flush his face. Truly, she was his beloved daughter. Without any fuss, she managed to accomplish such a significant task. With this accomplishment, the Yi family would become the procurement merchants for the whole residence, no longer focused on how much silver they could earn. What they sought was prestige, status, and the convenience of leveraging the whole residence as a protective shield in future endeavors. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost diligence, Ye Qingzhi declared with conviction. Aunt is concerned that Madam and the second Miss may cause further trouble, and hopes that you will remain vigilant. This procurement is of utmost importance and must not go awry, Rui warned with a serious expression. Ye Qingzhi nodded vigorously. If he were a man of no ability, easily manipulated by a woman from the inner chambers, the Yi family would not possess such grand assets. 3 days later, Ye Qingzhi presented the completed task to Ye Qingzhi flawlessly. He had also arranged for the accountants to prepare 2 account books as she had requested. Point 1 reflected the normal market purchasing price, which was nearly half the price of what Zhang Jingyi had previously paid. The other detailed the internal procurement price, where the Yi family would only earn a small profit, with the remainder of the profit going to Zhang Jingyi, thus indirectly providing tribute to the whole lord and lady. Ye Qingzhi instructed that the goods be delivered to her courtyard and stored in her warehouse. She personally accompanied Xiachan to inspect and count the items, ensuring their quality. They were indeed of excellent caliber. Zhang Jingyi also took the time to come and inspect the goods, finding them superior to those she had previously used. After inquiring about the expenses, which totaled 2,000 taels at market price, Zhang Jingyi fell silent. In the past, these purchases would have cost at least 5,000 taels. Regret, a profound sense of regret. Although she had managed these affairs for years, she had been continuously sending silver to the main house and the old matriarch. They had been feasting lavishly while filling their own pockets, yet they had the audacity to claim she was stingy with them. How infuriating! Zhang Jingyi felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the account books at their faces, exposing their vile nature and demanding the return of the silver they had greedily hoarded over. You have accomplished a great feat this time. Zhang Jingyi suppressed her anger and, smiling at Ye Qingzhi, asked, "What reward do you desire?" "I do not wish for anything at the moment. Perhaps it would be best to hold it with you for now and exchange it later?" Ye Qingzhi contemplated before responding. Zhang Jingyi's smile widened at her words, thinking that she had a childlike demeanor, reminiscent of her own sister Yan. "Very well, I shall keep a record of it for you," Zhang Jingyi said. "Madam, the 2,000 taels mentioned earlier is the market price. I also have an internal procurement price, which only requires 1,500 taels to acquire everything," Ye Qingzhi added, presenting the internal price list to Zhang Jingyi. After she glanced over it, Ye Qingzhi continued with a smile, "This book shall no longer be maintained. You need only keep the market price in mind. The Yi family will charge at the internal price, and any surplus silver may be kept by you." Zhang Jingyi paused for a moment before shaking her head. "Initially, I did consider that, but 2,000 taels is already below my acceptable price point. I need not be greedy for that 500 taels. If I were to act thus, I would be no different from the old matriarch and the main house, allowing myself to be looked down upon. Since you have gained the favor of the whole lord, you must not lose face in your family home. Your loss of face reflects upon the whole lord. Henceforth, we shall not maintain dual accounts. We will adhere to the market price, and the whole residence shall not take advantage of your family." "Madam, you are magnanimous." Ye Qingzhi sincerely praised her, reclaiming the internal price book and contemplating its destruction. To have such a kind-hearted and generous matriarch was something for which they, as concubines, could only be grateful. Content with her departure, Zhang Jingyi left, and Ye Qingzhi felt equally satisfied, having established a solid beneficial relationship with the mistress through this matter. Moreover, it proved that her disreputable father was not beyond redemption. Point 1 cannot solely rely on oppression. A balance of a firm hand and an occasional sweet word can make individuals more amenable to one's influence. Thus, Ye Qingzhi instructed Rui to convey a message to the Yi residents, reassuring Ye Qingzhi of his commendable efforts and continuing to paint grand visions for him. For instance, becoming the procurement merchants for the whole residence and then the royal palace, engaging in trade with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Wasn't that merely a matter of time? When that day comes, what official salt, tea, or ironware would be beyond your reach? The Yi family could become the foremost merchant of the Great Zhao, earning respect from officials who might even show them a modicum of courtesy. After being regaled with Ye Qingzhi's grand visions, Ye Qingzhi was filled with a joy so profound that it could only be described as elation. His face beamed with vitality as he ventured out to inspect the shops, striding with purpose. When encountering familiar merchants, he insisted on treating them to a few drinks, proudly boasting of his daughter's favor with the whole residence. Upon returning home, he urged the servants to tidy up the courtyard, sending in all manner of fine goods to create an opulent environment. Ye Qingzhi's mother and younger siblings were already en route to the capital, expected to arrive within a month. Guman observed Ye Qingzhi's behavior with growing anxiety, eagerly awaiting news of Ye Qingzhi's fall from grace in the whole residence. Unfortunately, rather than hearing of her decline, she was met with numerous reports of her rising favor. Not only did the whole lord dote on her, but even the matriarch extended her goodwill, allowing the Yi family to become the procurement merchants for the whole residence. This was utterly incomprehensible. "Yingxue, must we truly do nothing? If we continue to endure, the Yi family will surely lose our standing," Guman fretted, unable to restrain her worries as she sought counsel from Yingxue. "Mother, the autumn examination is merely a month away. There is no need to rush. Ye Qingzhi replied impatiently, attempting to soothe her mother. Though she reassured her mother, Ye Qingzhi herself was equally restless. The continuous news of Ye Qingzhi's favor, even from Zhang Jingyi, gnawed at her. Unable to contain herself, she took a carriage to seek out Chen Yuankai. The mere thought of him soon achieving success and becoming a future minister brought her a moment of calm. However, upon finding Chen Yuankai, she witnessed him being ridiculed by other students. Ha, you may not know, but his fiancée Yi is not only the daughter of a merchant, she reeks of copper, and they have long had an improper relationship. His moral character is utterly reprehensible. I refuse to associate with such a hypocrite. His tarnished reputation led to his disqualification from the provincial examinations in Jiangnan, but his future father-in-law provided enough silver to purchase a place as an outer court scholar in the Imperial Academy. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder he, a scholar from Jiangnan, would forsake the provincial examination to come to the capital and seize a spot. One can only say that such a scoundrel is utterly audacious. Upon hearing such mockery, Ye Qingzhi could no longer remain passive. She leapt from the carriage and rushed to stand before Chen Yuankai, confronting the jeering students. You are all narrow-minded and envious of others' intellect, thus you resort to slander. Once Chen Yuankai achieves success in the examination, you will surely regret your disdain today. Ah, how achieve success, we shall see. Chen Yuankai, do you hear? Once you succeed, we shall lie back and let you humiliate us in return. The group shouted, their faces twisted in mockery. Chen Yuankai had managed to endure until now, but upon hearing their taunts, his face flushed red, for he knew he lacked the capability to succeed. Disregarding propriety, Chen Yuankai seized Ye Qingzhi's sleeve, desperately pulling her away from this maddening scene. Ouch, Chen Yuankai, let go of me. Once they reached a deserted alley, Ye Qingzhi frowned and shook off his grip, rubbing her sore arm. Why do you endure such humiliation? Why do you not retort? Ye Qingzhi asked in frustration. Retort like you, spouting nonsense that only invites further ridicule? Chen Yuankai scoffed bitterly. Ye Qingzhi, it was you who insisted on clinging to me, you who disrupted my engagement with Ye Qingzhi, and you who caused my reputation to plummet. Yet today, you dare to attempt to elevate me in front of others. What grievance do I hold against you that you seek to ruin me so? No, I did not. I am not trying to ruin you, I truly believe you can succeed. Ye Qingzhi fervently insisted, striving to instill confidence in him. On what basis do you say I will succeed? Chen Yuankai, your empty words tarnish my reputation, yet you speak with such conviction. It is utterly foolish. I truly understand, I dreamed of it. Ye Qingzhi explained anxiously. And who was the chief examiner? What were the examination questions? Chen Yuankai challenged. The chief examiner's surname seems to be Kai. As for the questions, I know not, they were not part of my dream, Ye Qingzhi admitted. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Yuankai sneered, utterly unconvinced, and turned to leave. Ye Qingzhi covered her face in despair, questioning how it had come to this. Chapter 33. A nap with her in the Marquis's residence. Zhang Jingyi's habitual procurement agent, after much procrastination, took 6 days to finally prepare the required items. Upon reviewing the submitted accounts, Zhang Jingyi immediately scoffed. 6,000 taels of silver? It was 5,000 before. How did the price suddenly inflate so much? My lady, you are unaware that 5,000 taels was last year's price. Many items have seen a surge in cost. This one has increased by half a tael per pound, and that one by 3 cash. It all adds up. Woo, the steward reporting to her, replied with a pained expression. Zhang Jingyi coldly observed his performance, refraining from an immediate outburst. Instead, she rose to inspect the goods herself. Wu hastily declined, claiming that the storage area was too chaotic for her to visit, suggesting it would be more fitting for a matron to accompany her instead. With a swift kick directed at him, Zhang Jingyi sternly rebuked, I intend to inspect the goods, and yet you insist on obstructing me. What are your true intentions? It is evident you are guilty. Someone, accompany me, I shall examine each item thoroughly. Startled, Wu stumbled to the side, and witnessing his cowardly demeanor, Zhang Jingyi let out a cold laugh. Lift Wu from the ground, let him stand by and watch, lest he later claims to the old lady that I have bullied him. My lady, please spare me. I have been blinded by foolishness, leading to this grave mistake. I implore you to grant me another chance. I shall ensure the goods are complete. Wu directly admitted his wrongdoing, believing that acknowledging his fault was preferable to letting her scrutinize the items, which would surely lead to his ruin. This batch of goods had been procured under the orders of the main wife, who instructed him to substitute inferior items and leave many things lacking. When the time came for a banquet, the main wife would surely make trouble, compelling the lady to relinquish her authority as housekeeper. He had argued against the exorbitant 6,000 taels, suggesting 5,000 was more appropriate, yet the main wife insisted due to her recent financial constraints, demanding he find a way to reduce costs. Now, the lady was genuinely enraged. What could he do? It was over for him. Zhang Jingyi regarded Wu's pleas with indifference, feeling only deeper regret. Such a treacherous servant could be subdued with firmness. She had previously been too weak, allowing herself to be oppressed for so long. Upon inspection, it became evident that all the goods procured by Wu were of inferior quality. Should they be used for the banquet, the Marquis's residence would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Beyond being subpar, the list of goods was also missing half of what was needed, especially some scarce items. Without proper procurement now, it would be exceedingly difficult to acquire them when the banquet approached. Good. Zhang Jingyi realized he had indeed substituted inferior goods and was likely shortchanging her. However, she never anticipated he would dare to go this far. Did they truly perceive her as such a foolish woman, one they could so brazenly deceive? Seething with rage, Zhang Jingyi's body trembled, her eyes glinting like daggers as she spoke words that made Wu's heart wrench in terror. I am aware that your entire family's indentures are in the old lady's possession. Even if I interrogate you, you would not speak the truth. No matter, even without such means, I can easily ensure your demise if I so desire. Her voice was as frigid as ice. I may not be able to touch the old lady or the main wife, but I can certainly relieve my frustrations by exterminating pests like you. Lady, please spare me. It was the main wife who orchestrated this procurement. If you are willing to spare my family's lives, I will divulge everything. Wu repeatedly bowed his head, weeping and pleading for mercy. If you wish for your wife's and children's lives, you must provide me with something of value, Zhang Jingyi replied coldly. Yes, my lady, I shall tell all, everything. Wu sobbed uncontrollably. Zhang Jingyi's sudden outburst and Wu's betrayal caught the old lady and the main wife completely off guard. In truth, everyone was rendered speechless, with irrefutable evidence before them. The old lady and the main wife could only blame their servants, cursing their audacity and their attempts to distance themselves from what had transpired was clear to all. Zhang Jingyi intended to replace the procurement agent, and they dared not utter a word of opposition. This time, they had thoroughly lost. Zhang Jingyi emerged victorious, standing tall and leaving the show and hall with a sense of exhilaration, as if she had finally released years of pent-up frustration. Once she departed, the old lady immediately turned her ire towards the main wife, Wan, reprimanding her for her short-sightedness. If it weren't for your ill-conceived idea and your greed for silver, how could we have encountered such a debacle? Wang, chastised by her mother-in-law, could only endure in tears, repeatedly acknowledging her mistakes and offering apologies, though internally, she felt a surge of frustration. When she had proposed tampering with the banquet arrangements, her mother-in-law had wholeheartedly supported her, even praising her cleverness. Now, with chaos ensuing, the blame fell squarely on her shoulders, leaving her with a deep sense of injustice. After being scolded by the old lady, when her husband, Xia Lin, returned home from the court, he too unleashed his fury upon Wang upon learning of the incident. To her mother-in-law, she had to swallow her pride, but with her husband, although she dared not strike back fiercely, she could at least engage in a heated argument that was evenly matched. I only did this for our son's chance to inherit the title and reclaim the marquisate from Xia Jin. After the autumn examinations, our son will undoubtedly succeed, and our family's standing in the residence will rise. If Zhang Jingyi's banquet goes awry, my mother and I can jointly strip her of her authority. Once I manage the household affairs, I can arrange a suitable marriage for our son. With a good family background, our son will surely excel in the next examination, officially entering the court, and within a few years, the marquisate will surely return to him. Yet, I have only just taken the first step when Zhang Jingyi uncovered my plans. I cannot fathom how she, who has been so accommodating for years, has suddenly grown so assertive, catching Wu in the act. Xia Lin listened to her ramblings, gradually losing his temper. Forget about managing the household for now. Have you made arrangements for the upcoming autumn examinations? Not yet. I heard it takes 10,000 taels to secure a decent examination accommodation, with dedicated staff to provide meals and attend to personal needs. With a good accommodation, the examinee can perform much better, but I still have not gathered the necessary funds. Wang retorted angrily. The provincial examinations span 3 sessions, each lasting 3 days, with candidates enduring all their needs in a cramped space. Completing all 3 sessions could be exhausting, and it was not uncommon for the weak to perish in such conditions. If money could secure better accommodations with care, those with wealth would undoubtedly pay. Ye Qingzhi's father is the Deputy Minister of Rights, responsible for the imperial examinations. Securing a good accommodation is merely a matter of a few words. Why waste 10,000 taels? Xia Lin replied coldly. Summon Ye Qingzhi, and tell her you will assist her in removing the marquis's wife and elevating her to the lady's position. She will undoubtedly comply and diligently arrange the examination accommodations for you. Indeed, how could I forget about Ye Qingzhi? You are so astute, my lord, knowing precisely how to manipulate people. Wang's anger dissipated significantly as she began to focus on how to manage the situation. Ever since Ye Qingzhi entered the residence, she had been quite overbearing. However, it seemed she had recently tempered herself due to issues with a newly entered concubine. Surely, she felt particularly resentful. Now, by flattering her, Wang could encourage her to confront Zhang Jingyi and the favored Ye Qingzhi, stirring up chaos in Xia Jin's inner quarters. 2 days later, Xia Jin returned home, weary from his travels. As per custom, he first visited the Guixing courtyard. Upon seeing him, Zhang Jingyi immediately prostrated herself, respectfully saying, My lord, I have managed the household for years. Due to my inadequacy, I have been deceived by unscrupulous individuals, resulting in the loss of at least 10,000 taels of silver each year to the old lady and the main wife through procurement. My conduct has been deplorable, betraying your trust. I beseech you to punish me. Rise and speak. You are my wife, not a subordinate, Xia Jin replied gently to Zhang Jingyi. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Jingyi, with reddened eyes, stood up, touched by his words. You have diligently managed the household, displaying great understanding and discretion. You have done quite well. Do not overly concern yourself with a mere few taels of silver. Xia Jin valued Zhang Jingyi's compliance. As for the management of the marquis's finances, it was a trivial matter. If managed well, it would be a bonus. If merely adequate, it would not disrupt the overall situation. With him overseeing the broader picture, it would not falter significantly. He himself had no need for silver and was indifferent to the thousands of taels in the residence. Though he was unconcerned, Zhang Jingyi was not. Xia Jin focused on the expansive world outside the Marquisate. On the court and his career, however, for Zhang Jingyi, her domain was the inner workings of the Marquisate. Failing to manage the household was her greatest dereliction of duty. Zhang Jingyi respectfully recounted the changes made in procurement and could not help but praise Ye Qingzhi. My lord, Lady Yi is truly wise. I believe if she were to manage the household's affairs and finances, she would perform better than I initially intended to ask her to assist with the accounts, but she adamantly refused, claiming it was improper and that she must focus on serving you. Her adherence to propriety is quite unfamiliar to me. She is not adhering to propriety, she is merely lazy. Xia Jin interjected sharply. He was still burdened by the lewd messages sent by his hidden guards. Those who truly adhered to propriety would not possess such thoughts and would not be so skilled in manipulation. Thinking of Ye Qingzhi stirred something within Xia Jin. Glancing at the time, it was still midday. Waiting until evening felt too long, perhaps he could find her for a brief respite. Chapter 34. The first time hearing such fresh and unconventional flattery. Tonight, call Sister Yan and Mingyu to dine together. With that, Xia Jin rose and departed. Observing his hurried departure, it was evident he could hardly contain himself, eager to bestow his affections upon Ye Qingzhi. Mother, do you suppose Master has gone to the Yanlu courtyard? Zhang Jingyi gazed at Xia Jin's receding figure, her voice tinged with melancholy. Madam, Master has been increasingly attentive to concubine Yi, replied Granny Zhou. If this continues, will Master— the phrase favoring a concubine over the wife lingered on Granny Zhou's lips before she swallowed it back. I cannot say what Master will do, but as for concubine Yi, Zhang Jingyi recalled Ye Qingzhi's evident aversion to examining the accounts, along with the Marquis's dismissive remark about her laziness, and couldn't help but chuckle. Granny, concubine Yi has no desire to assume the role of the matriarch. If Master were to become utterly infatuated, she would undoubtedly refuse. Granny Zhou shook her head in disbelief, unable to fathom that a woman might prefer to be a mere concubine rather than the principal wife. Surely, she must be mad. We haven't yet discussed concubine Yao's situation, but it's of little consequence. We can address it during supper, Zhang Jingyi murmured softly. In the Yanlu courtyard, upon seeing Xia Jin, Ye Qingzhi greeted him with a smile, noting his scruffy appearance, a stark contrast to his typically pristine visage. Master, have you just returned to the residence? Your face is weary from the elements, it pains me to see you so. She stepped closer, caressing his cheek playfully. Xia Jin drew her into his embrace, capturing her soft lips in a kiss that felt like an eternity. When they finally parted, the intensity of their gazes could almost weave silk. Master, your stubble is rather prickly, perhaps I could shave it for you? You seem to enjoy it despite your words, Xia Jin teased, lifting her and carrying her toward the bed, while the maidservants, blushing, discreetly withdrew as the couple indulged in their affection. After their playful encounter, Ye Qingzhi found herself quite fatigued, having not toiled for some time. Master, have you yet dined? She inquired, regaining her composure. You appear somewhat diminished, your duties must be quite taxing. Not as leisurely as your days spent idly in the shade, Xia Jin remarked, his hands exploring her curves, noting she seemed a touch more robust than before. It appears you have gained some weight. Surely not. Ye Qingzhi protested, scrambling up to inspect herself, realizing she indeed felt a bit plumper. The holiday had proven to be a most effective means of weight gain. Master, the meal is not yet ready, would you care to join me in some exercise to shed a few pounds? Xia Jin, quite amused, found her invitation refreshingly unconventional. I remain as I was, my mind filled with nothing but frivolous thoughts, Ye Qingzhi replied with a twinkle in her eye. By the way, Master, did you receive my letter? That was hardly a letter. It was a waste of my carrier pigeon, Xia Jin retorted. Very well, if you find it so displeasing, I shall refrain from sending you any more in the future, she feigned sorrow. Xia Jin playfully nipped at her, urging her to cease her antics. Ye Qingzhi, undeterred, playfully nibbled back, but sensing the playful tension rising, she shifted to a more serious topic. Master, with the autumn examinations approaching, are there any betting pools regarding who might emerge as the top scholar? Indeed, are you interested in placing a wager? Xia Jin inquired, noting her enthusiasm. A small wager for amusement's sake, to pass the time, she replied with a smile. I intend to bet on Song Yishuan, the one to whom I provided funds for the examination. I shall wager 1,000 taels that he will succeed, will you join me? You hold him in such high regard? Xia Jin raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her expression, which concealed a multitude of emotions. He had investigated Song Yishuan, the scholar from Yangzhou, and found him to be exceptionally talented, with his essays advocating for sound governance. Originally, he was to take the provincial exams in Nanjing, but due to a conflict with a local academic official, his enrollment was revoked, forcing him to come to the capital. There, he managed to secure a place under the esteemed Kai Xueran, who recognized his capabilities and granted him a recommendation to the Imperial Academy, thus restoring his eligibility for the provincial exams. Had he remained in Yangzhou, waiting 3 additional years for the examinations, he would have undoubtedly missed his opportunity. However, his move to the capital, where he gained the patronage of Kai Xueran, transformed his fortunes, as Kai was the chief examiner for this year's provincial exams. He favored practical officials and abhorred flowery prose, favoring those who could propose effective governance strategies. In short, Song Yishuan was precisely the type of student Kai esteemed. If he excelled in the first 2 rounds of the 4 books and 5 classics, and if he performed well in the 3rd round of policy questions, it was entirely plausible that he could emerge as the top scholar. What intrigued Xia Jin most was that Ye Qingzhi not only provided Song Yishuan with funds for his journey but also inspired him to take the plunge into the capital and seek Kai's mentorship. He learned these details by having Song Yishuan apprehended for a thorough inquiry. Do you know the esteemed Grand Scholar Kai Xueren? Xia Jin asked her. Grand Scholar, as a merchant's daughter, if she truly knew Kai Xueren yet feigned ignorance, she was performing exceptionally well. I inquired of Song Yishuan, who informed me that not only did you provide him with funds for his examination, but you also recommended him to seek Kai Xueren's tutelage, assuring him that Kai would undoubtedly accept him, and that Kai is the chief examiner for this provincial examination. Wait, master, allow me a moment to process this. Ye Qingzhi realized the implications. The original soul must have taken her own life and subsequently been reborn. She had orchestrated this scheme, with Song Yishuan as her pawn, altering his fate by introducing him to a distinguished mentor and a promising future. Yet, the original soul met her tragic demise just a day after entering the Marquis's residence, drowned by Yao Yining. Such a pitiful end. Had she been the original, she would have likely succumbed to frustration upon awakening. Master, do you suppose I might be a high-ranking spy for a clandestine organization, possessing various exceptional skills, subtly manipulating events and causing calamities with a mere jest? Ye Qingzhi waved her hand dramatically, striking a rather absurd pose. Xia Jin, unimpressed, flicked her forehead, dismissing her outlandish claims. You truly are a fool. Any suspicions he harbored were effectively quelled by her foolishness. Indeed, if a high-ranking spy were to behave as she did, it would be a unique talent indeed. Moreover, he had meticulously examined her, and she exhibited no signs of martial prowess or any physical training. Alas, Ye Qingzhi sighed deeply, then rallied her spirits, smiling brightly. Master, sometimes it is not so bad to be a little naive in life. Perhaps the truth shall reveal itself in due time. For now, let us place our bets and earn some silver. I shall wager on Song Yishuan emerging as the top scholar. Very well, Xia Jin replied with a smile. At that moment, a messenger arrived, announcing that Granny Wang, in the service of concubine Yao, sought an audience, claiming that concubine Yao had urgent matters to discuss with master. Concubine Yao seems to be attempting to intercept matters, perhaps hoping to conceive at once. Ye Qingzhi teased lightly. However, I fear that even if master were to visit her, it would be a case of intent without the means. Xia Jin. Truly, she is a siren. Although Xia Jin departed the Yanlu courtyard, he had no intention of visiting Yao Yining. His annoyance with her was palpable, and he wished to avoid her entirely. Granny, has the Marquis not arrived? Yao Yining, clad in revealing attire, yearned for a romantic encounter with the Marquis. My lady, the Marquis has just returned and is undoubtedly quite occupied. He may be busy, yet he finds time to spend hours with that wretched concubine Yi. Even when I instructed you to invite him, he refused to come. Yao Yining cried in despair. Why is the Marquis so heartless towards me? How can he be so cruel? Granny Wang, filled with sympathy, endeavored to console her until she finally ceased her weeping. Granny, do you know? When the Marquis arrives, I intend to inform him of the first wife's attempts to win me over. The first wife has always been at odds with the Marquis. How could I possibly align with her? That would be tantamount to betraying him. Yao Yining sniffled, her eyes glimmering with hatred born of love. Yet, the Marquis is so unwilling to even enter my quarters. If I cannot have him, then neither shall any other wretched woman. What if I were to join forces with the first wife's faction, eliminate concubine Yi, and then deal with the madam? Oh dear, my lady, do not heed the first wife's words. She only seeks to use you. Granny Wang urged fervently. Our master is not so easily deceived. If we proceed carelessly, we may share the same fate as concubine's son. Chapter 35, and Yi is a hedgehog, no, a turtle, ma'am. This time I have learned to be clever. I shall employ the strategy of driving away the tiger to swallow the wolf. I intend to have the main house eliminate the despicable Yi. Do they not desire a favorable examination number? They think they can demand this of me with mere words, expecting me to approach my father for it. Am I truly so foolish? Yao Yining scoffed. With only half a month until the provincial examination begins, I am in no rush, yet I refuse to believe that the main house is not anxious. And, while your strategy of driving away the tiger to swallow the wolf is indeed quite clever, should the main house fail and expose you, it would not end well. Wang Mama urgently continued to persuade her, hoping to dissuade her from such perilous thoughts. Then let them not think they will have it easy. I do not believe that the main house, which has battled the madam for so many years and knows every corner of the residence like the back of their hand, with so many servants at their disposal, cannot discreetly dispose of a mere concubine. Yao Yining was resolute. She was determined to eliminate Ye Qingzhi. Currently, the Marquis favored her almost exclusively, and once she was gone, he would once again see her, no longer entranced by that wretched Ye Qingzhi. Yi residence. Upon discovering that the chief examiner's surname was indeed Kai, Chen Yuankai was taken aback. Was it mere happenstance, or did Ye Qingzhi truly dream of something significant? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Yuankai sought out Ye Qingzhi at the Yi residence to clarify. You said you dreamt that I would achieve the highest degree. Is that true? Chen Yuankai asked outright upon meeting her. Of course it is true. By next year's palace examination, you will surely be appointed as the top scholar by His Majesty. Ye Qingzhi fervently nodded, her excitement palpable. Chen Yuankai also felt a surge of exhilaration, yet he maintained a sense of realism. My studies in the Confucian classics are commendable, and I could achieve a high score if I perform well, but my essays have always been a weakness. I often approach topics from the wrong angle. Could it be that this time, my essay will resonate with the chief examiner? By the way, was Song Yishuan in your dream? How is he faring? Chen Yuankai quickly inquired. It was baffling how Song Yishuan had managed to align himself with the esteemed Lord Kai and become his disciple, for Lord Kai was the chief examiner. He was not in this examination dream, but in 3 years' time, he will be the top scholar in the next one. Yuankai, you must be cautious of him, he has always been your rival. Ye Qingzhi poured her heart out to Chen Yuankai, yet she lamented her ignorance regarding the imperial examination. It is all Ye Qingzhi's fault. She meddled by providing Song Yishuan with funds for the examination, enabling him to travel to the capital and secure a chance to take the exam. Top scholar, Song Yishuan indeed possesses exceptional talent. Chen Yuankai murmured, distracted by Ye Qingzhi's complaints. He had to admit that his knowledge, particularly in essay writing, was not even on par with Song Yishuan's. If Song Yishuan were to participate, he would certainly outshine him. Yuankai, why don't we devise a plan to prevent Song Yishuan from attending the upcoming examination? Perhaps by breaking his arm or having him beaten up. Such things are not too difficult to accomplish, Ye Qingzhi suggested. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuankai gazed at her with a somber expression. It is not so easy to execute. Leave it to me, Yuankai. I will arrange everything, you just need to focus on your studies, Ye Qingzhi assured him. It was merely a matter of spending some silver to hire a few ruffians to eliminate a poor scholar. How simple could it be? What Chen Yuankai could not help but chuckle, turning to Ye Qingzhi. I will not let you down in the future. Ye Qingzhi impulsively embraced him, shyly declaring, I await the day when you become the top scholar next year to marry me. Marquis's residence. Madame Wang of the main house realized she had indeed underestimated Yao Yining. She had the audacity to suggest eliminating Ye Qingzhi, as removing her would secure a favorable examination number. After all, she was merely a concubine, while somewhat favored, her demise would not be a significant loss. Madame Wang agreed to the plot. However, 3 days later, she found herself mistaken. She had vastly oversimplified the situation. Anqi was akin to a hedgehog, or rather, a turtle. Her people could not find an opportunity to act against her. The only time Anqi left her quarters was in the morning to pay respects to the marquis, accompanied by 3 maidservants and 2 matrons, creating an impenetrable barrier around her. Once her visit was complete, she retreated to her courtyard, leaving no room for approach. Attempting to poison her was futile, as she had her own kitchen, keeping her meals insulated from outside interference. Trying to bribe the people in her courtyard was equally unproductive. Upon hearing of plans to harm Aunt Yi, they refused to cooperate, no matter the amount of silver offered. Furthermore, the servants' contracts and family ties were not in her hands, leaving her unable. In fact, they reported the threat to Ye Qingzhi, alerting her in Xiajin, thus making it even more difficult to eliminate her. Hearing the reports from the servants, Madame Wang felt a tightening in her chest, struggling to breathe. How could a mere concubine be so challenging to deal with? Yanlu courtyard. Upon hearing the 2 sweeping maidservants in her courtyard betray their intentions, Ye Qingzhi furrowed her brows and replied, Xiachan, reward Xiaocui and Xiaohong with 10 taels of silver. While they were approached to poison Aunt Yi with a promise of only 20 taels, should they be discovered, their lives would be forfeit. However, by reporting to Aunt Yi, they were rewarded with 10 taels and a raise in their allowance. Their mistress was truly generous. Staying loyal to such a benevolent and favored master was the right path. Clutching their silver, Xiaocui and Xiaohong happily departed. Rue, feeling both fearful and angry, asked, Aunt, who was trying to harm you? Since those who approached Xiaocui and Xiaohong had disguised their identities, they could not pinpoint the mastermind, leaving them in the dark. I am unsure, Ye Qingzhi replied nonchalantly, reclining comfortably on the favored couch, and instructed Rui, please summon the marquis and inform him that someone is trying to harm me, asking for his protection. Such matters should certainly be reported to someone in authority to ensure her safety. It would be foolish to bear the burden alone, pretending to be independent and resilient. That would not be strategic or clever, it would be sheer folly. Rui complied eagerly, rushing to summon the marquis, her concern for her mistress palpable, as she could not afford to delay. Xiajin, handling affairs in his study, was not particularly busy. Upon hearing Rui's report, his expression darkened, and he quickly made his way to Yanlu courtyard. Unbeknownst to Xiajin, he had grown increasingly invested in Ye Qingzhi, feeling more than mere curiosity. My lord, there are malicious individuals wishing to harm me. You must protect me diligently, for I do not wish to meet an untimely end. As soon as Xiajin entered the room, Ye Qingzhi rushed towards him, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully nuzzling against him. Xiajin's heart softened, and he embraced her, planting a gentle kiss on her lips before inquiring, what is the matter, who wishes to harm you? How adept she was at charming him. I do not know. Ye Qingzhi recounted what Xiaocui had said, then added, for the past few days, I have felt a sense of being watched, which is quite unsettling. Therefore, I had Rui and the others surround me when I went to pay respects to the madam, and lo and behold, there truly are people wishing to do me harm. As long as you remain within the residence, no one can take your life, Xiajin assured her. Ye Qingzhi believed his words wholeheartedly, and she immediately smiled, kissing him again, her voice sweet as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lord, I will not wander about. Perhaps you could restrict my movements further? I shall forego my visit to the madam for now, preserving my life is of utmost importance. My lord, it seems you wish to take advantage of this situation to be lazy, Xiajin teasingly exposed her little scheme. My lord, one should strike the body, not the face. Reveal the flaws, but not the weaknesses, Ye Qingzhi cheerfully conceded. I learned from you, Xia Jin replied, playfully pinching her cheek. Though he jested with her, Xia Jin felt a simmering anger within. Those who dared to act against him under his very nose were inviting trouble upon themselves. He was determined to uncover who possessed such audacity. My lord, in light of the threat against me, I suddenly thought of something, Ye Qingzhi said earnestly. If it is convenient for you, please send someone to protect Song Yishuan. We must ensure he does not encounter any misfortune before the examination, otherwise, our investment of 2,000 taels will be wasted. They had wagered on Song Yishuan to achieve the highest degree, each backing him with 1,000 taels. Why do you believe someone would target Song Yishuan? Xia Jin inquired. When you ask me for a reason, I cannot provide one, only that it is a woman's intuition, a sixth sense, which can often be quite accurate, Ye Qingzhi half-lied. In any case, it is better to be cautious. After all, we have staked silver on him, and protecting our investment is essential. She was convinced that Ye Qingzhi had been reborn and speculated that Ye Qingzhi might perceive some of her changes and conclude that she too had been reborn. To avoid jeopardizing Chen Yuankai's future, Ye Qingzhi might indeed target Song Yishuan. My lord has always had someone watching over him, Xia Jin replied. I knew my concerns were unfounded, Ye Qingzhi laughed. With you keeping an eye on everything, I can indulge in my meals and leisure, and when the time comes, simply count the silver. Seeing her languid demeanor, Xia Jin felt she was too complacent. Yet, expecting a woman, especially a concubine, to be ambitious was indeed his own flaw. However, witnessing her indolent state made him yearn to tease her and stir her into action, to hear her sweet voice. Having come for a feast, Xia Jin had no intention of denying himself. He swept Ye Qingzhi into his arms and tossed her onto the bed, fulfilling his desires. After indulging in his lavish repast, Xia Jin did not linger long in Yanlu courtyard but immediately instructed the hidden guards to investigate who was orchestrating these underhanded schemes. Before long, Xia Jin received the results of the investigation. It was revealed that Yao Yinin had colluded with those from the main house. Xia Jin's expression turned icy. This Yao Yinin could not be spared. Initially, he had taken her in out of annoyance at her persistent pursuit and the pressure from her father, a fourth-ranked official, and a favored consort in the palace. However, since entering the residence, she had been restless, tormenting this one and eliminating that one. Xia Jin had previously been indifferent to the lives of the concubines. Their squabbles mattered little to him, but now he felt personally affronted. Keep a close watch on them, Xia Jin commanded the hidden guards. We shall deal with them all in due time. Chapter 36. How could it be her? Change the condition. Killing Aunt Yi is out of the question. That Aunt Yi is as elusive as a turtle, making it impossible to find an opportunity to strike. Mrs. Wang exclaimed angrily to Yao Yinin. How can you be so inept? You can't even deal with a mere concubine. No wonder Zhang Jing easily outmaneuvered you, and now you have no chance to indulge in silver. Consumed by unfulfilled desires and thwarted love, Yao Yinin had become a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone in sight. Mrs. Wang, pained by her words, began to doubt whether her choice to engage with Yao Yinin was wise. The task remained undone, yet she was already burdened with a heap of vexation. I heard your father recently declared he no longer acknowledges you as his daughter. You claim you can assist me with the examination quarters. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Mrs. Wang thrust the knife deeper into Yao Yinin, fearful of being outsmarted and ultimately losing both her dignity and resources. She truly lacked the funds, or else she wouldn't cling to Yao Yinin so desperately. My father was merely speaking in anger. He has long since calmed down. Yao Yinin's face flushed as she defended herself. My sister dotes on me, and my father listens to her. He would never abandon me. I simply asked my father to remind someone to care for the eldest son of the manor. He would certainly grant me that much respect. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Wang found her reasoning plausible and relaxed slightly. Then change the condition again. What must happen for you to assist me in this matter? Yao Yinin's eyes glinted with malice as she replied, since we cannot deal with that wretched Aunt Yi, let us eliminate her maid, Rui. I want to ensure she lives in turmoil and discontent. Mrs. Wang had learned enough in recent days to know that the maid Rui frequently ventured out. Targeting a maid would indeed be far simpler. Very well, within 3 days, I will present you with results. You must inform your father, the examinations are imminent, and we cannot afford to jeopardize my plans. With a final admonition, Mrs. Wang rose to leave. They had deliberately chosen to converse in the garden pavilion, where the view was unobstructed, and trusted maids kept watch to prevent eavesdropping. However, unbeknownst to them, their secretive dialogue had already been under surveillance, and their clandestine guards were unperturbed by such minor obstacles. The guards reported their conversation promptly to Xia Jin. Continue monitoring the situation, and if necessary, rescue that maid Rui, Xia Jin instructed. If Rui were to be killed, his delicate temperament would surely lead her to despair. Xia Jin wished to avoid witnessing her in such a pitiful state. He preferred to see her smile with mischief and languor. Moreover, should her maid perish, it would complicate any intimate endeavors in the near future. He doubted she would have the inclination to cater to him. While he was indifferent to Rui's fate, Xia Jin deemed it prudent to protect the maid for his own sake. Yao Yinin, unwilling to lose the support of the main house, promptly urged Granny Wang to return home and expedite matters, seeking a definitive response. When dinner time arrived, Yao Yinin eagerly awaited Granny Wang's return, exclaiming, "Granny Wang, what did my father say? Can the matter of the examination quarters be resolved?" It has been arranged. Granny Wang breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as she continued. The master stated that our household and the Marquis family are indeed connected by marriage. Since the main house has sought our assistance, we must honor that request. In a few days, when the provincial examination commences, the eldest son will be allotted a spacious, well-placed examination quarter, away from the latrines, with dedicated care. Splendid. Yao Yining clapped her hands, releasing a long-held breath of frustration, and smiled. My father truly cherishes me. Of course. My lady, with your esteemed family background, you are unlike those wretched women. As long as you do not err, the Marquis will certainly regard you favorably. Granny, what I desire is not mere regard, but the Marquis's affection. At this, Yao Yining felt a surge of resentment, causing her previously buoyant mood to plummet once more. My lady, the Marquis is merely momentarily enchanted by that little vixen. When Granny Wang attempted to console her further, yet, Yao Yining grew impatient with her words, having heard enough. With a father of high rank and a sister serving as a beauty in the palace, she could not afford to languish in the courtyard, begging for the Marquis's favor like those lowly women. She intended to re-establish her status in his eyes, uniting with the main house to apply pressure, ensuring that the Marquis would be compelled to dote upon her. My lady, the evening air is cooler now. Why not take a stroll outside? Granny Wang suggested, sensing Yao Yining's mood had soured again. Why go outside, only to be feasted upon by mosquitoes? Yao Yining replied, though her body betrayed her, rising in compliance. Cooped up indoors, she felt stifled. A walk might alleviate her frustrations and perhaps even lead her to the Marquis. As she thought of the romantic tales she had read, her imagination began to wander. However, after circling the area and lingering near the Marquis's quarters, she ultimately encountered disappointment, as the Marquis was nowhere to be found. Just as twilight began to envelop the garden, Yao Yining reluctantly turned back. Yet, upon reaching a secluded spot behind a rockery, she heard a woman's soft moan, accompanied by a man's muffled grunts. Master, be gentle, be mindful of the child. Yao Yining's expression instantly transformed, her heart racing as she rushed forward to discover which shameless woman was entangled with the master of the house. The term master likely referred to the main house's CLN. Now that she had allied herself with Mrs. Wang, if she could glean any leverage from this situation, it would greatly enhance her position in future dealings with Mrs. Wang, especially regarding matters of illicit romance. Such a revelation would serve as a potent weapon in her arsenal. Shoo! Granny Wang swiftly pulled the impulsive Yao Yining back into the flower bushes, whispering urgently, My lady, do not act rashly. Let us first ascertain who it is. Yao Yining could only suppress her impatience as she concealed herself alongside Granny Wang, enduring the onslaught of mosquitoes. Before long, her skin bore several itchy welts, tormenting her. She resisted the urge to scratch, fearing it would only worsen her appearance, adding to her agitation. Meanwhile, the couple behind the rockery showed no signs of concluding their rendezvous, their sounds of passion growing increasingly fervent. This woman, despite having a child, was behaving scandalously. Yao Yining listened intently, biting her lips in frustration, her heart a tumult of emotions. Why won't those wretched mosquitoes feast on them instead? Yao Yining seethed, her irritation mounting as she contemplated leaving. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the couple finished their tryst. Humph, that was hardly long enough, you useless man, Yao Yining muttered under her breath, earning an eye roll from Granny Wang beside her. My lady, must we comment on such matters? Moments later, Yao Yining caught sight of the woman who followed him, her complexion paling as her eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be her? No wonder the voice had sounded familiar. Granny Wang gasped, her eyes widening in shock, unable to fathom the sight before her. How could it be Qingzhi? How could she be involved with the master? Good heavens, if this scandal were to surface, the Marquis's household would become the laughingstock of the capital. Not only would the master face public scorn, but the Marquis would also be utterly humiliated by being cuckolded by a concubine. The mere knowledge of such a scandal was enough to induce anxiety and dread. Granny Wang regretted coming out for a stroll. However, Yao Yining was exhilarated, unconcerned by the mosquito bites on her face. Gripping Granny Wang's hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement, she declared, Granny, I feel that fortune is finally turning in my favor. Discovering such a scandalous affair today presents me with countless opportunities. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Granny Wang's heart raced at Yao Yining's words, and she quickly pleaded, My lady, simply inform the Marquis of this matter. Do not entertain any other thoughts. If we reveal this, the Marquis will surely recognize your intentions and be moved to cherish you. Upon hearing this, Yao Yining felt a stir of intrigue. Ultimately, what mattered most to her was the Marquis's affection. If this incident could draw his attention and prompt him to visit her quarters, she would need not engage in any further schemes with the main house. Granny, let us return. The mosquitoes here are unbearable. Yao Yining's mood brightened as she began to playfully tug at Granny Wang's arm. These wretched mosquitoes are ruining my complexion. Granny, do you think these welts can be concealed with ointment? I still wish to see the Marquis tonight. Upon returning to her chamber, Yao Yining caught sight of herself in the mirror and nearly burst into tears at her appearance. She wondered if cosmetics could adequately mask the damage done. Granny Wang hastily reassured her that the welts could indeed be covered, and with the dim light of evening, they would not be as noticeable. With a little grooming from the maids, she would still look like a stunning beauty. My lady, I shall prepare your bath and grooming. You must hurry and summon the Marquis, or it will be too late. Yao Yining urged with enthusiasm. Granny Wang promptly agreed, leaving with a sense of determination. She resolved to ensure the Marquis would be summoned, vowing not to disappoint her lady. A quarter of an hour later, Granny Wang awaited outside the study as Jin Bao communicated with Xie Jin. However, after a brief wait, Jin Bao instructed Granny Wang to leave, stating that the Marquis would not see her nor Yao Yining. Granny Wang immediately knelt, pleading earnestly, My lady truly has pressing matters to discuss. I implore the Marquis to grant her an audience. If Yao Yinyin has something of importance, she may first relay it to the mistress, who will inform the Marquis, Jin Bao replied coldly. But that is not the same. Granny Wang's expression darkened as she attempted to plead further, but Jin Bao interjected, Granny Wang, the Marquis is unwilling to see Yao Yinyin, your requests are futile. Return at once, lest I be compelled to have you removed, leaving you with no dignity. My lady is genuinely devoted to the Marquis, she has poured her heart into him, why must the Marquis be so heartless? Granny Wang could no longer contain her frustration on behalf of her lady. Upon returning, how disheartened Yao Yinyin would be to learn of the Marquis's absence. Why, oh why, would the Marquis not even grant her a glance, not even a token gesture of acknowledgement? Jin Bao maintained a stoic demeanor, inwardly mocking the situation. Your lady may be sincere in her affections for the Marquis, yet she harbors murderous intent toward others. Given her disposition, it is remarkable that the Marquis has tolerated her for so long. Chapter 37. What use is this mind? It only thinks of him. Yao Yinyin had finished her grooming and awaited Xie Jin's arrival with eager anticipation. However, instead of him, she was met by the pale-faced Wang Momo. Momo, is the lord not in the residence? Yao Yinyin asked, her heart trembling. Madam, the lord has pressing matters to attend to and cannot come. He will surely be here tomorrow, Wang Momo replied, forcing a smile to reassure Yao Yinyin. Yet, Yao Yinyin understood all too well, the lord could not even be bothered to feign interest in her. Momo, my heart aches terribly, Yao Yinyin whispered, clutching her chest, her gaze hollow, and this time she did not shed a single tear. Madam, Wang Momo was at a loss for words. Yao Yinyin forced a grim smile. Momo, perhaps it is for the best, I have resigned myself to this fate. Meanwhile, Jin Bao returned to the study to report to Xie Jin, while a hidden guard approached with news regarding Yao Yinin's discovery of Qin Yang and Xie Lin's affair, confirming that everything was proceeding as planned. Xie Jin waved him away, instructing him to continue monitoring. After finishing his official matters, he opened a hidden compartment to check for letters and found 2 missives from Ye Qingzhi. Hesitating for a moment, he eventually unfolded them, though he was already well acquainted with their contents. The first letter was unremarkable, but the second was brief, written on limited stationery. Master, you questioned the usefulness of a mind. It only thinks of you. Xie Jin returned the letter to its hiding place and proceeded to the smoke willow courtyard. Upon his arrival, he found Ye Qingzhi practicing yoga on the bed, clad in a specially tailored yoga outfit made by Xia Chan. The soft and flexible fabric clung to her form, leaving her shoulders and legs exposed, which in Xie Jin's eyes, seemed rather improper and flirtatious. Ah, master has arrived. I am exercising, so please excuse me for not rising to greet you, Ye Qingzhi said, her skin glistening with perspiration, her cheeks flushed, and her breaths labored. You are quite diligent, Xie Jin remarked softly as he approached her. I have put on a few extra pounds and cannot afford to be lazy. Otherwise, I would appear unappealing and risk your disdain, Ye Qingzhi replied breathlessly. I shall join you in your exercise. Ye Qingzhi found this sentiment oddly familiar. After an exhausting session, Ye Qingzhi felt utterly drained, struggling even to catch her breath. Xie Jin assisted her in freshening up before returning to the now tidy bed. As she lay there, fatigue overtook her, and she began to doze off. In that moment, she heard Xie Jin ask, if you were to encounter a pair of lovers engaged in a secret tryst in the garden, would you wish to observe? Ye Qingzhi thought, is this something one can freely witness? Surely it requires a price. She had no interest in watching, she played her part daily. What would be the point in watching? I would leave immediately, as lingering might invite trouble, she stated. However, if a crowd gathered to gawk, I might indulge in some amusement. You certainly have a clear perspective, Xie Jin teased, tracing his finger lightly across her exquisite back, unable to suppress a smile. She was indeed clever and remarkably adept at self-preservation. The girl who had stumbled into the residence had transformed into someone entirely different. Now, those in the main house could scarcely find an opportunity to target her. 2 days later, Rui went out as usual to purchase goods, hoping to uncover any fresh gossip to share with her mistress. However, shortly after leaving the Marquis estate, she was struck unconscious and abducted. When she regained consciousness, she overheard a group of miscreants plotting to violate and then kill her. Rui was terrified, pleading for mercy, but her cries only fueled their excitement. Ha, no wonder she hails from a prestigious family. Even a mere maid possesses such allure. Look at that skin, so fair and tender. Ha, what a treat today, brother. Let us not rush to kill her. Let us take her back to the village and keep her for our amusement for a while. One of them lewdly wiped his mouth and reached for Rui. Woo woo. I'll give you silver, just let me go, I can offer you 1,000 taels. Rui cried desperately. 1,000 taels held significant sway over these destitute ruffians, momentarily stalling their intentions. Just as they hesitated, the door swung open. Dark Guard Louis assessed the situation within the room and breathed a silent sigh of relief. He had arrived just in time, and Rui was still alive. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences himself. It was a serious lapse in his duties. He had merely sought a higher vantage point, and in the blink of an eye, Rui had been taken. Without further ado, Dark Guard Louis dispatched each of the miscreants with a single dart, ensuring they would no longer pose a threat. Although he was proficient with various weapons, he favored darts above all. Woo woo. Thank you. Rui recognized Louis, having encountered him once before, and his sudden appearance to rescue her left a lasting impression. Compose yourself, Louis instructed curtly, turning to await her outside. Rui hastily wiped away her tears, tidied her disheveled hair and clothing, and stepped out. Inside the room lay several bloodied bodies, their eyes wide open, lifeless. She was terrified. Louis glanced at her. Though she appeared somewhat disheveled, she no longer bore the marks of humiliation. He then turned to leave. Dark Guard, where are you going? Wait for me. How did you suddenly appear to save me? Did my mistress send you? Whoa, my mistress is truly wonderful. As she spoke, Rui could not help but weep again, recalling how close she had come to being violated. Stop crying, Louis said, rubbing his forehead. Noting her continued tears, he added, would you prefer to cry upon returning? Rui managed to smile, her emotions gradually stabilizing, and she felt less inclined to weep. However, upon returning to the smoke willow courtyard and seeing her mistress, she instantly broke down again. Whoa. Mistress, I almost didn't return, what happened? Ye Qingzhi asked in a stern voice, observing Rui's disheveled appearance. Whoa, someone tried to kill me and assault me, but it was the dark guard who saved me, Rui sobbed as she recounted the ordeal. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi understood immediately the shadowy figure behind these threats had resorted to targeting Rui when they could not reach her. Killing a maid who frequently left the estate was all too simple. Ultimately, Rui suffered such torment because of her. It was a close call. If the Marquis had not been prepared, Rui might never have returned. A wave of anger surged within Ye Qingzhi. Since her arrival in this world, she had approached her interactions with Xie Jin and her dealings with the Yi family with a sense of playfulness, yet, this time, she was genuinely enraged. Xunyu, tend to Rui. Prepare some hot water for her to wash up and change clothes. Ye Qingzhi instructed Xunyu with a cold demeanor. Yes, madam, Xunyu replied promptly, her heart aching for Rui's ordeal, sharing in the fear of the situation. However, being a trusted maid meant they were one with their mistress. If their mistress faced danger, they would not fare any better. It was all too common for those who sought to harm their mistress to target them as well. Xiachan, go find a few sturdy and strong women, offer them 20 taels each, Ye Qingzhi commanded. Madam, what do you need them for? Xiachan asked, her voice quivering. She sensed her mistress was about to undertake something significant, and fear gripped her heart. Do not question, simply follow orders, Ye Qingzhi replied, casting a cold glance at her. Xiachan dared not ask further and hurried to gather people. Once she mentioned the 20 taels, a crowd quickly gathered to volunteer. Ultimately, Xiachan selected 6 of the most robust women to bring back to the smoke willow courtyard. Ye Qingzhi inspected them and directly instructed Xiachan to distribute the silver. Before the work even began, the heavy coins were in their hands, prompting mixed feelings of joy and trepidation. What kind of labor warranted such payment? I am going to create a scene at Yao Yinyang's place. Once we arrive, your job is to block the other maids and matrons. You need not do anything else, understood? Ye Qingzhi declared. Those who are afraid may step forward, return the silver, and leave. The women exchanged astonished glances, but none were willing to part with the 20 taels. They were still warm in their hands. Moreover, they were merely tasked with obstructing others, not attacking Yao Yinyang. With Ye Yinyang leading the charge, what was there to fear? Even if they faced punishment afterward, the 20 taels would still be worth it. Should you face punishment or hardship afterward, I shall compensate you with an additional 50 taels. Ye Qingzhi added. Madam, shall we leave at once? One eager woman inquired. This task was far too easy. Let us go. Ye Qingzhi smiled, raising her hand to lead the way, only to remember she did not know the route, prompting her to say, Xiachan, guide us. Xiachan was taken aback. Who was she? Where was she going? What was she about to do? Was their mistress out of her mind? Was this the sort of endeavor a lady should undertake? Miss, wait for me. Rui called out, having finished her grooming and spotting Ye Qingzhi and the others leaving. She hurriedly grabbed the bewildered Xunyu and chased after them. Chapter 38. Have you lost your mind? Yao Yining heard the maid outside announcing that Ye Qingzhi had barged into the courtyard with a throng of people. Before Yao Yining could comprehend the situation, Ye Qingzhi had already appeared before her. Aunt Yi, what do you intend to do? Have you lost your senses? Yao Yining shouted, a mixture of fury and fear coursing through her, attempting to sound formidable. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. Ye Qingzhi exchanged glances with the matrons, who promptly moved to block the escaping maidens and the anxious Wang Momo. Ye Qingzhi stepped forward, seizing Yao Yining by the collar, and with a swift motion delivered 4 or 5 resounding slaps to her face. Once Yao Yining was dazed, she pushed her to the ground and placed her foot upon her. Yao Yining, heed my words. Should you dare to harm anyone close to me again, next time I shall not target your face. Yao Yining, filled with humiliation and rage, bellowed, how dare you, I will make you pay for this. Rui, Xunyu, come and bind her. Gag her as well, for she is far too noisy. Ye Qingzhi commanded. Rui eagerly stepped forward to execute the task, while Xunyu appeared resigned to her fate, truly astonished that such a day had come to pass. Their aunt was indeed tyrannical and capable of self-destruction. Xiachan, search this room for anything that may be detrimental to me, Ye Qingzhi ordered. Xiachan, in a daze, began her search, her mind racing with thoughts of whether she would be executed or sold off. Then she spotted 2 small effigies, both filled with silver needles, beside a pillow. One belonged to their aunt, while the other astonishingly belonged to the lady. Xiachan, both shocked and elated, realized that with this discovery, she could survive. How fortunate, thank you, Aunt Yao, for your recklessness. Aunt, I've found something. Xiachan hurriedly handed the 2 effigies to Ye Qingzhi. Wang Momo felt her strength wane, knowing that their young lady was truly doomed this time. Had it only been the effigy belonging to Aunt Yi, perhaps there would have been hope, but with the lady's effigy involved, it was dire. Yao Yining, you never cease to disappoint me, Ye Qingzhi remarked, glancing at the effigies in her hand, utterly unfazed. These women of the inner quarters had such limited means, clichés that had been written about ad nauseum in novels. Time's up. Ye Qingzhi stood, casting a glance at the unconscious Yao Yining before striding out confidently. The sturdy matrons followed her, their faces alight with unfulfilled desires. Let me report to the lady. You may disperse, or perhaps follow along to see how the lady will deal with you, Ye Qingzhi addressed the matrons. We are entirely at aunt's command, they replied obediently, their reverence evident, without a hint of dissent. Ye Qingzhi smiled faintly, aware that it was not her charm that captivated them, but rather her wealth that had won them over. Nonetheless, she was unconcerned, the riches belonged to her. Gue Xin courtyard. Zhang Jingyi observed the two needle-filled effigies and then gazed at the composed Ye Qingzhi. After a moment of silence, she inquired, Did you receive word before confronting Aunt Yao, knowing she was employing witchcraft to curse us? Not at all. It was merely her interference with my maid that prompted my actions. The discovery of these effigies was purely serendipitous, Ye Qingzhi replied honestly. You are quite candid, Zhang Jingyi retorted with a glare at Ye Qingzhi. Regardless of what Aunt Yao has done, your actions this time have been excessively brazen. You are usually so composed and reserved, why resort to such measures this time, simply to vent your frustrations, Ye Qingzhi? It seems you have grown arrogant, relying on the Marquis' support, and have completely lost your sense of propriety. Indeed, madam, your admonition is justified. I acknowledge my misstep and accept my punishment, Ye Qingzhi replied, lowering her head in a seemingly obedient manner, offering no rebuttal. Return to Yanlu courtyard for reflection. Zhang Jingyi shot her another fierce glare. This matter shall be left for the Marquis to decide. Oh, then I shall take my leave, Ye Qingzhi said, rising to take her leave. After a few steps, she turned back to add, Madam, do not take the curses from the effigies to heart. Zhang Jingyi's expression softened slightly, yet her tone remained icy as she replied, Your attempt to curry favor only serves to emphasize your reckless behavior, which is even more egregious. If you do not receive a proper reprimand this time, and do not learn a lesson, you will only become more tyrannical in the future. Yes, you are absolutely right, madam. Ye Qingzhi replied dismissively. Go, be gone. Zhang Jingyi, irritated by her nonchalant demeanor, waved her hand dismissively. Ye Qingzhi quickly departed. She had vented her anger but also stirred trouble, and now she would have to rely on the lady and the Marquis to clean up her mess. It was time for her to reflect deeply in solitude. Chapter 39. The display of whimsical defiance. Ye Qingzhi, accompanied by a retinue of maids, stormed before Aunt Yao, delivering a ferocious beating. This shocking news swiftly spread throughout the inner residence. Those who heard the tale, regardless of the reasons behind Ye Qingzhi's sudden outburst, unanimously declared that Aunt Yi was indulged by favoritism, brash and domineering, rivaling Aunt Yao in her audacity. It became a spectacle of mutual animosity, with hopes that they would annihilate one another, thus restoring tranquility to the household. However, when it was revealed that two dolls filled with silver needles were discovered at Aunt Yao's quarters, one of which was meant for the mistress, a somber silence fell upon the others. They begrudgingly admitted that if anyone was to be blamed for their own downfall, it was indeed Aunt Yao who was more culpable. Although Aunt Ya's actions were brazen, they were at least forthright. It was the sinister act of employing voodoo that truly incited their disdain. Despite Aunt Ya's misdeeds, Aunt Yao's actions were deemed far worse. Speculation abounded regarding the consequences both women would face, but the final judgment lay in the hands of the Marquis. When Xia Jin received the news, he had just emerged from the dungeons of the Jin Yue, still bearing the scent of blood from his recent interrogations. Upon hearing of Ye Qingzhi's assault, he paused momentarily, then chuckled, back to the residence. This little vixen had certainly grown bolder under his protection. To his surprise, rather than feeling anger, he found the situation amusing. Thus, he was eager to see Ye Qingzhi's delicate face and hear her sweet tongue spin a defense for her actions. Xia Jin galloped back to the Jiangyang Marquis and made his way to the Yanlu courtyard, bypassing the mistress Gui Xin courtyard. Your master has returned, Ye Qingzhi exclaimed upon seeing him, launching herself into his embrace with fervor. Her gratitude was exuberant as she sincerely expressed, Thank you for having the shadow guards protect Rui, master, you are truly kind to me. Xia Jin, taken aback, pinched her cheek, initially expecting her to come forth with complaints or apologies. Instead, she was expressing gratitude, and her sincerity was evident. A peculiar warmth stirred within him, prompting a light cough as he feigned irritation. I hear you took it upon yourself to confront Aunt Yao? Was it for Rui's sake? Do you presume that I would not hold you accountable for your actions? I admit, I may have become a bit too proud, Ye Qingzhi replied coyly, leaning against him, her eyes sparkling as she playfully chided, but isn't it because you treat me so well that I felt emboldened? I simply could not endure such a grave injustice. Even though I know you would stand up for me, I still wanted to deliver a few slaps to vent my frustrations. You are indeed bold enough to face the consequences, Xia Jin remarked without genuine anger, playfully biting the tender flesh of her neck. Master, how will you punish me? Ye Qingzhi shivered slightly at his bite, her voice turning even more sultry. As for punishment, it could only be corporal. She was well versed in such matters, yet, this time, Xia Jin surprised her. He did not impose physical punishment. Instead, he instructed her to learn proper etiquette, stating she must study for a month, and if she failed the assessment, she would continue her studies. During this period, she would also be confined to her quarters. Only upon passing the assessment after a month could her confinement be lifted. Why Ye Qingzhi was thoroughly pleased with this punishment, particularly since the other maids received a penalty of 3 months' wages and 3 heavy lashes, without the possibility of sale. Such a punishment, in comparison to the 70 taels she had given, was hardly severe. The other maids, not selected, could only watch enviously, even hoping for Aunt Yi to stir up another commotion, which would allow them to be chosen as well. In the Yi residence, news of Ye Qingzhi's confinement for a month to learn etiquette had reached them, as Ye Yongyuan had been sending inquiries to the Marquis. This little wretch is utterly audacious, daring to act in such a manner. She is sure to lose favor now, Guman exclaimed joyfully upon hearing the news. Ye Qingzhi smiled with delight, shaking her head as she said, "It seems sister has become lost in her moment of favor, engaging in such brazen behavior." "Those who are favored seldom remain humble," Guman scoffed, adding, "Let us not dwell on that little wretch, her fate is sealed. In 2 days, the provincial examination will commence. How prepared is Yuan Kai?" "I see he appears quite confident, he should be fine," Ye Qingzhi replied with anticipation. "Mother, await good news." However, before that, she had another matter to attend to, finding someone to give Song Yishuan a thorough beating to prevent him from participating in the examination. She had already arranged for thugs and provided ample funds. The day after tomorrow was the examination, and they were expected to act tomorrow. She eagerly awaited the outcome, yet Ye Qingzhi did not receive the anticipated good news. Instead, she was met with officials arriving to apprehend her. "Why are you arresting me?" Ye Qingzhi cried out in panic. "You hired thugs to harm the provincial examination candidate Song Yishuan. We have witnesses and evidence." "Come with us," the officer replied coldly. "If you resist, we will not be merciful." Upon hearing the charge, Ye Qingzhi felt her strength drain away, leaving her unable to resist. Ji Yuman, upon hearing the commotion, rushed out to investigate, hoping to bribe the officials to release her daughter. "Ha, this is a case handed down from the genie way. You think you can bribe us? You're sending yourself to your doom." The officer furiously threw the silver at Guman, causing her to cry out in pain. "Mother, quickly seek father's help, please save me," Ye Qingzhi wailed as she was taken away. Ji Yuman wiped her tears, seething with frustration. Why does nothing go right at this moment? In the Marquis, Ye Qingzhi's month-long confinement to learn etiquette did alleviate some of the resentment from the other concubines, as everyone understood that learning proper manners was a form of torment. Therefore, when they learned that Granny Zhang had gone to Yanlu courtyard to commence her instruction, they eagerly awaited the spectacle. In Yanlu courtyard, Granny Zhang, with a stern countenance, approached Ye Qingzhi and informed her that starting today, she would be learning etiquette under her guidance for 4 full hours each day. 4 hours equated to 8 hours of work, fully scheduled indeed. "Granny, where do you hail from? Are you the etiquette instructor of our Marquis? The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an instant kinship," Ye Qingzhi said, stepping forward to affectionately link arms with Granny Zhang, pressing close with warmth and inquiry. "Auntie, please release me, this is not appropriate." Granny Zhang's authoritative facade momentarily cracked. "My apologies, I did not mean to overstep. I simply felt an irresistible fondness upon seeing you." Ye Qingzhi retreated slightly, still wearing a bright smile, her eyes radiating warmth and joy. Ye Qingzhi was not merely putting on an act to ingratiate herself, she genuinely adored Granny Zhang, feeling as though she had encountered a long-lost family member. She even yearned to snuggle closer and playfully seek her affection. Could it be that this Granny Zhang was a cherished figure from the original owner's past, or perhaps an exceptionally close confidant? Yet, the impact of this connection was bewildering to her. Unable to fathom it, she decided to set the matter aside, embodying a spirit of whimsical defiance. Granny Zhang, in truth, facing such an endearing and charming smile, it was difficult to harbor any anger. Could this be the reason behind Antya's favored status? Granny Zhang steadied herself, adopting a serious demeanor as she asked Ye Qingzhi, "Have you previously learned any etiquette or virtues of womanhood?" Chapter 40. Do not insult the depths of affection. "I have studied a little, just a smattering, and I still require much guidance from you, Ma'am Zhang," Ye Qingzhi said with a smile directed at Zhang Ma'am. "By the way, ma'am, what dishes do you enjoy? I can instruct the kitchen to prepare a few for you. My favorite is guo bao rou. Do you partake in that?" "Lady Yi, I am merely a servant, there is no need to consider my tastes. As long as there is something to eat, that suffices," Zhang Mam replied, her expression softening slightly, though her words remained firm. "I have a hunch that your favorites must be shepherd's purse dumplings, purslane with eggs, and dandelion salad, am I correct?" Ye Qingzhi inquired playfully. "Am I right, ma'am?" "Lady Yi, I am here to instruct you in etiquette, not to indulge in frivolities," Zhang Mam stated, suppressing her surprise and maintaining a stern demeanor. "Very well, let us commence in earnest, ma'am," Ye Qingzhi responded cheerfully. "I merely wish to break the ice and become acquainted. Should I have inadvertently offended you, I hope you will overlook it." Zhang Mam maintained her stern expression and nodded, resolutely ignoring her idle chatter, instructing her to remove her outer garment. Ye Qingzhi obediently complied. As Zhang Mam observed Ye Qingzhi, she noted her calm demeanor during the disrobing and inspection, devoid of any signs of embarrassment or shame, which puzzled her. Typically, a woman subjected to such scrutiny would react with great distress, yet here stood Ye Qingzhi, as unperturbed as if nothing were amiss, even offering to disrobe further. "No need," Zhang Mam replied. She fixed her serious gaze upon Ye Qingzhi, disregarding the marks of affection on her body, and scrutinized her from head to toe, then from toe to head. "Ma'am, I have heard that the selection of consorts in the palace is conducted in such a manner, is that true? Must one be completely undraped for inspection?" Ye Qingzhi asked curiously, her large, beautiful eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity. Zhang Mam responded coolly, yet with unexpected patience, "When selecting a consort for the emperor, the standards are indeed more stringent, requiring meticulous examination of every inch of the body. I merely requested you to remove your outer garments for a clearer view of your form, which will assist in future corrections." "Oh," Ye Qingzhi exclaimed in admiration, showering her with praise, "Ma'am, you even assist in correcting my posture. How impressive." Zhang Mam composed herself and continued with a serious expression, "Congratulations, Lady Yi, your posture is quite beautiful and well-proportioned, requiring no strenuous efforts in this regard. Ma'am, you also think my figure is splendid, do you not? Besides my inherent beauty, I have diligently worked for it. I practice yoga daily, which serves as form training," Ye Qingzhi excitedly boasted to Zhang Mam. "Once again, Lady Yi," she raised her voice slightly, continuing with authority, "however, your back is too relaxed, and your spine lacks the necessary straightness. This will only accentuate your allure, sacrificing your dignified bearing. You speak the truth, Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile. However, as a concubine, why must I be excessively dignified? That would only irk the master. Do you not know of Lady Qian? I heard she hails from the 100 Flowers Pavilion and was once a renowned courtesan, beautiful beyond compare, yet once she entered the manor, she began to adopt the demeanor of a prim and proper lady, and the master scarcely visits her courtyard anymore. Why bother, when she has lost her original charm in pursuit of an unrecognizable form? Zhang Mam pressed her forehead, feeling an urge to silence Lady Yi. Truly, she had never encountered a concubine quite like her. She was neither arrogant nor disdainful, her demeanor was affable, treating Zhang Mam with warmth, even gossiping as if she were a respected elder. Having spent a lifetime in the inner quarters, Zhang Mam had developed a keen eye for discerning authenticity from pretense. Lady Yi's friendliness was genuine, if it were not, she would be a master of disguise. As Zhang Mam found it impossible to harbor ill feelings towards someone who treated her with sincerity. She discovered that she could not even muster anger in Lady Yi's presence, only a nagging headache. And no matter what she said, Lady Yi would chatter on, eagerly awaiting her response. Lady Yi, I do not know if the master has grown weary of Lady Qian's excessive decorum, but these are the rules that a woman must adhere to, and they are what you must learn, Zhang Mam insisted, her expression stern and unyielding. You should set aside your whims and earnestly follow my instruction. Yes, yes, I shall heed Mam's words, Ye Qingzhi replied with a sunny smile, appearing both obedient and understanding. Zhang Mam, maintaining her serious demeanor, nodded and began to teach Ye Qingzhi the first lesson: how to greet, how to pay respects, and how to walk, sit, and lie down. Lady, pay close attention to my movements. I shall demonstrate only once, Zhang Mam stated, showcasing the proper gestures for greeting and other postures while explaining the key points. Why Ye Qingzhi observed attentively, finding the motions increasingly familiar, not difficult at all. This sense of familiarity was unmistakable, she had evidently inherited the previous owner's blessings. Lady, please perform the greeting and respect motions, Zhang Mam instructed after explaining the essentials. Why Ye Qingzhi earnestly executed the movements. Ma'am, how is that? Is it proper? You are quite astute, Zhang Mam remarked, surprised, nodding in praise, and feeling a slight sense of relief. Lady Yi's intelligence and eagerness to learn made Zhang Mam's task easier. However, as the lessons progressed, Zhang Mam began to sense something amiss. Ye Qingzhi learned the rules effortlessly, her movements impeccably precise. Moreover, whenever she wished, her demeanor while walking, sitting, or lying down exuded grace and poise, reminiscent of those refined ladies and noble women who had long ingrained these customs within them. In short, if she chose to observe the rules in her daily life, Ye Qingzhi would not need to learn them anew. Lady Yi, since you have mastered the rules, why not inform the madam and the master? Zhang Mam asked, frowning. She had no desire to be embroiled in the conflicts of the inner quarters and was quite displeased with the situation. Ma'am, the truth is, my mind is not particularly sharp. I do not recall having learned these rules before, Ye Qingzhi replied. Lady Yi, are you deliberately toying with me? Zhang Mam's irritation grew. Ma'am, please do not be angry. Have some of this watermelon slush to cool down, Ye Qingzhi pouted, offering it to her. I would never jest with you. I have attempted to end my life twice, and after escaping death, I indeed forgot many things. Upon hearing her mention attempting to end her life twice, Zhang Mam felt a pang of sorrow as she regarded Ye Qingzhi's radiant smile. It reminded her of her own master. Had he still been alive, surviving such ordeals would have been a blessing. In her youth, her master shared a similar smile, yet Lady Yi, the master's favor is not everlasting. The madam is a magnanimous matron. Aside from vying for attention, your utmost priority should be to please her. If you can earn her favor and protection, that is your true skill. It is commendable for you to send coolers and ice to the madam, young master, and young mist. However, when you feel wronged, striking others in retaliation is excessive. Next time you feel aggrieved, seek the madam and the master to advocate for you. You should not take matters into your own hands. Zhang Mam could not help but speak her heart to Ye Qingzhi. Ma'am, rest assured, I understand these principles, I will not lose my way, Ye Qingzhi retorted, attempting to comfort her. However, understanding the principles and acting upon them are two different matters entirely. Zhang Mam suppressed her odd feelings and continued, Lady Yi, now that you have learned the rules, tomorrow I shall report to the madam and will not return. That will not do. Ma'am, learning the rules is my punishment, I must study for a full month. Ye Qingzhi immediately objected. Though I may be familiar with most of these rules, it is only with your guidance that I can recall them. Without your instruction, I would not remember. Consider this a review, all corrections must be taught thoroughly. Zhang Mam found her reasoning valid and acquiesced, thinking a month was manageable. Ma'am, what role do you serve in the manor, and in which courtyard? Who is your master? Ye Qingzhi inquired eagerly. Ma'am, I am surrounded by young maidservants with limited knowledge. I desperately need an experienced man like you to offer guidance. Would you consider coming to serve beside me? Ye Qingzhi sought to recruit Zhang Mam to her side. Though she did not understand why, she felt a unique bond with Zhang Mam, who was undeniably capable, making her presence invaluable. Zhang Mam was taken aback by Ye Qingzhi's request and shook her head in refusal. I am not suited to serve you, lady. Is it that my status as a concubine is unworthy of your service? Lady Yi questioned earnestly. You jest, lady. I am merely a servant, while you are the mistress, Zhang Mam responded with a smile. Wishing to say no more, she stood to take her leave, bowing in farewell. I take my leave. Wait, ma'am. You have worked hard today, Chunyu. Bring 10 taels of silver for ma'am. Ye Qingzhi commanded. A young ma'am was taken aback, receiving the 10 taels of silver and kneeling to express her gratitude before departing. Ye Qingzhi watched her leave. Rui, go and inquire about Zhang Mam's background. The more detailed the information, the better. Do not hesitate to spend silver, Ye Qingzhi instructed Rui. Miss, do you truly wish for Zhang Mam to serve by your side? Rui asked. Just go and gather the information. Ye Qingzhi waved her hand, uninterested in delving further. It was not difficult to gather information about an elder maidservant. By avoiding slander against the master and offering some silver to the servants in the manner, one could acquire a wealth of information. Furthermore, though Ye Qingzhi had been punished, she was genuinely favored. As Rui walked about, those maidservants referred to her as Sister Rui, and the older women greeted her as Miss Rui. In less than half an hour, Rui returned with a considerable amount of information regarding Zhang Mam. Lady, Zhang Mam's background is indeed not so simple, Rui teased, enticing Ye Qingzhi with a grape by street before continuing. Lady, Zhang Mam is actually not from our western courtyard. She belongs to the Pingnan Marquisate of the eastern courtyard. The Pingnan Marquisate? Ye Qingzhi murmured, a sense of familiarity and discomfort washing over her. Why Ye Qingzhi suddenly felt, no, could she not regain her composure? Why did her body react so peculiarly upon crossing over, as if her signals were misaligned? What was it about the Pingnan Marquisate that stirred her? Did it relate to the previous owner? She had yet to unravel the threads connecting Yingshui and Chen Yuankai. Indeed, lady, you must know that our Jiangyang Marquisate and the Pingnan Marquisate share a common ancestor and are neighboring estates, with a wall knocked through to leave a side gate for the convenience of the servants. In daily conversation, we refer to our side as the western courtyard and their side as the eastern courtyard, Rui explained, suppressing her desire to pat her aunt's head, wondering how such common knowledge could have slipped her mind. Tell me more about the Pingnan Marquisate, Ye Qingzhi requested. Rui, choosing to overlook her aunt's oddity, elaborated on the histories of the two estates. 50 years ago, during the reign of a foolish emperor, the people suffered greatly. The founder rose up in rebellion, and the Xie family followed closely, assisting him in establishing the current Zhao dynasty. The Xie family's elder was conferred the title of Pingnan Marquis for his contributions in quelling southern rebellions, while the second son was awarded the title of Jiangyang Marquis for reclaiming Jiangyang. Now, both the elder and second son of the Xie family had passed away, yet their aged matriarch still lived on, a true ancestral figure and the stabilizing force of both estates. The matriarch was 88 years old, cherished by her descendants, and had once extended her kindness to the founder before his rise to power, maintaining a unique bond with the current emperor. On the 1st and 15th of every month, the noble women of the estate, excluding the concubines, would go to pay their respects to the matriarch. They refrained from visiting frequently to avoid disturbing her tranquility, as all hoped for her longevity and continued protection over the two estates. The current Pingnan Marquis, Xiamingli, though of similar age to Jiangyang Marquis Xie Jingxian, held a different generational standing. Xiamingli referred to Xie Jingxian as younger uncle. This disparity arose because Xie Jingxian was the late Marquis's late-in-life child. The elder Marquis, in the eyes of the public, had committed many indiscretions for this child. His mother, a mere concubine, passed away shortly after giving birth, and the elder Marquis, not placing Xie Jingxian under the name of his legitimate wife, utilized his military accomplishments to petition the emperor to bestow the title of primary wife upon Xie Jingxian's mother, thus elevating him to the status of legitimate heir. Subsequently, the elder Marquis raised Xie Jingxian by his side, inciting the old matriarch's ire towards him. Even more shockingly, 7 years ago, the elder Marquis submitted a memorial to pass the title to Xie Jingxian, bypassing his legitimate eldest son, Xie Lin. The old matriarch, driven to despair, threatened to take her own life, compelling the elder Marquis to change his mind amid the turmoil, with the emperor delaying his approval. However, shortly thereafter, Xie Jingxian saved the emperor during a hunting expedition, achieving great merit, and the title was bestowed upon him. Consequently, the relationships between the main and second branches of the Jiangyang Marquisate, namely the two sons of the old matriarch, soured toward Xie Jingxian, harboring deep animosity. After the elder Marquis's passing, the old matriarch, leveraging her status as the legitimate wife, sought opportunities to express her resentment, albeit discreetly, targeting minor matters, with the Marquis's wife, Zhang Jingyi, often serving as a shield. In contrast, the Pingnan Marquisate faced its own trials 7 years prior, when the first-generation Pingnan Marquis, Xiamingli's grandfather, perished on the battlefield, while his father sustained severe injuries, requiring prolonged convalescence. The title thus passed to him. The legitimate grandson, unlike his forebears, Xiamingli pursued literary studies and civil service from a young age, ultimately achieving the rank of a fourth-grade official, serving as the deputy minister of revenue. And who is Zhang Mam's master? The Pingnan Marquis's wife? Ye Qingzhi queried. Indeed, she served as the late Pingnan Marquis's wife as accompanying maid and wet nurse, Rui confirmed. The Pingnan Marquis's wife has passed away. Do you know her maiden name? Ye Qingzhi inquired further. The late Pingnan Marquis's wife was named Lin Qingwan, the legitimate daughter of the Amal Marquisate. She passed away last year due to illness. It is said that when she died, the front courtyard of the Pingnan Marquisate was hosting a joyous banquet for the current mistress, Lady Lan, to celebrate her becoming a primary wife. It is rumored that upon receiving the news of her death, the Pingnan Marquis, clad in festive attire, spat blood on the spot, overcome with grief, and the joyous occasion swiftly turned to mourning, leaving the guests utterly astounded. Ye Qingzhi was momentarily taken aback. This narrative felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of a nightmare she had experienced. Given the sensational nature of the event, Rui continued with enthusiasm. Lady, after the passing of the Pingnan Marquis's wife, the Marquis sought to have her posthumously honored with a first-rank title. The Empress Dowager also issued a decree praising her as a paragon of noble women, and a great scholar composed a memorial in her honor. And now, people say that the Pingnan Marquis harbors deep affections for his late wife, lamenting her early demise due to her frail constitution. Do not insult the phrase deep affections, Ye Qingzhi scoffed, her words laced with sarcasm. A belated sentiment is worth less than grass. The late Pingnan Marquis's wife truly drew the short straw, being saddled with such a worthless man. With that, Ye Qingzhi rubbed her aching chest in frustration, feeling utterly bewildered. She fully understood Chen Yuankai's anger, yet the late Pingnan Marquis's wife had passed, born of noble lineage, and had no connection to the previous owner. Why did this evoke such strong emotions within her? And what of Zhang Mam? As Lin Qingwan's wet nurse and accompanying maid, she felt an inexplicable kinship upon seeing her. It was also peculiar. Alas, lady, tread carefully, after all, he is still the Pingnan Marquis, someone we cannot afford to offend. Rui swiftly covered her aunt's mouth, worried that her unguarded words might one day lead to calamity. Ye Qingzhi brushed Rui's hand away, exhaling slowly to ease her pent-up emotions. She rose, moving to the window to gaze upon the lush scenery of the courtyard, her expression a mixture of confusion, the habitual indifference of someone playing a game of life, and an unexpected sharpness she was unaware of. What exactly was happening? Pingnan Marquis's wife, Lin Qingwan, who are you, and what was your connection to me? Chapter 41. At the very least, the lady is on her side. Aunt, do you still wish to hear more about Zhang Mama? Rui inquired. Yes, please continue, Ye Qingzhi nodded. After the passing of the Madam of Pingnan Marquis, Zhang Mama took charge of managing her former residence and the dowry left behind. This time, the lady summoned Zhang Mama to instruct Aunt on the rules, likely to give Zhang Mama some face. It is said that the lady had a close relationship with the late Madam of Pingnan, and she often looked after the servants left behind by her. However, since this pertains to the East Courtyard, Our Lady cannot intervene too much. From what you say, those old servants of the Madam of Pingnan are not faring well? Ye Qingzhi asked, furrowing her brow. Indeed, they are not faring well. With the master gone, there is no one to support them, and they are left to be trampled upon. The new Marquis's wife is that Lady Lan who was recently elevated to her position. She assigns the old servants of the Madam of Pingnan to menial and laborious tasks, many of them are sent to the estates, and their lives are quite miserable. Only Zhang Mama, being the wet nurse of the late Madam of Pingnan, holds a different status. The Pingnan Marquis often seeks her out for conversation, and Lady Lan dares not overtly trouble her, yet the subtle schemes behind the scenes have not ceased. In any case, given Zhang Mama's status, Aunt, it would be inappropriate to bring her to your side. What subtle schemes? Ye Qingzhi disregarded Rui's final remarks and asked in a low voice. With a helpless glance at her aunt, Rui continued, I have heard that Lady Lan frequently summons Zhang Mama for discussions, and when Zhang Mama arrives, she deliberately leaves her waiting for at least an hour. Moreover, since Zhang Mama is responsible for managing the former residence of the Madam of Pingnan, Lady Lan does not assign any other maids or servants to sweep the courtyard. It is all left to Zhang Mama herself, with such a vast courtyard to clean every day in this sweltering summer. It is quite exhausting. I have also heard that Zhang Mama has collapsed from exhaustion twice. Otherwise, the lady would not have sent her to teach you the rules. She likely wishes for Zhang Mama to rest a bit. As Ye Qingzhi listened, her expression grew increasingly somber, and her resolve to bring Zhang Mama to her side grew stronger. However, considering Zhang Mama's status and her obligation to manage her late mistress's residence, it would be quite inappropriate to have her serve an aunt, yet how could she know it was impossible without trying? At the very least, the lady is on her side. On the other side, in the Guixing courtyard, Zhang Mama was reporting to Zhang Jingyi. Madam, that Aunt Yi has learned the rules remarkably well. She claimed she had studied them before but had forgotten. I have verified it, and indeed, that is the case. I had thought I would not need to go tomorrow, but Aunt Yi insisted, saying that this is the Marquis's punishment, and she must study for a full month. Zhang Jingyi was somewhat taken aback by this. Aunt Yi had given her a small surprise. However, as Rui mentioned, she had summoned Zhang Mama to teach the rules with the intention of assisting her. Even if Aunt Yi learned well, she still needed to be taught for a month. Mama, Aunt Yi's behavior since she began serving the Marquis has been quite conspicuous. If she were to learn the rules in just one day and then slack off, it would certainly incite jealousy among others, Zhang Jingyi said gently, looking at the significantly aged Zhang Mama. You are a wise woman, Mama, and I hope you understand the deeper purpose behind my request for you to teach the rules. I can only protect you to this extent. I hope you do not disappoint my intentions, and I trust that Qingwan in the afterlife will not blame me for my inadequacies. Hearing her mention the deceased mistress brought a wave of sorrow to Zhang Mama's heart. She knelt down and expressed her gratitude to Zhang Jingyi, stating, Thank you for your kindness, madam. I shall obey your command, but in 1.5 months, it will be the anniversary of my mistress's passing, so I can only teach Aunt Yi the rules for a month at most. Very well, then I shall trouble you, Mama, Zhang Jingyi replied. Once Zhang Mama departed, Zhou Mama could not help but sigh. Alas, if only Lady Lin were still alive, how wonderful that would be. Zhang Jingyi pursed her lips, feeling a pang of sorrow. Good people often do not live long. Before long, Xunyu arrived to seek an audience. Zhang Jingyi allowed her to enter and asked, Tell me about Aunt Yi's progress in learning the rules today. Xunyu recounted everything in detail. My lady is quite fond of Zhang Mama. Her demeanor is exceptionally affectionate, and she is learning the rules with great seriousness. She is particularly intelligent and learns everything quickly. Aunt Yi even wishes for Zhang Mama to serve her by her side. As soon as Zhang Mama left, she had Rui inquire about her whereabouts. Zhang Jingyi was astonished by this revelation. Zhou Mama was equally taken aback. Aunt Ya's actions were always unexpected. After having just dealt with Aunt Yao, she was now about to undertake another significant endeavor? She wishes to have Zhang Mama serve her by her side? Zhang Jingyi asked, unable to contain her surprise. Yes, Aunt Ye is exceptionally fond of Zhang Mama, Xunyu admitted, almost enviously. During lunch, Aunt Ye specifically had the kitchen prepare dishes that Zhang Mama enjoys. When Zhang Mama departed, she even rewarded her with 10 taels of silver, while Xia Chan had also received 10 taels, yet she had never received any such reward. My lady is already aware that Zhang Mama was the wet nurse of the late Madame Lin, yet she still wishes to have Zhang Mama by her side. Aunt Ye wishes for the lady to provide some guidance, claiming that she knows the lady also wishes to help Zhang Mama escape the east courtyard this time. You are on the same front, and Aunt Ye said the lady can let her make a scene however she likes, whether by throwing silver or pleading with the Marquis. Zhang Jingyi was rendered speechless for a long moment. After a while, she finally spoke. This matter must first be approved by the Marquis. If the Marquis does not agree, any attempts will be in vain. I shall return to inform Aunt Ye at once, Xunyu said, eager to relay the news. Madam, Aunt Ye's actions are truly perplexing, Zhou Mama remarked with a furrowed brow. Having Zhang Mama by her side will only invite trouble without any benefit. Zhang Jingyi shook her head, equally bewildered. However, Aunt Ye was correct. Regarding Zhang Mama, they shared the same objective. Since Aunt Ye was willing to bear the cost for this matter, why not cooperate with her once? Chapter 42. Truly fallen from favor at the Haitang courtyard, Yao Yinian had been relegated to a lowly concubine, having moved to the Haitang courtyard 3 days prior. During this time, she had endured relentless mockery and various forms of torment from the other concubines. These were mere trifles such as intercepting the warm water meant for her room, snatching the ice and food delivered to her, or carelessly discarding refuse at her doorstep. They would sit outside her door, cracking sunflower seeds while deriding her with sarcastic remarks and taunts. Though these were minor grievances, their humiliating impact was profound. Yao Yinian, a noble lady accustomed to high status, had looked down upon everyone since entering the estate, and Mama Wang, raised in a prestigious household, valued propriety and dignity. Neither had ever experienced such disgraceful tactics from these petty women. In just 3 days, they had brought her to tears multiple times, nearly suffocating her with indignation. Why Mama, I want to return to my family. I regret it, I truly regret it. Yao Yinian sobbed. Oh dear. Who is weeping so pitifully, always crying? What a stroke of bad luck. No wonder the Marquis refuses to set foot in our courtyard, came the voice of concubine Su. This concubine Su, hailing from a humble background and having once been a courtesan, lacked any refinement. When Yao Yinian first entered the estate, she had sought to curry favor with her, only to be met with disdainful ridicule, which she held as a grudge. Over these 3 days, she had taken to sitting outside Yao Yinian's door, eavesdropping on any commotion within, and then loudly proclaiming her amusement. Truly, it was said that the wicked must be tempered by the base. Yao Yinian despised her with a fervor, wishing nothing more than to strangle her. Madam, let me go chase her away. Mama Wang could no longer tolerate it, brandished. You are all I have left. If you are penalized or driven away, I will truly be left with no one to rely on. Upon hearing this, Mama Wang felt a pang of sorrow mixed with comfort. Her mistress had grown wiser through this ordeal. Mama, please find Lady Wang and convey a message from me. Yao Yinian leaned close to Mama Wang's ear, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, Mama Wang's expression shifted, and she urged quietly, Madam, let us avoid trouble. Let us endure a little longer. Once Princess Li gives birth to a son, her status will rise, and she may intercede on your behalf to absolve your transgressions, elevating you back to your original position. Would that not be splendid? What good is that, Mama? That wretched Yi brought people to humiliate me, binding me, and subjecting me to shame, yet the Marquis merely punished her with a month of discipline and confined her feet. It was nothing but a minor inconvenience. But what of me? The Marquis has cast me down to a lowly concubine. Were it not for my father and sister supporting me, I might have been dealt a fatal blow. Mama, the Marquis has shown me such callousness. Why should I remain loyal to him? I will disrupt the peace of this household and bring disgrace upon the Marquis, turning him into a laughingstock for all of the capital. Yao Yinian shouted, her face contorted with rage. Oh dear, madam, lower your voice. Mama Wang attempted to cover her mouth, for concubine Su was eavesdropping outside. Indeed, concubine Su was pressing her ear against the door, but all she could catch were fragments of the words love, concubine, and lowly, along with mockery. Failing to grasp the full context, she curled her lip, thinking Yao Yinian was merely lamenting the favored concubine Yi, finding it quite dull. Deciding to leave, she thought to herself that as long as Yao Yinian remained in the Haitang courtyard, she would ensure her days were anything but peaceful. Since learning that Rui was alive and Yao Yinian had encountered misfortune, Lady Wang had also been living in a state of distress, constantly on edge. She feared that Yao Yinian might expose her, that Xie Jin would retaliate against her for a favored concubine, stripping her of her dignity. More importantly, she was anxious that Yao Yinian's predicament might jeopardize her son's examination prospects, potentially resulting in his being assigned a poor examination venue, or even worse, being deliberately targeted with a bad. With the provincial examination looming tomorrow, she had no means to gather intelligence. Just as her anxiety peaked, Mama Wang arrived. Lady Wang greeted her with a smile, courteously inviting her to sit, inquiring about Yao Yinian's condition and whether she needed assistance to ease her burdens. Mama Wang maintained a stern expression, responding briefly before concluding, My lady, rest assured, my mistress has already sent word to her family the examination matter has been settled and will not change due to any shortcomings on your part. The matter of that maid, Rui, was indeed my oversight, which has implicated Yao Yinian, Lady Wang admitted awkwardly, forcing a smile and adding, I am grateful that Yao Yinian is magnanimous and does not hold it against me. Regarding the examination, I appreciate it. My lady wishes to inquire, though concubine Yi is a favored concubine, it is understandable that you cannot discipline her. However, this lowly concubine continues to bully my mistress daily. My lady need not have her killed, but could she not simply fall ill for a few days? Mama Wang suggested. That is no issue at all, a lowly concubine is easily dealt with, Lady Wang agreed readily. Thank you, my lady. Mama Wang left with a sense of accomplishment. Lady Wang, seething, smashed a teacup, gritting her teeth in frustration, declaring, we must find a way to eliminate Yao Yinin. Having long been constrained by her, used as a tool, it was indeed too stifling. After leaving Lady Wan, Mama Wang made her way to Concubine Qin. After exchanging only a few words, Concubine Qin's face turned pale, and she burst into tears, prompting Mama Wang to take her leave. Madam, what did Mama Wang mean just now? Is she holding a leverage over you, intending for you to use your unborn child to implicate Concubine Yi? Chuanqing asked tremulously, shivering. Concubine Qin, her expression icy as she wiped away her tears, showed no trace of her earlier breakdown, instead smiling mockingly, she is merely a fool. Yao Yinin believed she was orchestrating a grand scheme, unaware that she was already a piece on the chopping block, a fish in a barrel. Not long after, Concubine Su fell ill, suffering from a high fever, vomiting and diarrhea. The estate's physician diagnosed her condition as a result of consuming tainted food after taking medicine. Concubine Su showed no signs of improvement, remaining weakly bedridden, unable to pursue further trouble for Yao Yinin. Conversely, Yao Yinin no longer confined herself to her room. She would visit this concubine or that one, engaging in conversation. Although she had erred and been demoted to a lowly concubine, her family still supported her, and despite the other concubines' resentment, they treated her with courtesy. On this day, after a long absence from the Haitang courtyard, Xia Jin finally arrived, choosing to stay in Concubine Qian's quarters. That night, none of the other concubines in the Haitang courtyard could find rest. Moreover, after serving him throughout the night, Concubine Qian was unexpectedly elevated to the status of a favored concubine the following day. This news spread like wildfire in the inner quarters. Upon hearing the news, Concubine Qian wept tears of joy, expressing her gratitude for the lady's favor, and happily moved into her new quarters. Yanyu Courtyard. Yesterday, the Marquis spent the night with Concubine Qian, and today she has been elevated to a favored concubine. Xunyu reported, her complexion shifting in alarm. After venturing out and overhearing discussions throughout the estate, she hurried back to inform her mistress. Since their concubines had been confined to learning etiquette for the past half-month, the Marquis had yet to visit his main consort even once, while he had been accommodating all the other concubines. However, the most conspicuous was Concubine Qian, who had actually been elevated in status, indicating that the Marquis must have been particularly pleased with her. Their mistress was likely to truly fall from favor this time. What further troubled Xunyu was that their mistress appeared entirely unfazed, showing no inclination to vie for attention. Though she claimed to be diligently learning etiquette, she spent only half an hour at it, afterward reclining on the nobility couch, snacking, and gossiping with Mama Zhang. Such a leisurely existence, she had truly never encountered anyone who enjoyed life more than her mistress. Compared to the lady, who was a true model of hard work, her mistress had no moments of peace. Can you believe it? Madam, have you heard? Concubine Qian has been elevated to a favored concubine, and you are not at all anxious? Rui could not help but voice her concern again. What is there to be anxious about? The Marquis favors her and believes she serves well. It is only natural for him to grant her recognition, Ye Qingzhi replied, glancing at Xunyu, unhurried. Madam, if this continues, you will lose all face, leaving you with nothing, Xunyu urged anxiously. It is all my fault. I should have stopped you from confronting Yao Yinin. Our Marquis despises domineering women. Rui began to blame herself, her voice quivering as she threatened to cry. Madam, perhaps I should take my leave for today. We can conclude our etiquette lesson here, Mama Zhang suggested respectfully. In this household, you must rely on the Marquis's favor to live comfortably. There is no need to be overly concerned with learning etiquette. Ye Qingzhi. She had only been away for half a month. The people around her were all in a state of panic. However, the Marquis has confined my feet, mandating that I learn etiquette, which is meant for reflection. Even if I desire the Marquis, I must restrain myself, waiting a month before devising a way to seek his affection, Ye Qingzhi said, biting her lip in dejection. She truly was a clever one, crafting such a pitiable persona. Perfectly embodying her reasons for refraining from vying for attention, for enduring, because she was reflecting. Oh, madam, the Marquis has only mandated learning etiquette and confined your feet, he has not prohibited you from serving him. Xunyu immediately interjected. Indeed, indeed. Madam, you should write a letter, I will deliver it to the Marquis, Rui chimed in. The Marquis has a fondness for your letters, once you've penned one, I am certain he will come. Madam, should I assist you in dressing? When the Marquis sees you, beautiful as a flower, he will undoubtedly shower you with affection. Madam, I have been idle these past few days, and I made you a few new outfits. Would you like to try them on? Xiaochan also joined Ye Qingzhi. Listening to their enthusiastic chatter, she almost wished to be immediately delivered to Xia Jin's bed. Alas, the delightful break was coming to an end. An extended rest was not advisable, half a month was the limit, for resting too long meant losing face and status, while being bullied, such an infuriating trait of being a concubine. Moreover, the matter of Mama Zhang could not be delayed any further. Very well, Xunyu, prepare my attire. Rui, instruct the kitchen to make a bowl of mung bean slushy. Xiaochan, ready the clothes. Mama, we shall conclude our lesson for today, Ye Qingzhi commanded decisively. The maids hurried off, filled with excitement. Mama Zhang also took her leave. Jinbao saw Rui approaching and hurried to greet her, smiling as he inquired, Miss Rui, has Madam sent food for the Marquis? He is in the study. I will take it to him right away. Thank you, brother Jinbao. Rui quickly slipped him some silver, whispering, please say a few kind words on behalf of my mistress when you see the Marquis. I appreciate it. Jin Bao accepted the silver and hurried to report. Did the Marquis still need flattery from her? In truth, the Marquis had been thinking of Ye Qingzhi all along. His shadow guard, Louis, visited daily to relay her every word and deed to him. He had never seen anyone so captivating to the Marquis. Currently, Xia Jin felt somewhat vexed after learning that Ye Qingzhi desired Mama Zhang. He had intentionally avoided the Yanyu courtyard, hoping to gauge her level of anxiety. 5 days passed, and Ye Qingzhi showed no signs of distress, nor did she send anyone to vie for his favor. Yet he began to miss the sensation of her body, her sharp tongue, and even the allure of her playful charm. Xia Jin found himself increasingly aware of the significant disparity between her and the other women he had entertained. Thus, despite his initial intentions, he sought solace in the company of other women. He had no shortage of alternatives and did not need to overly concern himself with Ye Qingzhi. However, after 10 days, he conceded that since meeting Ye Qingzhi, he had come to appreciate the unique qualities she possessed, distinguishing her from the mere tools he had previously engaged with. Consequently, rather than feeling pleased, he grew more agitated. Moreover, from his shadow guards, he learned that while Ye Qingzhi was indeed studying etiquette, no one enjoyed life as she did. She spent her days lounging on the nobility couch, indulging in sweets and gossiping with Mama Zhang, showing no desire for his attention. "My lord, Yi has sent Rui with a bowl of mung bean slushy and a letter," Jin Bao's respectful voice called from outside. "Bring it in," Xia Jin replied after a moment's pause. Chapter 43 The utmost allure of Ye Qingzhi. Jin Bao entered, placing the bowl of mung bean slushy on the desk and respectfully handing over the letter to Xia Jin. As he took the letter, a familiar, delicate fragrance wafted from it, reminiscent of the balm Ye Qingzhi often used. "You may leave," Xia Jin commanded coldly, dismissing Jin Bao. Having received no further instruction from his lord, Jin Bao had no choice but to exit, leaving Rui anxiously waiting. Xia Jin held the letter, hesitating to open it, instead inhaling its scent, reminiscent of a voyeur indulging in the garments of a woman. After realizing the impropriety of his actions, his expression grew colder and more sour. He finally opened the letter, unexpectedly raising an eyebrow. The contents were not the lewd words he had anticipated. Instead, it contained a particularly formal greeting, with even her longing for him expressed in an exceedingly subtle manner, conveyed through poetry. Xia Jin was unaware that a smile had crept onto his lips. Even such a letter, devoid of lasciviousness, brought him joy. Had she changed her tactics? Had her etiquette training truly transformed her from a mischievous sprite into a refined lady? Xia Jin couldn't help but recall the poised and dignified Ye Qingzhi he had seen outside her estate. He yearned to see her charming little face adorned with grace while engaging in unspeakable acts. Just the thought of it ignited a fire within him. He lifted the cooling mung bean slushy to his lips, finding that even its icy chill could not extinguish the heat stirring within him. With a darkened gaze, Xia Jin tucked the letter away before heading outside. It was time to assess how well Yi had mastered her etiquette lessons. Yanyu Courtyard. This humble servant greets the Marquis. May you enjoy long life and prosperity. Upon hearing the announcement, Ye Qingzhi rose to welcome him, respectfully performing the customary greetings and inquiries. Xia Jin observed her elegant attire and the fluidity of her movements, contemplating that her etiquette training had indeed borne fruit. The moment he laid eyes on her, the fire within him flared, nearly consuming his rationality, leaving him on the verge of seizing her in his arms. Her outfit today struck a chord deep within him, igniting his desires. Was it a case of mutual understanding? What he desired, she had perfectly presented. "Rise," Xia Jin stepped closer, extending his hand to assist her up, gazing intently at her exquisite features, his voice husky. "It seems your etiquette training has been quite successful." "It is all thanks to Mama Zhang's excellent guidance," Ye Qingzhi replied with an elegant smile, softly inquiring, "Marquis, do you wish to change? May I assist you in dressing?" "Xia Jin, indeed, assist me." He found her refreshing and intriguing, willingly playing along with her performance, eager to see how long she could maintain her fade of a dignified matron. As she helped him change, she furrowed her brow with concern, stating, "It has been half a month since our last meeting. You seem to have lost weight. Despite your busy affairs, you must take care to eat and rest well. Do not indulge excessively, your health is of utmost importance." How utterly serious, there was no hint of seduction in her words. If anyone else had said such things, Xia Jin would have found it quite ordinary. Yet coming from Ye Qingzhi, it felt novel and engaging. How interesting. The cunning little concubine who had always sought to drain him dry now began to express concern for his well-being. Was her admonishment regarding indulgence a veiled jab at his recent escapades? Xia Jin found himself becoming slightly intoxicated by the thought. He wanted to hear more from her, to see her carry on with this act. "Marquis, I have diligently studied etiquette these past 2 weeks, ensuring rule. Has the autumn examination concluded? Did anything happen with Song Yishuan?" As Ye Qingzhi hung his outer robe on a nearby rack, she inquired earnestly, as if they were a married couple sharing their lives. "The autumn examination concludes tomorrow." "Indeed, something has transpired with Song Yishuan," Xia Jin replied seriously. "Your stepsister bribed some ruffians to break Song Yishuan's arm. The Jinui captured those ruffians, and your stepsister has been apprehended by the magistrate's officers and imprisoned." "Such a thing occurred?" While Ye Qingzhi was surprised, she managed to maintain her composure, ultimately furrowing her brow and asking, "What is the current situation? Is my stepsister still imprisoned, or has she used money to secure her release?" "I have no desire to plead for her release." As she spoke, Ye Qingzhi had already stripped Xia Jin down to his undergarments. With a hint of bashfulness, she said, "I shall wait for you on the bed." With Xia Jin, after a moment's pause, he approached the bed, lifting the curtain to find Ye Qingzhi reclining within, casually draped in silk blankets, exuding an enchanting yet lethal allure. Xia Jin's throat tightened as he gazed at her, much like a predator eyeing its prey, eager to devour her. Ye Qingzhi looked at him shyly, awaiting his approach, hesitating momentarily before wrapping her arms around his neck, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "I implore you to cherish me, my lord." Afterward, Xia Jin held her tightly in his embrace, pressing a kiss to her brow. He did not release her, holding her for a considerable time before finally letting go to instruct the maids to prepare bathing water. "My lord, may I request a favor?" Ye Qingzhi asked softly. "Speak," Xia Jin replied, amused by her continued performance. "My lord, do you think I have mastered etiquette well?" Ye Qingzhi inquired. "Extremely well," Xia Jin praised without hesitation, genuinely satisfied with her earlier display. "My proficiency in etiquette is entirely due to Mama Zhang's efforts. I feel a kinship with her, as she reminds me of my own wet nurse from childhood, thus, I wish to seek a favor from you on her behalf." Ye Qingzhi's approach to this request was entirely formal and meticulous. "What favor do you seek?" Xia Jin had already surmised her intentions. Though Mama Zhang's involvement touched upon matters of face, granting her a position to serve Ye Qingzhi was certainly feasible that he could afford her that favor. "I wish for you to free Mama Zhang from her servitude, granting her freedom, and appoint her as the nurturing matron of the estate, responsible for teaching the young ladies and concubines proper etiquette." Ye Qingzhi spoke softly. Xia Jin was taken aback. "Did you not wish for her to serve you?" Chapter 44. Your intelligence has grown at the outset. I indeed harbored such intentions and even sought your ladyship's counsel. However, upon considering your thoughts, I found the matter to be quite challenging. After discerning who Zhang Mama's master is, I recognized that summoning her to serve at my side might cause some embarrassment to the Pingnan Marquis, placing him in a difficult position. Ye Qingzhi's delicate visage was tinged with worry and unease as she continued to candidly share her reflections. I pondered for half a month, resolved not to burden the master, yet, leaving Zhang Mama in the Eastern Garden has proven to be arduous for her. With the Mid-Autumn Festival merely 5 days away, might you permit me to attend the family banquet of the two households? At that gathering, my conduct and manners will be under scrutiny, and I shall demonstrate clearly what I have been taught. I am confident in my grasp of etiquette. Anyone who observes will surely commend my efforts. Thus, during the banquet, the master could leverage Zhang Mama's guidance of me to grant her freedom from servitude, bestowing honor upon her and preserving the dignity of the Pingnan Marquisate as well. After all, Zhang Mama's prowess stems from having an exemplary mistress, the esteemed Madame Lin, a paragon of noble women. In such a manner, all parties would find satisfaction. What do you think, my lord? My lord believes that after a few days apart, your intellect has indeed blossomed remarkably, Xia Jin replied, affectionately ruffling her hair in jest. Her proposal was impeccable, addressing all aspects thoughtfully. It was evident that this woman possessed a keen and perceptive mind. Her actions were solely contingent upon her dedication. Clearly, she had invested considerable thought into the matter concerning Zhang Mama. Is your attentiveness to Zhang Mama motivated solely by her resemblance to your wet nurse? Xia Jin inquired, feeling a twinge of jealousy, wondering why she seemed more concerned for others than for him. Not entirely, my lord. I have heard of the circumstances in the Eastern Garden and feel compelled to advocate for the late Madame Lin, wishing to do something for her people. Please do not reproach me for meddling. I do not wish to intrude, but at times, certain matters become unbearable, and I cannot help but see it truly vexes me, Ye Qingzhi lamented, sighing in frustration. Xia Jin, with a hint of annoyance, flicked her forehead lightly. You, a mere concubine, advocating for the mistress, do you truly believe you are justified? Being your concubine, I fare far better than the late Madame Lin ever did, Ye Qingzhi declared with conviction. With your protection, I live in unparalleled comfort and shall not meet an early demise, thus, I am certainly entitled to voice my grievances. Xia Jin was amused by her words, choosing not to dwell on the appropriateness of her concerns. Reflecting on the late Pingnan Marquis's wife, Lin Xingwan, Xia Jin recalled vividly the sight of her alabaster neck whenever she bowed her head to greet him, never meeting his gaze directly. This left a lasting impression on him. It is a pity that Madame Lin departed this world too soon, Xia Jin mused. Had she managed the affairs of the Pingnan Marquisate, it might have advanced further, yielding more promising offspring. Ye Qingzhi scoffed inwardly, thinking that an early demise could be a form of liberation, freeing one from the drudgery of managing the inner quarters of the Pingnan Marquisate. What was there to lament? As for a man like the Pingnan Marquis, he was hardly worthy. The imperial examinations had concluded, freeing Chen Yuankai from the confines of the examination halls. Yet, as he remembered that Ye Qingzhi remained imprisoned in the dungeon of the Jingzhaoyin, his spirit sank. He trusted that, given Ye Qingzhi's expectations of him, she would never implicate herself regarding the attack on Song Yishuan. However, no one should remain confined in a dungeon indefinitely. After all, she was a delicate lady. After tidying up at the inn and changing into clean attire, Chen Yuankai hurried to the Yi residence to inquire about the situation. Upon seeing him, Guman immediately burst into tears. Woe is me, that Yuankai, you must think of a way to rescue Yingxue. Her actions were all for your sake. You cannot abandon her, and, please do not speak so. Chen Yuankai quickly distanced himself from the situation and softly reassured her, rest assured, I will devise a plan. I will not neglect her. However, if this matter can be resolved with a bit of silver, is it not that uncle is unwilling? Not at all. We have spent considerable amounts, yet the Jingzhaoyin refuses to release her, claiming it is a case advised by the Jinui, Guman replied, her voice rising in frustration. It must be Ye Qingzhi who is scheming behind the scenes to ensure Yingxue remains imprisoned. At the mention of the Jinui, Chen Yuankai felt a chill run down his spine. Xia Jin, the Marquis of Jiangyang, was indeed the commander of the Jinui, and it was possible he had intervened in this affair, perhaps at Ye Qingzhi's behest. It was said she was currently favored. A few whispered words could easily sway matters, and the one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. Rather than seeking help from others, it would be prudent to appeal to the Marquis of Jiangyang, Chen Yuankai advised. Let us set aside our grievances for now. Our foremost priority is to rescue Yingxue. The dungeon is no place for a lady. Ji Man wept bitterly at his words, yet she recognized the wisdom in Chen Yuankai's counsel. I shall send someone to inquire once more. Recently, that little vixen has also been confined and lost favor. I cannot say if she still wields any influence. Chen Yuankai's eyes glimmered with hope, wishing for Ye Qingzhi to lose her favor entirely. Once he achieved the top rank in the imperial examinations next year, Ye Qingzhi would likely find herself in a precarious position, struggling to survive in the Jiangyang Marquis. At that time, he would seize the opportunity to humiliate her thoroughly, ensuring she regretted not treating him with respect. In the Yanlu courtyard, Aunt, the Yi residence has sent word, requesting you to intercede with the Marquis on behalf of the second young lady, to secure her release, Rui informed Ye Qingzhi after receiving the news. For the sake of Rui's safety, Ye Qingzhi refused to allow her to venture out alone to gather information. Instead, she summoned a footman from Xie Jin's household to relay messages. After all, there was nothing she needed to conceal from Xie Jin, and it was more effective to utilize his people, who were particularly resourceful and free from concerns of injury on the job. Relay this message if they wish for me to rescue Ye Yingxue. I demand that Guman voluntarily renounce her position and return to being a concubine, Ye Qingzhi instructed Rui. Should this not come to pass, they may as well prepare for Ye Yingxue to languish in prison or wait for my complete loss of favor. Rui regarded her aunt with admiration, eagerly rushing to convey the message. Upon receiving the news, Guman was infuriated, throwing a fit and smashing everything in sight. To demand her to renounce her position, preposterous, she still had hopes pinned on her future son-in-law, the top scholar. Once Chen Yuankai achieved the highest honors, she would pressure her husband, confident he would find a way to rescue Yingxue. Chapter 45. She has passed away, yet he seeks to make amends. How ironic indeed. In the Gui Xin courtyard, Zhang Jingyi busied herself with the preparations for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. As it was a family gathering, the task was considerably simplified without the need to entertain numerous guests. However, it was not entirely a private affair, as the banquet was to be co-hosted with the Pingnan Marquis of the Dongyuan, which complicated matters somewhat. Though they shared a common ancestor, with the matriarch still alive, the two families were distinct entities, and coordinating a meal for such a sizable group naturally entailed additional considerations. Moreover, the matriarch would also be in attendance at the Mid-Autumn Festival, necessitating that everything be meticulously arranged to avoid any disrespect towards her. Madam, Jin Bao just conveyed a message stating that the Marquis has permitted concubine Yi to attend the Mid-Autumn banquet, announced Grandma Zhou as she entered from outside. Zhang Jingyi had anticipated this news ever since she heard of the Marquis's visit to the Yanlu courtyard the previous day, thus, she was not taken aback upon hearing it now. Recently, the other concubines had rejoiced at concubine Ye's apparent fall from grace, yet Zhang Jingyi observed that the Marquis seemed to be paying her even more attention. This, indeed, served as evidence. Indeed, I see, Zhang Jingyi replied matter-of-factly, then pondered aloud, I have not heard any updates regarding Grandma Zhang. Does this suggest that concubine Yi has chosen to relinquish her? To relinquish would be quite normal, Grandma Zhou retorted. Perhaps concubine Yi has come to understand the situation and fears that her insistence might provoke the Marquis's disdain, thus she hesitates to take on Grandma Zhang. Zhang Jingyi felt a twinge of disappointment, for she had harbored high hopes for this matter. Just then, a maid entered, announcing that Chunyu sought an audience. Upon granting her entry, Chunyu eagerly recounted the details that concubine Yi had entrusted to Grandma Zhang. Very well, I understand. Please return and inform concubine Yi that I shall cooperate fully, Zhang Jingyi said with a smile. Observing her mistress's cheerfulness, Chunyu felt reassured and happily departed to relay the message. Grandma, did you hear that? Her suggestion is truly splendid. Our concubine Yi is indeed quite astute, Zhang Jingyi remarked with a smile. Grandma Zhou responded with a muted acknowledgement, but seeing her mistress so pleased, she could not help but caution, Madam, do exercise some caution. Be wary that one day, concubine Yi may turn her attention towards you and the two young mistresses. Zhang Jingyi furrowed her brows and shook her head, about to voice her thoughts when another maid arrived to announce that the steward from the neighboring Pingnan Marquis, Mama Qin, sought an audience. Please, let her in. Zhang Jingyi composed herself and straightened her posture. Esteemed madam, I pay my respects. Mama Qin entered and bowed respectfully to Zhang Jingyi. Mama Qin, please rise, Zhang Jingyi said warmly. Have you come regarding the Mid-Autumn banquet? Not solely for the Mid-Autumn banquet, but also because the anniversary of my late mistress is approaching, Mama Qin began. The Mid-Autumn banquet is merely a family affair, a simple gathering of people from both households. However, my late mistress's anniversary requires a grand observance, yet Lady Lan has fallen ill and is unable to manage it. Therefore, our matriarch has entrusted me with the task of seeking your assistance to ensure that the guest list is complete and no one is overlooked. As Mama Qin spoke, she produced a guest list and handed it to Zhang Jingyi. Is it true that Lady Lan is genuinely ill? Just a few days ago, she appeared quite well, Zhang Jingyi inquired, her displeasure evident as she did not accept the list. She is indeed unwell, Mama Qin replied, bending slightly lower, her voice barely above a whisper. For such a significant occasion as the anniversary, if Lady Lan were to feign illness and neglect her responsibilities, our Marquis would be the first to disapprove, potentially stripping her of her authority. Lady Lan would not dare to take such a risk. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi recalled the various affectionate gestures the Pingnan Marquis had displayed since Qingwan's passing, and thus she no longer felt conflicted about the matter. Accepting the guest list from Mama Qin, Zhang Jingyi perused it and found herself transported back to the funeral of Qingwan a year prior. The guests remained the same, and there had been no significant changes or new relatives to consider. Time indeed passes swiftly. It has nearly been a year since Qingwan's demise, Zhang Jingyi remarked, closing the list with a sigh of melancholy. Since Qingwan's departure, I have been deprived of a confidant, and your household has experienced numerous upheavals. Everything was so orderly when Qingwan was present. Mama Qin sighed in agreement but refrained from any further comment, for she was a servant and could not speak ill of her masters. Yet it was undeniable that since Lady Lin's death, the inner quarters of the Pingnan Marquisate had descended into chaos, and 2 shops had closed their doors in the outside market. Presently, Lady Lan was utterly incapable of fulfilling her duties, rendering her unworthy of her esteemed position, which had turned the Pingnan Marquisate into a subject of ridicule in the capital. Speaking of Lady Lan, her birth name was Zhao Xinlan, and she was the Marquis's cousin. They had grown up together, and had circumstances not led to the Zhao family's decline, the Marquis would have likely wed her. Subsequently, he married the legitimate daughter from the Annal Marquisate, who became their late matriarch, while Zhao Xinlan wed a minor official and moved away, who could have anticipated that 6 years ago, the Marquis would bring her back, claiming pity for her widowhood and childlessness, granting her a title as a favored concubine for her support in her twilight years? Later, when Zhao Xinlan's elder brother achieved great military success, the Zhao family regained prominence, prompting the Marquis to bestow upon her the status of a primary wife. The irony was that on the day of the matriarch's passing, the Marquis's household was in the midst of celebrating Lady Lan's elevation from concubine to primary wife. Ever since Lady Lan entered the household, everyone believed that the Marquis's heart lay with her, as he seemed unable to forget his childhood companion, showering her with affection. Yet who could have foreseen that on the very day of the matriarch's death, the Marquis, adorned in a crimson celebratory robe, would vomit blood upon receiving the news? The guests were taken aback, unable to comprehend the depth of his emotions for his late wife. If his feelings were indeed so profound, how could Lady Lan even exist in his life? Even the servants in the household were baffled. Since that day, the Marquis had not sought solace in any of the women of the household, instead spending the year in the chamber of his departed wife. Lady Lan had become the object of ridicule, and although the Marquis had entrusted her with management duties, the servants showed her little respect, engaging in petty schemes and even pilfering funds. What grand arrangements does your Marquis envision? Are there any specific protocols? Zhang Jingyi inquired of Mama Qin once more. The standards for the anniversary differed markedly, requiring distinct preparations beyond just the guest list. Whatever grandeur he desires, Mama Qin recounted in detail. The Marquis intends to invite the esteemed scholar Tang Nianshou to compose an elegy for the late mistress. He has also invited Master Lian from Shanghua Temple to recite the scriptures for the deceased, and has consulted with Lord Hao from the Astronomical Bureau regarding a particularly auspicious burial site for the relocation of her grave. Zhang Jingyi interjected, what purpose does such grandeur serve for one who has already departed? Reflecting on how indifferently Xia Mingli treated her when she was alive, the concubine sought every opportunity to undermine her. When Qingwan suffered a difficult labor and delivered a stillborn, he offered her little comfort. Barely 3 years had passed before he pressured her to adopt a child from the clan as his legitimate heir. Subsequently, he took his widowed cousin as a favored concubine, casting Qingwan into the role of a laughingstock among highborn ladies, stripping her of all dignity. Now that she is gone, he wishes to atone. How utterly ironic. My heart aches for Qingwan, and I cannot remain silent. Concubine, you once said it well, late affection is more contemptible than grass. A woman as exceptional as Qingwan was fated to suffer misfortune by marrying the Pingnan Marquis. Chapter 46. How to remain in favor for long. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Feast, Xia Jin made yet another visit to the Yanlu courtyard. This time, Ye Qingzhi did not don the guise of a proper matron to greet him, nor did she approach him with the eager enthusiasm of a little sprite, seeking to ensnare him. Instead, she languidly reclined upon the favored concubine couch, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Xia Jin's entrance, she merely flicked her eyelids lazily and greeted him with a drawl, "Ah, you have arrived, my lord." After this perfunctory salutation, she returned her attention to her reading, casually plucking a few sunflower seeds from a nearby dish to nibble on, completely disregarding Xia Jin's presence. These seeds had just been shelled for her by Chunyu, allowing her to indulge at her leisure. Naturally, Xia Jin felt a twinge of displeasure at being so overlooked. He approached the couch and, in a low voice, inquired, "What book has you so enthralled? Are you jealous, my lord?" Ye Qingzhi set her book aside, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she looked at him. Jealous of what? Xia Jin was taken aback by her question. Jealous of the book, of course. I am so absorbed in my reading that I failed to rise to greet you, and now you are displeased. Doesn't that constitute jealousy? Ye Qingzhi stated with unyielding confidence. Your tongue is quite sharp, indeed. You neglect your duties and yet shift the blame to jealousy, Xia Jin retorted, pinching her delicate lips. However, the irritation within him dissipated, and he decided not to dwell on her earlier indifference. But I am indeed envious, wishing to throw a tantrum. Today, I simply do not wish to attend to the Marquis, Ye Qingzhi added. Xia Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing her petulance had grown from her favored status. He contemplated scolding her but found that his ire had waned, replaced by curiosity about the source of her discontent. Was it because he had favored other women in recent days? She had never behaved in such a manner before. Yet, before he could voice his inquiry, Ye Qingzhi surprised him by daring to place her foot upon his face. In just a few days, have you forgotten your manners? Xia Jin grasped her pristine little foot, gritting his teeth as he asked. If you prefer a well-mannered woman, go seek out Qian Yang. Surely, you adore her service, why must you come to me for vexation? Ye Qingzhi extracted her foot and turned away, presenting him with a sulky demeanor. Is your jealousy directed at Jiangyang? Xia Jin raised an eyebrow at her back. She is merely a respectable concubine and cannot eclipse you. Ha! Ye Qingzhi scoffed coldly. Do not speak to me in such an enigmatic manner. Be straightforward. Xia Jin was not one to tolerate nonsense, and after being treated so disrespectfully, his patience was wearing thin. Sensing his growing impatience, Ye Qingzhi decided to cease her antics, adopting a tearful expression as she turned to face him, looking both wronged and accusatory. Speak. Though Xia Jin's tone remained firm, he was beginning to soften. I am not envious of Jianyang's rise in status. As you said, she is but a good concubine and cannot surpass me. I do not seek your exclusive affection, for I am not foolish enough to believe I am worthy of it. However, you know well that I am somewhat petty and most detest being regarded as a mere substitute. A substitute for what? Xia Jin was increasingly perplexed. Are you claiming to be Jianyang's substitute? Precisely. Ever since you have favored Jianyang and elevated her status, the other concubines began to emulate her, dressing decorously and adhering strictly to propriety, each one becoming a reflection of Jianyang. Upon realizing this, I suddenly understood. A few days ago, when you seemed so pleased with my service, it was merely because you favored Jianyang's style. To be candid, I felt an immediate sense of discomfort and no longer wished to conform to any rules or masquerade as an esteemed lady. If you prefer that style, then go seek Jianyang. Do not spend your nights here with me, nor expect me to transform into her. Even if I were to lose your favor because of it, I refuse to lose my identity. Upon hearing her words, yet, when he met her clear, stubborn gaze filled with grievance, a different sensation stirred within him. How could she possibly be a substitute for Jianyang? No other woman could match her unpredictability, nor would any dare to be as audacious as to place her foot upon his face. Moreover, his elevation of Jianyang was not due to her superior service, but for other reasons altogether. Xia Jin scorned the idea of explaining this to her. She was but a minor concubine, unworthy of such clarifications. Is such a trivial matter truly worthy of your tears? I see you have grown arrogant with your favor, unaware of the greater world around you, he chastised, though he reached out to wipe her tears as he spoke. I have not considered you a mere substitute for Jianyang. She pales in comparison to your capabilities. If anything, she could be seen as your substitute. Upon hearing you say that, I feel much better, Ye Qingzhi replied, her smile returning instantly. Xia Jin, in a moment of irritation, pinched her gently. No more mischief? Ye Qingzhi obediently shook her head, leaning into his embrace, nuzzling like a docile cat. With her goal achieved, she had no reason to continue her antics. These past few days, she had been pondering how to maintain her favored status in the long run. One must understand that to thrive in a company without facing layoffs or being overshadowed by the new generation, one must not only enhance their professional skills but also possess a unique core competency. Regardless of whether one is truly unique, through self-presentation, one must at least strive to be seen as irreplaceable in the eyes of their superiors. In the future, Xia Jin would undoubtedly have other youthful and beautiful women by his side, perhaps even more skilled in the art of seduction than herself. By then, what would she rely upon to secure her position in his heart? Children. She had no desire to bear children, and besides, children were not a dependable means of securing affection. Without the Marquis's favor, what use would children be? They would only serve to exacerbate her misfortune. At that point, it would not only be she who was at the mercy of others, but also her child, multiplying their plight. Using a child to vie for affection, she would need to give birth to a prodigy who could write treatises by the age of 5, for now, the path of motherhood was not a viable option for her. Thus, she needed to establish her foothold, to carve out a place in Xia Jin's heart solely through her audacious and fearless probing of his boundaries. She must continually emphasize her uniqueness, her individuality, not merely a woman who exists to depend upon, please, or fear him. Just like today, when she had placed her foot upon his face, it could be viewed as a playful jest, but if Xia Jin held no genuine affection for her, viewing her solely as an outlet for his desires, then it would become a flagrant humiliation. This little scene she had orchestrated today would undoubtedly leave an imprint in Xia Jin's heart, for she dared to assert that among the women in the courtyard, none would dare to treat Xia Jin in such a manner. Whether there would be others in the future remained uncertain and beyond her control. In this moment, she was indeed one of a kind. She needed Xia Jin to recognize this truth. She would not be any woman's substitute, nor could any woman replace her. Chapter 47. Is the Lord planning to ruin concubine Yi? The following morning, as it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the court granted a day off, so there was no early morning assembly. Xia Jin also did not rise early. After waking, he indulged in some intimate moments with Ye Qingzhi, then lazily reclined, allowing her to assist him in his morning routine. Still not fully awake, Ye Qingzhi was even lazier than Xia Jin, buried beneath the covers and reluctant to rise, mumbling, "My lord, it's rare to have a day off. Let us sleep a little longer." Xia Jin, speechless, pulled her from the warmth of the bedding, playfully pinching her rosy, delicate face, and admonished her with a hint of annoyance. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. You must go to pay your respects to the old lady. All the ladies from both households will be present. If you display even the slightest impropriety, don't expect to hear the end of it from Granny Zhang. Just follow the lady's lead and adapt as needed," Xia Jin advised. "Mind your words, do not embarrass me." "My lord, rest assured, I understand my place," Ye Qingzhi replied sweetly. Xia Jin felt quite at ease with Ye Qingzhi. When she feigned decorum, she was more convincing than anyone else, and she adhered to the rules impeccably. In public, however, in his presence, she displayed a lack of restraint. Contemplating this, he playfully nibbled on her lips as a light punishment for her arrogance due to his affection. Ye Qingzhi promptly pushed him away, covering her mouth and giving him a playful glare. My lord, I still have to meet others today, please refrain. If you leave marks, it would be quite embarrassing. Xia Jin shot her a look, rising to summon a maidservant to assist with his morning grooming. After washing and finishing breakfast, Ye Qingzhi changed into her attire for the day and sat before the vanity, where Chunyu helped her with her makeup. Naturally, she aimed for a composed and elegant appearance. Xia Jin seemed truly unoccupied. After breakfast, he did not leave but instead picked up a book, sitting nearby while waiting for her to finish dressing. As Ye Qingzhi glanced at him through the mirror, she speculated that he intended to accompany her to the ladies' courtyard. If that were the case, Xia Jin had afforded her ample face, which could also provoke jealousy. Why Ye Qingzhi was unafraid of inciting envy. After all, she was currently favored. As long as it was not her fault, Xia Jin would shield her. With him by her side, Chunyu felt immense pressure, meticulously styling Ye Qingzhi's hair, cautious and silent, unlike their usual banter. Once her hair was pinned up, and she selected a simple jade hairpin instead of ostentatious gold ornaments, she announced, I am ready, my lord. I apologize for keeping you waiting, shall we go? Ye Qingzhi approached Xia Jin, performing a respectful bow and speaking softly. Xia Jin set down his book, scrutinizing her with satisfaction before nodding. Very well, let us depart. Thank you, my lord, for granting me such honor, Ye Qingzhi expressed with a graceful bow. Seeing her submissive and poised demeanor, Xia Jin couldn't help but recall her previously audacious behavior. She truly knew how to feign. Today, he could grant her sufficient face, but it remained to be seen whether she could handle it. At Guixing courtyard, upon their arrival, the other concubines from various quarters had already gathered. Alongside Xia Jin's children, the courtyard was abuzz with lively chatter, adorned with vibrant attire, creating a festive atmosphere. However, as soon as Ye Qingzhi and Xia Jin entered, all laughter and conversation ceased, and every gaze fell upon Ye Qingzhi. No need for mind reading. Ye Qingzhi could discern their thoughts simply from their expressions and glances. Isn't this little hussy confined to learn decorum? How could she appear here? Granted permission by the lord to attend the mid-autumn banquet is one thing, but she dares to come alongside him. Are you all foolish? Haven't you heard that the lord spent the night in her quarters? It's not surprising they arrived together. Concubine Yi is truly favored. Concubine Yao wasn't even permitted to attend. Just moments ago, Concubine Chen was beaming, yet now her expression darkens. The lord may have elevated her status, but that was merely for one night. Ye Qingzhi understood that her entrance alongside Xia Jin would attract attention, yet she did not anticipate such a dramatic reaction. Alas, these people had clearly never witnessed a favored concubine before. Greetings, my lord. The other concubines, despite their jealousy, dutifully bowed, each attempting to catch Xia Jin's attention with their sweet voices. Rise, Xia Jin replied, not even glancing at the throng of women, casually walking towards the inner quarters. Ye Qingzhi followed closely, maintaining her composure and elegance, exuding decorum. Upon seeing Xia Jin and Ye Qingzhi enter together, Zhang Jingyi's expression stiffened momentarily. After greeting Xia Jin, she forced a smile and remarked, Concubine Yi has also arrived. What a coincidence! Ye Qingzhi respectfully bowed to Zhang Jingyi and succinctly recounted, last night, the lord rested in my quarters. As there was no early assembly this morning, we rose later and shared breakfast before coming here. Zhang Jingyi smiled but chose not to reply, her throat constricted by the bitterness within. Greetings, father. Xia Jin's children, well-mannered, offered their respects to him and Ye Qingzhi, greeting her as Concubine Yi. Their impression of her was rather favorable, as she had not only provided shade in their courtyard but had also sent them ice to make their summer more comfortable, frequently bringing them delightful treats and toys. They were aware that their mother did not harbor any animosity towards Concubine Yi, which further endeared her to them. The younger child, Xia Mingyu, who adored the climbing frame in the courtyard, approached Ye Qingzhi with excitement, exclaiming, Concubine Yi, I've solved the puzzle you gifted me. Wow! Our young master is truly remarkable. How clever. I struggled for days without success, Ye Qingzhi responded, squatting down with a smile to praise him, also complimenting Zhang Jingyi and Xia Jin, as well as Miss Xia Mingyan. The lord and lady are truly exceptional, and their children are exceedingly wise. Young master is so knowledgeable at such a tender age, and Miss has already developed the grace of a lady who wouldn't admire them. It is indeed a blessing for me to serve the lord and lady, as well as the young master and Miss. She praised the entire family, leaving no one out. Her eloquence alleviated some of Zhang Jingyi's bitterness. As a mother, how could she not appreciate compliments directed at her children? Moreover, despite Concubine Yi's favor, she maintained her position, speaking of serving them, which did not undermine Zhang Jingyi's dignity. Even as Zhang Jingyi felt a pang of jealousy, she had no grounds to express anger towards Ye Qingzhi. In fact, she felt somewhat relieved that it was Ye Qingzhi who garnered such favor, especially compared to Concubine Qian, who had recently been elevated and was already becoming somewhat arrogant, challenging her authority as the mistress. The two children felt a bit shy from Ye Qingzhi's praises, while Xia Jin regarded her with a complex expression, thinking to himself that this woman was truly adept at playing her part. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the hour grew late, and the group proceeded to pay their respects to the old lady. The old lady's courtyard, named Fusho Garden, was situated approximately between the two households, though it leaned more towards the Pingnan Marquis' estate. Thus, Xia Jin led the entourage of wives and concubines through the side gate of the two estates. It is worth noting that only favored and legitimate concubines like Ye Qingzhi and Qian could pay their respects to the old lady. Lower-ranked concubines were not permitted. Although Ye Qingzhi had been in the estate for over 2 months, half of that time was spent in confinement, and the other half was too hot for her to venture out, so she had not even traversed this side gate, let alone explored the gardens of the inner courtyard. However, as they passed through the side gate and ventured deeper, a sense of familiarity began to wash over Ye Qingzhi, as if she had walked this path before and seen these sights. With her previous experiences, her concerns regarding Granny Zhang, and her disdain for the late Pingnan Marquis, Ye Qingzhi felt somewhat indifferent, no longer dwelling on the connection she had with the late Marquis's wife, Lin Qingwan. For now, she was simply Ye Qingzhi, Xia Jin's concubine. She aimed to live her life well and, when she had the time and energy, she would contemplate the matters of the past. As she often reminded herself, her focus was on following her heart's desires. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they finally arrived outside Fusho Garden, which was already bustling with attendees. People from both households, including various branches and quarters, had come to pay their respects to the old lady. Even discounting the lower-ranked concubines, the number was still substantial, reaching well over 100. This reflected the flourishing branches of a large family and its rich lineage. Ye Qingzhi, adhering to decorum, unobtrusively followed behind Xia Jin and Zhang Jingyi into the courtyard. She was not qualified to enter the inner chambers, so she stood according to the instructions of the reception matron, alongside the favored concubine Su Rannan and legitimate concubine Xian, bowing to the old lady inside. After bowing, as they rose, Ye Qingzhi continued to wait aside for Lady Zhang Jingyi to emerge so they could follow. After a brief moment, a young maidservant emerged, inquiring who concubine Yi was. Ye Qingzhi stepped forward, bowing to the maidservant. I am she. Please, concubine Yi, follow this maidservant inside. The old lady wishes to see you, the maidservant stated. Ye Qingzhi complied, following the maidservant into the house with poise and grace. Su Rannan cast her first glance at Ye Qingzhi, her eyes glinting with a shadowy emotion, while concubine Xian and the others gazed at Ye Qingzhi with envy and even growing resentment. Why should she, also a concubine, be afforded the chance to present herself before the old lady? Was it not the Lord granting her such honor, in such a moment, with the Lord so publicly acknowledging her? Was he not favoring the concubine over the wife? They could not fathom how the lady could continue to tolerate concubine Yi after this. In truth, Zhang Jingyi was not jealous of Ye Qingzhi's privilege of being summoned by the old lady. She was more concerned about whether Ye Qingzhi could handle the situation. If Ye Qingzhi were to falter, not only would Granny Zhang's matter be jeopardized, but she and Xia Jin would also lose face. Zhang Jingyi had not anticipated that Xia Jin would bring up granting Granny Zhang her freedom at such a moment. Praising Ye Qingzhi for her decorum, her plan had been to casually mention this matter towards the end of the mid-autumn banquet, avoiding any need to alarm the old lady. However, Xia Jin seemed intent on ensuring that concubine Yi received ample attention, making such an announcement in front of everyone of significance in the household. In the Pingnan Marquis' estate, the Marquis, Lady Lan, and the old Marquis were present, while on the Jiangyang Marquis' side, the old lady and members of the first and second branches were also in attendance, all of whom belonged to the legitimate lineage. Zhang Jingyi could see their astonished expressions and the anticipation of a spectacle as they absorbed this news. Sighing heavily in her heart, she thought, is the Lord planning to elevate concubine Yi to a point of no return? She truly could not comprehend his intentions. Just as Zhang Jingyi's heart swirled with unease and speculation, Ye Qingzhi appeared alongside the maidservant. Zhang Jingyi closely observed her every movement, noticing how well she adhered to propriety, executing the greetings flawlessly without a single misstep, which eased her tense spirit. She could see that, despite the pressure of the situation, concubine Yi displayed no signs of intimidation, remaining more composed than Zhang Jingyi, the actual mistress of the household. With a significant portion of her anxiety alleviated, Zhang Jingyi believed that Ye Qingzhi would not make a blunder. The gazes of others fell on Ye Qingzhi to varying degrees. However, the men of the household, mindful of propriety, quickly averted their eyes after a brief glance, as she was, after all, Xia Jin's concubine. The women, too, scrutinized her with a critical eye, their expressions rife with disdain and contempt, with some hoping to see Zhang Jingyi humiliated. They believed that Xia Jin granting a mere concubine such recognition was a direct affront to Zhang Jingyi. The latter's displeasure was evident, confirming their assumptions. The old lady and Madame Wang from the first branch appeared particularly delighted. Even the old lady mused that Xia Jin was indeed well regarded by this concubine, who had acted in ways that were unworthy of her status. No matter how well this concubine learned her decorum, she was still just a concubine. If she faltered under such scrutiny, oh, how delightful it would be to witness. Yet Xia Jin, the instigator of this drama, seemed utterly indifferent. As Ye Qingzhi entered, he merely cast a fleeting glance, appearing entirely unconcerned. This was not the demeanor one would expect from a man favoring a concubine, prompting a re-evaluation of prior assumptions among the onlookers. Ye Qingzhi, however, had no time for such contemplations. Her sole focus was on diligently fulfilling her role and completing the required formalities. The complex emotions stirring within her were swiftly disregarded. Kneeling before the old lady, she did not dare to lift her gaze, as doing so would be a breach of decorum. Ye Qingzhi lowered her head, awaiting inquiry. Yet, she heard the old lady's trembling voice. Qingwan, why do you kneel in silence? It has been so long since you last visited your grandmother, must you act so distant? Is it because I did not advocate for you before? The crowd gasped in unison. Chapter 48. She is the esteemed concubine of this marquis. What do you intend to do? The words of the old matriarch struck the hearts of those present like a clap of thunder. In an instant, all gazes fell upon the kneeling Ye Qingzhi, each filled with varying degrees of astonishment and scrutiny. Among them, the reactions of the Pingnan Marquis and Lady Lan were particularly intense. Lady Lan gasped in shock, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear as she regarded Ye Qingzhi. She gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, struggling to remain composed amidst the waves of dread that crashed over her. With just 21 days until Lin Qingwan's memorial, could it truly be that she had returned? She had heard tales of souls borrowing bodies to return to life. Could this concubine, be Lin Qingwan's new incarnation? Lady Lan's heart raced at her own conjecture, fixating on Ye Qingzhi with a gaze sharp as a knife, as if she wished to peel away her skin to reveal whether the essence within was indeed Lin Qingwan. Meanwhile, the Pingnan Marquis rose abruptly, striding towards Ye Qingzhi, yet he stood before her, his eyes fixed upon the delicate, pale neck that was exposed by her lowered head, emotion swirling within his gaze like storm clouds. "Lift your head," he commanded, his voice low and authoritative. Xia Jin's expression darkened instantly. Why Ye Qingzhi was his concubine, his woman, for seemingly to issue such an order publicly, spurred by the old matriarch's moment of confusion, not only humiliated her but also himself. Xia Mingli. Xia Jin's anger flared as he stepped in front of Ye Qingzhi, blocking Xia Mingli's view of her. He warned, "She is the esteemed concubine of this marquis, what do you intend to do?" The fire in Xia Mingli's eyes dimmed as he bowed slightly to Xia Jin, apologizing, "My apologies, uncle. I was momentarily confused and overstepped." As for Ye Qingzhi, she was merely a concubine, even though she was the one being humiliated, she was not worthy of the Pingnan Marquis' apology. Xia Jin showed no inclination for Xia Mingli to apologize to her. Perhaps if Ye Qingzhi held a bit more significance in his heart, things might have been different, but clearly, they were not. After traversing this world for so long, Ye Qingzhi felt a profound sense of indignation at her lack of rights as a concubine. Had Xia Jin not intervened, she might have lost control, springing to her feet to slap Xia Mingli and hurl a string of curses at him, regardless of the consequences. Since Xia Jin had stepped in, she could only suppress her grievances for the time being, choosing to ignore the nauseating display of regret from this scoundrel. This humiliation, she vowed, would be repaid in due time. The old matriarch, having been alerted by her maidservants, realized her earlier mistake. She had momentarily confused Ye Qingzhi with Lin Qingwan, her great-granddaughter. Her earlier words had nearly incited a conflict between the two men, tearing apart their familial ties. "I was indeed mistaken. I forgot that Qingwan has passed." Upon seeing this concubine enter, "I thought I was looking at Qingwan, but alas." The old matriarch squinted her eyes, her voice trailing off in melancholy as she sighed deeply. At this moment, Ye Qingzhi finally lifted her head and addressed the old matriarch seated in the main position. "All my manners have been learned from Granny Zhang, who was both the wet nurse and tutor to Lady Lin. Thus, the fact that you mistook me for Lady Lin only attests to my proficiency in manners. I am deeply grateful to you, esteemed matriarch, for bestowing me such honor." As she spoke, Ye Qingzhi bowed again, prostrating herself before the old matriarch. Xia Jin cast a glance at Ye Qingzhi before returning to his seat. This woman truly possessed a silver tongue, effortlessly diffusing the earlier debacle with a most reasonable explanation while paying homage to the old matriarch. "What a good child, rise and speak." The old matriarch chuckled, her demeanor softening as she beckoned to Ye Qingzhi, "Come closer." "My eyes are failing me." Ye Qingzhi promptly stepped forward, standing obediently beside the old matriarch, allowing her to scrutinize her. "What a well-mannered and lovely young lady, yet your attire is rather plain. At your age, you should adorn yourself with beautiful jewelry, dressing in a more vibrant manner." The old matriarch seemed quite taken with Ye Qingzhi, holding her hand and smiling. With age, one often develops a fondness for bright colors and lively things, as if rekindling the vitality of life. "Esteemed matriarch, I hail from a merchant family, and I am not lacking in silver or beautiful accessories. However, I intended to pay my respects to you today and thus chose not to wear any. Otherwise, as I bowed, the dangling ornaments would have swung and struck my face, which would have been quite uncomfortable." Ye Qingzhi spoke earnestly and straightforwardly, instantly bringing joy to the old matriarch. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, that is quite true." As the old matriarch laughed, everyone present, regardless of their thoughts, followed suit. The Pingnan Marquis, Xia Mingli, however, remained unsmiling, feeling a twinge of disappointment. With Qingwan's character, she would never have been so playful. This woman could not possibly be Qingwan. Zhang Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely admiring Ye Qingzhi for her ability to speak so naturally and charmingly in such a setting. She deserved the accolades. After today, the old matriarch would undoubtedly remember her, possibly granting her even more favor. Even if thereafter the Marquis did not treat Ye Qingzhi as he had before, should the old matriarch occasionally think of her, or even summon her to the Fusho garden for a chat, it would significantly improve Ye Qingzhi's circumstances in the household. "Esteemed matriarch, may I plead for a favor on behalf of Granny Zhang, to free her from her servitude and grant her the liberty to serve as the household's tutor?" Ye Qingzhi knelt, placing her hands affectionately on the old matriarch's knee and gazing up at her as she inquired. "Why do you harbor such thoughts?" the old matriarch questioned, puzzled. Logically, a concubine of the Jiangyang Marquis should not concern herself with the affairs of the Pingnan Marquis' household. Even if Granny Zhang had taught her manners, she was merely following the matriarch's directives. To entertain such notions was presumptuous, or perhaps, it should never have crossed her mind. In response to the esteemed matriarch, Granny Zhang resembles my wet nurse from my childhood, evoking a sense of familiarity. Upon learning that she is currently managing Lady Lin's former residence and tirelessly cleaning the courtyard daily, I could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Alas, Granny Zhang is quite aged. Even if she wishes to honor her former master, she need not engage in such laborious tasks. I suggested that she find another way to remember her old master, but she was unwilling. Thus, I devised this clever plan to render her unable to clean in the future. Upon hearing Ye Qingzhi's words, all eyes fell upon the Pingnan Marquis and Lady Lan once more, particularly regarding Lady Lan with disdain. Those well-versed in domestic strife understood the implications of Ye Qingzhi's seemingly innocuous remarks. Lady Lan had subjected Granny Zhang to hardship, insisting she clean the courtyard alone. Such cruelty toward the wet nurse of the deceased Lady Lin was indeed disgraceful. The Pingnan Marquis glared at Zhao Xilan with a face as dark as thunder, his eyes seemingly capable of peeling her skin away, as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this your notion of kindness? Very well, from this day forth, you shall no longer oversee the household's provisions." After unleashing his fury, Xia Mingli knelt again before the old matriarch, pleading for forgiveness and assuring her that he would handle Granny Zhang's affairs with care. Zhao Xinlan, already feeling unwell, was further rattled by the events. Hearing Ye Qingzhi's accusations and witnessing Xiang Li's anger stripping her of authority sent her heart racing. It was she, it must be her. Lin Xingwan had returned to take her revenge. Zhao Xinlan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted die in an instant. Chaos ensued, with people rushing to carry her out and summon the household physician, all while seeking the old matriarch's forgiveness. After this commotion and the lengthy discourse with the old matriarch, she soon grew weary and instructed everyone to take their leave, promising to reconvene for the mid-autumn banquet shortly. Before dismissing everyone, the old matriarch did not forget to grant Ye Qingzhi the favor she sought. Esteemed matriarch, I wish you a longevity as vast as the eastern sea and blessings as enduring as the southern mountains. Ye Qingzhi knelt, sincerely offering her blessings. Grateful for the old matriarch's kindness, she genuinely hoped for her long life. Good child, come visit me when you have time to chat and alleviate this old woman's boredom. The old matriarch smiled at Ye Qingzhi. Esteemed matriarch, I am but a concubine, lacking household management duties, child-rearing responsibilities, or social engagements. My days are quite leisurely. Were it not for the concern of disturbing your rest, I could easily provide you with companionship daily. Ye Qingzhi spoke quickly, concluding with, should you ever feel bored, simply send a maid to summon me. I will be at your service. Very well. The old matriarch responded with a smile, then instructed a maid to fetch a box of jewelry as a reward for Ye Qingzhi. Next time, do not kneel and bow. Dress more splendidly, we need not fear the trinkets swinging in our faces. Ye Qingzhi knelt to express her gratitude for the old matriarch's gift, yet an inexplicable bitterness welled up within her. The mid-autumn banquet that followed proved rather uneventful, conducted with all propriety. However, after the morning's events at the Fusho Garden, Ye Qingzhi became the focus of many eyes, as numerous individuals cast glances her way, eager to observe the favored concubine of the old matriarch. Yet, she remained unremarkable, lowering her gaze and adhering strictly to decorum, lacking any striking or intriguing qualities. Meanwhile, concubine Qian and her companions were consumed with jealousy, resenting the fact that all good fortune seemed to befall Ye Qingzhi. Once the mid-autumn banquet concluded, Granny Zhang sought out Ye Qingzhi to express her gratitude. Thank you, concubine Yi, for your immense kindness. Granny Zhang knelt, her heart swelling with emotion. Why Ye Qingzhi had not forewarned her of today's events. Upon hearing of the happenings at Fusho Garden, she was utterly stunned and deeply moved. Granny Zhang need not be so formal. It is you who has aided me. Today, I gained favor in the eyes of the old matriarch entirely due to the manners you instilled in me and the blessings bestowed upon me by your master. I owe you my thanks. Ye Qingzhi helped her rise, smiling as she spoke. Granny Zhang's tears flowed freely at these words. Having spent time with Ye Qingzhi, she found her increasingly endearing, despite her contrasting demeanor with that of her own master. Today, upon learning that the old matriarch had initially mistaken Ye Qingzhi for Lady Lin, Granny Zhang's heart skipped a beat, suddenly enlightened. While Ye Qingzhi could never be the reincarnation of her master, the connection they shared was, henceforth, she would regard Ye Qingzhi as a new master. During the evening's moon-viewing banquet at her own residence, Zhang Jingyi specifically praised Ye Qingzhi for her poised demeanor today, which had earned the old matriarch's favor, thereby enhancing her own and the marquis's reputation. She rewarded Ye Qingzhi with numerous fine gifts. Concubine Qian and her companions found it incomprehensible that the lady of the house, instead of feeling anger or jealousy over Ye Qingzhi's rising favor, chose to support her instead. However, they quickly deduced that the lady's actions were likely a ploy to elevate Ye Qingzhi only to later bring her down, allowing her to become arrogant like concubine Yao, only to expose her faults and eliminate her. They eagerly anticipated Ye Qingzhi's downfall, yet, Ye Qingzhi graciously accepted her accolades, remaining quietly seated during dinner, even when the lady urged the other concubines to perform, showing no interest in participating. Ye Qingzhi savored the delicious food and enjoyed the performances, relishing the moment, convinced that only a fool would wish to perform on stage. Xia Jin cast several glances her way, noticing how much more she seemed to relish the festivities than he did, igniting an inexplicable sense of displeasure within him. Why did it feel like his concubine was entertaining herself rather than pleasing him? She ought to be focused on charming him, yet she remained unmoved. Xia Jin's irritation grew, and his gaze toward Ye Qingzhi burned with intensity, wishing to provoke her. However, it was the mid-autumn night, and he was required to stay in his wife's quarters. Draining his cup, Xia Jin stood up in boredom and abruptly called for the banquet to end. Concubine Qian, who had just begun to dance, halted mid-performance, her face paling in distress, her delicate form wobbling precariously. How could the Marquis treat her with such disregard? Just days ago, he had allowed her to serve him and elevated her status. As Concubine Qian met the gazes of others, her humiliation turned into fury. Concubine Qian, do not overthink it. The Marquis is nearly tired from a long day and wishes to retire early. He does not dislike your dance. Zhang Jingyi interjected to console Concubine Qian, offering her some rewards before departing the banquet. Concubine Qian feigned gratitude, yet inwardly felt humiliated by the lady's words, harboring resentment. Regrettably, Ye Qingzhi couldn't witness the entirety of Concubine Qian's dance and felt a twinge of regret as she rose. After all, being a courtesan, her dancing was exquisite. She moved gracefully as if gliding on air, and Ye Qingzhi had not had her fill of the performance. Xia Jin was insufferable, showing no appreciation for the beauty of the performance, typical of a leader who relished leaving events prematurely. Feeling fatigued, Ye Qingzhi yawned and decided to retire for the night, looking forward to a restful mid-autumn holiday without the worry of work. Concubine Yi, please wait. At that moment, Qin Concubine called out to her, approaching. Stop right there. Qin Concubine is with child and must be careful, maintain your distance, and we can speak from here. Ye Qingzhi extended her hand, gesturing for Qin concubine to halt when they were still a meter apart. Concubine Yi, I merely took the marquis from you once, and now I am with child. There is no need for you to harbor such resentment, treating me like a formidable beast. Qin concubine halted, her expression sour as she spoke. It was rumored that a sign hung at the entrance of the Yanyu courtyard, reading that Qin concubine and dogs were not permitted entry. She had not seen it herself, but being compared to a dog was a grave insult, naturally fueling her animosity towards Ye Qingzhi. Aside from that, Ye Qingzhi enjoyed great favor and possessed ample wealth to lavish upon herself, constructing pavilions and kitchens, gifting the lady and her children, living a far more comfortable life than any other woman in the household. Seeing this, and recalling her own struggles since entering the Marquis's residence, how could she not feel jealousy, especially now that she was a woman without a future? She and her unborn child were mere pawns in the Marquis's game, easily disposable at any moment. In stark contrast, her envy for Ye Qingzhi intensified, and she felt a deep desire to drag her down. Coincidentally, Yao Yining had also threatened her with their secret, compelling her to use her child as a weapon against Ye Qingzhi, framing her for plotting against the Marquis's offspring. Driven by ambition, she readily agreed to Yao Yining's scheme, believing it would not interfere with the Marquis's expectations of her. Two birds with one stone. Before her demise, she aimed to take down as many as possible, with Ye Qingzhi being her prime target. It was simply unfortunate that Ye Qingzhi was so fortunate, not only enjoying the Marquis's affection but also the lady's leniency, and now gaining the old matriarch's favor. Initially, she intended to approach Ye Qingzhi for a friendly connection, yet the latter's demeanor was as repellent as a venomous serpent, leaving her unable to come near. If you were indeed a venomous beast, I could defend myself and retaliate, but you are more frightening than a snake or beast. I can't even dare to touch you. If anything were to happen to your child, the blame would fall on me, and I would be finished. How terrifying! Ye Qingzhi exclaimed, feigning fear as she patted her chest, urging Qin concubine, what do you wish to say? Speak quickly, I have no time for sisterly pretenses. Qin concubine felt a pang of anger in her abdomen from Ye Qingzhi's prickly demeanor. Seeing no opportunity to speak, Qin concubine chose not to continue the confrontation and half-heartedly congratulated Ye Qingzhi on her favor with the old matriarch before taking her leave. Auntie, I can't shake the feeling that Qin concubine was deliberately trying to engage with you, seemingly harboring ill intentions, Rui remarked, her brow furrowed as she watched the retreating figure. Do not let her near. Protect yourself diligently. If she harbors malice, it will only harm her in the end, Ye Qingzhi replied coolly. Rui and the others couldn't help but give their mistress a thumbs up. Perhaps spurred by the earlier mid-autumn banquet, Ye Qingzhi again found herself dreaming that night. However, this time, it was not a nightmare related to the scoundrel. Instead, she dreamt of a warm family gathering, sharing mooncakes and appreciating the moon together. Though she could not clearly see the faces of those in her dream, she recognized them as her parents, elder brother, sister-in-law, and her nieces and nephews. The family shared laughter and warmth, exchanging light-hearted banter filled with care for one another, creating a joyous and bustling atmosphere. Later in the dream, they spoke of her wedding and dowry, laughing as they promised to give her the best of their possessions, assuring her that if she faced difficulties in her marital home, her brothers would come to her aid. This time, Ye Qingzhi woke up in tears, not from hate, but from the sorrow of missing her family and longing for their presence. Auntie, what happened? Did you have another nightmare? The night watch, Xunyu, awakened with a start upon hearing her sobs, quickly rising to check on her. Seeing her tear-streaked face and sorrowful expression, Xunyu's heart trembled as she spoke. Auntie, perhaps you should plead with the Marquis to find a physician to prescribe you some calming medicine. You finished the last batch, and now you are having nightmares again. Listening to Xunyu's words, Ye Qingzhi gradually emerged from her dream. It's nothing, I won't take any more medicine, it's too bitter. Ye Qingzhi waved her hand, lying back down. It's just a nightmare. No need to make a fuss. Auntie, I can't shake the feeling that your dreams are different from others. When others have nightmares, they generally forget them afterward, yet you always have such strong reactions. Xunyu expressed her genuine concern. Auntie, why don't we request the lady or the Marquis to grant you leave to go to Shanghua Temple to pray and burn incense? We could also seek a protective talisman from a high monk to ward off evil spirits. Ye Qingzhi, but you might as well find a high monk to chant scriptures and exorcise this evil spirit of mine once and for all. No need. I don't want to trouble the Marquis or the lady over such trivial matters. Both households are currently inundated with affairs, preparing for the eldest son's autumn imperial examination banquet on one side and the memorial for Lady Lin on the other. It's all quite chaotic, so it's best if you all stay indoors for now. Ye Qingzhi declined once more, reiterating her caution to Xunyu before turning back to snuggle under her quilt for a brief rest. When Ye Qingzhi awoke from her nap again, she felt listless, languidly reclining on the concubine couch, neither reading nor snacking nor engaging in gossip with her maidservants. Instead, she sat there, lost in thought. Seeing her in such a dispirited state, Xunyu and Xiaochan exchanged worried glances, deciding it was prudent to inform the lady, suggesting they call for the physician to check on her. Xunyu made her way to Gui Xian courtyard. Upon arrival, she was surprised to find the Marquis there and quickly knelt to pay her respects. What troubles concubine Yi? Is everything all right? Zhang Jingyi inquired. The Marquis had seldom graced her with his presence, even if they only engaged in mundane discussions about the household or the children. Zhang Jingyi did not wish to be disturbed, but since Xunyu had come to report on Ye Qingzhi's matters, she had no choice but to allow her in, though it left a bitter taste in her mouth. Having asked Xunyu, Zhang Jingyi glanced towards Xie Jin, noting that he too had set aside his reading and was now focused on Xunyu. Clearly concerned, the pang of jealousy surged within her once more. In response to the Marquis and the lady, my aunt had another nightmare last night. Upon waking, she was in tears and now seems to be in a daze, not speaking at all. I felt worried and hoped to request the Marquis and Lady to summon a physician to check on her. Upon hearing this, Xia Jin's gaze deepened, suppressing his impulse to rush to the Yenyu courtyard to see Ye Qingzhi immediately. She is always so troublesome. No other woman in the household is as delicate as she. A nightmare and she loses her senses, he remarked coldly, disdain evident in his voice. Chunyu shuddered, regretting her impulsiveness in coming forward. Auntie had explicitly instructed them not to trouble the Marquis over such trifles. Oh dear, would the Marquis consider her nightmares inauspicious and thus withhold his affections from them? If Auntie lost favor because of this, she would be heartbroken. Zhang Jingyi was equally surprised at the Marquis's words, and before she could comprehend, he further criticized Tu Taiji, suggesting they find a different physician for Ye Qingzhi or Zhang Jingyi. As long as the Marquis is content, Chapter 50 Social Death. Xia Jin still made his way to the Yenlu courtyard. He felt as though he had been hooked, a sensation that rendered him restless. It would be better to witness with his own eyes how that woman had lost her spirit and whether she had become devoid of interest. If she were to fall ill and die because of this, it would be an even greater pity. This delicate flower, he had not yet grown weary of. After experiencing a tumultuous wave of emotions, Chunyu followed the Lord back to the Yenlu courtyard, daring not to breathe too heavily for fear that the Lord's capriciousness might lead him to change his mind again. Upon arriving, Xia Jin immediately spotted Ye Qingzhi, lying there in a wilted, dazed state, his brow furrowed in displeasure at her lack of vitality. Auntie, the Lord has arrived. As Rui knelt to pay her respects, she promptly reminded Ye Qingzhi. When her words bore no effect, she anxiously tugged at Ye Qingzhi's sleeve, finally rousing her from her stupor. I pay my respects to the Lord. Ye Qingzhi, slow to respond, turned her head towards Xia Jin, blinking in confusion, and then, still sluggishly, rose from the imperial couch to properly greet him. Xia Jin watched her series of sluggish motions with increasing annoyance. He stepped forward, embracing her, and pivoted, seating her on the imperial couch while pinching her cheek, inquiring, "What dreadful dream have you had this time?" "Last time it was being poisoned, this time, is it a soul being snatched away? How does the Lord know that I have had a nightmare? Shouldn't you be at court? Why have you come at this hour?" Ye Qingzhi retorted, but then, as if realizing something, she frowned at Chunyu and the others, feeling displeased yet refraining from expressing her anger. Instead, she explained to Xia Jin, "My lord, I did not have a nightmare last night. Rather, I dreamt of celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival with my family. I was overcome with longing for my parents and brothers, which left me somewhat melancholic. For such trivial matters, I feel it burdensome for you to come and visit me. I am quite anxious. Yes, your forlorn state merely due to missing your family. I thought you had truly lost your soul." Xia Jin observed her skeptically, not entirely convinced by her words. "Alas, I truly miss my family, yet I cannot fathom why I suddenly feel so lethargic, as if everything has lost its meaning." Ye Qingzhi sighed deeply, this time genuinely. The nightmares had been one thing, but now, her dreams had shifted to a domestic warmth that left her utterly defenseless. She felt emotionally overwhelmed. She longed for her home, her previous life. She had died suddenly in a car accident. How devastated her parents must have been, losing their child. Thankfully, she was not an only child. She had a pair of twin brothers who were married and had given her parents grandchildren. With her nieces and nephews around, they should fare somewhat better. Otherwise, her parents would surely crumble under the grief. Yet, she had been their little princess, cherished by her parents, spoiled by her brothers, and well loved by her sisters-in-law and nieces and nephews. Sigh, she couldn't dwell on these thoughts. They would only bring her pain, making her wish for death, perhaps in hopes of returning to see her parents once more. As for the cozy scene of moon-gazing in her dream, Ye Qingzhi suspected it was not her own memory but rather related to Lin Qingwan. She had heard from Zhang Mama that although Lin Qingwan was the legitimate daughter of the Yan'al Marquis, she had 5 brothers. 3 were of legitimate birth, and 2 were born of concubines. However, those 2 half-brothers had lost their mother and were raised under the care of the Yan'al Marquis' wife, fostering a close relationship with Lin Qingwan, who was particularly favored. Why did she frequently dream of matters concerning Lin Qingwan? Why did certain things regarding her stir her emotions? Ye Qingzhi woke up that morning with a terrifying suspicion. Was Lin Qingwan's soul somehow intertwined with her own? The thought sent a shiver through her, as if half of her spirit had vanished. What a predicament! How could one focus on their work when their predecessors still occupied their position? Whose territory was this? After all, an unclear delineation of duties and roles was a grave workplace taboo. In short, overwhelmed by a series of distressing thoughts, Ye Qingzhi felt disinclined to work, wishing to resign, even if the consequence was dire. Is it utterly meaningless? Xia Jin furrowed his brow, feeling particularly displeased. Since her arrival at the residence, apart from that incident where Yao Yinian had pushed her into the water, no one had wronged her. Whenever she faced any grievance, she would erupt on the spot. Was her current discontent due to being mistaken for Lin Qingwan and the humiliation inflicted by the Pingnan Marquis? Ye Qingzhi sensed Xia Jin's displeasure, but she was resolute in her desire to quit. She no longer wished to serve him, but if he were to rage, she would simply cry. Let it be as it may. Stop crying. Xia Jin, somewhat roughly, wiped her tears away, saying, "Your mother and brothers will arrive in the capital within 2 days. I shall permit you to visit them then." Ye Qingzhi's sobs momentarily paused, yet she continued to weep. Though they were family, they belonged to the original owner of this body, not to her. Meeting them would feel awkward, and she wouldn't know how to connect with them. Ye Qingzhi felt a lump in her throat and resumed her crying. Xia Jin interrupted, "But is it because of the Pingnan Marquis' humiliation yesterday?" Ye Qingzhi's crying stuttered again, and she sobbed, "He is the Pingnan Marquis, and I am but a lowly concubine. How could I expect an apology from him? Besides, you defended me yesterday." "I should be grateful." Hearing this, Xia Jin felt a wave of grievance. With her petty nature and tendency to hold grudges, her claim of being content was clearly a lie. He contemplated admonishing the Pingnan Marquis on another day but refrained from voicing it now, still seething from yesterday's incident. As Xie Jin posed his question, Ye Qingzhi halted her tears, her emotions having reached an impasse. Then, she sensed a discomfort below, as if something was surging forth. That feeling, her period had arrived with a vengeance. But here she sat upon the Lord's lap, her clothing so thin that Ye Qingzhi's face flushed with embarrassment. Social death, she had lost all semblance of dignity. No wonder her mood had been so foul. The combination of workplace dissatisfaction and her impending menstruation had driven her to the brink. Having unraveled the reason for her sudden emotional turmoil, Ye Qingzhi felt a wave of calm wash over her. Her mind began to function normally again. It seemed that in ancient times, a woman's menstruation was deemed impure, causing men to avoid it, considering it unclean and inauspicious, and now, she might have inadvertently stained the Lord's attire with her menstrual blood. She was doomed. This could lead to her complete loss of favor. Wishing to resign, was her period conspiring against her? Yet now that her emotions had settled, she no longer desired to quit. What a trap! Ye Qingzhi hastily attempted to rise from Xie Jin's lap, but he held her firmly in place. My lord, please let me down, my time has come, and I might soil your clothes. Ye Qingzhi implored anxiously. Xie Jin, Chen Yu and the others were instantly horrified, kneeling in shock. Chapter 51. This is about to drive the lady away. Xie Jin released Ye Qingzhi, allowing her to rise, only to be confronted by the bloodstains on her backside. He cast a glance at the bloodied patch on his own brocade robe, his body stiffening momentarily. Although he was accustomed to the sight of blood from interrogating criminals, this woman's condition stained him for the first time. Xie Jin's complexion darkened considerably. My lord, I apologize for soiling your garments, please punish me for my transgressions. Ye Qingzhi knelt, her eyes reddened and glistening with tears, her pale face a picture of despair. I am utterly pitiful, she lamented. Why are you not hastening to attend to your master's change of clothes? Prepare water for bathing, I require a wash. Xie Jin snapped at Rui and the others, ignoring Ye Qingzhi entirely. Rui and the others scrambled to assist Ye Qingzhi, aiding her back inside to clean up, while the remaining servants prepared bathing supplies and clean garments for Xie Jin. He discarded his outer robe onto the floor. It was beyond salvaging and could simply be burned. Then, he ordered Jinbao to enforce a strict gag order regarding today's events, declaring that anyone who dared to speak of it would face immediate execution. This was not a trivial matter for Xie Jin, as the repercussions of such gossip could twist into something unrecognizable. Regardless of how it was distorted, it would reflect shameful attempts to vie for affection, bringing only harm to the Yi family and no benefit whatsoever. Furthermore, if the rumors escalated, he might be compelled to punish her according to societal norms, demoting her to a lowly concubine. Then came the crucial dilemma: should he continue to favor her? Abstaining would cause him distress, for he was quite taken with her form and the various delights she offered. He had not yet had his fill. However, should he continue to indulge Yi, he would be perceived as a foolish man who favored a concubine over his wife, which would tarnish his reputation. Since neither option was advantageous, he resolved to nip such possibilities in the bud, not out of concern for Ye Qingzhi, but for himself. Once Ye Qingzhi was presentable, she emerged from the room to seek Xie Jin's forgiveness once more. Having decided against resigning, she could not avoid confronting the issue, however mortifying it might be. My lord, I am truly sorry, she said, drawing near to him, her demeanor pitiable as she earnestly apologized again. You may punish me as you see fit. I am willing to accept any retribution, but I implore you not to let this incident drive a wedge between us. Xie Jin regarded her with a stern expression, unwilling to speak. Ye Qingzhi tugged gently at the corner of his sleeve, and upon catching his gaze, she immediately flashed a charming smile, though her tone remained serious. My little predicament is merely a natural physiological phenomenon. Those filthy, ominous interpretations are utterly baseless. Xie Jin thought he had no desire to debate the legitimacy of her bodily functions. Silence, he growled, shaking off her grasp and retreating to bathe. Ye Qingzhi found herself at a loss regarding her master's sentiments, uncertain if he sought to dismiss her. However, she soon learned that all the servants had been silenced under a strict order, with severe consequences for any breach. Stunned, she couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared her master not only intended to retain her but also sought to shield her from the repercussions of today's events. A master who would take the blame for her misfortune was certainly one worth serving. Once her monthly cycle had passed, she would return to work diligently, repaying her master's kindness. After Xie Jin had finished bathing, he left the Yanlu courtyard, not lingering, as his mood had been soured and he felt it necessary to teach Ye Qingzhi a lesson. However, shortly after his departure, the physician Wang arrived, summoned by him. Wang was well versed in various ailments but specialized in gynecology, adept at treating women's health issues. Upon examining Ye Qingzhi, he declared that her condition of cold womb syndrome was severe, and if not, he prescribed a multitude of medicines, instructing her to take them regularly. Why Ye Qingzhi, wasn't he supposed to prescribe her calming herbs? Yet this body, upon the arrival of her monthly cycle, suffered intolerable abdominal pain. The last time had been a torturous ordeal. In her previous life, her cycles had been relatively mild, marked only by some backache and occasional discomfort, which she scarcely regarded, but now, the dull ache had begun, and tomorrow would undoubtedly bring more agony. In this era, there were no ibuprofen-like pain relievers to ease her suffering, making it all the more unbearable. Enduring such torment monthly had become intolerable. Hearing that her cold womb condition was the cause made her resolve to take better care of herself. Although she had no desire for children, she also wished to alleviate her monthly suffering. What a predicament! Reflecting on the advice to avoid cold foods, she recalled her indulgence in chilled fruits all summer, realizing she had brought this pain upon herself. She truly lacked experience. In her past life, she had consumed ice cream without a care, suffering no adverse effects. Alas, what a vexing situation, this beautiful body, yet burdened by such an affliction. There was also Lin Xingwan. The thought of Lin Xingwan made her feel suffocated. Perhaps she should visit Shanghua Temple to pray, seeking a wise monk to chant scriptures for her. She wondered if this would bring her solace or simply lead her into a trap, but it might help soothe her roommate and reduce her nightmares. When the anniversary of Lin Qingwan's passing arrived, she planned to burn extra paper money and pray for her, perhaps even donate a longevity lamp at the temple. After all, Lin Qingwan's skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, along with her adherence to propriety, were likely inherited from her. She could not solely dwell on how Lin Qingwan had caused her nightmares, forgetting the benefits she had provided. Guixing Courtyard. How is Ye Qingzhi? Did the Marquis leave her courtyard? Zhang Jingyi inquired of Granny Zhou. The Marquis has departed, but I cannot ascertain what transpired in the courtyard. He issued a gag order, and all I know is that he left in a change of clothes, his expression quite grim. Shortly after his departure, Physician Wang arrived. Granny Zhou replied, her face stern. Madam, it is evident that Ye Qingzhi has displeased the Marquis. However, his strict gag order indicates he wishes to protect her, even from you, which suggests he is drifting away from you. Madam, the Marquis's feelings for Ye Qingzhi may be more profound than mere concern. You cannot continue to be so lenient towards her. Zhang Jingyi tightened her grip on her handkerchief, her heart swelling with bitterness and suspicion. Although Ye Qingzhi had previously behaved admirably and showed her respect, as long as the Marquis continued to favor her, granting her confidence, even to the point of favoring a concubine over his wife. In that moment, Zhang Jingyi lost interest in anything else, furrowing her brow as she commanded Granny Zhou, summon Ye Qingzhi. She needed to confront Ye Qingzhi and inquire about the events that transpired. If Ye Qingzhi divulged the truth, she could continue to treat her with the same leniency as before. However, if she concealed the truth, her previous declarations of loyalty would become nothing more than a jest. Madam, Zhang Jingyi frowned, wrestling with her tumultuous feelings. Just then, a maid entered, announcing that Xinyu wished to see her. Let her in, Zhang Jingyi said, her eyes brightening, her spirits lifting. Chapter 52. Ye Qingzhi is Lin Qingwan. Xinyu entered the room and respectfully greeted Zhang Jingyi. Zhang Jingyi, feeling impatient, bid her to rise and anxiously inquired, what message does Ye Qingzhi send? Madam, it is as follows. The Marquis visited the Qingzhi, but her monthly cycle had just begun. Unaware, she leaned against the Marquis and inadvertently soiled his clothes, which displeased him greatly. Consequently, he issued a gag order, forbidding the servants from speaking of this matter. Xinyu reported, her head bowed as she recounted the events succinctly. In truth, as maids, they believed that since the Marquis had issued a gag order, there was no need to inform the madam. After all, this was an exceedingly disgraceful incident, and however it was told, it painted their Qingzhi as shamelessly vying for affection while causing a scandal. Knowing the madam would have every right to reprimand or suppress Ye Qingzhi upon learning of this, the maids felt it was a self-defeating move for Ye Qingzhi to report it. Nevertheless, Ye Qingzhi insisted on informing the madam, believing that she could not conceal the truth from her. Xinyu cautiously glanced at the madam, noticing she did not seem inclined to anger, which provided her with some reassurance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi felt a wave of realization wash over her. So that was what had transpired. No wonder the Marquis had issued a gag order. Indeed, it would tarnish his reputation. Now understanding the truth, she felt even more complicated emotions toward Ye Qingzhi for her willingness to self-report. Why Ye Qingzhi had not let her down, even if it was merely for appearances, she had demonstrated her loyalty. Zhang Jingyi exhaled with relief. Does your mistress have anything further to convey? She asked after a moment of contemplation. Xinyu nodded vigorously, hastily relaying Ye Qingzhi's request. The Qingzhi said that while it is essential to keep this matter from others to protect the Marquis's reputation, it must not be hidden from you, as you and the Marquis are one. She believes you care deeply for his reputation and wish for his well-being. Whatever punishment you deem fit for her, she will accept, as she acknowledges her wrongdoing. She also expressed a desire that you do not misunderstand her intentions, believing that the Marquis's gag order indicates a rift between you two. This is absolutely unfounded. Ye Qingzhi stated she can live peacefully in the inner courtyard thanks to your protection. She possesses only the heart of a concubine and harbors no aspirations for the position of madam. She emphasized that only a woman of noble birth, like yourself, who is obedient and virtuous, deserves to be the madam. The Marquis, a man of considerable foresight, would never indulge in love affairs that would lead to favoring a concubine over his wife. Upon hearing Ye Qingzhi's declaration of loyalty, Zhang Jingyi felt a sense of relief wash over her previous grievances dissipating. She mused that if all the concubines in the inner courtyard possessed Ye Qingzhi's perceptiveness and ability to flatter, life would be so much easier for her. Alas, such talents were rare, and finding another like Ye Qingzhi would be a challenge. Zhang Jingyi reaffirmed that Ye Qingzhi's favor was indeed more beneficial than that of any other woman. The Marquis had recently devoted his attention to Ye Qingzhi, causing the other women in the courtyard to quiet down considerably. Even if there were disputes, they mostly aimed to undermine Ye Qingzhi. However, Zhang Jingyi recalled Ye Qingzhi's vigilant defenses and her sharp tongue that spared no one. A smile tugged at her lips. She truly was a hedgehog, leaving others at a loss for how to approach her. She had heard about Ye Qingzhi's recent attempt to ingratiate herself, only to end up humiliated. Very well, I am aware of the situation. Let Ye Qingzhi rest assured for the next few days. She should recuperate before serving the Marquis again, Zhang Jingyi said cheerfully, dismissing the notion of punishment. Xinyu respectfully acknowledged her words and returned to the Yanlu courtyard. In the rear courtyard of the Pingnan Marquis's residence. After being startled, Zhao Xinlan fell seriously ill, having endured a night filled with nightmares, leaving her unable to rest now. Her face was pale, her eye sockets darkened, and her eyes bloodshot, lips tinged with blue, a truly alarming sight. Madam, Granny Qin has returned, her maid said, offering her a sip of water. Quickly, let her in. Zhao Xinlan's eyes brightened, and her frail body gained some strength. As Granny Qin entered, she eagerly pressed, Granny, what have you discovered regarding Ye Qingzhi? Tell me everything, in detail. Madam, this Ye Qingzhi truly has some issues. It has said that prior to entering the Jiangyang Marquis' residence, she once attempted to take her own life. After surviving, her temperament changed significantly. She initially had no desire to become a concubine but eventually agreed. Zhao Xinlan's face filled with terror upon hearing this. She felt her suspicions were confirmed. This Ye Qingzhi must indeed be Lin Qingwan reincarnated. Though the notion of borrowing a corpse to return was far-fetched, she had heard of such things. For someone as disciplined and proper as Lin Qingwan to willingly become Xie Jin's concubine indicated that she had become ruthless in her quest for revenge. Zhao Xinlan regretted her earlier arrogance. She should never have gloated, flaunting her schemes to Lin Qingwan before her demise, mocking her for being oblivious to the fact that she had raised her son for so many years. Ultimately, she had driven Lin Qingwan to her death. The pleasure she had felt witnessing Lin Qingwan's bloodied collapse was now overshadowed by profound remorse. Yet, upon reflection, even if Lin Qingwan had returned, what of it? She was merely a lowly concubine now. When Zhao Xinlan was the Marquis' wife, she could easily have her eliminated, and this time, it would be even simpler. Madam, this Ye Qingzhi is currently favored by the Marquis, who protects her fiercely. I also learned of a recent incident involving the daughter of the Minister of Rights. Ye Qingzhi sought to harm Ye Qingzhi but failed to find an opportunity, ultimately targeting her maid instead, who was saved. In retaliation, Ye Qingzhi and a group of women confronted Ye Qingzhi, openly striking her and binding her, displaying extraordinary arrogance. Yet, in the end, Ye Qingzhi was merely reprimanded to learn proper etiquette, while Ye Qingzhi was demoted to a lowly concubine. Zhao Xinlan was left stunned, doubting whether such a brazen and arrogant Ye Qingzhi could truly be the Lin Qingwan known for her restraint and adherence to propriety. Chapter 53. Have your face swollen from beating Qin Momo? Continue to gather intelligence on Ye Qingzhi. Make sure to uncover her preferences, temperament, habits, and so forth. It would be best to win over a maid or an old woman from her courtyard, so that she can relay messages at any time, Zhao Xinlan instructed in a low voice after a moment of contemplation, still uncertain whether Ye Qingzhi was indeed Lin Qingwan. Regardless of whether this Ye Qingzhi was the reincarnation of Lin Qingwan, their enmity had already been established. This was due to her meddling in Zhang Momo's matter of freeing a slave and her audacious complaint to the matriarch during the important mid-autumn banquet, which had caused her to lose her position as steward. Qin Momo assumed that the mistress was keeping an eye on Ye Qingzhi because of Zhang Momo's stewardship issue and thus did not doubt the mistress's intentions. After Qin Momo took her leave, the second house's mistress, Zhang Rou, arrived with the steward, Lu Mama, from the inner courtyard. Zhang Rou had come to claim the steward's keys, account books, and the matriarch's seal, the symbols of stewardship. Seemingly, the Marquis of Pingnan had stripped Zhao Xinlan of her stewardship rights the previous day, and with no new wife married, and the old matriarch being in poor health, this authority naturally fell to the second house. The second house was also of direct lineage, but the second master, Xiamingnian, had mediocre academic achievements, barely passing as a scholar. After failing the imperial examination twice, he now worked as a minor official in the Ministry of Personnel, merely a sixth-rank errand boy. Although his position was lowly, he was not afraid of being bullied in the officialdom, backed as he was by the powerful Marquis of Pingnan. Mistress Zhang Rou, being the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Jiangyang, had also married into the second house due to its slightly declining status, which was a match of equal social standing. 6 years prior, when Zhang Rou married in, Lin Qingwan was still in good health and not bedridden. They were close sisters-in-law, frequently engaging with one another, and their relationship was quite amicable. In the Pingnan Marquisate, Zhang Rou was undoubtedly among those who cherished Lin Qingwan the most. Thus, she held Zhao Xinlan in contempt, often sneering at her whenever they crossed paths. Now that she had the opportunity to take charge, she was even less inclined to let go of the chance to humiliate Zhao Xinlan. I told you so. It was never yours. No matter how you scheme, it will all end in vain, Zhang Rou said with a smile, looking at the pale-faced Zhao Xinlan, her heart filled with a sense of satisfaction. You thought that by making my sister-in-law ill and being raised to the position of a legitimate wife, you could finally bask in the glory of being the Marquis' wife, didn't you? Ha, little did you know that after her death, my brother would suddenly awaken and realize he loved my sister-in-law. How amusing, isn't it? You must be fuming. Since then, you, Zhao Xinlan, have become the laughingstock among the highborn ladies. Zhao Xinlan, stripped of her dignity and insulted so bluntly, felt her vision darken, her body trembling with rage. Indeed, who could have anticipated that after Lin Qingwan's demise, Xiamingli would come to terms with his true feelings, sinking into a frenzy of remorse and seeking to make amends, unable to bear a single disparaging remark about Lin Qingwan? And what of her? Although she had ascended to the position of Marquis' wife and gained stewardship, she had become a complete joke. She had schemed for a decade to finally attain this status. She believed that with Lin Qingwan's death, she could take control, reclaim her son, and enjoy a harmonious family life with Xiamingli and their son, but Xiamingli had dealt her a resounding slap. What kind of life was she living now? Worse than that of a pig or a dog. Although Lin Qingwan was dead, she had to be cautious in serving her spirit tablet, burning incense, and bowing daily, deliberately bringing up Lin Qingwan to engage Xiamingli in conversation. She had to praise and honor her, for any slip of the tongue would provoke Xiamingli's wrath and disdain. If a mere Zhang Momo could provoke Xiamingli to snatch her stewardship rights, what would happen if he discovered her clandestine dealings? Zhao Xinlan shivered at the thought, vowing that she must not allow Xiamingli to find out. She had sacrificed so much and plotted for so long, even if it meant crying and suffering, she could not relinquish Xiamingli nor lose her position as Marquis' wife. Chapter 54. Coasting along in the Jiangyang Marquisate, Haitang courtyard, upon hearing that the Marquis not only allowed Ye Qingzhi to attend the mid-autumn banquet but also that she had won the favor of the matriarch, Ye Qingzhi was driven to jealousy. Why did all the good fortune fall upon that shameless woman? Meanwhile, she remained confined, forced to copy scriptures. The stark contrast only served to drive her mad. Ye Qingzhi felt compelled to take action. Otherwise, she could not endure another day. Mama, go find Wang Furen, tell her to procure some venomous snakes, scorpions, and insects to throw into Ye's courtyard. Even if they don't bite her or poison her, they should at least frighten her thoroughly. Yao Yining declared, her gaze sharp and vengeful. Oh dear, my young lady. This one do. Wang Momo, alarmed at the suggestion, hastily advised, ever since the autumn examination concluded, the old servant has approached Wang Furen twice, but she has been quite dismissive. She will not agree to your request. Yao Yining seethed inwardly, fully aware that once the autumn examination ended, she had lost her usefulness to Wang Furen, who no longer wished to involve herself with her. However, she still held a more damning piece of leverage, convinced that Wang Furen would heed her. Mama, go find her again, threaten her with the affair between the master and Qingzhi, and compel her to follow my orders. Otherwise, I will make this scandal public. Wang Momo hesitated to argue further, but upon meeting her young lady's crazed gaze, she fell silent. Today was the day the autumn examination results were announced. Not only the first house but also the matriarch had sent servants to check the results, and Zhang Jingyi dispatched people as well. The ladies of the household gathered in the Showan Hall, eagerly awaiting news. An hour later, several young servants rushed back, their faces beaming, shouting that the eldest young master had passed. The servants could not enter the rear courtyard, so the maids and matrons relayed the news inside. Upon hearing this joyous announcement, the ladies in Showan Hall wore smiles, some more pronounced than others. Haha, he did it, he passed. What was his rank? Wang Furen, the most elated, blushed with excitement. The eldest young master placed 17th, the maid reporting the news exclaimed joyfully. Wonderful! With this achievement, he surely has a chance to excel in the spring examination next year. Reward them, the matriarch interjected, her spirit soaring as she distributed silver. Congratulations, sister-in-law, your son has brought you great honor. Others chimed in with their congratulations. Zhang Jingyi also offered a perfunctory word of congratulations, but inwardly, she scoffed. 17th place was nothing to celebrate. He wasn't the top scholar or even in the top 3. What was there to be pleased about? Should he falter even slightly in the spring examination, he might not achieve the status of a scholar at all. She was well aware of the first house's ambitions for Xie Mingqing to inherit the title. She wished to tell them 2 words, no way. 4 words, dream on. The marquis had a legitimate son, and only he could inherit the title. After leaving the matriarch, Wang Furen returned to her courtyard, beaming, and rewarded her servants with silver. For a moment, the air was filled with auspicious congratulations, creating a festive atmosphere throughout the courtyard. Once inside, Wang Furen savored a cup of tea, contemplating how to host a banquet for her son. After all, the expenses would come from the household's treasury. The banquet should be grand, using this opportunity to elevate Mingqing's status for the future inheritance. However, not long after, a maid came to announce that Wang Momo was requesting an audience. Wang Furen furrowed her brows, contemplating refusing, but fearing it would be too rude, she reluctantly allowed Wang Momo to enter for a brief engagement. Yet, Wang Momo did not mince words. She struck with shocking revelations that left Wang Furen stunned. Preposterous, do not speak such nonsense. Upon hearing of the master's affair with Qingzhi, Wang Furen felt her head spin, nearly losing consciousness. Wang Momo remained calm, observing Wang Furen's growing dread. It was true, it was indeed true. In that instant, Wang Furen felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart her husband's intentions. How dare he, how could he engage in such shameless conduct? If Xie Jin found out that Wang Furen inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure, and addressed Wang Momo, all right, I understand. Let your mistress wait and see, I shall not disappoint her, but about what she mentioned, your mistress will keep her lips sealed, Wang Momo replied softly before taking her leave. Send someone to... He assumed his wife had called him back for that reason, but upon entering the room and seeing her somber expression, he sensed something was amiss. What is it? Xia Lin inquired. What is going on between you and Qingzhi? Wang Furen demanded, her eyes ablaze. Xia Lin's heart sank, his legs feeling weak as he sat down to ask, how did you find out? You think you've hidden it well, it has been brought to my attention. Wang Furen growled, a fierce urge to claw him to pieces bubbling within her. If this scandal breaks, our son's promising future will be ruined because of your disgraceful conduct in pursuing your brother's concubine. It's just a concubine, merely a dalliance. Xia Lin retorted stubbornly. A concubine was just a plaything, while it tarnished his reputation, it was not fatal. What about the child in Qingzhi's womb, is that also yours? Wang Furen pressed. Xia Lin nodded, a hint of smugness creeping into his demeanor. The thought of having bedded Xie Jin's concubine and possibly fathering a child filled him with a sense of revenge against Xie Jin. But Xie Jin is the commander of the Jinui, with countless spies at his disposal. Do you truly believe you can keep this hidden? Wang Furen admonished sharply. You must sever ties with Qingzhi and never see her again, not even once. All right, I understand, Xia Lin replied impatiently, then added darkly, we must eliminate Yao Yining. She cannot remain. Do I need to tell you that? Wang Furen retorted irritably, not just Yao Yining, but also Qingzhi must not be allowed to stay. In Yanlu courtyard, Yingyang, I have good news. Rui burst in, her eyes sparkling with excitement, rushing to the bedside. Yingyang, young Master Song has truly topped the examination, coming in first. It is really him, huh? I heard that some noble families were vying for him, and he nearly got torn apart by 2 families, he only escaped by claiming he was already married. What a spectacle that must have been, it's a pity I didn't see it. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi couldn't help but smile at the thought of that scene, then lazily ordered, that is wonderful. I didn't misjudge him. My 1,000 taels of silver will multiply to 8,000. When you receive the silver, send 2,000 to Song Yishuan, and inform him that the exam funds I previously provided need not be repaid. I've already profited enough from him. Yin Yang, you're so generous, giving out so much at once, Rui remarked. Is it too generous to invest 2,000 taels in a future top scholar? Ye Qingzhi furrowed her brows, not due to Rui's words but because of her stomach pain. This torturous day-to-day existence was truly vexing. She pressed the homemade hot water bag against her abdomen, the warmth providing slight relief. Indeed, with young Master Song's talents, he will surely top the examination next year. Rui continued, her spirits high. Yin Yang, the mistress, and the two young masters have arrived in the capital today. Since you've been longing to see them, let us go to the state monastery to pay our respects in a couple of days. We can send a message to the mistress to join us, and we'll meet there. Alright, you may relay the message. Ye Qingzhi nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed necessary to meet, though it might be a bit awkward, as she had little emotional connection with the original mother. Seeing that Yin Yang was not as enthusiastic, Rui couldn't help but wonder but decided not to dwell on it. Instead, she continued, Yin Yang, guess how many places Chen Yuankai ranked? Last place? Ye Qingzhi guessed disinterestedly. It was bound to be low. Yin Yang is astute, it's south not last place, but almost, it's third from the bottom. Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. I heard that before the examination, the second miss loudly proclaimed that Chen Yuankai would rank first and insulted those scholars for failing to see his true talents. But now that the results are out, seeing Chen Yuankai in third to last place, those scholars are rolling with laughter. Some malicious souls even sought out several beggars to loudly proclaim this, humiliating Chen Yuankai so much that he wouldn't dare step out of the inn. Ye Qingzhi felt a pang of suffocation at this scene. This was the pinnacle of social death and self-sabotage. The arrogant fools, Ye Yingshui and Chen Yuankai, needed no assistance in their downfall. They were perfectly capable of ruining themselves. Miss Gu's daughter-in-law's dreams have shattered. She wants to rescue Ye Yingshui from prison, but she can only do so by following your orders and voluntarily leaving the family. Rui gave Ye Qingzhi a thumbs up. Yin Yang, you truly are a master strategist. Every step has been calculated perfectly. Ye Qingzhi replied, no need to flatter, I'm merely coasting along. Chapter 55. Anchi is truly persuasive. What about the eldest young master of the house? Has he succeeded in his examinations? Ye Qingzhi pondered for a moment before inquiring. He has indeed succeeded, ranking 17th on the list. As I was coming from the front courtyard, the celebrants had just finished ringing bells and beating drums. It was quite a lively scene, Rui replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi found herself contemplating the matter. This eldest young master certainly possesses genuine talent and knowledge. Although his rank of 17th is merely above average, it is commendable for a scion of a noble family such as his. With a renowned tutor providing focused guidance and a concerted effort in the final 6 months, it would be no trouble for him to achieve the title of Jinshi in the grand examinations next spring. Should he perform exceptionally well, and with the advantages of his status and the emperor's favor during the palace examinations, a top 3 placement is within the realm of possibility. In short, his future is indeed bright, and the prospects are promising. However, this promising young master poses the greatest competition for their own young master in inheriting the title. One can only imagine that the madam must be somewhat anxious about this situation. It is hard not to push the young one to excel. After all, once the eldest young master retains the title of Jinshi and embarks on a career in government, the momentum of the main branch will only continue to grow. Among the current generation, the eldest young master Xia Mingqing holds both the advantages of birth and potential, leading to an ever-increasing clamor for his succession. Rui, do not gather treats and amusements for the young master any longer. I recall that among my dowry, there is a fine set of writing implements and an inkstone, along with an excellent copybook. Please deliver them to the madam shortly, Ye Qingzhi stated with a serious demeanor. In light of this, she must adjust her approach to gift-giving. Previously, presenting novel toys to please the young master was harmless, the young master was delighted, and the madam looked upon it with pleasure. However, once the madam begins to take an interest in the young master's academic achievements and pushes him to excel, offering such frivolous items would no longer be considered gift-giving but rather a means of inciting resentment against oneself. Not only would it fail to endear her to the madam, but the madam might also perceive it as a deliberate attempt to lead the young master down the path of a wastrel, and at that point, she would likely not tolerate her presence any longer. Gift-giving, particularly to superiors, must be timely. It is too late to offer gifts when one seeks favors. It is essential to cultivate relationships through regular offerings, and should one choose to give gifts, they must be thoughtful. It's not about extravagance but rather about striking the right chord with the recipient to earn their goodwill. Rui considered this for a moment and agreed that the aunt's approach was indeed correct. The young master is undoubtedly intelligent, he will excel in his studies. Speaking of which, it reminds me of a matter. The young master adopted by Madame Lin from the Pingnan Marquise estate participated in the childhood examinations at the age of 9 and secured the top position. At such a tender age, not only has he excelled in the 4 books and 5 classics, but he is also quite insightful and has a talent for writing, earning him the title of Little Prodigy. I have heard that he is preparing to take this year's scholar examination, which is only a month and a half away. He is certain to succeed, perhaps even as the top candidate. Is that adopted child named Xie Shouhan? Ye Qingzhi inquired. Yes, aunt, is there an issue? Rui asked. None at all. She recalled her first nightmare, which was likely related to Lin Qingwan's impending demise. She had sent a maid to summon the young master, presumably Xie Shouhan, but he never came, even to attend to the last rites for Lin Qingwan, his biological mother. Regardless of how gifted he may be, he is nothing more than an ungrateful wretch. At Guixan courtyard, the young master Xia Mingyu returned from school only to be summoned by Zhang Jingyi into her chamber. She meticulously inquired about his studies, asking what the teacher had taught, whether he understood it, and what assignments had been given. Her questions were far more detailed than before. Whenever Xia Mingyu struggled to provide an answer, Zhang Jingyi could not help but furrow her brows, her expression darkening, causing Xia Mingyu to feel a twinge of fear. At that moment, a maid arrived to announce Ru Yi's visit, stating that Aunt Yi had instructed her to bring something for the young master. What delightful treasure has she brought this time? Xia Mingyu's eyes lit up as he eagerly inquired. Zhang Jingyi's brows knitted once more, her displeasure evident. She even considered reprimanding Aunt Yi, determined not to let her send such frivolous items to Mingyu any longer. Upon entering, Ru Yi respected and instructed me to bring a set of writing implements and an inkstone, along with a copybook, expressing her hope that once the young master begins to show promise in his calligraphy, she would like to have a piece of his work hung on the wall. Aunt believes that seeing it every day would aid in nurturing a child as intelligent as the young master. As Ru Yi spoke the last part, her cheeks flushed, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. Her aunt's flattery of the young master was indeed rather unique. Is that truly so? Can my writing have such an effect? Xia Mingyu's large eyes widened in astonishment, his curiosity charming. Certainly, it is true, Ru Yi replied emphatically. Aunt said it is a matter of being influenced by constant exposure, day and night, which naturally cultivates a certain level of intent. Xia Mingyu grinned broadly, suddenly feeling quite remarkable indeed. However, his current scrawled handwriting was hardly presentable. Mother, I shall practice my calligraphy at once, he declared with newfound motivation, rushing to Zhang Jingyi. Go on then, Zhang Jingyi smiled, waving her hand, instructing Granny Zhou to have the young master's personal attendant take the gifts back for immediate use. Once Ru Yi delivered the gifts, she gracefully withdrew, adhering to Aunt Ye's instructions, refraining from boasting about her accomplishments. Granny, if we speak of attentiveness, it is undoubtedly Aunt Yi who excels, Zhang Jingyi remarked with a smile directed at Granny Zhou. Granny Zhou found herself at a loss for words indeed. Aunt Yi had a remarkable talent for charming others. Not only had she won the Marquis's unwavering affection, but the madam also praised her at every mention. In recent days, concubine Qian had frequently sought an audience, presenting small items such as lip balm and handkerchief she had personally crafted. She lavished attention on the madam, even insisting on personally assisting her with her grooming. However, the madam did not appreciate these gestures, finding concubine Qian's attentiveness to be a nuisance, encroaching upon her time for work and rest. After a few days, the madam had grown weary of her presence and no longer wished to see her. In contrast, Aunt Yi would spend a little money to present gifts without exerting herself, yet the madam remembered her kindness. Granny, Aunt Ye's way of charming the children is refreshingly novel. I see that Mingyu not only does not resent it but is also brimming with enthusiasm. My usual strictness seems to have driven him away, making him increasingly reluctant to practice calligraphy or study, Zhang Jingyi mused. I must learn from her. Aunt Yi is indeed clever, particularly gifted in the art of persuasion. She resolved to set aside time to seek her counsel. Granny Zhou thought to herself, Madam, she is not merely your close friend, she is a concubine in this household. Chapter 56. A withered tree blossoms anew outside the Marquis's residence. Chen Yuankai could no longer find refuge in the inn. The place was teeming with people, even nestled beneath his quilt. He could still hear the raucous laughter and spirited conversations outside. He overheard discussions about who had succeeded in the imperial examinations, exchanged congratulations, and the collective uproar of laughter that seemed to stem from some amusing anecdote. Each time he heard those mirthful sounds, a wave of humiliation washed over him, as if everyone were mocking him, causing his heart to clench with shame and distress. Chen Yuankai was consumed by bitterness. He loathed Ye Qingzhi for bringing him to such a lowly state. Had she not assured him with fervent promises that he would excel and achieve the highest honors, he would not find himself in such a disreputable situation. Initially, he had only aspired to pass the examinations and attain the title of a jurin. With that title, he would have been revered by merchants and treated with courtesy by minor officials. Yet now, despite having technically succeeded, he was treated like a pariah, scorned and derided by all. It was all Ye Qingzhi's fault. This wretched woman had ruined him. There was no longer a place for him in the capital. However, before he departed, he vowed to sever ties with Ye Qingzhi, this venomous woman. He needed to rid himself of her. No, that was not right. He could not simply break off the engagement, for that would only benefit that vile creature. He intended to marry her and then torment her slowly. At the Yi residence, after the results of the autumn examinations were announced, Chen Yuankai was engulfed in shame and resentment towards Ye Qingzhi. Guman was utterly flabbergasted. The son-in-law she had long anticipated to be the top scholar had instead placed third from the bottom. This revelation nearly drove her to madness. How could this be? What would become of her in Xue? Was this not forcing her to self-dismiss and seek the favor of that wretched Ye Qingzhi? Ye Qingzhi had not only retained her favor but was rumored to have captured the attention of the esteemed elder of the Marquis's household during the mid-autumn festival banquet. Upon learning this, the master of the house was overjoyed, practically floating with happiness, his smile unyielding. 4 days, Guman had relied on the notion that Chen Yuankai would surely excel, but now that support had crumbled, and she felt as though the sky had fallen upon her. To make matters worse, on the very day of the announcement, Ye Qingzhi's mother, Mu Nianxiu, along with her elder brother Ye Junfeng and younger brother Ye Junyi, had arrived in the capital. It was forcing her to make an immediate choice. Even if she did not self-dismiss, with Ye Qingzhi's current momentum, the master would surely elevate Mu Nianxiu to the primary wife position. Thus, after weighing her options, Guman rushed over tearfully as soon as Mu Nianxiu and the others had settled in for tea. Sister, you have finally arrived, the master and I have been eagerly awaiting you, Gu Man cried as she looked at Moon Yanxiu, her sobs abruptly ceasing. Before her stood a woman of striking beauty, exuding a serene and gentle grace, radiating a sense of tranquility that seemed to transcend the mundane world. Was this truly the once stern and uninteresting Moon Yanxiu, the timid and ineffectual woman? After being confined to the family temple for so many years, how had she not transformed into a lifeless crone but instead acquired an air of ethereal elegance akin to that of ancient lamps and sacred Buddhas? Gu Man was momentarily so astonished that she forgot her purpose for approaching, filled only with jealousy at the sight of Moon Yanxiu. Moon Yanxiu merely acknowledged Gu Man with a subtle nod, refraining from uttering a word, neither expressing resentment nor feigning familiarity. This indifference only served to elevate her stature, embodying both the Buddha and the celestial. Not only was Gu Man taken aback, but even Ye Qingzhi, witnessing his original wife, was left speechless. However, being a man, he was more captivated than surprised. In fact, upon seeing Moon Yanxiu, his heart raced, and he felt himself ensnared by her allure when Gu Man, in her frantic state, rushed in. Ye Qingzhi frowned and reprimanded her, crying and making a fuss as unbecoming. If you have no business here, kindly withdraw and do not disturb Nianxiu's tranquility. Upon hearing his affectionate tone towards Moon Yanxiu and noticing the fervent gaze he cast upon her, Gu Man's heart filled with dark resentment. That little wretch had relied on her looks to gain favor, and now this old crone seemed to have found a springtime of her own, poised for revival. Woo! Master, upon learning of my sister's return, I realize I am unworthy to remain in the position of wife. I self-dismiss. Ye Qingzhi was well aware of her ulterior motives and understood that Chen Yuankai was utterly ineffectual. Though he had passed the examinations, he had no hope of succeeding in the next year, which forced Gu Man into such a predicament. However, with his daughter Ye Qingzhi gaining momentum and Moon Yanxiu now transformed into someone he found captivating, he was willing to acquiesce. Very well, your realization is commendable. I shall send someone to handle matters with Shui and arrange for her early departure. In their merchant household, matters were not so intricately woven. Decisions regarding the dismissal of a wife or the selection of a primary spouse rested solely upon his word. Master, are you serious? Moon Yanxiu asked, her expression one of astonishment, her lovely eyes widening slightly as she spoke softly. In her youth, Moon Yanxiu had been an extraordinary beauty, otherwise, she could not have borne such a stunning daughter as Ye Qingzhi. However, her gentle disposition and somewhat dull approach to matters paled in comparison to Gu Man's cunning and guile. 10 years prior, Moon Yanxiu had fallen victim to Gu Man's schemes, falsely accused and maligned concerning her offspring, which led to Ye Qingzhi's disdain and her confinement in the family temple. Having spent a decade in the temple, engaging in fasting and meditation, her life had been tranquil, devoid of labor, and her inherently simple nature had preserved her youthfulness, endowing her with a serene and elegant beauty. Had it not been for Ye Qingzhi's sudden rise, Ye Qingzhi might have nearly forgotten about his original wife. Upon seeing her today, the lingering sense of awe remained, and he found himself increasingly enchanted by Moon Yanxiu's current grace and elegance. It is indeed true, Ye Qingzhi replied gently with a smile directed at Moon Yanxiu. I previously wronged you, and I apologize. I hope you can forgive me. You shall resume your role as the lady of the house. Moon Yanxiu quickly expressed her humility, her demeanor demure and graceful, enhanced by a faint fragrance of sandalwood that made Ye Qingzhi's heart flutter. He averted his gaze and turned to his eldest and youngest sons, speaking softly, You have traveled far, go rest and freshen up in your quarters. We shall converse further in the evening. Yes, father, they replied in unison, disregarding Gu Man, who continued to sob beside them. Ye Qingzhi had intended to personally escort Moon Yanxiu back to her quarters, hoping for an opportunity to draw closer to her. However, Gu Man clung to his sleeve, insisting on discussing something, forcing Ye Qingzhi to remain behind and watch as Moon Yanxiu and the others departed. As they made their way to the rear courtyard, Moon Yanxiu furrowed her brow in concern and remarked, I wonder when I shall see Qingzhi. I do hope she is faring well in the Marquis's residence. Chapter 57. Only uniqueness can leave a lasting impression. There will be opportunities to meet in the future. Mother need not worry, my sister will undoubtedly fare well in the Marquisate. Without her support, we would not have been summoned to the capital by father, Ye Junfeng gently reassured. Throughout their journey, Ye Junfeng had offered such comfort many times, yet Moon Yanxiu remained anxious this time. She distinctly sensed the shift in Ye Qingzhi's demeanor and realized that things had indeed changed. I am not clever enough. I could not protect you before, and I feel guilty towards you both. In the future Moon Yanxiu could not help but express her desire to learn how to be a competent matriarch, to provide support for her children. Though she was utterly bewildered and had no idea what a matriarch ought to do, her heart was filled with a longing to learn and improve for the sake of her children. Mother, it is best if you remain as you are, practicing your devotions and letting go of worldly concerns. Ye Junfeng interrupted her ambitious aspirations with unwavering conviction. Must I truly not concern myself with anything? Will father not blame me? Moon Yanxiu's beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity and confusion, making her seem even more ethereal and detached from the mundane world. Ye Junfeng smiled and shook his head, reiterating, he will not blame you. Mother, you are doing wonderfully as you are. Ye Qingzhi also chimed in, Mother, you witnessed father's attitude just now, he evidently prefers you in your current state. I have grown older, and he prefers me now? Moon Yanxiu furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend. The thought of serving a man, in addition to the steward, was unappealing to her. She had grown accustomed to her solitary life, and the sudden expectation to serve a man and perform the rites of marriage was something she deeply resented. Ye Junfeng and Ye Qingzhi exchanged a glance, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes, yet they refrained from speaking further. Such discussions about preferences were not one's sons could easily voice, even if they held their own thoughts on the matter. They understood that after a decade of devout practice, Moon Yanxiu had cultivated an ethereal demeanor, a serene charm that distinguished her from the majority of women in the world. Only uniqueness could leave a lasting impression. If their mother were to adopt the ostentatious behaviors of other women, donning elaborate attire, indulging in jealousy towards her husband, scheming, and managing trivial affairs, she would lose her distinctiveness and fall into the mundane. Very well, Moon Yanxiu conceded, no longer insisting. Practicing her devotions and remaining uninvolved in worldly matters was what she cherished most and excelled at. The welcoming banquet that evening, Guman chose not to attend, feeling disheartened and unwilling to face Moon Yanxiu's enviable countenance. Ye Qingzhi, upon gazing at Moon Yanxiu, felt an overwhelming sense of affection and joy. After testing his eldest and youngest sons, he discovered their astuteness in commerce, which only further elevated his spirits. How curious it was that both the eldest and youngest surpassed the second son, Ye Qingzhi, was born of Guman, and Ye Qingzhi felt a pang of regret. For so many years, he had been neglectful towards Moon Yanxiu and her 3 children, allowing Guman to manipulate the situation, failing to recognize their exceptional capabilities to support the Yi family. It was all due to Guman, that deceitful concubine, who had so skillfully deceived him. After dinner, Ye Qingzhi took Moon Yanxiu back to their chambers, eager to embrace her and draw her to the bed. "My lord, I have just received my monthly visitor. I am not yet clean and cannot serve you." Moon Yanxiu furrowed her brow, pushing him away uncomfortably. His drunken scent made her feel nauseous, and she could only use this as an excuse. Upon hearing her words, Ye Qingzhi's inebriation began to dissipate, and he felt somewhat disheartened. However, seeing her ethereal and transcendent demeanor made him realize that he had acted too impulsively. "Yanxiu, you should rest well today. In a couple of days, I will stay in your chambers," Ye Qingzhi declared. Moon Yanxiu sighed in relief as she saw him off, feeling troubled as she sat on the bed. Soon, she picked up her prayer beads and, as she had done in the past, began to softly recite scriptures, casting aside her worries. 2 days later, in the marquisate, Ye Qingzhi's discomfort had finally subsided. Her belly no longer ached, and she felt rejuvenated once more. The servants in the Yanlu courtyard also felt as though the rain had ceased and the skies had cleared, sharing in her relief. They were finally spared from witnessing the mistress's waning spirits, which had caused them great concern and anxiety. The last time the marquis had departed, he had left in a fit of rage, and they feared that the mistress had truly fallen from favor. Now that her discomfort had passed, it was time to consider how to serve the marquis and vie for his affection. Before Ye Qingzhi could express her intention to return to work, her eager employees were already clamoring to help her achieve results. "Auntie, I have crafted several garments based on your previous designs. Do you think they are suitable?" Xia Chan presented a few new outfits to Ye Qingzhi. "Auntie, the marquis has yet to receive the 8,000 taels he won from betting. Shall we use this opportunity to invite him over?" Rui suggested with enthusiasm. "Auntie, the kitchen has devised a new dish that is spicy and delightful. The marquis is sure to enjoy it. Should we send it to him?" Chunyu added. Leading such an ambitious and united team, Ye Qingzhi felt it inappropriate to slack off during work hours. "Rui, go inquire about the marquis's whereabouts. Is he in the estate?" Ye Qingzhi instructed. Rui immediately smiled and replied, "Auntie, I just went out and found out that the marquis is taking a break today. He hasn't left the estate and is in the study in the back courtyard." Ye Qingzhi responded. "Good, reward you with a tael of silver." Excellent employee. They didn't even need her to instruct them, they had already completed their tasks. "Chunyu, prepare me for dressing. Have the kitchen prepare the new dish. I will personally deliver it to the marquis." After her previous resignation incident, which had strained her relationship with her superior, she felt it necessary to apologize and reaffirm her loyalty. Delivering it personally showed more sincerity than having the marquis come looking for her. Glancing at the sundial in the courtyard, Ye Qingzhi estimated that once she was ready, it would be nearly time for the evening meal. It was a perfect opportunity to deliver a dish to her superior, share a meal together, and perhaps engage in some post-dinner exercise, an arrangement that would be beneficial for both their bodies and minds. Outside the study, Jin Bao noticed Ye Qingzhi approaching with a group of maids and servants. His eyes brightened as he hurried to greet her. "Greetings to Lady Yi. Has the marquis dined yet?" "My kitchen has prepared a new dish for him to sample," Ye Qingzhi said with a smile. "I would be grateful if you could convey this to him." With that, Rui promptly handed Jin Bao a gold bean, and he accepted it with a grin before hastening to the study to relay the message. Xia Jin, hearing that Ye Qingzhi had come to find him with food, chuckled softly, let her in. He instructed Jin Bao to set the table. Once Jin Bao informed Ye Qingzhi, she approached the study door, knocked, and upon receiving permission, entered with her head bowed in respect, her voice soft and delicate. "This humble servant pays her respects to the marquis. After lying down for several days, how have you lost weight?" Xia Jin bid her to rise, observing her delicate features and noting that her cheeks were not as plump as before. Frowning slightly, he remarked, "Your complexion does not seem as healthy as it used to be." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi seized the opportunity to inch closer to him, her eyes welling with tears as she leaned against his arm, plaintively lamenting, "I have been drinking bitter medicine every day, and my belly still hurts. I have no appetite for food. If you don't believe me, taste and see, I reek of bitterness all over." As she spoke, Ye Qingzhi stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck and presenting her lips, inviting him to savor the bitterness on her small mouth. After they parted, Ye Qingzhi's cheeks flushed, and she stubbornly asked if she truly tasted bitter. Xia Jin, in a playful manner, pinched her cheek, realizing that while he could not detect any bitterness, her antics had certainly dissipated his irritation. This little vixen knew just how to entice him. Suddenly, Xia Jin lifted her and placed her on the desk, eager to indulge in her. Ye Qingzhi quickly intervened, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shook her head. My lord, this is the study. If we do that here, word will spread, and everyone will accuse me of shamelessly seducing you into scandalous affairs. It would only lead to unnecessary trouble for you. When have you ever cared about your reputation? Whether they call you a vixen or praise you, it matters not, Xia Jin teased her with her own words. I may not care for my own reputation, but I care for yours. Ye Qingzhi leaned in, embracing him with tenderness, her voice imbued with sincerity. Last time, when I soiled your clothes, you did not blame me and protected me wholeheartedly. I was so touched that I never want to embarrass you again. Using this moment, it was time to establish herself as the devoted, understanding partner, not just a flirtatious temptress. Men, after all, appreciate a woman who loves them fiercely yet behaves obediently, waiting for their affection and care. Chapter 58. Sweet nothings. Ye Qingzhi's gentle demeanor and the affection reflected in her eyes were indeed pleasing to Xia Jin. He was not in a rush to create a scene in the study, so he took a moment to tidy her attire and hair before they ventured out to the main hall for dinner. In gratitude for her superior's previous kindness, Ye Qingzhi displayed an extraordinary warmth towards Xia Jin, resulting in the two of them hardly enjoying a peaceful meal. After dining, they retreated to the bed for some post-meal activities. Afterwards, Ye Qingzhi, breathless and fatigued, felt a decline in her stamina, realizing she could not keep up with Xia Jin's vigor. I must start training again upon returning, my core competencies cannot diminish, she resolved. Xia Jin, however, felt quite satisfied, relishing the tranquility of the moment. I wish to request a favor from you, my lord, Ye Qingzhi said breathlessly. Speak, he replied. In 2 days, I would like to visit Shanghua Temple to light incense and seek a talisman for peace, hoping to reduce my nightmares. I also wish to donate a longevity lamp for Madame Lin and pay a visit to my mother and the others. Ye Qingzhi believed Xia Jin was already aware of her intentions, yet she felt compelled to articulate them, showcasing her obedience and thoughtfulness. Xia Jin responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, granting her request. Thank you, my lord. While I am out, I fear encountering unforeseen circumstances, so I kindly ask you to assign more guards for my protection. Ye Qingzhi turned toward him, drawing closer, and playfully added, my life rests in your hands, you must be responsible for me. Xia Jin chuckled, pinching her cheek, feeling pleased, while teasing her, I have never encountered anyone as fearful of death as you. She constantly lamented her desire not to die young yet often engaged in mischief, revealing a hint of her indulgent nature. If I were to die, I would never see you again. I could never bear that, Ye Qingzhi said, her words flowing effortlessly as she expressed her affection. It was merely a performance, devoid of genuine sentiment, maintaining her persona was sufficient. Xia Jin chuckled softly, not fully convinced that this enchanting vixen harbored any true feelings for him. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. Once a woman genuinely fell in love, indulging in passion without coveting a man's power, she became a true complication. After some time of mutual affection, Ye Qingzhi began to feel drowsy, and at that moment, the thought of returning to the Yanuli courtyard made her a tad reluctant to move. My lord, may I sleep here tonight? Ye Qingzhi leaned against Xia Jin, sleepily inquiring. Xia Jin had no intention of sending her away, and naturally replied, sleep well. My lord, you are truly wonderful. Ye Qingzhi nuzzled his arm, unable to suppress a smile. Not one to be fussy about sleeping arrangements, she quickly drifted off. However, not long into her slumber, a commotion erupted outside, followed by urgent knocking at the door. Jin Bao's anxious voice called out that there was trouble. Startled, Ye Qingzhi awoke, still in a daze, and saw Xia Jin already dressed, descending from the bed to open the door. Upon seeing him, Jin Bao immediately began to report, my lord, a multitude of venomous snakes and insects have been thrown into the courtyard where the concubines reside, particularly in Haitang courtyard, where Qin Yi's quarters have been most affected. Qin Yi has been bitten by a creature and, in her fright, has experienced a miscarriage and is now bleeding. The physician has been summoned for her treatment. In Haitang courtyard, Yao Yining has also been bitten by a venomous snake and is currently unconscious. As for Yanuli courtyard, there are numerous snakes and insects as well, but it seems that insect repellent has been scattered throughout the area, causing the creatures to flee. Fortunately, the maids and servants there have not been harmed. Xia Jin's expression darkened as he issued commands for the guards to capture the snakes and insects in the rear courtyard, while also sending for physicians to tend to those injured. Jin Bao hurriedly took his leave. Ye Qingzhi, upon hearing that someone had intentionally released venomous creatures to harm them, shuddered in fear. She had an intense aversion to snakes and insects. The mere sight of a snake slithering on the ground sent chills down her spine. If an insect were to land on her, she would leap 3 feet high in fright, accompanied by a shriek. Because of her dread of these creatures, and with summer's abundance of mosquitoes and the occasional snake appearance, she had taken precautions by scattering plenty of insect repellent around her courtyard and home. Little did she expect it would prove effective today. However, had she remained in Yanuli courtyard, even if she had not been bitten, she would have surely been terrified. Thankfully, she had come to work with her superior today. Heaven favors the diligent worker. My lord, who could be so malicious as to unleash venomous snakes, it is utterly terrifying. I am most afraid of those things, Ye Qingzhi exclaimed, clutching him tight. I just heard that Qin Yi has been bitten and has suffered a miscarriage. My lord should go check on her, and Yao Yining should not be allowed to perish. Yao Yining has repeatedly conspired against you, placing you in peril. Do you not wish for her demise? Xia Jin asked, his gaze deep and probing. Chapter 59. Merely making you a concubine, how wronged you must feel. To be honest, I have never regarded Yao Yining as a threat. She is utterly foolish, with only those limited tricks up her sleeve. With the protection of my lord, she poses no danger to me whatsoever. Ye Qingzhi deliberately displayed a look of disdain, continuing, though she lurks in the shadows like a venomous snake, perpetually scheming to strike at me is indeed tiresome. But who can blame her, considering her father is a vice minister of rights and her sister a favored consort bearing the emperor's child? If she were to perish today, her father and sister would harbor resentment towards my lord, transforming what could have been allies into adversaries in both the court and the harem, a truly counterproductive outcome. Thus, it is better for her to remain alive, for her existence holds greater value to my lord than her demise. Listening to her words, Xia Jin observed the increasing brilliance in her eyes, which did not come as a surprise to him. He recognized the keen intelligence of the woman before him. Not only did she possess cunning and resourcefulness, but her vision and perspective were equally impressive. He had lost to her in their strategic games. Do you know who set the venomous snake loose? Xia Jin could not help but feel a desire to engage her in further conversation about this matter. Who could it be? The Marquis's residence is entirely under my lord's control. I am genuinely curious to discover which fool is attempting to play their little tricks. How absurd, akin to an old man hanging himself, tsk. Ye Qingzhi, noticing her superior was in high spirits, was more than willing to play the role of the supportive foil. Yet, her curiosity was genuine. She wished to unearth the identity of the one who sought to harm her, especially with such a grand scheme in play. Moreover, in the workplace, being well informed is of utmost importance. With the rare opportunity of receiving insider information directly from her superior, which she could not have gathered herself, Ye Qingzhi naturally cherished it. It is from the first wife. Xia Jin's voice grew somber. It was Lady Wang who orchestrated the last attack against you, intending to harm your maid. Ye Qingzhi blinked in surprise, her confusion evident. Lady Wang wishes to eliminate me because I assisted in replacing the purchasing agent for the household? If that is the case, her temperament is rather petty, and she clearly underestimates my lord. Furthermore, if it was indeed Lady Wang, then my previous confrontation with Aunt Yao was unjust. Yet Aunt Yao did not behave as if I had wronged her. She is constrained by Yao Yinin and has demands of her, Xia Jin pointed out. Why Ye Qingzhi suddenly understood, is it due to the eldest young master's examination? Surely not. Could it be that he is involved in some scandalous activity? No, it cannot be that severe. It must be that he seeks a favorable ranking. Astute, Xia Jin said, delight evident as he gently tapped her forehead. Conversing with an intelligent individual was indeed a relief. Why Ye Qingzhi did not feel particularly clever. Instead, she became increasingly perplexed, lost in thought. The imperial examination had concluded, and the eldest young master had successfully passed. Even if any misconduct were revealed, it would not invalidate his results. Such incidents occurred annually. It had become an accepted unspoken rule within the examination halls. Lady Wang had no real motive to eliminate Yao Yinin unless the latter held a significant and damning secret against the first wife. Today, besides herself and Yao Yinin, concubine Qin had also been attacked by the venomous snake and may have even lost her child. Piecing these events together led Ye Qingzhi to a sudden, audacious, and scandalous suspicion. Could it be that concubine Qin's child was not the Marquis? What have you deduced? Xia Jin asked, intrigued by the constant shifts in her expression. I must caution you, my lord, please do not take offense, Ye Qingzhi said, offering an innocent smile. It was you who insisted I speak. I was merely indulging in idle speculation. Sometimes, my mind wanders, as it often does when I think of you, and some rather inappropriate thoughts. Get to the point. Xia Jin interrupted her with mild irritation. I suspect that concubine Qin may have been unfaithful, and the child she carries is not yours but rather belongs to the eldest young master. Ye Qingzhi quickly relayed her conjecture, biting her lip as she cautiously observed Xia Jin's reaction. Seeing his face remain calm and unperturbed, a realization dawned upon her. My lord, so it is indeed the case, you were already aware of this. Ye Qingzhi's voice brimmed with excitement at uncovering such a significant revelation. Colleague Xiao Qin, you are remarkably bold. To seek another suitor while still employed is a perilous venture in ancient times. Such actions could lead to dire consequences. Xia Jin let out a light scoff. Ye Qingzhi carefully gauged his mood, concluding that while he was not overtly angry, his spirits were undoubtedly low. She could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy, though she dared not reveal it on her face. Instead, she expressed her concern. Although you and the first wife are at odds and there is contention over titles, we are all still surnamed Xia. We are family. If this matter were to come to light, it would not only tarnish the eldest young master's reputation and hinder his career, but it would also cast a significant blemish on your name and the Marquisate. The scandal of debauchery and a lack of propriety would be inescapable, inevitably becoming a source of ridicule in the capital, and it is certain that the censors would bring it to your attention. Perhaps even the emperor would demand accountability. Moreover, such a disgraceful affair would not only hinder the young master's prospects for marriage but would also adversely affect the young ladies of our household. My lord, even if you detest the first wife, do not contemplate using concubine Qin's indiscretion to bring them down with you. Instead, leverage this situation to control them. Lost in her own thoughts, Ye Qingzhi rambled on, only to... A sudden chill ran down her spine, prompting her to chuckle awkwardly. My lord, I was merely trying to consider the issue from your perspective and may have spoken out of turn. Such thoughts, if spread, would surely lead to mockery. I beseech you to forget what I have said, treating it as if you have not heard it. Ye Qingzhi felt a wave of despair wash over her as she internally chastised herself. What right did a mere concubine have to concern herself with the affairs of the household? The reputation of the Marquisate and the marriage prospects of the young masters and ladies were not matters for her to fret over. What was she thinking? After berating herself, she couldn't help but reflect on how effortlessly her earlier words had flowed. Indeed, she had spoken without much thought, as if a matriarch had taken possession of her had she been possessed by Lady Lin's spirit. It was said that Lady Lin had been a staunch adherent to propriety and decorum during her lifetime, and even in death, she was lauded as a paragon of noble women. Ye Qingzhi shivered at the thought. What troubles you? I have not indicated any intent to blame you. Xia Jin took the initiative to embrace her, leaning down to kiss her gently on the lips. His tone was tender, yet his words sent a shiver down Ye Qingzhi's spine. Such remarkable talent as yours should not be confined to the role of a mere concubine, it is a gross injustice. Ye Qingzhi shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, No, my lord, I wish to be a concubine. I am not wronged in the slightest. Xia Jin, why shout so loudly? Her voice had rendered his ears numb. Chapter 60 of the scriptwriting prodigy. Xia Jin found himself utterly exasperated by Ye Qingzhi, having confirmed time and again that she was merely a woman of ample bosom and scant ambition, destined to remain entangled with the role of a concubine. He had never encountered a woman quite like her. My lord, concerning the handling of concubine Yao in the first branch, I have a small suggestion to offer. Perhaps I may share it for your consideration? After reaffirming her unwavering loyalty as a concubine, Ye Qingzhi felt it insufficient. She yearned for her superior to witness her multifaceted capabilities, such as her knack for harboring grudges, her talent for mischief, her penchant for devising audacious schemes, and her ability to whisper sweet nothings into ears. These were indispensable traits for a favored concubine, yet entirely unwelcome by the main wife. They suited her perfectly. Speak, Xia Jin replied, curiosity piqued, even tinged with anticipation. If the Marquis wishes to avoid a complete rupture with the first branch, he must suppress the matter concerning concubine Qin. However, by doing so, it will not instill fear in the first branch. In fact, they may grow increasingly brazen, believing that no matter their actions, as long as the Marquis is concerned with the reputation of the whole residence, he will refrain from revealing their transgressions, choosing instead to forgive them in his wrath. This notion leaves me feeling stifled, as it seems to grant undue advantage to the first branch, who have already twice schemed against me. My grudges run deep, and I cannot allow this to go unpunished. As she spoke, Ye Qingzhi clenched her fists and ground her teeth, embodying the ferocity of one poised to confront a rabid dog. Xia Jin raised an eyebrow, intrigued and even somewhat expectant. What do you propose? Naturally, we must instill fear and trepidation in them, causing them to harbor dread towards you, my lord, rendering them incapable of further mischief in the near term. You see, when a cat catches a mouse, it does not devour it immediately, rather, it toys with it, holding it beneath its paw, releasing it only to catch it again, ultimately playing with it until it meets its demise. We must be the cat and treat the first branch as the mouse, toying with them until they fully comprehend that the whole residence rests firmly within your control, psychologically shattering them. Such talk is mere drivel. Spare me the theatrics and articulate your plan with specificity, Xia Jin said, shooting her a disapproving glance. He was unimpressed by her vague notions, which, while sounding reasonable, lacked any practical application. He could not fathom from where she had gleaned such bureaucratic rhetoric, merely a collection of empty words, devoid of utility. Realizing her attempts at persuasion had failed, Ye Qingzhi pressed on, My lord, allow me to present a narrative. The backdrop is as follows. Concubine Yao is infatuated with you, unable to bear the thought of anyone else receiving your favor. As you shower affection upon me, Concubine Yao's resentment intensifies, culminating in her desire to eliminate me. Yet, she lacks the means to act. Coincidentally, due to the autumn examination, the first branch seeks Concubine Yao's assistance regarding the housing issue, and she seizes this opportunity to coerce them into doing her bidding, demanding they eliminate me. However, I survive, and instead, I unearth Concubine Yao's nefarious dealings with witchcraft, cursing the lady of the house. Consequently, Concubine Yao is relegated to the status of a lowly concubine, living a wretched existence. After enduring repeated setbacks, her affection for you turns to hatred. Where she once sought to eliminate the favored woman, she now seeks revenge against both you and the whole residence. Upon hearing this, Xia Jin's expression soured. The plot she described was merely a recounting of events already transpired. Undeterred by his disdainful demeanor, Ye Qingzhi continued, adopting an enigmatic air as she paced with hands clasped behind her back. Concubine Yao begins to leverage the housing matter to intimidate the first branch into compliance, wreaking havoc within the household. The first branch, weary of her threats, unleashes venomous snakes in an attempt to silence her. After being rescued, upon learning of the first branch's intent to eliminate her, she becomes enraged and irrational, slandering concubine Qin by alleging an illicit affair with the esteemed Xia Lin, even claiming that the child she carries is his. Her aim is to tarnish both his and your reputations, transforming the whole residence into a den of filth and a laughingstock throughout the capital. This is Concubine Yao's revenge. Xia Jin's interest was piqued at this juncture, as he began to discern her intent. In matters of infidelity, one must catch the act in the flesh, yet rumors can be equally damaging. If Concubine Yao casts such aspersions, to vindicate herself, Concubine Qin might feign suicide by colliding with a pillar, merely a ruse. The esteemed gentleman must swear he has not partaken in such disgrace. This alone will not suffice. We must gather further evidence to substantiate that Concubine Yao is the one besmirching the whole residence. In essence, we must compel Concubine Yao to unveil this shroud of shame, labeling it as her slander and vengeance. The logic must align seamlessly, rendering her accusations entirely plausible. In the aftermath, out of respect for Concubine Yao's father and sister, the Marquis will choose to spare her life. Thus, her family will owe their gratitude to the Marquis, while simultaneously feeling resentment towards her, as it is Concubine Yao who has brought calamity to the whole residence. They will harbor grievances, directing their ire towards the first branch for their attempts to silence concubine Yao. Such a ruckus will inevitably expose the first branch's involvement in the housing issue, casting a shadow over the eldest son's success, tarnishing his reputation and hindering his prospects. Furthermore, the insinuation of infidelity will instill fear within the first branch. Coupled with the animosity from concubine Yao's father and sister, life will become quite unbearable for them. My lord, what do you think of this script? Might it tarnish the reputation of the Ho residence? Far superior to the sordid tales you have penned previously, Xia Jin remarked, receiving no definitive evaluation, and sensing a veiled insult. Ye Qingzhi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and nudged him towards the door. My lord, do hurry along. The lady of the house is surely in a state of anxiety, awaiting your intervention to restore order. She did not inquire whether he would heed her counsel. And you? Xia Jin asked. I shall retire to rest, avoiding any further disturbances for you and the lady, Ye Qingzhi replied, batting her eyelashes with an air of innocence and understanding. Xia Jin found her answer entirely unsurprising. He resolved not to test this woman further. It was a futile endeavor that ultimately left him with egg on his face. Meanwhile, aside from Xia Jin's quarters, which remained undisturbed, chaos reigned elsewhere, punctuated by the panicked screams of maids and servants. Upon being roused by the commotion, Zhang Jingyi promptly dispatched individuals to fetch her sleeping son and daughter, bringing them to her side for safekeeping. Once she confirmed their safety, she turned her attention to the well-being of others in the residence. Where is the Marquis? Has anyone been sent to notify him? Zhang Jingyi inquired anxiously of old Madame Zhou. No woman is unafraid of venomous snakes or insects, yet as the matriarch, she could not allow her fear to surface. She must uphold the dignity of the Marquise. The Marquis has already issued orders for the guards to apprehend those snakes and insects within the inner courtyard. Please, madam, remain patient. In a short while, all will be resolved. Old Madame Zhou reassured her. Are Mingyan and the other children unharmed? Which concubines have sustained injuries? Zhang Jingyi pressed on, her concern palpable. The young masters and mistresses are all safe. Reports indicate that concubine Yao was bitten by a snake, and the venom poses a serious threat to her life. Concubine Xin has also been attacked, and the child is unlikely to survive. The physician has been dispatched to her side. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi's expression tightened. Concubine Yao must not perish. As for concubine Xin, just ensure she receives the necessary attention. Old madam, please send a few individuals to safeguard concubine Yao's life. Old Madame Zhou accepted the directive and turned to leave, but Zhang Jingyi called after her. By the way, what of concubine Yi? Is she unharmed? Concubine Yi is staying in the Marquis' quarters tonight, thus evading disaster, old Madame Zhou replied in a low voice. That is fortunate, Zhang Jingyi murmured, suppressing the bitterness that rose within her, gesturing for old Madame Zhou to proceed with her tasks. After a further quarter of an hour, Xia Jin finally arrived. Have Yenner and Yuga been frightened? He inquired, immediately concerned for his children. They are well. Upon hearing of the incident, I sent for them to come to me, Zhang Jingyi answered, feeling somewhat relieved. She then asked, what of concubine Yi, did she not accompany you? She has fallen asleep, there is no need to concern yourself with her, Xia Jin replied nonchalantly. Zhang Jingyi. In that moment, she found herself inexplicably envious of Ye Qingzhi. At this hour, she surmised that she was likely the only one in the entire inner courtyard who could still sleep soundly. Pressing her fingers to her temples, Zhang Jingyi queried, my lord, do you suspect that this incident was orchestrated by the first branch? Xia Jin nodded. And what do you intend to do about it? Zhang Jingyi pressed further. What do you propose? Xia Jin countered, a comparative mindset taking root within him. Chapter 61 The Trials of the Working Class. My lord, regarding the matter of the big house releasing venomous snakes and insects, we must deliver a severe reprimand, adhering to the family laws for punishment. However, once the issue concerning Aunt Qin comes to light, it will significantly tarnish the reputation of the Marquis, and adversely affect the marriages of other members of the Marquis' household. It may be prudent to keep this under wraps and only administer private discipline to the big house, Zhang Jingyi spoke softly. Are we to endure this humiliation for the big house? Xia Jin inquired. It is not for the sake of the big house, but rather to protect the reputation of the Marquis and the entire household, Zhang Jingyi emphasized with a furrowed brow. Xia Jin fell silent, feeling a tinge of disappointment. His legitimate wife, though compliant and self-effacing, consistently prioritized him. This was her virtue, yet, as a daughter of a concubine, she had been ground down by her legitimate mother for years. Even now, as the Marchioness, she still bore an inherent timidity, lacking the grace and dignity expected, often preferring to yield and endure. Additionally, her limited talents and lack of competent guidance had rendered her somewhat inept at managing affairs, barely managing her role as the head of the household. He had never held her to excessively high expectations, as long as she remained dutiful and understanding. However, with the presence of the clever Ye Qingzhi, he found himself harboring a sense of dissatisfaction. My lord, is what I said incorrect? Zhang Jingyi asked anxiously. Your words are not amiss. Xia Jin chose to bypass the subject, addressing her. Last time, you mentioned that the Yi family excels in accounting. Starting tomorrow, have her assist you as an accountant, to help scrutinize the household's accounts over the past 7 years and account for the misappropriated funds from the big house, compelling them to return what is owed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi felt no sense of shame regarding the involvement of a concubine in household management. Instead, she was filled with joy, confirming with Xia Jin, you truly wish for Aunt Yi to be the accountant, are you serious? Indeed, Xia Jin affirmed with a nod. Very well, I shall instruct Aunt Yi to commence the accounting first thing tomorrow morning, Zhang Jingyi replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although she had heeded Aunt Yi's previous advice and sought several accountants, none had matched the remarkable impression Aunt Yi had left on her each time she faced the tedious task of reconciling accounts. She found herself reminiscing about Aunt Yi. Finally, she could have Aunt Yi assist her in this endeavor. Previously, she had always deferred under the pretext of serving the Marquis, but now that the Marquis had ordered her to audit the records, she had no excuse to shirk her duties. The following day, Ye Qingzhi awoke comfortably from her slumber, only to find the room somewhat unfamiliar. After a moment's confusion, she recalled that this was Xia Jin's chamber, and she had not returned home after work yesterday. She wondered what commotion had transpired the previous night. Why Ye Qingzhi called out, and Rui, accompanied by Chunyu, entered carrying her toiletries. Where is the Marquis? Did he not return last night? Ye Qingzhi asked as she dressed. The Marquis stayed in the ladies' room for the latter half of the night and has gone to court early this morning, Rui replied, not waiting for further inquiries before relaying the news she had gathered. Auntie, Aunt Qin has passed away. How did she die? Ye Qingzhi paused in the act of putting on her shoes, looking up at Rui inquiringly. Deep down, she could surmise Aunt Qin's fate. After all, to betray the Marquis could only lead to one conclusion, death. It is said that the venomous snakes and insects were released by the big house. The Marquis apprehended the evidence and summoned the old matriarch and others in the dead of night. He then presented the captured snakes and insects before Madame Wang and the eldest son of the big house, nearly frightening them to death. Furthermore, Aunt Yao went mad last night, accusing Aunt Qin and the eldest son of having an affair and claiming that Aunt Qin was carrying the eldest son's illegitimate child. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qin, unable to bear the disgrace, committed suicide by colliding with a pillar to prove her innocence, Rui recounted with a tone of incredulity and fear. Ye Qingzhi's hands trembled slightly, biting her lip as she inquired, and what of Aunt Yao, is she still alive? It is rumored that she was nearly beaten to death by the furious old matriarch with her cane, but the Marquis intervened and had her swiftly sent out of the Marquis's residence to her family temple, Rui said with a hint of schadenfreude. Aunt Yao truly sought her demise. How dare she tarnish the Marquis and the household's reputation? The only reason she was spared was due to her maternal family's influence. This illustrates how a powerful maternal family serves as a lifeline for a woman, Ye Qingzhi mused. Have someone inform the Yi family that I shall visit Shangguo Temple to pay my respects tomorrow, and I would like my mother and others to accompany me so that I may see them. While the Yi family could not serve as her support, they should not hinder her either. Ye Qingzhi intended to determine, after meeting her closest relatives, whether to devise a plan to elevate the Yi family or maintain a respectful distance, perhaps even severing ties altogether. Rui complied and excitedly added, Auntie, just now, the lady sent someone to convey that you are to have breakfast in Gui Xian courtyard. The lady mentioned that the Marquis has requested you to assist with the accounts. Auntie, this means you are also helping the lady manage the household. Ah, upon hearing the grim news, Ye Qingzhi sputtered her mouthwash, disbelief washing over her. She wiped her mouth, incredulously asking, why is this my concern? Why do I need to audit the accounts? What accounts am I to check? It felt as if her good fortune was slipping away. I can't say, but you should quickly sit down and let Rui prepare you, so the lady doesn't grow impatient, Rui urged excitedly. Having a concubine involved in household accounting was a significant honor. Rui felt delighted for her aunt. The Marquis truly dotes on her. However, there lingered a fear that the lady might harbor resentment, making their lives more difficult, thus they needed to tread carefully and show respect to the lady, ensuring she did not find fault with them. Once she was dressed, Ye Qingzhi reluctantly made her way to the ladies' courtyard to report in. She was now facing a significant career crisis. Being reassigned, she had been transferred to another department, and it was her superiors who had thrust her forward. She had no grounds to refuse, though both the lady and the Marquis were her superiors. Their responsibilities were entirely different. The crux of the matter was that while she worked for the lady, she could not neglect her duties towards the Marquis. The same salary but double the workload. Who would willingly endure such a fate? The plight of the working class is indeed arduous. Upon arriving at Gui Xian courtyard and observing the lady's weary countenance, Ye Qingzhi tenderly suggested, Lady, given the commotion last night, why not return for a brief rest? She too sought a moment of respite. Yes, once I have arranged matters for you, I shall take a moment to rest, Zhang Jingyi replied with a gentle smile. Seeing your complexion, it appears you rested well last night, which is fortuitous for the accounting task. Ye Qingzhi thought to herself, this is slightly amiss. Lady, what accounts are we to check? She asked. The Marquis has requested an audit of the household's procurement accounts over the past 7 years, to uncover any embezzled funds from the big house, compelling them to return what they owe, Zhang Jingyi said, her expression one of satisfaction, relishing the task at hand. The best part was that she would not have to endure the headache of managing the accounts herself, as Aunt Yi was more than capable. Ye Qingzhi made one last-ditch effort, her face filled with worry. Lady, as a mere concubine, it is not appropriate for me to undertake such a task. If word gets out, we may be ridiculed for lacking decorum and propriety, and there may even be misunderstandings that the Marquis intends to favor a concubine over you, seeking to undermine your authority over the household. Zhang Jingyi's smile vanished from her face. Chapter 62 I am utterly enamored. It feels as though I have committed sins in a past life. Aunt Yi, there is no need for you to test my resolve, Zhang Jingyi spoke in a low voice. Our lord is not the sort of frivolous young man who cannot discern the gravity of matters. He has complete control over the affairs of the inner quarters. While you may engage in your petty squabbles, they are of little consequence, and he remains indifferent. However, you are aware of last night's events. Should you dare to cross his boundaries, it would be a tempestuous storm, leading to your demise. Since he has entrusted you with the task of managing the accounts, it is because he recognizes your capability and that you are a person of discretion, not one to covet the position of the mistress. I understand your intelligence, and for the time being, I trust in your loyalty. Thus, I offer you this assurance: as long as you harbor no ill intentions towards me, I shall gladly extend my protection, much like our Lord does. In my eyes, your favor is preferable to that of the other women in the inner quarters, and ye, align yourself with me, and earn our Lord's affection, assisting me in securing the position of mistress, thereby helping you to inherit the title in the future. I can also promise that once you bear a child, you will have the privilege of raising them, with their lineage recorded under my name, granting him, or her, a legitimate status. What say you? Ye Qingzhi, but what a grand offer. The mistress is indeed generous, willing to bestow her child with legitimate status, while still allowing her to retain guardianship. Any concubine hearing such a promise would likely feel immense gratitude towards the mistress, devotedly serving her with unwavering loyalty. Yet, she is a professional worker. Her greatest skill lies in gracefully accepting the bounties presented by her superiors, all while maintaining clarity of mind to secure tangible benefits for herself. Previously, she had been reluctant due to the lack of visible rewards, but now that the mistress has shown her intent and laid out the compensation, further discussions can commence. It remains true that as long as the remuneration is appropriate, there is no task a worker cannot undertake. Her workplace ambition is to win the Lord's favor and conquer the mistress, ensuring both leaders safeguard her to live a life of ease. In pursuit of this professional goal, hard work is imperative. One cannot expect high rewards without contributing effort. Such bargains do not exist in this world. I am deeply moved by your esteemed regard, and I willingly pledge to be your servant, Ye Qingzhi declared with a smile. However, I am somewhat indolent and detest the monotony of repetitive duties. Perhaps you could excuse me from my daily greetings. That is acceptable, but should I require your presence, you must not refuse. Zhang Jingyi granted her permission. The authority of the mistress need not be enforced here, for she too finds the daily tea gatherings with the other concubines rather tiresome. Naturally, Ye Qingzhi replied with another smile. I shall assist you in managing the accounts and addressing matters with the main house. However, should the old lady become incensed, you must not cast me aside as a scapegoat. Rest assured, as long as you remain diligent and loyal to me, I shall not act in such a callous manner, Zhang Jingyi assured her earnestly. Mistress, I intend to visit Xianghua Temple tomorrow, and I have already informed the Lord. Is that permissible? Ye Qingzhi inquired once more. That poses no issue. Zhang Jingyi nodded patiently and then asked, do you have any other requests? To examine 7 years' worth of old accounts, relying solely on my efforts would be an insurmountable task, Ye Qingzhi replied pragmatically, shifting the conversation back to the matter of accounts. I require an audience with the accountants under your command, along with the authority to summon the household managers for inquiries. Additionally, if the accountants prove inadequate, I may need to seek external assistance from the Yi family. Very well, these requests are entirely agreeable, Zhang Jingyi responded with pleasure in relinquishing authority. With the mistress so accommodating, Ye Qingzhi was determined to showcase her professional skills. Her expertise in accounting and financial management had been bestowed upon her by the original owner and Lady Lin, while her innate project management abilities allowed her to. Before the mistress, Ye Qingzhi exhibited none of the feigned delicacy she displayed before the Lord. She was all business, efficient and decisive. After enjoying a morning meal, she met with the 3 accountants and several household managers, transferring responsibilities and authority before bringing the personnel and ledgers back to the Yanlu courtyard. Upon returning to the Yanlu courtyard, her first order of business was to seal the premises. Without her explicit consent, the accountants and several capable managers were forbidden to leave until all accounts had been thoroughly reviewed. Any communications would have to be relayed through her maids. She instructed her maidservants to prepare 2 of the guest rooms as temporary workspaces for the coming days, while the back rooms would serve as resting quarters. Ye Qingzhi also directed Qinyu to arrange some light refreshments for snacking. As for meals, they would still be sourced from the main kitchen, for which she would provide some silver to supplement their rations, later seeking reimbursement from the mistress. Despite having funds at her disposal, this was a work project, and all expenses would naturally be claimed back. She would not act as a benefactor. Zhao Mama, you are a trusted aide of the mistress. For the coming days, I will need you to remain here in the Yanlu courtyard to oversee the auditing process, Ye Qingzhi asserted after organizing the workspace and logistical support. All according to your directives, Lady Yi, Zhao Mama responded respectfully. She had already received the mistress's counsel to heed Ye Qingzhi's commands, and given Ye Qingzhi's favored status and adeptness, Zhao Mama held her in high esteem. The other concubines in the household did not enjoy such privileges. Follow me, esteemed accountants, Ye Qingzhi instructed, taking 3 account ledgers in hand. She perused them briefly, absorbing their contents before questioning the accountants based on what she had gleaned. After the examination, Ye Qingzhi felt satisfied. The mistress had indeed selected competent accountants. Of the 3 accountants, having been tested, now recognized that Lady Yi was unlike the mistress. She was a skilled expert in accounts, not someone they could easily deceive, and they were all the more alert. You must understand, to serve as accountants under the mistress is a stroke of fortune. As long as you remain loyal and diligent, not only will you benefit, but you will also secure the well-being of your descendants. So this audit represents a prime opportunity for you to demonstrate your capabilities. Perform well, and rewards will follow. Fail to meet expectations, and punishment awaits. The accountant stiffened at her words, immediately kneeling to pledge their loyalty. After delivering her leadership speech, Ye Qingzhi set about assigning tasks, instructing the accountants on how to proceed with the audit, where to begin, and how to reconcile the accounts. Once the tasks were delegated, Ye Qingzhi could not simply step back. She casually flipped through several ledgers, taking breaks to enjoy snacks, and when fatigue set in, she indulged in a brief nap. Although her schedule was not as leisurely as before, it was far from exhausting. The work intensity was well within her capacity. After dinner, she reviewed the accountant's progress and results from the day. Upon completing her review, Ye Qingzhi expressed her dissatisfaction, criticizing their inefficiency. However, she was not the type of leader who merely complained or shirked responsibility. Instead, she personally demonstrated the audit procedures, how to document their findings, and so forth. Following her demonstration, the accountants learned much and were thoroughly impressed, which motivated them to work even harder. Noticing their willingness to stay late and continue working through the night, Ye Qingzhi generously rewarded each with a silver coin for their overtime. She also arranged for nighttime refreshments, which further inspired the accountants, who worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning before finally resting. Ye Qingzhi could only be considered a project manager. After assessing the progress, she needed to prepare a brief work report for the mistress. Once completed, she entrusted it to Zhao Mama to deliver to the mistress, while she herself prepared to wash up and retire for the night. However, just as she lay down, the Lord arrived. Ye Qingzhi, this is what it feels like to be engaged in double the work, filled with fulfillment and joy. I am truly enamored, feeling as though I have committed sins in a past life. Chapter 63. Another day of irresistible longing for the father to leave a son. Although Ye Qingzhi did not anticipate that the Marquis would seek her out for companionship that evening, now that he had arrived, she felt obliged to embrace the occasion. The thought of toiling tirelessly only to receive a meager salary would surely bring her to tears. Thus, for the sake of bonuses and benefits, while she silently grumbled, the moment she laid eyes on the Marquis, she joyfully approached him, enveloping him in a warm embrace, and ultimately pressing her lips against his in a passionate kiss. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, a testament to her expertise in such matters. Jin was quite appreciative of her fervor, holding her close for a brief moment before reluctantly letting her go. Captivated by her enchanting demeanor, he could not resist playfully nibbling at her delicate lips, relishing the moment. Ye Qingzhi, covering her slightly pained mouth, shot him a reproachful glance, yet she grasped his hand and, with a tender tone, expressed her gratitude. My lord, I am truly thankful for the honor you have bestowed upon me, allowing me to assist the lady in her accounts. Are you genuinely grateful, or are you merely refraining from cursing me for giving you work? Jin teased, pinching her soft cheek. Of course not. Although I may be somewhat lazy, I am certainly not oblivious to this opportunity, Ye Qingzhi replied, leaning against him with a sweet smile. Today, the lady mentioned that if I perform well and remain loyal to both you and her, without coveting the position of the mistress, she would grant my child the status of a legitimate heir and allow me to raise him, or her, myself. My lord, is this truly possible? I can hardly believe such good fortune could befall me. Ye Qingzhi pondered deeply. Although the prospect of childbirth was the last thing on her mind now, she was still quite young. In 8 years, she would merely be 25, an age considered ideal for motherhood. Life offers few spans of 8 years, and with so much uncertainty ahead, it was conceivable that she might not survive that long. If 8 years passed and she remained alive, having completely won over the lady and become her most trusted confidant, yet failing to win the Marquis's heart, it would be natural for him to seek new beauties, leaving her to fade with age, overshadowed by youthful rivals. By then, career survival might compel her to bear a child, securing her future through maternal ties. Thus, the promise of her child being recognized as a legitimate heir must be solidified with the Marquis. Since the lady has granted you such a promise, it is indeed sincere, Jin affirmed. With Ye's wisdom, it was certain her offspring would not be lacking, and her nurturing would only enhance that. If his wife was willing to grant Ye such esteem, he would certainly comply, as that child would be his own. Thank you, my lord. I am truly overwhelmed with gratitude. Ye Qingzhi exclaimed, embracing him and showering his face with affectionate pecks, expressing her elation. Jin chuckled, evading her kittenish kisses, lifting her and placing her gently on the bed, positioning himself above her, and spoke tenderly, then let us welcome a child together. I am not foolish enough to do that just yet. Once I become pregnant, I shall no longer enjoy such intimate moments with you, Ye Qingzhi quipped, her playful demeanor evident as she continued. I would be consumed by thoughts of you daily, longing for your presence, yet unable to indulge in the sweetness of your lips. How torturous that would be. Jin, bemused by her audacity, sealed her mouth with his own, momentarily satisfying their mutual desires. After their playful interlude, Ye Qingzhi, still mindful of the bonuses and benefits, felt invigorated rather than fatigued, and eagerly pulled Jin into further conversation. My lord, has word of last night's events at our residence spread? What are the rumors circulating? Is it believed that Lord Xian truly entangled himself with concubine Qin, or do they suspect this is more a retaliation from concubine Yao? Curious, Ye Qingzhi inquired. Rising early that morning, she had only heard Ru Yi's account of the situation, and with the day consumed by auditing, she had not ventured out to gather more information. Knowing that Jin had heeded her rather audacious suggestion filled her with excitement, yet she feared her audacity might tarnish the Marquis's reputation. However, his visit to her that evening suggested he held her in high regard, indicating that matters were likely not dire. Do you take me for a mere messenger? I lack the patience to elucidate every detail for you. If you truly wish to know, send a servant tomorrow to inquire, Jin replied with a hint of exasperation, pinching her rosy cheek. Ye Qingzhi, playfully biting his throat in response, lamented, you offer no useful insights, merely flirt with me. What use is your voice then? Jin, ignited by her playful bite, once again pinned her beneath him, answering her inquiries whilst tidying up her disarray. He revealed that he had indeed dispatched someone to steer the narrative, confirming that the prevailing sentiment favored the notion of concubine Yao seeking revenge. Even if rumors of indiscretion within the Marquis's residence arose, he had swiftly dealt with the culprits, imprisoning them for defaming the Marquis's name. For instance, upon learning of the scandal, Yao Yinin's father, Yao Wanyun, had approached him in shame, lamenting his daughter's misdeeds and imploring him to spare her life. Furthermore, Xia Lin's prospects for promotion, anticipated after the year-end official assessments, had been jeopardized due to his indulgence of his primary wife's chaos within the household, making advancement unlikely and possibly leading to marginalization. As Ye Qingzhi listened to Xia Jin's earnest explanations, she felt her mind drifting, overwhelmed by the weight of the revelations. The plight of those who employed their beauty to extract information was not lost on her. Being a working person was no easy task, as all employment bore its burdens. Meanwhile, in the main residence, Xia Lin bore 2 distinct handprints upon his face, a result of the old matriarch's furious slap. Madame Wang wept inconsolably, her eyes swollen to the size of walnuts. Alas, Xia Jin is too ruthless. He must have anticipated this all along. We thought we were being discreet, yet he has had eyes on us the entire time. Madame Wang lamented, torn between hatred and fear of Xia Jin, while also puzzling over why he had not intervened during their previous machinations. Was it merely to bide his time for a more significant strike? Xia Lin, listening to his wife's complaints, wore a grim expression, his emotions a tumultuous blend of fear, resentment, regret, and a desperate longing for retribution. Oh, how wretched my son Mingqing is. His promising future has been so carelessly destroyed. How could he end up with such a beast of a father? Madame Wang raged, cursing Xia Jin before turning her ire upon Xia Lin. Xia Lin's eyes darkened, lost in thought, remaining silent in the face of her accusations. Mingqing is very likely to have his examination results annulled. What shall we do, if cancelled? Must he wait another 3 years for the next autumn examination? How can he endure such an unjust fate when he has done nothing wrong? Madame Wang vented her frustrations, but upon noticing Xia Lin's continued silence, she grew agitated and began to strike him. You're a corpse. You've created this mess. What will you do about it? I do not care what means you employ, even if it costs you your position. You must not let Mingqing's prospects be destroyed. Get away. Do not lose your mind. Xia Lin retorted, his expression darkening as he pushed her away. I shall appeal to grandmother, asking her to intervene on Mingqing's behalf. Appeal to grandmother? Madame Wang paused, then shook her head in disapproval. No, that cannot do. If grandmother learns of your misdeeds, it may very well cause her distress, and your transgressions would only worsen. The emperor would not spare you then. Then what would you have me do? I merely consorted with a concubine, yet Xia Jin creates this uproar, jeopardizing Mingqing's future. Does he not value our family more than a mere concubine? Xia Lin exclaimed, his anger mounting. At this rate, in pursuit of his son's title, he may ruin the futures of all heirs from both the main and secondary households, undermining the foundation of our Jiangyang Marquisate. This matter is beyond anyone but grandmother. I must inform her. Upon hearing Xia Lin elevate the stakes to the future of the Jiangyang Marquisate and its lineage, Madame Wang conceded to the validity of his argument. Very well, you should visit Fusho Garden tomorrow to pay your respects, but do not speak too harshly, lest you provoke grandmother into ill health, Madame Wang cautioned, her worry palpable. Perhaps I should accompany you. If grandmother falls ill, it will be due to Xia Jin's destruction of Mingqing's prospects, not because of my dalliance with a mere concubine, nor due to our minor indiscretions, Xia Lin asserted with unwavering conviction. It is all Xia Jin's fault. Madame Wang. When it comes to shifting blame, her husband has truly reached the pinnacle of his craft, yet, in every other regard, he remains utterly inept. Once again, it is a day filled with an irresistible desire for the father to leave a son. Chapter 64 Oh, mother, have you also been transmigrated? At the break of dawn the following day, Ye Qingzhi awoke to find Xia Jin still lying beside her, causing her to blink in disbelief, suspecting she was imagining things. Master? Ye Qingzhi called out in a dazed manner, what time is it? Aren't you supposed to attend the morning court? Today is a rest day. Seeing her still in a fog, Xia Jin playfully pinched her rosy, adorable little face. When she winced in pain and curled up, he finally released her and summoned the maidservants to assist with her morning routine. Ye Qingzhi was thoroughly roused by his playful pinch and glared at him with feigned annoyance. Next time, you should wake me with a kiss, not a pinch. It's morning, and you haven't rinsed your mouth yet. There's a certain odor. Xia Jin retorted with mild disdain. You speak the truth. Ye Qingzhi nodded vigorously. As she noticed the maidservants entering with water, she dressed herself and got out of bed to freshen up. How is the account book inspection progressing? Xia Jin casually inquired after completing his own morning routine. Do you wish to hear the unvarnished truth? Ye Qingzhi spat out the salt water from her mouth and replied nonchalantly. What do you think? Xia Jin shot her a glance, irritation evident in his eyes. The truth is, it's a pile of falsified and shoddy accounts, hardly worth investigating. Instead, Master should have the Jinyui apprehend all those responsible for procurement and threaten their families to extract the genuine account books. It's simple and efficient. Ye Qingzhi responded with a flat expression. Then why make such a grand affair of it? Xia Jin raised an eyebrow. I'm doing it for the lady and others to see. How else can I highlight my capabilities? Although the accounts are poorly done, they serve as a teaching tool for the lady to understand how the subordinates deceive their master. Ye Qingzhi chuckled at the thought of some of the entries in the account books. What are you laughing at? Xia Jin asked, puzzled. Do you know, my lord, that eggs are listed at 10 won per pound, while they dare to write 500 won per pound in the accounts? A dish that costs only 50 won is recorded as 1 tael of silver. Ye Qingzhi winked at him, playfully adding, hee, I'm genuinely curious how much silver they've written in the account book shown to the old lady and the main wife. Do they see the lady and the marquis as easy marks, or do they simply have insatiable greed, fishing for silver from the old lady? While Xie Jin was not lacking in silver, he despised being deceived by those beneath him. Thus, upon hearing her words, his expression darkened immediately. Continue the inspection of the account books and write down everything you just mentioned. Xie Jin commanded coldly. Ye Qingzhi complied and then turned to Xie Jin, my lord, I plan to visit Shangguo Temple today to pay my respects. Will you send a few people to protect me? 6. Noticing her displeasure, Xie Jin, with a slight frown, tapped her forehead and remarked, when the lady goes out, she usually only takes a maximum of 8 guards. How much more do you wish for? Then let the hidden guards in my courtyard accompany me. Ye Qingzhi insisted, her tone resolute, since I will not be in the courtyard, they are of no use staying behind. They might as well come along. Xie Jin tapped her forehead again, spoiled by your favor. Yet, he ultimately did not refuse her request and chose not to inform her that he had dispatched additional guards to follow her. He could not bear the thought of such a delightful concubine coming to harm. After enjoying breakfast with Ye Qingzhi, Xie Jin did not linger and took his leave. Ye Qingzhi then arranged the work objectives for the accountants before setting out for Shangguo Temple with Rui and Xiaochan, leaving Xunya behind to guard the residence. This was only Ye Qingzhi's second outing since her arrival. Even though the Marquis's carriage was quite luxurious, it felt less stable and comfortable than a small electric tricycle used for transporting passengers. Given such travel conditions, should the Marquis one day wish to take her along on a trip, she would require substantial reimbursement for travel expenses to consider it. Otherwise, should she establish her persona as someone prone to motion sickness today? Perhaps she should make herself ill in the carriage first. Ye Qingzhi's thoughts spiraled into a chaotic array of trivialities, but as she chatted with Rui and the others, time passed swiftly. Half an hour later, they exited the city and traveled for another short while before reaching the summit of Cheng Mountain, finally arriving at Shangguo Temple. Shangguo Temple thrived with incense and visitors, bustling with patrons, and was also a well-known matchmaking corner. Whether highborn daughters or common folk, many came to seek their future spouses here. Xiaochan and Rui alighted from the carriage first, and Ye Qingzhi donned her veil, following suit. In truth, the etiquette of the Great Zhao Kingdom was not overly strict, and women were not treated with excessive severity, otherwise, there would be no concept of concubines having dowries. Thus, even when noble ladies ventured out, they typically did not conceal themselves. However, Ye Qingzhi felt her appearance too alluring for a place as crowded as Shangguo Temple, believing that a veil would mitigate unnecessary trouble. Upon entering the temple, Rui began to look around, searching for the eldest young master and the lady. Despite the throngs of visitors, the eldest young master's need for a wheelchair made him quite conspicuous, and they quickly spotted him. Miss, the eldest young master is over there. Rui pointed to the right, smiling at Ye Qingzhi. Ye Qingzhi glanced over, but from a distance and through her veil, she could only vaguely discern a young man seated in a wheelchair, before noticing a servant pushing the wheelchair toward them. Greetings, eldest young master. Rui performed a Ye Junfeng gestured for her to rise, then turned to Ye Qingzhi, speaking gently, sister, how do you fare? I am well. Since entering the Marquis's residence, both the Marquis and the mistress have treated me exceptionally well. I must have burned incense in my previous life to be granted this opportunity to serve the Marquis and the lady. Ye Qingzhi professed her loyalty effortlessly, never faltering in her faade. Ye Junfeng paused, a hint of intrigue in his gaze as he observed Ye Qingzhi, noticing the subtle change in her demeanor since entering the Marquis's residence, making her feel more foreign. That is good to hear. Ye Junfeng suppressed his bewilderment and smiled, I have taken on some responsibilities from our father, so I will be in charge of procurement matters at the Marquis's residence from now on. If you need anything, just send me a message, and I will ensure it is done. Ye Qingzhi raised an eyebrow at his words, finding a favorable impression of this elder brother. He was perceptive and cared for his sister. Excellent, I have something I need your assistance with. Could you lend me a few accountants from home? Ye Qingzhi briefly explained her investigation of the accounts. Ye Junfeng's eyes widened in astonishment, surprised that his sister was involved in the management of the Marquis's residence, and he grew concerned that she was being set up as a scapegoat. The old accounts of the Marquis's residence were not so easily unraveled. This was a battle among masters. There is no need for concern, brother. I will not be made a scapegoat. Ye Qingzhi discerned his worries and smiled reassuringly. The Marquis and the lady truly treat me very well. That is good to hear. Ye Junfeng's apprehensions deepened, but he could only suppress his inquiries for the moment. As they conversed, a young man and a veiled woman hurried over from a distance, accompanied by 2 maidservants. Qingzhi. The woman approached and lifted her veil, calling out to her with surprise. Ye Qingzhi gazed at the elegant and ethereal beauty before her, finding it impossible to reconcile this image with her original memories of a weeping, frail mother. The disparity was striking. Ye Qingzhi, mother, have you also been transmigrated? Chapter 65. My beautiful mother is rather charming. Ye Qingzhi lifted her veil and scrutinized her stunning mother closely, growing increasingly perplexed by the drastic transformation. Yet, her mother greeted her warmly, grasping her hand and gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, tenderly saying, Qingzhi, I am so sorry. It is all my fault for being useless, unable to protect you, forcing you to enter the Marquis's residence as a concubine. Ye Qingzhi, well, this immediately aligned with her memories of her frail mother. It turned out that it was not her original mother's essence that had changed. Instead, her mother had spent over a decade practicing vegetarianism and Buddhism, cultivating a refined and ethereal exterior. Without uttering a word, her mother exuded an aura of serenity and grace that was utterly enchanting, but upon speaking, the illusion was somewhat shattered, revealing the same gentle, weeping disposition. Nevertheless, the combination of a serene beauty with tears was undeniably captivating, just different from her own alluring, fox-like charm. "Mother, I am doing splendidly in the Marquis's residence, just look at my complexion. Do I seem like one who has suffered?" Ye Qingzhi affectionately linked her arm with her mother's, smiling brightly. Who wouldn't adore a beauty, especially one as elegantly graceful as her mother? Regardless of the original relationship between her and her mother, Ye Qingzhi found herself drawn to this exquisite woman and yearned to be close to her. "Your complexion does appear well, but I am rather dim-witted and cannot discern from your appearance whether you have truly suffered. You often deceive me." Mu Nianqiu gazed intently at her, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a mix of worry and concern evident. Why Ye Qingzhi, her beautiful mother was somewhat endearing. However, with such simplicity, sincerity, or even naivety, how would she navigate the complexities of the inner quarters? No wonder she had been misled and wrongfully imprisoned in the family temple for over a decade. "Mother, let us not dwell on me." Ye Qingzhi quickly shifted the subject, asking, "How has father treated you since your return? Has that Gu woman caused you any trouble? If she becomes unruly, I won't allow the Marquis to release Ye Qingzhi." "Gu voluntarily asked to leave, and your father has reinstated me as the legitimate wife. He treats me quite well, though perhaps a bit too fervently." Mu Nianqiu slightly furrowed her brows, expressing a blend of distress, distaste, and helplessness. Why Ye Qingzhi, she could see her mother was well received, and if it were a man, especially one who was the legitimate husband, wouldn't he be entirely focused on winning over such a beautiful woman? How scandalous! Matters of the elders' households were not something she should jest about. "Sister, Ye Qingzhi was released yesterday under your name," Yi Junfeng interjected. "That is of no concern. If she misbehaves, she can be detained once more." Ye Qingzhi's tone was casual and natural, yet the authority of a higher position was unmistakable. Yi Junfeng was momentarily taken aback by her words, but the smile on his face deepened. It seemed his sister was indeed faring well in the Marquis's residence. As Ye Qingzhi chatted with her mother and the others, they made their way toward the temple's main hall. She planned to kneel and offer a proper prayer to the Buddha, then seek an oracle, hoping to consult the most renowned Master Yi in the temple for guidance. It was widely rumored that Master Yi was a sage of profound insight and adept at divination. Ye Qingzhi was eager to see if he possessed any true abilities to discern the issues concerning her soul. The temple was crowded, and Ye Qingzhi and her companions were unaware that at the moment Mu Nianqiu lifted her veil, a middle-aged man clad in brocade robes had set his sights on her, his eyes reflecting a deep admiration and an intent to possess. As Mu Nianqiu lowered her veil, he continued to gaze at her until she and Ye Qingzhi's group moved away and entered the main hall. "Investigate which household the woman in the blue dress belongs to," the man commanded his attendant in a low voice. "Yes, my lord." The attendant complied without hesitation. The man was about to turn to leave when he noticed the Duke of Pingnan, Xiamingli, approaching him and decided to wait for him. "Greetings, my lord." Upon realizing it was the Duke of Su, Xiamingli hurried a few steps forward and bowed respectfully. "Please rise." The Duke of Su replied coolly, "Has Lord Xie come to Xianghua Temple for the anniversary of the late lady?" "Indeed." Xiamingli nodded, his expression somber, choosing not to elaborate further. "My condolences, Lord Xie." The Duke of Su's demeanor remained indifferent, yet a hint of disdain and mockery flickered in his eyes as he advised, "The lady has passed. Lamenting her loss serves no purpose. It would be better to cherish those present." The Duke of Su was the 13th prince of the emperor, and notably, a full-blooded brother, highly trusted by the emperor and commanding a force of 100,000 black-feathered troops. In previous years, he had been stationed at the border, but after a decisive victory in the Huai River campaign last year, the Great Zhao managed to repel the formidable and encroaching Great Yan, leading to a 10-year peace treaty between the two nations. The Duke of Su had thus returned to the capital. Among his ranks was a general named Zhao Kongping, who had slain a prominent general of the Great Yan during the Huai River battle, achieving remarkable merit and solidifying the victory of the campaign. This Zhao Kongping was the elder brother of Zhao Xinlan, not only restoring the Zhao family's honor through the Huai River battle but also elevating his sister to the position of the primary wife. However, the outcome was that Xiamingli, suddenly filled with regret, had become deeply attached to his deceased original wife, turning the Zhao family into a laughingstock. The Duke of Su admired and valued Zhao Kongping, and upon seeing Xiamingli, he took the opportunity to subtly reprimand him, urging him to give the Zhao family some face and not to create a spectacle. Xiamingli's expression darkened as he acknowledged the prince's words, internally criticizing the Duke of Su for meddling in his household matters, believing he was overstepping his bounds. The Duke of Su had indeed become overly familiar during his time at the Huai River, encroaching far too much into others' affairs. Meanwhile, Ye Qingzhi and Mu Nianqiu entered the main hall, where Ye Qingzhi gazed at the gilded statues of the Buddha, unsure of whom was whom, and randomly chose one to kneel before and begin her prayer. After concluding her prayer, Ye Qingzhi opened her eyes to find her beautiful mother kneeling beside her, reciting Buddhist scriptures. Such professionalism was truly impressive. It seemed her mother genuinely enjoyed the practice of vegetarianism and Buddhism, not merely pretending. Noticing that her mother was deeply engrossed in her chanting and would take some time to finish, Ye Qingzhi refrained from interrupting and instead sought an oracle. Due to Ye Qingzhi's generous nature, wishing to donate 5,000 taels of incense money to the temple, she was promptly introduced to Master Yi, who would personally interpret her oracle for her, a testament to her financial prowess. Upon meeting Master Yi, Ye Qingzhi observed his long, white eyebrows and the ethereal aura he possessed, which inspired an involuntary sense of trust and respect within her. Regardless of his abilities, his demeanor was enough to command respect. Ye Qingzhi sincerely bowed to him and then said, "Greetings, Master. I have been plagued by nightmares of late, as if living another person's life, which fills me with dread and concern. I wonder if you might offer me some guidance. What path lies ahead for me?" "The path is beneath your feet." Ye Qingzhi, Chapter 66. The unveiling of the plot of coercion and abduction. The lady need not be troubled. "Your arrival here is destined, and when that destiny concludes, you shall find your own path," said the master. Ye Qingzhi, with a furrowed brow, such vague fortune-telling was as good as meaningless, and she felt utterly deceived. Were it not for the fact that he was a revered monk, and she still wished to maintain her dignity, she would have demanded her money back. "What kind of destiny are you speaking of? Is it a karmic bond, a fateful connection, a romantic fate, or perhaps a blood tie, master? Do clarify," Ye Qingzhi retorted. "The best way to dismantle a charlatan's ruse is to demand specificity and detail. While your romantic ties may have waned, your blessings are profound, and in the future, you shall attain great fortune. Your blood ties are the very reason for your presence here. As for karmic bonds, since they have already faded, do not cling to the past, look forward instead. More cannot be divulged, for the secrets of heaven must not be revealed," the master continued. Ye Qingzhi thought to herself, "This master certainly has a way with words." She couldn't help but feel somewhat swayed, thinking that perhaps the 5,000 taels of silver were not entirely wasted after all. "Lady, why not show me the prayer slip you have drawn?" Master Liao Yin suggested. She handed it over, the contents of which were enigmatic. Every character was familiar, yet the overall meaning eluded her. "This is an excellent omen, and what you seek shall indeed come to fruition," Master Liao Yin proclaimed with a smile. "Does the master truly understand my wish?" "It is not easily fulfilled," Ye Qingzhi replied, displaying her argumentative nature. "It shall be realized." Master Liao Yin maintained his serene smile, showing no sign of being offended. Nearby, Did she believe that her generous donation entitled her to such caprice? Ye Qingzhi frowned and thought it best to let it go. After all, she merely sought peace of mind and did not truly believe in this. "Lady, why not inscribe another character? I will elucidate it further for you." Master Liao Yin observed her continued discontent and offered his services with remarkable courtesy. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Qingzhi wrote the character for return on the paper prepared by the young monk. She yearned to go home, to leave this place, and this character represented her state of mind most aptly. Master Liao Yin gazed at the character for a moment, then turned to her with a gentle demeanor and said, "This character for return contains two mouths, symbolizing the cycles of fate and the idea of coming back. Past ties and present resolutions signify both a beginning and an end. Though they appear separated, they are intrinsically linked. You mentioned experiencing frequent nightmares. Perhaps this is a form of response and revelation. Furthermore, return also implies a turning point, a revival. Fear not, for all shall unfold to your satisfaction." Upon hearing this, regardless of its veracity, Ye Qingzhi found herself kneeling before Master Liao Yin. The 5,000 taels felt justified. She even considered offering him a reward. "Thank you, Master, for your enlightening words." Ye Qingzhi expressed sincerely with a deep bow. After bidding farewell to Master Liao Yin, she returned to the main hall, where she noticed her beautiful mother had already risen from the meditation mat and was engaged in conversation with a stranger. Upon closer inspection, it was a middle-aged man she did not recognize. Fortunately, her elder brother and younger brother were present, so it could not be said that they were entirely lacking in propriety. As she approached, before she could inquire, her composed elder brother spoke up, "Sister, this is Lord Su, quickly pay your respects." "I have met with the Lord." Ye Qingzhi suppressed her surprise and greeted Lord Su with proper decorum. "Do not stand on ceremony," Lord Su replied coolly, turning to bid farewell to Moon Yanxiu. "Thank you, madam, for your guidance. Here is a token of my appreciation." With that, he removed a jade pendant from his waist and pressed it into Moon Yanxiu's hands. Moon Yanxiu's expression shifted slightly as she attempted to refuse, but Lord Su insisted, forcing it into her grasp before he turned to leave. Ye Qingzhi felt an alarm bell ringing in her heart. What was happening? "Elder brother, it is said that Lord Su was a valiant warrior, fearless against gods and demons, the god of war for our Zhao dynasty. I never expected him to be so affable and unpretentious," her younger brother Ye Junyi remarked with admiration, already captivated by Lord Su. "Indeed, I did not anticipate Lord Su to be so approachable," Ye Junfeng added half-heartedly, his eyes filled with concern. He glanced at their mother, then at the jade pendant in her hands, his brow furrowed as he sighed inwardly. That was a prince of high standing. They were merely lowly merchants, subject to the whims of imperial favor. "Mother, what transpired? Why did Lord Su thank you just now?" Ye Qingzhi inquired. "Lord Su heard me reciting the Buddhist scriptures and asked about the meaning of a few verses," Moon Yanxiu explained. Why Ye Qingzhi was taken aback. With a multitude of monks present in the temple, why did he have to approach her beautiful mother for such inquiries? His intentions were clearly not as innocent as they appeared. Ye Qingzhi felt overwhelmed. How had she unwittingly unlocked this scenario of coercion and abduction? If Lord Su were intent on pursuing her mother, it was likely her father would willingly offer her up. The power of the crown was absolute. It was but a mere word to demand not only a wife but the lives of an entire family, easily justified by a convenient excuse afterward. This was distressing, exceedingly distressing. What was to be done? Elder brother, mother, younger brother, let us return home, Ye Qingzhi declared, having lost all desire to linger any longer. Initially, she had intended to stay for lunch, as the vegetarian cuisine at Shanghua Temple was renowned, but now she wished to leave without delay. After all, her business had been attended to as she had seen the master, made a donation for the longevity lamp, and her family had met with her. On the way home, Ye Qingzhi insisted that her mother share a carriage with her, providing them a chance to converse. Mu Nianqiu gladly accepted, feeling that their time together had been far too brief, and there was much left unsaid. Mother, once we return, you should consider a divorce from father, Ye Qingzhi stated decisively. A divorce would grant her mother freedom. Even if Lord Su were to forcibly take her as a concubine, it would be preferable to being offered up by her father. Why? Mu Nianqiu asked, slightly taken aback. Because Lord Su has clearly developed an interest in you. That jade pendant is a testament to his intentions, Ye Qingzhi explained plainly, aware of her mother's straightforward nature. Mu Nianqiu's face paled, and she fell silent, though not lacking an understanding of what this implied. Could I not simply cut my hair and enter a nunnery? Mu Nianqiu suggested. That may not be feasible, Ye Qingzhi shook her head, her heart aching for her beautiful mother. She spoke gently. If Lord Su was aware that you were already married and yet acts as he did today, it shows his domineering nature, and he likely would not relent even if you became a nun. Then I have no choice but to seek death, Mu Nianqiu whispered, adopting an attitude of indifference toward life and death. Don't say such foolish things, mother. Ye Qingzhi grasped her hand tightly. It is not so grave, truly. Does it not concern one's honor? Is that not a matter of great significance? Mu Nianqiu felt this was indeed a monumental issue. In the face of life and death, all else fails, including honor. It is not a big deal. Mother, after years of reciting the scriptures, how can you still be so attached to worldly matters? What then should be done? Must I submit to him? Mu Nianqiu found this notion difficult to accept. Ye Qingzhi hesitated, unsure how to persuade her mother without leading her astray. After all, they were separated by a millennium of differing ideologies. If a mere 3 years could create a generational gap, how much more so 1,000? Chapter 67 Sin and Guilt. In Ye Qingzhi's perspective, given the state of affairs in ancient times, resistance against imperial power was futile. Thus, she believed it prudent to detach from emotions, to accept her circumstances with a languid resignation, while employing every stratagem to secure the most advantageous position for herself, along with a favorable salary and benefits. After all, it was merely a matter of changing employers. If her beautiful mother could transition to a new role, attaining the status of a favored concubine from the Prince of Su, rather than remaining a nameless mistress, it might even be considered a promotion compared to being the wife of a merchant. However, while she could entertain such notions, it was implausible for a woman of her mother's antiquated principles, who held honor above all, to think similarly. She could not persuade her mother in such a manner. It would seem as if she were coercing her mother into becoming a concubine for the prince. Qingzhi, tell me truthfully, if I were to submit to the Prince of Su, would it benefit you or would it tarnish your reputation? Mu Nianqiu inquired softly. If it would bring you advantages and not be a burden, I could consider it. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi shook her head vehemently. Mother, please do not even entertain the thought of compromising yourself for our sake by yielding to the Prince of Su. It would lead to your own suffering. Furthermore, if you wear a frown day after day, harboring deep grievances, it could easily provoke the prince's ire. If he were to retaliate, it might very well be us who suffer for your perceived insensitivity. That would truly be a disastrous outcome, resulting in both loss and humiliation. Mu Nianqiu contemplated her daughter's words, recognizing their validity. She had once incurred the wrath of her husband, leading not only to her confinement in a family shrine for over a decade but also causing her children to suffer, deprived of their father's affection, struggling to survive within the household. If she were to offend a prince of such high standing and power, her children might find themselves in dire peril. Perhaps it would be better for me to perish, to end it all, Mu Nianqiu sighed, feeling utterly cornered. Mother, such thoughts are far more perilous. Ye Qingzhi asserted with a serious demeanor, her tone heavy with concern. Consider this. If you were to die, the Prince of Su would not only be enraged at your rejection but would likely regard it as a personal affront to imperial authority. He would be driven to unleash his wrath upon my brothers. They could face exile at best, or worse, execution. Ye Qingzhi was not merely speaking in hyperbole, her words were grounded in the harsh realities of their situation. Mu Nianqiu's face paled at her daughter's frightful predictions. Qingzhi, you are far too wise. I shall not entertain thoughts of death. However, serving the prince with a cheerful heart may prove to be beyond my capabilities. Mu Nianqiu was indeed distressed. She found it difficult to feign happiness. She could not muster a smile when angered, nor could she laugh when she felt like crying. Moreover, she was utterly inept at pleasing a man in bed. Years ago, Ye Yongyuan had scolded her for being as lifeless as a dead fish, dampening his spirits. No matter how she contemplated it, the road ahead seemed fraught with despair. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she grasped Ye Qingzhi's hand, feeling a wave of guilt. Forgive me, Qingzhi, for dragging you into this. I never imagined that at my age, I would still attract the attention of a prince. I guess there's something amiss with him? Ye Qingzhi felt a mix of sympathy and amusement at her mother's self-deprecating remarks. Her mother truly lacked awareness of her own allure, and at 35, after years of quietude, her mother possessed an elegant grace that made her appear much younger. It was no surprise to Ye Qingzhi that the Prince of Su had taken an interest in her mother. In fact, she believed that her mother's simple and unassuming beauty might appeal to a man as domineering as the prince, rendering her even more enchanting in his eyes. Observing her mother's troubled countenance, Ye Qingzhi pondered a solution. Sometimes, a mere shift in perspective could transform an unwelcome task into a welcomed endeavor. By viewing the situation from a different angle, one could find a broader path forward. Feeling overwhelmed, Moon Yanxiu picked up her prayer beads and began to chant sutras, seeking inner peace. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Qingzhi as she watched her mother's demeanor. She took her mother's hand and spoke, "Mother, in your devotion to the Buddha, you must remember that all beings suffer and must be saved, including oneself. Consider this, the Prince of Su has waged war for over a decade, leaving countless souls in his wake. While he has protected the people of our Zhao, he has also committed acts of violence. Furthermore, his disregard for propriety in pursuing you is a manifestation of his greed and desire, which is another sin. He bears many faults and will surely face dire consequences in the afterlife. Why not view your submission to the prince as an opportunity to guide him, to accompany him, and to offer him prayers that might absolve him of his transgressions? After all, he is a protector of our Zhao, and we owe it to him to contribute to his safeguarding." Can one truly perceive it in such a manner? Moon Yanxiu was taken aback, both puzzled and profoundly moved. "Of course." Ye Qingzhi replied with unwavering conviction, "Mother, consider if you were to approach this situation with the intent to guide him. Could you then face him with tranquility? You need not feign affection or harbor resentment. Instead, adopt an attitude of compassion, treating him as an equal, embracing his faults. Do you understand, Mother?" Seeing her mother's bewildered yet earnest expression, Ye Qingzhi felt her resolve wavering. Sin and guilt, she did not wish to manipulate her mother into joining the ranks of the working class, but she hoped this perspective would bring her mother some comfort in life. After all, living is about forgiving oneself, even if it means finding a false sense of purpose amid a life of toil that yields little reward. Viewing it as you suggested does indeed feel better. I find myself less resistant, though I still fear offending the prince, Moon Yanxiu admitted. "You need not worry, Mother, just trust in me. Later, I shall teach you some communication techniques that will ensure you navigate encounters with the Prince of Su with ease." As Ye Qingzhi realized she had successfully instilled her mother with a new outlook, she breathed a sigh of relief, albeit tinged with a sense of guilt. She was deeply concerned about her mother's future within the princess household. It would all depend on whether the prince would be inclined to spare a thought for her mother's well-being. Even a modicum of his attention would ensure her mother's safety and security. After all, if he was so taken with her that he would offer her a precious jade pendant, it was only natural that he would wish to protect her. Once their carriage returned to the city and it was time to part ways, Ye Qingzhi instructed her mother to board the carriage returning to the Yi residence while she summoned her elder brother to discuss their mother's situation. She recognized her brother as clever and dependable. Why Ye Qingzhi shared her plans with Ye Junfeng, who was both surprised and impressed by her handling of the matter. "Rest assured, elder brother will cooperate fully." With that, Ye Qingzhi said no more, boarding the carriage bound for the Marquis's residence. Meanwhile, at the Shangui temple, Ye Qingzhi took her leave of Master Liaoyin, after which Xia Mingli approached to request an audience with the master. The anniversary of Lin Qingwan's passing was just 7 days away, and he wished for Master Liaoyin to recite sutras for her, as such a request required his personal intervention given his esteemed reputation. Though Master Liaoyin graciously agreed, he cautioned, "Minister Xia, do not dwell on the past, grant yourself forgiveness and let go of your departed wife." Xia Mingli offered a wry smile, "I have wronged her deeply, committing too many transgressions that led her to die with resentment. My actions are a means of atonement." Master Liaoyin sighed lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "If I may, I would like to engage in a game of chess with you and converse," Xia Mingli added. Master Liaoyin gestured for him to proceed, and a young monk hurried to fetch the chessboard while discreetly removing the paper on which Ye Qingzhi had been writing moments before. "Wait." Ye Qingzhi encounters a crisis. Xia Mingli nearly snatched the paper from the hands of the young monk, his gaze fixated on the familiar character inscribed upon it, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. It was indeed the elegant handwriting of Qingwan. Over the past year, he had perused her letters and manuscripts countless times, becoming intimately familiar with her script. Her distinctive character was particularly noteworthy. The strokes on the outside were straight and precise, while those within were rounded and smooth. This mirrored her personality, outwardly formal and rigid, yet inwardly a tender soul. Thus, it must be Qingwan's writing. But how could that be? Qingwan had already departed from this world's master. Who penned this? Xia Mingli, fully aware of the improbability, nevertheless asked with palpable excitement. Lord Xia, do not fall into delusion, Master Liaoyin sighed, refraining from providing an answer, instead offering counsel. "Whose paper is this?" Xia Mingli turned to the young monk, his gaze piercing and authoritative. The young monk, feeling the weight of his presence, replied nervously, "This was written by a female member of the Jiangyang Marquisate. She also donated 5,000 taels of silver to the temple and lit a longevity lamp for Madame Lin." Upon hearing this, Xia Mingli's breath hitched slightly, as he realized who it was. It was the concubine of Xie Jin, the one mistakenly identified as Wan'er by his great-grandmother during the mid-autumn banquet. And it was indeed her. While he was taken aback, the incident at the banquet began to make sense. There must be some connection between Aunt Yi and Wan'er. Xia Mingli carefully tucked the paper away and, no longer wishing to play chess with Master Liaoyin, bid him farewell and swiftly departed. Master Liaoyin watched his retreating figure and sighed, Jiangyang Marquisate Aunt, you have finally returned. Just now, the Marquis sent word that you are to go directly to Fusho Garden upon your arrival." Xinyu rushed to greet Ye Qingzhi, her voice laced with urgency. "Fusho Garden, the matriarch wishes to see me. Do you know the reason? What of Madame? Is she aware of this matter?" Ye Qingzhi, still catching her breath, was abruptly informed of yet another pressing affair, and given that it involved the matriarch, she had to muster all her wits to face it. A flurry of inquiries escaped her lips, as she sought essential information to comprehend the situation at Fusho Garden. Yu, having been by Ye Qingzhi's side for 2 months, possessed the ability to gather information efficiently and had already discreetly learned all she could. "Aunt, I've heard that the main household has gone to Fusho Garden to complain to the matriarch, claiming that our marquis deliberately caused the eldest son's examination results to be annulled, thereby jeopardizing the future of the heirs and undermining the foundation of the marquisate. They aim to cast blame upon our master, but how could we allow their wicked schemes to succeed?" When the matriarch learned of the disgraceful acts committed by the main household, she became so enraged that she fainted. 2 imperial physicians from the Tai hospital are still present. The lords of the household have all gathered and are waiting outside Fusho Garden. Ye Qingzhi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Why was she, a mere department head, summoned amidst such turmoil, and what purpose do they have in summoning me? To vent their frustrations upon me? She inquired, recognizing that she too was a catalyst in the sordid affairs involving Yao Yinin and the main household. "I have heard that once the matriarch was revived, she was still somewhat disoriented and repeatedly called out for Madame Lin. However, Madame Lin is no longer present, which led others to remark upon your resemblance to her. Given that you have endeared yourself to the matriarch, it is hoped that you might tend to her ailments and hasten her recovery." Ye Qingzhi, she was not a divine healer, nor did she possess the remarkable ability to cure. She was certainly not a bride of good fortune, capable of reviving the matriarch simply by her presence. If she were to tend to the matriarch and, by some miracle, facilitate her swift recovery, she would gladly do so, despite the fatigue it might entail. The matriarch had shown her kindness, and she was willing to reciprocate, hoping for favorable treatment in return. Yet, the matriarch was now 88 years old, a veritable longevity star in ancient times. She could hardly withstand the strain. What if Adachi did not wish to curse the matriarch, but the reality was daunting. If she were to tend to her, and the matriarch were to pass away, it would spell disaster for her as well. This task of attending to the matriarch was truly a hot potato. Should anything go awry, her career as a concubine would be irrevocably jeopardized. The most critical aspect was that she had no grounds to refuse. Regardless of her status as a mere concubine, even the head matriarch could not decline the responsibility of caring for the matriarch. Ye Qingzhi could only turn to the heavens, no, to Buddha, for solace. "Buddha, your humble devotee has just donated 5,000 taels of silver. In your busy schedule, I beseech you to grant me a moment of your attention." Ye Qingzhi took a moment to freshen up, donning a set of light and convenient attire before heading to Fusho Garden with her maids. The matriarch lay in a state of unconsciousness, and the household lords had gathered, each accompanied by their own servants, rendering Fusho Garden exceedingly crowded. Ye Qingzhi entered the room amidst the watchful gazes of the assembled lords, akin to a lone star amidst a multitude of celestial bodies, scrutinized and perhaps scorned by many. She felt as though a person suffering from social anxiety might very well faint under such pressure. Upon entering, she spotted her 2 immediate superiors and sighed in relief. "Greetings, Marquis, Madam." Ye Qingzhi respectfully saluted them. "Do rise," Zhang Jingyi replied, her expression complex as she gazed at Ye Qingzhi. In a soft, almost wistful tone, she whispered, "Auntie, the condition of our grandmother is grave. The reason for your summons is in recognition of your intelligence and the fondness our ancestor holds for you. You must do your utmost. Should anything happen to her, I will do my best to protect you." As she uttered the last words, Zhang Jingyi leaned closer to Ye Qingzhi, ensuring that only they could hear. Upon receiving this assurance, Ye Qingzhi couldn't help but smile. Her customary respects to the madam had not been in vain. Her silver had not been wasted. After Zhang Jingyi's admonitions, she stepped back, allowing the Marquis to converse with Ye Qingzhi. "I have something of great importance to discuss with the Marquis." Ye Qingzhi stepped forward, speaking softly to Xia Jin. "Today, we encountered Prince Su at Shangua Temple, who took an immediate liking to my mother and gifted her a personal jade pendant. My mother, realizing she cannot refuse the prince's affections, has resolved to part ways with my father and submit to Prince Su, seeking a position as a concubine rather than an extraneous woman." Xia Jin raised an eyebrow in surprise, inquiring, "What do you seek from me?" "I seek nothing for myself. I obtained an auspicious omen at Shangua Temple today. Master Liaoyin assured me that my wishes will be fulfilled, and all will go smoothly. Therefore, rest assured, I will tend to the matriarch, and she shall surely awaken soon." Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile, "Master Liaoyin, this is not a trap I am laying for you. It is merely the truth. Therefore, you must also ensure the matriarch's safety, lest this incident tarnish your reputation in the eyes of others." Chapter 69. No matter how bitter, one should not torture oneself. "Very well, since Master Liaoyin has proclaimed you as fortunate, then with you caring for grandmother, she is sure to enjoy extended blessings and longevity." Xia Jin gazed at Ye Qingzhi, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes, his words clearly elevating her status. The underlying implication was that a person as blessed as Ye Qingzhi attending to grandmother would bear no blame should the elder falter. Rather, the fault would lie with the eldest branch that had caused her distress. "Lord Xia, you flatter me," Ye Qingzhi replied with a respectful gesture, feeling grateful. "It is not flattery. It is the trust one places in Master Liaoyin," Xia Jin emphasized. Ye Qingzhi's demeanor greatly pleased him, even surprising him with its brilliance. In today's setting, she had been thrust into the spotlight, concerning grandmother's well-being. Should anything happen to the elder, he had not conceived any means to ensure her safety. Unexpectedly, she had once again extricated herself from a dire situation through her own merits. Had she not visited Shangua Temple today, she would have lacked this impeccable justification, demonstrating her genuine fortune. Were the circumstances more appropriate, Xia Jin would have fancied embracing her, to revel in her luck. Beside them, Zhang Jingyi, upon hearing of Ye Qingzhi's auspicious fortune and Master Liaoyin's words, could not help but brighten, a smile gracing her face. She glanced at the elderly matriarch and Zhao Xinlan, along with Zhang Ro, and raised her voice cheerfully, "Auntie, I have always known you to be a woman of fortune. Your visit to Xianghua Temple today has indeed confirmed this. Grandmother is already attended by her usual caretakers. You need not exert yourself, lest you inadvertently cause her further distress. Simply accompany her and share some light-hearted conversation to lift her spirits, that she may awaken sooner. Ye Qingzhi appreciated her mistress's guidance, grateful for the support that prevented her from having to directly tend to grandmother. Regardless of the outcome, today both the lord and lady had actively shielded her, endeavoring to ensure her protection, which alleviated her worries. At last, her efforts had not been in vain. Her superiors were truly commendable. The attitudes of Xie Jin and Zhang Jingyi prompted Jiang Ro to scrutinize Ye Qingzhi for the first time. Her enchanting beauty was unsurprising and captivating the affections of young Lord Xie. However, the fact that even the wife of the Duke of Jiangyang exerted such effort to safeguard her was rather extraordinary. Zhao Xinlan, too, observed Ye Qingzhi with a surreptitious gaze, her eyes betraying a mix of jealousy and disdain. She must be Lin Qingwan. Zhang Jingyi might have known some details, given her amicable relationship with Lin Qingwan during her lifetime. Otherwise, it would be quite peculiar for a main lady to bestow such favor upon a favored concubine. Ye Qingzhi approached the inner chamber, arriving at the bedside, where the frail and ailing matriarch lay. Her heart ached, and before she could compose herself, tears welled in her eyes. She sighed internally, reflecting that Lin Qingwan must have regarded the matriarch as family. Otherwise, witnessing the elder's distress would not have evoked such profound anger and sorrow within her. Seated by the bed, Ye Qingzhi gently grasped the matriarch's hand. Although the attending Granny Xiao moved her lips, she refrained from intervening. Great ancestor, it is I, Ye Qingzhi, she spoke softly. I visited Xianghua Temple today to pray, and Master Liaoying declared my deep fortune, assuring that my wishes would be fulfilled. I believe his words apply to you as well, as I have longed for your swift recovery, wishing you enduring blessings and longevity. You need not worry, I shall remain by your side, and no ill fortune shall approach you. Once you have rested enough, please open your eyes and look upon me. Upon finishing her heartfelt words, Ye Qingzhi noticed the matriarch's fingers twitch slightly, indicating that the elder's consciousness was returning, that she could indeed hear her. Granny, did you see? The matriarch's fingers moved. She can hear me. Ye Qingzhi exclaimed joyfully to Granny Xiao. Indeed, Aunt Yi has truly won the matriarch's favor. You are indeed a fortunate one. The moment you arrived, the matriarch's spirits lifted. Speak with her more, Granny Xiao responded, her gaze towards Ye Qingzhi now softened. Great ancestor, I understand why you were upset. Although I lack the qualifications to counsel you, my heart aches for you. Thus, I wish to share a quaint story with you. In a certain village, there lived an old woman, Granny Gua, surrounded by numerous descendants. Some were promising, while others were disappointments, bringing her much vexation. Frequently, Granny Guo would faint from the distress caused by her unfilial children and grandchildren. One day, after being particularly upset, she truly lost her spirit and found herself in the realm of the dead, face to face with the king of hell. Upon reviewing her life ledger, the king discovered that Granny Guo's lifespan was not yet exhausted. She had a full 10 years remaining, yet was on the brink of a premature death. Overwhelmed with grief, she vehemently chastised her ungrateful descendants and pleaded for the king to return her to the mortal realm. Of the king, moved by her maternal heart, agreed to send her back, but not before imparting a piece of wisdom. Children and grandchildren have their own fates. Do not toil for them, and do not impose upon the destinies of others. No matter how bitter life becomes, do not make yourself suffer. Great ancestor, though I may not yet be a parent and do not fully comprehend the worries of motherhood, I find great merit in these words, and thus I wish to share them with you. Before she could finish, Ye Qingzhi noticed the matriarch's eyes flutter open, gazing at her with warmth, her voice faint yet tender. Well spoken. Great ancestor, you are awake. Ye Qingzhi exclaimed in delight, nearly leaping from her seat, clasping her hands in gratitude. Thank you, Buddha, and thank you, Master Liaoying. You are indeed a capable man, and I shall no longer speak ill of you as merely a charlatan. Suddenly, those waiting outside, upon hearing of the matriarch's awakening, rushed in, surrounding the bedside with various expressions of concern and inquiry. Ye Qingzhi found herself pushed to the periphery, instinctively retreating, having no desire to claim credit. You did well, Xie Jin remarked, approaching her with a smile of praise. Ye Qingzhi returned his smile, quickly grasping his hand before releasing it, whispering, in truth, I was quite anxious, my palms were clammy. Xie Jin felt the dampness of her hand, and upon hearing her confession, his heart softened. His gaze upon her was unprecedentedly gentle, his voice low and soothing. It's all right, remain here for now, and I shall take you home shortly. Very well, Ye Qingzhi replied obediently, her smile brightening. Once the matriarch awoke, the physician assured everyone that she was stable but required rest and quietude, prompting the guests to depart. Before leaving, Ye Qingzhi approached the matriarch once more to pay her respects. The elder smiled affectionately at her. Though still weak, she could only request Granny Xiao to procure some fine gifts for Ye Qingzhi. After expressing her gratitude, Ye Qingzhi departed, laden with a plethora of rewards, following the lord and lady back to the western garden. Once the guests had vacated, the matriarch inquired of Granny Xiao, where is the eldest son? He received a severe reprimand from the seventh master and has been confined to the ancestral hall, Granny Xiao replied softly. The seventh master referred to Xie Jin. What a pity for that child Mingqing, the matriarch lamented weakly. Indeed, the late Marquis insisted on bestowing the title upon the seventh master. In hindsight, it seems the late Marquis was indeed wise and far-sighted, for the eldest son has proven somewhat reckless, unfit to uphold the family name, Granny Xiao commented. He is talented, yet, the matriarch sighed lightly, this modest Marquis is ultimately insufficient to contain him, nor should it seek to restrain him any longer. Chapter 70. To present her to the Duke of Pingnan as if she were an object, Xie Mingli hastily returned to the Duke of Pingnan's residence from Xianghua Temple. Upon arriving at the gate, he was informed that the matriarch was unwell. At this news, anxiety and fear gripped him, causing beads of cold sweat to break out on his brow, but he rushed towards Fusho Garden, inquiring along the way about the situation from the steward. He learned that the commotion stemmed from the main household in the West Garden, which had angered the matriarch to the point of fainting. Inciting his fury, they could create disturbances, but to bring such sordid matters before their great-grandmother was beyond reproach. Should anything happen to her, their lives would be insufficient recompense. Upon reaching the entrance of Fusho Garden, Xiamingli spotted Zhao Xinlan and Xie Xiuhan emerging. "Greetings, father," Xie Xiuhan saluted him, adding, "Father, great-grandmother has awakened. The imperial physician advises she requires rest, so we have all stepped out." Xiamingli sighed in relief and affectionately patted Xie Xiuhan's head. "That is good to hear." Beside them, Zhao Xinlan completed her greeting and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "My lord, just moments ago, great-grandmother remained unconscious, and no one could rouse her. Yet, upon summoning Anqi from the West Garden, she entered the room and, shortly thereafter, great-grandmother awakened. Now, everyone is saying that Anqi is blessed, claiming she shares a connection with Sister Lin. When Sister Lin's memorial arrives, should we not invite her to light incense for Sister?" Upon hearing this, Xiamingli could not help but reach for the paper hidden in his sleeve. "Do you also find that Anqi bears some resemblance to Qingwan?" he inquired. "I do not think so," Zhao Xinlan replied, lowering her voice. "As you know, my lord, she is merely a concubine, born into a merchant family, of lowly status. To secure a comfortable life in the inner courtyard, she employs various schemes. However, being a concubine of the Duke of Jiangyang, I wonder what ulterior motives drive her to mimic Sister Lin's demeanor, even to the extent of replicating her handwriting? Could it be that she seeks the Duke's favor through such artifice?" At this point, she was nearly implying that Lin Qingwan had an affair with Xie Jin during her lifetime. "Cease this nonsense. How dare you speak so? Upon your return, prostrate yourself before Qingwan's tablet and plead for forgiveness." Xiamingli could not disguise his ire, his eyes blazing with fury as Zhao Xinlan was taken aback by his sudden rage, her legs buckling as she knelt to apologize. Xie Xiuhan followed suit, kneeling beside her. "Please forgive my mother's indiscretion, father. Such disturbances not only tarnish your honor but also intrude upon great-grandmother's recuperation." At that moment, Ye Qingzhi, along with Xie Jin and Zhang Jingyi, exited the courtyard, encountering this awkward scene. "What is happening here?" Xie Jin raised an eyebrow at the tableau before him. "She has spoken a few thoughtless words," Xiamingli responded dismissively to Xie Jin, then turned coldly to Zhao Xinlan, commanding, "Rise and return." Zhao Xinlan awkwardly got to her feet, feeling the weight of Ye Qingzhi's gaze upon her, her face burning with shame and indignation. Lin Qingwan must be laughing at her predicament, especially considering how she had mocked Lin Qingwan before her demise. Now, she found herself in an even more ludicrous situation, her face aflame with discomfort. Ye Qingzhi, meanwhile, paid no attention to Zhao Xinlan, her focus on Xie Xiuhan. However, after a few glances, she diverted her gaze. "What is this?" Ye Qingzhi frowned. Why did it seem to her that Xie Xiuhan was the offspring of Xiamingli and Zhao Xinlan? As she scrutinized the trio, she noted a slight resemblance but nothing that would unmistakably identify them as mother and son. Yet, the thought lingered in her mind resolutely. She lowered her head, choosing not to dwell on it. Unlike Lin Qingwan, she did not wish to become entangled in such matters. Xiamingli's gaze inadvertently fell upon Ye Qingzhi, examining her closely, seemingly trying to discern whether she was Lin Qingwan reincarnated. Xie Jin, noticing his father's scrutiny, immediately grew cold. He stepped forward to shield Ye Qingzhi from Xiamingli's gaze, his voice icy as he warned, "Do not compel me to teach you a lesson." Xiamingli withdrew his gaze, conscious of his own shortcomings. Without retort, he bowed slightly to Xie Jin in apology and proceeded into Fusho Garden. Zhao Xinlan sensed Xiamingli's interest in Ye Qingzhi, her heart tightening with apprehension. If Xiamingli believed Ye Qingzhi to be Lin Qingwan's reincarnation, he would surely demand her from Xie Jin. After all, she was merely a concubine, without children. It would be a loss of face for her uncle to claim his concubine, yet if she consented, it would be acceptable. Ever since Lin Qingwan's passing, Xiamingli had become unhinged, engaging in many shameless acts. Zhao Xinlan then considered that if Ye Qingzhi were to come over, it would be easier to keep an eye on her. Within the Duke of Jiangyang's residence, protected by Xie Jin and Zhang Jingyi, she could only watch helplessly, unable to take action. "Thank you, my lord, for protecting me," Ye Qingzhi expressed her gratitude to Xie Jin. "It seems you will not treat me as an object to be handed over to the Duke of Pingnan, allowing me to finally set my mind at ease." Zhao Xinlan glanced at Ye Qingzhi in shock, almost covering her mouth in disbelief. Had she inadvertently spoken her thoughts aloud? Zhang Jingyi cast a sharp look at Ye Qingzhi, unable to restrain herself from scolding her. "Why must you voice such blatant truths? Cease your nonsense." Xie Jin, upon hearing Ye Qingzhi's words, felt a surge of anger rise within him. He longed to silence her, but recognizing their surroundings, he restrained himself, glaring at her in frustration. "I am not speaking nonsense. The Duke of Pingnan is so consumed with longing for his deceased wife that he has nearly lost his mind. It is said he delights in collecting all of Madame Lin's possessions to remember her by. Now that everyone claims I resemble Madame Lin, the Duke has been indiscreetly scrutinizing me, treating me as a mere substitute. Is this not evident? I am not a fool." Ye Qingzhi's face flushed with indignation as she tore away the veil of pretense. The plight of her mother reminded her of how powerless women were in ancient society. Only royal women could escape such fates, yet even they faced fierce competition and perilous circumstances. Xiamingli's earlier scrutiny sounded alarm bells in her mind. She feared he might engage in underhanded dealings with Xie Jin, aiming to claim her for himself. Although Xie Jin appeared to care for her to some extent, such sentiments were trifling when weighed against personal gain. A man who cared little about being cuckolded would certainly abandon her if the stakes were high enough. If the Duke of Pingnan dares to entertain such impure thoughts, not only will I refuse to acquiesce, but I will also administer a severe lesson to him to refresh his memory, Xie Jin declared coldly. I knew my lord was a man who valued propriety. Ye Qingzhi temporarily accepted his words, smiling as she flattered him. My good fortune must stem from your protection, which is why the master proclaimed my blessings are profound and my life will be smooth. Xie Jin could not help but chuckle at her remark, his temper considerably eased. She truly had him under her spell. Aunt Yi, you are both infuriating and charming, Zhang Jingyi remarked, shaking her head. Your tongue is truly formidable. Thank you for the compliment, Madam Xia, Ye Qingzhi replied softly as she approached Zhang Jingyi. My sharp tongue serves to defend you against those who would bring you distress. Zhang Jingyi could not help but laugh, though she playfully shot her a reproachful look. Enough of this chatter. We should return quickly. Indeed, I shall heed your words, madam, Ye Qingzhi replied obediently. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinlan pursed her lips, watching as Ye Qingzhi and the others departed. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to Xie Xiuhan and inquired, Honor, what do you think of Aunt Yi? Do you find her resembling the late mistress? Mother, she certainly does not resemble her. Please refrain from making such comparisons before father. To equate a concubine with a mother is to insult her and will only provoke father's ire. Mother? You, speak the truth. Zhao Xinlan felt a surge of anger, wanting to prevent him from addressing Lin Xingwan as mother, but she could only relent in public. Xie Xiuhan lowered his head, concealing the turmoil in his heart. How could he reveal to his mother that he too regretted the loss of his mother? Without her careful guidance, he had come to realize the preciousness of what he had lost. As he contemplated the upcoming scholar's examination, a heavy weight settled upon him. On the other side, at the Yi residence, Ye Yongyuan fixed his gaze intently on the exquisite jade pendant, nearly driven to madness. His wife had caught the eye of the Duke of Su. Father, you and mother should separate, Ye Junfeng suggested softly. Ye Yongyuan shot him a fierce glare, seething with rage, wanting to chastise his wife for her restlessness in pursuing the prince and seeking wealth and status. Yet, as he glanced at his wife's current poised and elegant demeanor, the words of reproach died on his lips. If this were considered restless, then true restlessness was unimaginable. It could only be said that the Duke of Su was unhinged. Though he was brimming with indignation, he dared only to voice his grievances internally. I suspect you may have misunderstood the Duke of Su's intentions, he insisted. At that moment, a servant entered to report that someone from the Duke of Su's residence had come to deliver gifts. Ye Yongyuan felt his face flush with pain. Chapter 71. So informed and insightful father, cease your struggles and accept the situation, Ye Junfeng softly urged. Ye Yongyuan, no, even if he were to harbor feelings for Moon Yanxiu, how could he willingly accept this, especially considering she is his wife? He truly wished to resist a little longer. For instance, he could inform the prince that Moon Yanxiu harbors a hidden affliction that renders her unfit for bedchamber service. Or that their destinies clash, bringing misfortune upon the prince. Or perhaps he could assert that she would bring calamity to his offspring. It was precisely because of her ill-fated birth that he had confined her to the ancestral temple for over a decade, all to suppress the malevolent energy she possessed. In short, he aimed to paint Moon Yanxiu as an ill-omened woman. The prince may disregard her status as another man's wife and overlook her lack of purity, but surely he would care if she were to bring misfortune, potentially harming him or his heirs. Observing his father's demeanor, Ye Junfeng understood that he was concocting some nefarious scheme. With a resigned sigh, he began to elucidate the true nature of the esteemed Prince Su. He was certainly not a figure that lowly merchants like them could afford to provoke. Even among the royal family, there existed distinctions of rank, and Prince Su was the foremost royal figure, second only to the emperor himself. Even the current crown prince, upon encountering him, would respectfully address him as uncle, daring not to act with any semblance of arrogance simply due to his status as heir. What made Prince Su so formidable? Firstly, he is the emperor's younger brother, 13 years his junior, and thus was cherished by the emperor from a young age. As he matured, his exceptional martial skills and prowess in battle further earned him the emperor's trust. It is often said that familial ties are absent in the imperial court, yet this does not apply to the bond between the emperor and Prince Su. For nearly 2 decades, the two brothers have supported one another, with one firmly seated in the court while the other defends the borders. Together, they have diligently safeguarded their fledgling nation against the predatory gazes of neighboring powers, tirelessly working to enhance its strength. Moreover, during the battle at Huai River, Prince Su successfully repelled the forces of Dian and negotiated a peace treaty, allowing Dazhao the opportunity to recuperate an achievement that could be deemed legendary. In summary, the emperor is a wise sovereign, and Prince Su is a martial deity. Both are indispensable to Dazhao. As long as Prince Su does not entertain thoughts of usurping power, he could commit any folly or error, and the emperor would not hold him accountable. Indeed, even if he were to take a concubine, the emperor would likely turn a blind eye, merely chiding him afterward for his lack of propriety in dispatching the woman to her demise, leaving Prince Su unscathed. What significance does a mere concubine hold compared to a brother who has contributed immensely to the nation's stability? Should Prince Su take an interest in Moon Yanxiu, the emperor would merely regard her as unworthy of such a distinguished man, rather than criticize Prince Su for coveting another's spouse. Furthermore, Prince Su's temperament is wild and unruly, unbound by convention, and ordinary means would not deter him. Additionally, Prince Su is surrounded by capable individuals. A simple inquiry could uncover every secret, and it is entirely possible that several of Prince Su's subordinates are already hidden within this estate. To attempt any underhanded maneuver would indeed be akin to searching for excrement while holding a lantern. Upon hearing his son's exposition, Ye Yongyuan's face fell, and he nodded in resignation, deciding to abandon his struggles. He was a man who relished counsel. Since resistance was futile, he naturally sought to extract the utmost benefit from this arrangement. By presenting himself as compliant and voluntarily relinquishing Moon Yanqiu, perhaps Prince Su would reward him with some form of favor to soothe his discontent. Ye Qingzhi, accompanied by Moon Yanqiu and his sons, proceeded to greet their guests with a semblance of calm. At the forefront stood Zhang Gonggang, the chief steward of Prince Su's household. With keen eyes, he scanned Moon Yanqiu before retracting his gaze, smiling broadly as he exchanged pleasantries with Ye Qingzhi and Ye Junfeng before addressing the crux of the matter. The prince appreciates your eldest son and intends to employ him in the Ministry of Revenue. Furthermore, he remarked that although your younger son is still quite young, he possesses remarkable intelligence. Should he wish to pursue the imperial examinations, the prince would arrange for a distinguished mentor or facilitate his entry into the National Academy. Upon hearing this, Ye Junfeng felt a wave of surprise wash over him, yet he found himself reassured. It appeared that Prince Su was somewhat considerate. Despite his urgency regarding their mother, he had sent someone to discuss matters in person. Moreover, he seemed willing to invest effort, offering substantial benefits rather than demanding immediate compliance. For a man of his stature, a mere merchant, without any titles to his name, to receive an offer of a position in the Ministry of Revenue, along with the possibility of his younger brother pursuing the examinations or studying at the National Academy, was a testament to the prince's regard for their mother. This was the allure of allying with the royals, the comfort of wielding power. What previously seemed unattainable was now merely a word from the prince. Ye Qingzhi felt his eyelids twitch violently upon hearing this news. The prince not only sought to take his wife but also aimed to win over both his sons. Truly, the prince was relentless in his pursuits. Did this deeply wounded man receive no compensation for his suffering? Master Yi, the prince's elevation of your sons naturally also serves to uplift the Yi family's standing. A position as a royal merchant is all but assured, provided you are agreeable and insightful enough to grant the Yi family the rights to sell official salt, Zhang Gonggang remarked. At this, Ye Qingzhi was instantly invigorated. What he had hoped to achieve through his daughter was now unexpectedly within reach through his wife. What kind of situation was this? Perhaps it could be considered a fortunate turn of events. Master Yi, might this be your esteemed wife? Zhang Gonggang inquired, glancing at Moon Yanqiu, preparing to delicately convey the prince's intentions, only to be interrupted by Ye Qingzhi's hurried exclamation. Zhang Gonggang, you must understand, I am planning to divorce my wife. Zhang Gonggang. So informed and insightful? Alas, Gonggang, I was previously deceived by a lowly concubine in my household, who wrongfully accused my wife of harming our offspring, resulting in her confinement in the ancestral temple for 12 years. Alas, my wife has expressed her desire to renounce worldly affairs and pursue a life of seclusion in the temple. I feel deep remorse for her and have consented to her wishes, Ye Qingzhi stated, striking a balance of truth and fabrication, feigning a semblance of decorum. In saying this, he unequivocally communicated to Prince Su that he had not touched Moon Yanqiu for over a decade. Do not later revisit old grievances, harboring resentment towards me, or contemplating my punishment. Your wife wishes to enter the temple for seclusion? Zhang Gonggang inquired politely. Moon Yanqiu nodded and replied coolly, I am grateful for the prince's kind consideration towards my son. I wish to devote myself to reciting scriptures day and night, praying for the prince's well-being. Zhang Gonggang mused that while the prince desired her to recite scriptures, they were not the sacred texts one might expect. Would you be willing to enter the prince's residence to pray for his blessings? Zhang Gonggang further inquired. To pray in the prince's residence would imply becoming one of his concubines? Moon Yanqiu asked, her tone icy and direct. Caught off guard by her forthrightness, Zhang Gonggang took a moment to regain his composure before responding. The prince has stated that as long as Madame Mu is willing to enter the residence, she may serve as a secondary consort. Very well, then I shall accept the title of secondary consort, Moon Yanqiu replied, her demeanor unperturbed, as she inquired, when shall I enter the residence? We shall return to seek the prince's instructions, Zhang Gonggang stammered, his mind still reeling. The formality of his tone felt strangely disconcerting. Chapter 72, Is she joyful or sorrowful? Grandpa Zhang returned with his entourage, leaving behind 3 grand mahogany chests filled with gifts. Ye Qingzhi opened one to find it brimming with luxurious items suitable for a lady's daily use, or sacred texts and prayer beads, which left him feeling quite dejected as he closed the chest. The intentions of the prince were glaringly apparent. Fortunately, those around him were perceptive and considerate, ensuring that the prince's fervent heart was not met with any semblance of neglect. In the briefest of exchanges, they had pledged their loyalty to the Prince of Su, fulfilling his desires. In the blink of an eye, his wife had unexpectedly become a concubine of the Prince of Su, not a mere lowly maid, but a concubine of notable standing. Only the Prince of Su would dare to commit such an outrageous act, which would undoubtedly invite censure from the censors, yet, the prince remained untroubled by such matters. Ye Qingzhi found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, unable to discern whether to feel sorrow or joy. He turned to Moon Yanqiu, his lips moved as if to speak, burdened with countless words he struggled to articulate. Ultimately, he let out a soft sigh. Yanqiu, do you ever blame me? In such dire circumstances, what purpose does revisiting the past serve? Moon Yanqiu replied with, I sense the Prince of Su is rather impatient, do not provoke his ire. Ye Qingzhi felt a lump in his throat, fully aware that she must be resenting him for failing to protect her, yet he was powerless against the likes of the Prince of Su. The weight of shame bore down on him as he hurried out to arrange the divorce. Ye Junyi, still in a daze, had only just come to terms with the revelation that the Prince of Su desired his mother to enter the royal manor as his concubine. This was utterly. Ye Qingzhi reflected on the behavior of his elder brother, mother, and sister since their encounter with the Prince of Su, lamenting his own foolishness. Mother, are you doing this for our sake? I truly do not wish to take the imperial examination or attend the National Academy. If you are unwilling, let us find a way to refuse the Prince of Su. With youthful fervor, Ye Qingzhi declared, even if he is the Prince of Su, he cannot resort to such forceful usurpation. Mu Nianqiu was at a loss for words, aware of her own clumsiness, fearing that her attempts at persuasion would only deepen her son's resentment, making him perceive her as a woman devoid of principles, solely eager to climb the social ladder. Junyi, return to your chamber. Your elder brother will come speak with you shortly, Ye Junfeng said, his expression serious. Ye Qingzhi pressed his lips together, reluctantly departing. Mother, Junyi is merely concerned for you, fearing you might be compelled into the royal manor for our sake, Ye Junfeng reassured her. Then counsel him. I am not being coerced but willingly entering the prince's manor to chant scriptures and offer blessings, Mu Nianqiu sighed, anxiously fiddling with her prayer beads. Ye Junfeng nodded in agreement, adding, Mother is entering the manor as a concubine, which is better than we had anticipated. However, with a higher status comes greater scrutiny, and we are unable to assist you from the outside. Therefore, Mother must understand that your only reliance is on the prince, yet the prince will not always be in the manor. Thus, your first task should be to request a few capable individuals from him to safeguard you within the manor. Mu Nianqiu nodded, committing his words to memory, her heart aching as she gazed at him. You have borne a burden, having to relay this to me. These were all instructions given by my sister before her departure. I am merely conveying them, Ye Junfeng replied with a smile. Go and send a letter to your sister, do not let her worry. Mu Nianqiu said gently, I shall fulfill my promises, without desire or need, without sorrow or joy. I only wish to chant scriptures and offer blessings, to alleviate the prince's burdens and extend his longevity. Ye Junfeng acknowledged her words, yet unease lingered in his heart. The Prince of Su's interest in their mother was likely a fleeting fancy. Once his interest waned, how would she survive in the depths of the manor? Mother, what has transpired in the household? Ye Qingzhi inquired, noticing her mother's troubled countenance. Why do you look so pale? Upon seeing Gu Man enter, Ye Qingzhi's anxiety heightened. She had just emerged from the prison the previous day, learning that Chen Yuankai had ranked second to last in the examinations, leaving her feeling as if struck by a thunderbolt. How could it have come to this? This was not how it was supposed to be. In her dreams, Chen Yuankai had excelled, achieving the top honors. Why had reality diverged so drastically? Was he not relying on his own talents, or had her dreams merely been figments of her imagination, disconnected from her past life? Ye Qingzhi was unwilling to accept such a notion. Even more absurd was the fact that she was released only because Ye Qingzhi had insisted her mother request her release, thus granting her freedom. In other words, had Ye Qingzhi not intervened, she would still be imprisoned. Ye Qingzhi wielded power over her very fate. In her past life, Ye Qingzhi had thrived in luxury. Why was she still able to do so upon entering the Marquis's manor? Why did heaven favor her alone? After learning of these developments, Ye Qingzhi was consumed by a torrent of resentment, cursing the heavens for their injustice, and blaming Ye Qingzhi for usurping her fortunes. Seeing her mother in a state of shock, she knew something significant had occurred. Yet, she refused to believe that anything could be more outrageous than this. Today, Mu Nianqiu went to Shanghua Temple to light incense and caught the eye of the Prince of Su. She is to enter the royal manor as a concubine shortly, Gu Man stated, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. Thus, the Ye family may ascend to the status of royal merchants. Ye Junfeng, that cripple, may gain employment in the Ministry of Revenue, and Ye Junyi may study at the National Academy. Ye Qingzhi was left speechless this time. Her mother's outrageous actions had truly crossed the line. She recalled a dream in which a fire consumed their family temple a year later, resulting in Mu Nianqiu's tragic demise in the flames. She could no longer place faith in her dreams. They had deceived her, all of it a ruse. At the Prince of Su's residence, Grandpa Zhang returned immediately to report to the prince. How did the matter proceed? The prince inquired, not waiting for him to speak. His calm exterior belied the turmoil within. Your Highness, Madame Mu has consented to enter the royal manor as a concubine. She inquired when you would be arriving, Grandpa Zhang reported. Is she joyful or sorrowful? The prince asked. Grandpa Zhang paused for a moment, selecting his words carefully. Your Highness, Madame Mu has devoted herself to vegetarianism and Buddhist practices for over a decade. One might surmise she has cultivated a heart of pure clarity. She appears neither joyful nor sorrowful, remaining serene and composed, stating that she wishes to repay your kindness by entering the manor to chant scriptures and offer blessings. Upon hearing this, the prince fell silent. And what of the others? What are their sentiments? He inquired further. They are perceptive and understanding. Grandpa Zhang recounted every word exchanged at the Yi residence. It seems my favor was not wasted upon them. A faint smile crept onto the prince's face as he tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before declaring, inform her to enter the manor tomorrow. Prepare the Tingyu pavilion for her accommodation and arrange for a small prayer hall. Grandpa Zhang respectfully acknowledged this, then offered a suggestion. Your Highness, since a concubine is entering the manor, should we not inform the princess? You may notify her, and also caution her that this is a woman I hold in high regard. Should she dare to act against her, I shall strip her of her title as princess. Chapter 73. By what means does Lady Mu, Aunt, news has arrived from the Yi residence. Rui hurriedly returned from outside, handing a letter to Ye Qingzhi. Upon opening it, Ye Qingzhi learned that the Su Wang had dispatched a court attendant to deliver gifts and promised a plethora of tangible benefits. After perusing the contents, the heavy weight on Ye Qingzhi's heart was somewhat alleviated. Indeed, one cannot help but admire the grandeur of a leader born of royalty, far surpassing the modesty of a mere marquis, the status of a royal merchant, the pressing vacancies within the Ministry of Revenue, the coveted opportunities at the Imperial Academy, and the position of a concubine. Each of these is a treasure that many would vie for, and the Su Wang had generously offered them all. Such a leader is indeed commendable. As for her mother, the beautiful lady ought to devote her energy to sincere prayers for blessings and longevity, lest she meet an untimely demise in battle, leaving her daughter without protection. Observing the Su Wang's decisive actions, it seemed likely that her mother would soon be entering the royal residence, yet, Ye Qingzhi was entirely unaware of the character and background of the Su Wang's wife, nor the number of women and children residing within the royal household. She found herself in the dark, unable to provide her mother with a detailed survival guide for the inner court. All she could convey were the core principles of conduct. Should any matters arise, seek the Wang for assistance, request resources if in need, and report any grievances to him, allowing him to safeguard her and take revenge on her behalf. It was imperative that she refrain from directly engaging in disputes with the women of the inner court or resorting to underhanded tactics against them, much less attempt to eliminate them. One must be acutely aware of their designated roles. As for professional skills, explaining them to her mother would be overly complicated, and given her mother's temperament, Ye Qingzhi could only offer one piece of advice. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Be true to oneself and win over the Wang. As Ye Qingzhi focused on composing a reply, she was entirely oblivious to Xie Jin's arrival, who stood behind her, observing her as she wrote. The more he examined her words, the deeper his gaze became. Was this not precisely the type of thing she often engaged in? Sincerity is indeed the ultimate weapon. Amused by this thought, Xie Jin could not help but smile, realizing that no other woman spoke with such authenticity. Accustomed to the empty flattery of others, he found himself genuinely drawn to her candidness. However, while others taught their daughters how to win the affection of their husbands, she was earnestly instructing her own mother instead. Reflecting on the information he had gathered regarding Moon Yanxiu, Xie Jin could only conclude that this was hardly surprising. "My lord, you startled me to death," Ye Qingzhi exclaimed as she turned her head and was genuinely taken aback upon seeing Xie Jin beside her. Instinctively, she shot him a glare and retorted, "If you wish to see, then do so. I have nothing to hide from you. Why stand there silently peering? My lord has yet to say anything, yet your little mouth is already chattering away. Your attitude towards me is so spoiled by affection." Xie Jin huffed in annoyance, reaching out to pinch her small mouth. Witnessing her transform into a pouting duck, her eyes wide with indignation, he chuckled, feeling quite pleased. As Ye Qingzhi glared at him, a sudden realization struck her. Her marquis was the commander of the Jinui, responsible for gathering all manner of intelligence. He would undoubtedly be well informed regarding the inner workings of the Su Wang's household. "My lord, I wish to request something of you." She promptly changed her demeanor, leaning closer to him, sweetly and playfully. "Is it concerning this?" Xie Jin inquired, pulling a small booklet from his sleeve and waving it before her eyes. Ye Qingzhi took it, and upon glancing at its contents, information about the Su Wang's residence, she was immediately ecstatic. After a brief look, she closed the booklet and embraced Xie Jin, showering him with fervent thanks. "My lord, you are truly wonderful. We are simply in tune with one another." With sweet words flowing effortlessly, Ye Qingzhi insisted on bestowing him with a passionate kiss. Although Xie Jin was aware that her display was largely performative, he still reveled in it, indulging her with a lingering kiss before pulling away. Just as he yearned to savor her sweetness further, Jin Bao arrived, his expression urgent as he approached Xie Jin. "My lord, the emperor has arrived, having not disturbed anyone else, and has gone directly to the Fusho garden to visit the matriarch." Ye Qingzhi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She harbored a measure of curiosity regarding the emperor, yet she would not be foolish enough to intrude. Without uttering a word, she obediently tidied Xie Jin's robe, respectfully sending him off. Once he departed, Ye Qingzhi picked up the booklet containing information about the Su Wang's inner court and scrutinized it closely. The Su Wang's wife hailed from an illustrious lineage. She was the legitimate daughter of the prominent Wang family, which had produced 3 prime ministers and 2 empresses during the previous dynasty. The Su Wang had married this noblewoman to align himself with such a well-established clan. However, this proud lady, despite being a noblewoman well-versed in etiquette, lacked the grace to tolerate others. Initially, as the Su Wang spent years away, returning to the capital only once every 3 or 4 years, the atmosphere within the Wang residence remained tranquil, akin to that of a widow. Naturally, everyone held her in high regard, her status slightly lower than that of the empress. Palace concubines treated her with respect, and the empress greeted her with warmth and courtesy. This treatment only served to bolster her already lofty demeanor, fostering an attitude of superiority, intolerant of any slight disrespect. However, since the Su Wang returned to the capital last year and took up permanent residence in the Wang household, the lady's days of indulgence had come to an end. The Su Wang would not tolerate her haughty disposition, often neglecting her at palace banquets, leaving her without dignity. The emperor, sympathizing with his brother's years of service along the borders, had arranged for numerous beauties to grace the Wang residence, including daughters of noble families and courtesans from the music bureau. Truly, all varieties of loveliness were in abundance. The Su Wang's wife found herself increasingly aggrieved, unable to manage her husband. Filled with resentment and indignation, she naturally redirected her frustrations toward the women of the inner court. Life in the Wang household was anything but ordinary. After reading through the information, Ye Qingzhi sighed 3 times in dismay. Such was the plight of a grand establishment, burdened by intense competition and a lackluster leader, rendering life even more arduous. In the face of such fierce domestic strife, for a mother as simple-minded as hers, the only feasible course of action was to firmly attach herself to the Su Wang side. Anything else was best left aside. There was little more she could do, save for sincerely praying for her beautiful motheress' well-being. Meanwhile, Xia Jin hurriedly arrived at the Fusho garden, respectfully bowing to the emperor, who was clad in regular attire. Rise. I just visited my aunt, her vitality seems diminished compared to before, the emperor sighed softly. I am guilty, Xia Jin acknowledged, lowering his head in contrition. I have failed to properly manage those within my household, allowing them to disturb my grandmother. Your aunt just implored me to show leniency, requesting that I not punish Xie Lin and that I refrain from revoking Xie Mingqing's examination results. This is the first time your aunt has sought my favor. I cannot refuse, the emperor stated, implying that while he could not turn her down, he was unwilling to let the matter rest. Xia Jin grasped the underlying message and readily suggested, in the northwest, there is a county beset by constant sandstorms, with scorching summers and frigid winters. The previous magistrate's term has expired. Perhaps we could assign Xie Lin there for 3 years, after which he could return and receive a promotion. Excellent. The emperor regarded Xia Jin with satisfaction. And Xie Mingqing? Regarding the issue of the examination, while it may seem minor, it has left some students feeling unsettled. To directly annul their examination results and make them wait another 3 years would indeed be excessively punitive, Xia Jin proposed. Instead, let us subject those students who bribed for favorable placements to another examination, conveniently held near the latrines to alleviate their grievances. Very well, let it be as you say. The emperor finally relaxed his stern demeanor, smiling as he remarked, I heard that while your aunt was unconscious, your concubine recounted a story to her, which I found quite agreeable. Sons and daughters have their own fortunes. Do not toil for them, I can deeply relate to that now. Xia Jin refrained from engaging in further discussion, aware that it could lead to the contentious topic of succession. Though the crown prince had been established, as long as he remained unenthroned, the ambitions of those below would persist, leading to ongoing power struggles. Fortunately, he possessed a significant piece of intelligence to share with the emperor, ensuring that the latter would not dismiss his efforts as mere perfunctory. Your Majesty, speaking of my concubine, Lady Yi, by a twist of fate, she has become... The Su Wang was also present and took a liking to her mother, Lady Mu, promising her the position of a concubine, with the intention of bringing her into the palace tomorrow. The emperor found this matter rife with intrigue. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, merely asking, by what means does Lady Mu secure such favor? Chapter 74 Of the happiest days of this life. Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Xia Jin discerned the emperor's displeasure. It was not the actions of the Duke of Su that incensed him, but rather the lowly status of Lady Yi, a woman who had previously married and borne children. Such a background was utterly incompatible with the Duke. To say she was unworthy of becoming a concubine would be an understatement. At her age, she could very well serve as a wet nurse in the royal household. The emperor's agitation only grew as he imagined a grand spectacle, Moon Yanqiu employing her seductive wiles to deliberately entice the Duke, perhaps even utilizing some form of sorcery to lead him astray at the Xiangua temple. It was this tantalizing allure that rendered the Duke so infatuated, leading him to foolishly offer her a position as a concubine. Your Majesty, that Lady Mu possesses a pure heart, having devoted herself to Buddhist practice for 12 years. Her temperament is akin to an ancient lamp and a serene Buddha, embodying tranquility and ethereality. Xia Jin spoke, his voice imbued with a coolness, as if impartially stating, I surmise that perhaps the Duke, after years of relentless warfare and bloodshed, finds solace in Lady Mu's peaceful and serene presence, which soothes the soul. Just as the emperor envisioned a bewitching scenario of seduction, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. If Lady Mu were as Xia Jin described, a transcendent being devoted to her spiritual path, it might not be so difficult to accept. Suppressing his discontent and doubts, the emperor refrained from further questioning Xia Jin on the matter, worried that he might defend Moon Yanqiu due to his own concubine's influence. Who could say how much Xia Jin had embellished his description of Moon Yanqiu? The emperor was not entirely convinced and intended to dispatch someone upon his return to the palace to investigate Moon Yanqiu's background thoroughly. Having been struck by an unsettling revelation, one concerning his own brother, the emperor found little desire to linger in the Fusho garden. Before departing, he approached the bed to bid farewell to the matriarch, speaking gently, and, take heart and rest well. I shall return to visit you on another day. 50 years prior, when the founding emperor raised his banner, the current emperor had been but 7 years old. In those early days, the founding emperor faced tremendous hardships, battling foes while also being pursued himself. The young emperor endured great trials during this tumultuous time. On one occasion, he was captured by enemy forces, only to be rescued and cared for by the matriarch for an extended period. Thus, in the emperor's heart, she was akin to a mother, even though she was not his biological parent. With the empress dowager long departed, all his filial devotion was bestowed upon the matriarch. The term aunt was uttered from the depths of his heart, full of warmth. The matriarch, wise and discerning, never took advantage of the emperor's affection to make demands. As the emperor noted, today marked the first occasion she had requested something from him. Though he felt reluctant to refuse, he was also angered by Xie Lin's actions that had caused her distress. He sought Xia Jin's counsel, mindful that a heavy-handed punishment could further worry his aunt. Fortunately, Xia Jin had always been adept at deciphering the emperor's sentiments, and his suggestions aligned perfectly with the emperor's thoughts. It was no wonder he garnered the emperor's trust and ascended to the position of commander of the Jinui. The matriarch gazed at the emperor with deep affection, yet her heart was heavy with concern. After a moment of silence, she could no longer contain her inquiry. Your Majesty, during my recent unconsciousness, my thoughts wandered through the lone corridors of my past life, filled with both joy and sorrow, experiencing the myriad flavors of existence. I found myself pondering, when one reminisces about the past, how painful it must be without sweet and beautiful memories to cherish. Thus, I wish to ask you, Your Majesty, when in your life do you believe you were the happiest? Was it when you ascended the throne? The emperor was momentarily taken aback by her question, and upon meeting his aunt's loving gaze, he began to reflect deeply. A memory he had deliberately sealed away for 30 years resurfaced. After ascending the throne, every day felt like walking on thin ice, fraught with trepidation, fearing that the foundation my father entrusted to me might crumble at any moment. It cannot truly be called happiness, he replied softly. You have worked hard, Your Majesty, you have done exceptionally well over these years, and the founding emperor would be proud of you. When I descend to the underworld and meet him, I shall surely recount your diligence and the challenges you have faced, along with your remarkable achievements in governance, the matriarch said, her eyes filled with both pride and affection, akin to a caring elder. To hear such words from you, Aunt, makes all my struggles over the years feel worthwhile, the emperor smiled, pausing briefly before continuing. The happiest days of my life were those 30 years ago when I injured my eye and recuperated in the ancient land of Gulen. During that time, I was free from the burdens weighing upon me, no longer competing with my brothers for my father's favor. Moreover, with my sight impaired, everything became simpler, and with a beautiful companion by your side, happiness surpassing that of the immortals, the matriarch interjected with a smile. In this world, only you, Aunt, are privy to such pasts, and can jest with me in this manner, the emperor replied with a bittersweet smile, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Aunt, you must take good care of yourself and stay by my side. Do not leave me. I will strive to live, always accompanying you, Your Majesty. Whenever you feel weary or wish to reminisce, just come to me and speak, the matriarch said lovingly, just as she was about to reveal a long-held secret. At that moment, Xiajin entered, bowing to both. Your Majesty, grandmother, news has arrived from the palace regarding urgent military affairs that require your decision. Then you should return swiftly, the matriarch said with a smile, waving her hand toward the emperor. He took his leave, with Xiajin escorting him to the carriage before returning to the Fusho garden. Please rise and speak, the matriarch gently urged as she saw him kneeling before her. Grandson has erred, Xiajin confessed, detailing his plans for addressing the grievances concerning Xielin and Xiamingqing. You have done nothing wrong. They require tempering, the matriarch reassured him, her tone soothing. If, after this incident, they still cannot stand on their own, then there is no need to exert further effort in supporting them. It would be better to let them live idly, to prevent bringing trouble to the household. As long as grandmother does not hold it against me, I feel relieved, Xiajin said respectfully. Return home now, the matriarch replied, feeling fatigued. Grandmother, please take care. I shall not disturb you further, Xiajin bowed before departing. The matriarch watched his retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh. Perhaps it was best to discuss matters later. The following day, at the Duke of Su's residence. The Duke awoke early, immediately finding fault with everything around him, searching for reasons to be displeased. He complained incessantly about the lack of cleanliness, the flowers in the garden not blooming beautifully enough, and the absence of festive decorations throughout the estate. The servants scurried about in a frenzy, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing these reports, the Duchess shattered her favorite set of glazed lamps in frustration. My lord, shall I send for Lady Mu to enter the residence? Seeing the Duke agitated like a wild beast, Eunuch Zhang could hardly bear to look and hastily inquired. Chapter 75 of The Prince of Su and the Beautiful Concubine. For those who wish to skip the interactions between the Prince of Su and the Beautiful Concubine, feel free to leap to the end of this lengthy chapter. For those who enjoy it, please indulge without hesitation, consider it an extra chapter. Go quickly. With a wave of his hand, the Prince of Su commanded Eunuch Zhang to fetch someone. However, before Eunuch Zhang could turn to leave, the prince called him back. I shall personally go to bring her back. In the face of two armies clashing, when besieging cities and seizing lands, one must employ clever tactics, yet proceed with caution. After all his efforts, he was on the brink of acquiring her. He could not afford to falter at this final step. It seemed more prudent for him to go himself, ensuring that any unforeseen obstacles would be smoothed over. Eunuch Zhang hesitated but refrained from advising the prince otherwise. After all, was it not merely about granting a woman some face? What a trivial matter. For the other women in the inner chamber, however, this was a monumental affair. Aside from the time he wed the Princess of Su, neither of the two secondary wives had enjoyed the honor of being fetched by the prince, let alone other women, who were merely brought in on humble sedan chairs. Upon learning that the Prince of Su intended to personally welcome someone, not only did the Princess of Su seethe with jealousy, but the other women were also unable to sit still. Was he to welcome a concubine, a favored consort, no less? The Prince of Su not only planned to greet her himself, but before departing, he vented his frustration, lamenting that there was not a single festive red robe in his wardrobe, only black, blue, or green, all of which made him appear aged. Eunuch Zhang, it was rather frightening to see a man of this age suddenly become so fervent. Alas, he was free from such troubles. Yi residence, from the break of dawn, Yi Yongyuan found himself restless, his heart in turmoil, grappling with a myriad of conflicting emotions, feeling that whatever he did was wrong. Should he hang lanterns and streamers? That seemed inappropriate. He had never seen a man joyfully send his ex-wife off to marriage. At most, the shameless would secretly send their wives to powerful men while keeping it hidden. Not displaying anything at all felt too plain, fearing the prince might take offense. Caught in a dilemma, he felt utterly miserable. Looking at Moon Yanxiu, she still wore a simple blue skirt, with a white jade hairpin adorning her head, so plain yet beautiful, but decidedly not festive. He wanted to urge her to change into something red, but he opened his mouth only to find himself unable to speak. What would happen if he pressed her to joyfully marry off her ex-husband? It was unbearable. Ye Qingzhi fidgeted like an ant on a hot pan, while Ye Junfeng and Ye Jinyi also appeared anxious. Their faces ashen. Moon Yanxiu, however, remained unaffected. After rising, washing up, and having her meal, she began her morning prayers, completely immersed in her devotion, forgetting that today was the day she would enter the prince's residence. After completing her morning prayers, she began transcribing Buddhist scriptures, her sincere intention being to pray for the Prince of Su, hoping to alleviate his sins and misfortunes, and accumulate merit. When the Prince of Su arrived at the Yi residence, Moon Yanxiu was in her room diligently copying the scriptures. Upon seeing the prince's personal arrival, Ye Qingzhi, Ye Junfeng, and the others felt a mix of emotions, yet they all forced smiles to welcome him. "Where is she?" the Prince of Su asked in a low voice, his tone carrying an air of aggression that sent chills through those who heard it. Ye Qingzhi trembled at the sight of such a prince, panic flooding his mind as he thought how fortunate he was to have heeded advice, remaining discreet and thus avoiding a disastrous fate. "Your Highness, my mother is in her room transcribing Buddhist scriptures," Ye Junfeng replied. "Lead the way," the prince commanded. Ye Junfeng did not accompany them himself, instead allowing the servants to guide them, even preventing his younger brother from following, deeming it improper. Why Ye Qingzhi had no intention of following either. Out of sight, out of mind, he reasoned it better to retreat to his own quarters to avoid causing the prince any annoyance. The Prince of Su, along with eunuch Zhang, followed the servants to Moon Yanxiu's door. He stepped forward, pushed the door open, and beheld Moon Yanxiu seated at the table, engrossed in her transcription of Buddhist scriptures. The anxiety that had plagued him dissipated in an instant. She had not fled, she was his. Hearing the commotion, Moon Yanxiu turned her head towards the door. Upon seeing the Prince of Su, she blinked in slight surprise, but quickly regained her composure, setting down her brush and rising to greet him. "Your Highness has arrived. What are you doing? The remainder can be completed at the prince's residence." All right. After a long pause, the prince managed to utter this single word. "Please wait, Your Highness, I still need to organize my personal belongings." Once Moon Yanxiu had tidied the papers, she turned to the prince once more. The prince fell silent, choosing instead to sit on her bed, gazing at her serene and beautiful visage as she organized her things, finding it a delight to behold. "Why is there no maidservant attending you?" the prince inquired. "I am accustomed to handling these matters myself," Moon Yanxiu replied plainly. Recalling her 12 years of confinement in the Gua family temple, it was no wonder she had no one to serve her, and her life must have been quite austere. "Do you resent this prince for bringing you to the royal residence?" the prince asked again. "At first, I did harbor resentment. I even contemplated ending it all," Moon Yanxiu replied, her gaze steady and devoid of emotion until she spoke of her daughter, her tone softening with a hint of joy. "Qingzhi advised me to view the matter from a different perspective. Your Highness has fought for the Zhao dynasty for 20 years, safeguarding the people, yet you bear a share of sins. I too should contribute, praying for your Highness, alleviating your sins, and bestowing blessings and longevity upon you," the Prince of Su remarked. "That is quite commendable." A sudden pang of discomfort struck him, despite her thoughts differing from his own. What did it matter? First, he would secure her presence. Once Moon Yanxiu had packed her belongings, "Should you have any grievances, inform Zhang Dequan," the prince said as he led her into the listening rain pavilion. Eunuch Zhang promptly stepped forward, smiling. "Concubine Mu, if you have any requests, please inform this servant, and I shall see to it." Moon Yanxiu acknowledged him, then turned to the prince. "Your Highness, I have a request." "Speak," the prince replied, a rush of blood surging through him, filled with a certain exhilaration. "I am somewhat simple-minded and unable to discern the malice of others. If I am to reside in the royal residence without your Highness's protection, I may suffer some hardships, even putting my life at risk. Since your Highness cannot always be present, I humbly ask for 2 capable attendants." Moon Yanxiu furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her concern. "There is no need for you to ask. I have already arranged for attendants. They will heed my commands and prioritize your safety above all else," the prince replied, smiling broadly, increasingly fond of her exquisite appearance and her candid nature. Unable to restrain himself, he took her hand, and when he saw she did not resist, he pulled her down to sit beside him on the edge of the bed. Eunuch Zhang, perceptive as always, discreetly withdrew. "Do you have any other requests?" the prince asked, still holding her hand. "I am accustomed to a life of simplicity, wishing only to pray for your Highness and not to pay daily respects to the princess, nor engage with the other ladies of the residence, if that is permissible." Moon Yanxiu tried to ignore the rough warmth of the hand that clasped hers, pondering earnestly before speaking again. The prince gently rubbed the calluses on her hand, a result of years spent transcribing scriptures, and carelessly remarked, "What a trivial matter, it can be arranged." Moon Yanxiu gazed at their joined hands in silence for a moment, recalling her daughter's advice to be sincere with the prince. She added, "Your Highness will come to understand. I am truly quite dull and shall not attend to you in bed. When you grow weary of me, you may send me to the temple, but I do not wish to remain in the royal residence." "Is that acceptable?" "Do not speak such words, you truly know how to win my favor," the prince replied, glancing at the sky outside, suppressing the fire within him. "I have instructed the kitchen to find a chef skilled in preparing vegetarian dishes. You shall have a taste shortly." "I am not picky," Moon Yanxiu replied, pausing before adding, "Thank you, your Highness, for your thoughtful consideration. I have no means to repay you, except to devote myself even more diligently to praying for you." May I request that you release my hand so I may finish today's scriptures? There is no rush, the prince said, reluctant to let go. Mu Nianqiu watched him silently, and eventually, he released her hand. As she resumed her transcription of the scriptures, the prince gazed at her for a while, then had eunuch Zhang bring forth his official documents. They sat at a large table, each engrossed in their own tasks, creating a sense of tranquil harmony. After enjoying lunch and allowing some time for digestion, Mu Nianqiu began to feel drowsy, stifling yawns repeatedly. She was accustomed to rising early and taking a midday rest. Why not lie down for a while, the prince suggested. Mu Nianqiu regarded him without moving, her cool, detached voice tinged with weariness. Would your highness like to join me? Do you wish for that? The prince asked in a hushed tone. Mu Nianqiu nodded, moving closer to him to help him remove his outer garments. Let us lie down together for a while. I can attend to you tonight. Instead, engaging in such activities during the day makes me uncomfortable, and I fear it might dampen your highness's spirits. Very well. The prince felt an inexplicable ache in his teeth once more. Her cool demeanor and businesslike tone only intensified his desire to pull her down from her pedestal, to envelop her in his essence, transforming her into a more alluring presence. The Prince of Su had initially thought that guarding a beloved beauty with his every thought would make it difficult for him to sleep, yet, as he gazed at her, his restless heart gradually calmed, and he soon fell asleep. Awakening from his nap, he washed up slightly, while Mu Nianqiu resumed her transcription of Buddhist scriptures. The prince attended to matters at the Ministry of War. By the time he returned from his busy day, the sun had set, and he headed straight to the Listening Rain Pavilion to find Mu Nianqiu. Have you dined, your highness? I did not wait for you, I have already eaten. Mu Nianqiu greeted him as she rose to meet him. I had a meal at the Ministry of War, the prince replied, his gaze fixated on her, aflame with desire. Are you ready to be settled in? Mu Nianqiu slightly averted her eyes from his intense stare, lowering her head submissively. Then allow me to help your highness remove your garments. As she peeled off his outer robe, Mu Nianqiu was momentarily taken aback by the myriad of scars crisscrossing his body. Did I frighten you? The prince asked, his gaze locked onto hers. His princess had detested the sight of his unsightly scars more than anything, even if she claimed not to. The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. She desired his company, but only for the sake of appearances, not for him as a person. As for the other women in the residence, it was best left unsaid. It was pointless. It is somewhat alarming, Mu Nianqiu replied, nodding in a daze. The prince's eyes deepened, and his demeanor transformed into something intimidating. However, before long, Mu Nianqiu extended her hand, earnestly tracing the scars on his body. Her cool voice held a hint of compassion. I have always perceived your highness as a royal noble, exalted and powerful, able to command the wind and rain. Although I know of your years of warfare, safeguarding the borders and the people, as a mere woman, I have not witnessed the brutality of war, nor can I fathom it. Now, seeing the scars on your highness's body is truly shocking. It reminds me that no matter how exalted your status, you are still but flesh and blood. These wounds are for the Zhao dynasty and the people, a testament to your achievements and merit. I do not find them ugly. Upon hearing her words, the prince's heart raced uncontrollably, yet, he was even less able to withstand the compassion in Mu Nianqiu's gaze. What he desired was not her pity or sympathy, nor her benevolent heart. In an instant, the prince swept her into his arms and carried her to the bed, gently placing the ethereal beauty upon the mattress. He slowly leaned over her, whispering in her ear, Bodhisattva, I am deeply mired in sin. Please guide me. Mu Nianqiu, the Prince of Su, granted himself a 2-day reprieve, essentially a wedding holiday. He did not attend morning court, nor did he visit the Ministry of War, and he directly declined the emperor's summons to the palace. Although he spent the 2 days with Mu Nianqiu, the carnal thoughts that occupied his mind could not be entirely fulfilled. Even during the day, when he desired her, Mu Nianqiu was not cooperative. Surrendering oneself to another was not to be taken lightly. Even at night, Mu Nianqiu found it somewhat unbearable. Reflecting on the prince's actions, she felt as though her previous experiences of married life had been a mere fade. Despite having borne 3 children, it was her first realization that such matters could be approached differently, that joy could be found therein, and it was not solely about suffering. Mu Nianqiu spun her prayer beads, focusing her heart on morning prayers. Pushing such thoughts aside, her evening prayers had already been forcibly cancelled. If she did not keep her morning prayers tranquil, the Buddha might take offense. Jiangyang Marquis Residence. Ye Qingzhi learned from Xie Jin that the Prince of Su had not attended morning court for 2 days due to his mother, and even the emperor had been refused. She remained silent, reflecting on the situation. The fortunes of children and grandchildren are their own, and mothers have their own fates. The Prince of Su's old residence had caught fire, burning fiercely. Her worries were of no use, and she decided to observe the unfolding events as they transpired. During these 2 days, Ye Qingzhi had not been idle. With the assistance of several accountants sent by the Ye family, she personally engaged in the task, finally sorting through the pile of long-standing debts. She brought the organized accounts to the lady for review. However, upon seeing her, the lady did not first inquire about the accounts but asked, there are rumors circulating that the Prince of Su has taken a concubine, Mu, who is favored greatly. Is that concubine truly your mother? Indeed, Ye Qingzhi replied blandly, offering a smile that was polite yet awkward. She did not wish to engage in personal gossip with the lady during work hours. Such discussions were a professional taboo. Work was work, and personal matters were personal. While it was fine to bond with colleagues, sharing personal affairs could lead to being stabbed in the back. Lady Zhang Jingyi remained silent for a moment before directly asking, if your mother were to continue enjoying such favor in the Prince of Su's residence, would you not wish to take a step further and become a primary wife? Understanding the lady's concern, fearing that she might leverage her mother's rising status to harbor greater ambitions, Ye Qingzhi replied earnestly, Lady, I will reconsider the position of primary wife when my mother becomes the Princess of Su. Lady Zhang Jingyi shot her a disapproving glare, you dare to say such things? The family of the Princess of Su is a prestigious lineage, her position as princess is secure. Indeed, it is quite impossible. So, lady, please do not think too much on it, Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile. Lady Zhang Jingyi recognized that Ye Qingzhi was deliberately expressing loyalty to her. However, now that the Yi family was rising due to Mu Nianqiu's influence, and with Ye Qingzhi being favored by the matriarch, even if the marquis slightly neglected her, the servants in the residence would no longer treat her with disdain as they had before. Ye Qingzhi's identity, status, and reputation had ultimately changed. Human hearts are fickle, interests can sway affections. Would Ye Qingzhi continue to willingly support her rather than seek to replace her? Chapter 76, to be a concubine or a main wife? Ye Qingzhi profoundly comprehended the concerns of the lady, a sentiment shared by many small leaders. It is merely the predicament of relying on subordinates for performance while fearing that their exceptional talents might attract the attention of higher-ups, potentially supplanting their own positions. In modern times, should she encounter such a leader who wishes to have it both ways, she would undoubtedly resign and seek employment elsewhere, unwilling to serve a leader so fragile in spirit. The emotional toll is too great, leading to an exhausting internal struggle. However, at present, she finds herself without choice, and, upon comparison, the lady is indeed one of the few commendable main wives of this era. Her professional aspirations do not include becoming a main wife. The status of a main wife does not necessarily equate to superiority over a concubine, especially one favored. A concubine like herself, who enjoys the master's affection, need not toil endlessly managing the household and raising children. In terms of status, face, and benefits, she is hardly at a disadvantage compared to the main wife. Her mother serves as a resounding example. In recent days, the residence of the Duke of Su has been ablaze, causing considerable chaos, yet her mother remains unfazed within her own courtyard, indifferent to the turmoil outside. Amidst the uproar, a censor who has long supported the Duchess of Su submitted a memorial denouncing the Duke's erratic behavior and disregard for propriety, urging the Emperor to issue a decree to reprimand him as a warning to others. The Emperor, however, rebuked the censor, questioning what was so outrageous about the Duke marrying a divorced woman in whom he had offended, asserting that there was no breach of etiquette. Enraged, the Duchess of Su rushed to the Empress to lament her plight, but the Empress was equally powerless to assist. Who could challenge the Emperor's protection of the Duke? During these days, Ye Qingzhi has been incessantly pestering Xie Jin to relay the courtroom dramas stemming from the Duke's antics, relishing the spectacle. Ultimately, she could only sigh in admiration for the Duke, not only a formidable warrior but also a champion of pure love. Returning to the question of whether to be a concubine or a main wife, with her mother as a professional role model, it is clear that she would choose to be a favored concubine. Only a fool would opt to labor like a beast as a main wife. The only slight regret is that in comparison to the Duke, their lord's status and influence pale in comparison. Being the favored concubine of a marquis lacks the same grandeur, yet, it cannot be helped. After all, their lord is merely a marquis, not a prince. Alas, one must make do with the circumstances. My lady, rest assured, even if the Duke loses his senses and insists on making my mother the princess, I have no interest in becoming the main wife or a primary consort. You are free to maintain your position. Should anyone dare to harm you, I shall be the first to oppose it and deal with her. Ye Qingzhi declared emphatically, slamming her hand on the table, her resolve palpable. Why? Zhang Jingyi could not fathom the rationale. My lady, the truth may be unpalatable and hard for you to believe, so perhaps it is best left unsaid. Ye Qingzhi wore a teasing expression, further piquing Zhang Jingyi's curiosity. Speak. Firstly, I am averse to venturing out and loathe attending tedious matchmaking banquets. However, as a main wife, one cannot decline such invitations. When out and about, one must feign cheerfulness in the company of noble women of higher status, regardless of personal distaste. Encountering a high-ranking lady intent on causing trouble could lead to public humiliation, and returning home to face the ire of the lord and mother-in-law would be utterly disheartening. The prospect of losing face outside only to be reprimanded upon return is too dreadful. Zhang Jingyi found the logic irrefutable. Despite her high standing among, reluctantly allowing them to share my husband is one thing, but aiding them in raising their children, and later managing the marriages of these illegitimate sons and daughters, is simply infuriating. The role of a main wife is not one suitable for a woman with emotions. One must become stone-hearted to perform well, otherwise, who wouldn't he wish to vent their frustrations on the concubines and children? My lady, you are truly remarkable. I could never emulate your grace and generosity. Zhang Jingyi was unsure whether to feel insulted or flattered. You certainly speak boldly, Zhang Jingyi retorted after a moment of contemplation. What I did not wish to say, you insisted upon hearing. And now, should you chastise me? Alas, my lady, is something amiss in your personal life? Ye Qingzhi feigned innocence. How do you know? Zhang Jingyi's face turned crimson. I understand completely. Ye Qingzhi wore a sympathetic expression. Zhang Jingyi harbored doubts about whether Ye Qingzhi was mocking her. Enough of this, I believe you now and shall no longer question your loyalty. Zhang Jingyi shifted the conversation to the financial accounts. Ye Qingzhi handed her two meticulously organized ledgers, explaining, My lady, this volume summarizes the discrepancies in the accounts, detailing how they have muddled the records, misreported figures, and submitted false vouchers. This ledger contains a comparative overview of procurement prices. You will find it quite enlightening. Zhang Jingyi, intrigued, examined the procurement price comparison chart, presented in a format she had never encountered before, with neatly organized boxes that were exceptionally clear. Upon noticing that the eggs, priced at 10 won per gene, were recorded as 500 won, Zhang Jingyi trembled with rage, exuding an aura of menace. Why are there 3 columns of numbers? Zhang Jingyi inquired. Zhang Jingyi found Ye Qingzhi's words particularly stinging today. She was aware of her own shortcomings but had yet to cultivate a heart of stone, leaving her vulnerable. I wish to avoid remaining in the residence and would like to go out and seek refuge from the calamity. Ye Qingzhi stated. What calamity do you wish to avoid? Zhang Jingyi asked, perplexed. Who knows if some noble might wish to meet me on the anniversary, leading to unnecessary complications. Ye Qingzhi elaborated. Zhang Jingyi pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of her concerns. It was no wonder Ye Qingzhi was so astute, she would never have thought to prepare for such eventualities. Have you discussed this with the Marquis? Does he consent? Zhang Jingyi inquired. If the Marquis disagrees, I cannot grant your request. I have discussed it. The Marquis has agreed, Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile. Internally, she felt a twinge of disdain. The lady was far easier to negotiate with. Requesting leave was a simple matter, unlike the Marquis, who required her to toil late into the night to earn his consent. Do you have a destination in mind? Zhang Jingyi pressed further. Ye Qingzhi shook her head. Not yet. Perhaps you could stay at the hot spring estate for a few days, though the weather is not yet cold. Soaking in the hot springs can be quite pleasant, Zhang Jingyi suggested. Ye Qingzhi found the idea agreeable and accepted it. Thus, her request for a paid leave of absence was granted. Upon returning to Yanlu courtyard, Ye Qingzhi instructed Rui and the others to prepare for their journey, intending to depart for the hot spring estate that very day. The lady would undoubtedly confront the old matriarch regarding the accounts, and chaos would soon ensue in the residence. She was keen to escape the impending storm. Today, the Duke of Su finally attended court, resplendent in a purple robe adorned with golden embroidery and radiating an air of triumph that was simply ostentatious. Many officials, upon seeing him, immediately bowed their heads in reverence, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Such a sight was blinding. The emperor, having suppressed his frustrations for 2 days, had intended to deliver a stern reprimand upon encountering the duke. Yet, witnessing the duke's exuberance, he found himself unable to scold him, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. He had dispatched investigators to thoroughly examine the matter, discovering that Mu Nianxiu was indeed a simple-minded woman devoted to piety, leaving one to question the emperor's younger brother's peculiar tastes in women. After court, the emperor retained the duke for a conversation. As for Mu Nianxiu, though you may favor her, you must not disregard the feelings of the Duchess of Su, the emperor cautioned. Brother, while we have forged an alliance with the great Yan, the southern state of Chu is also eyeing us covetously, poised to invade. It would be prudent for me to guard the southern borders to alleviate your concerns, the duke replied, disregarding the emperor's admonition. Adopting a demeanor of patriotic concern, the emperor gritted his teeth. So you wish to take your concubine along to the southern borders? Surely, I must have a woman to attend to me, the duke responded with an air of entitlement, as if the notion of elopement were not his own. This was not elopement, it was merely an official duty. Begone! The emperor, momentarily weary of the duke's flamboyant demeanor, wished to avoid his presence. The duke departed in high spirits, thinking to himself that he would simply leave, leaving them to contend with their own chaos. Upon exiting the grand hall, the duke encountered Xia Jin, who was arriving for an audience with the emperor. Xia Jin bowed respectfully, addressing him, "Greetings, your highness, and congratulations." "Ah, why else would you be so favored by the emperor? You possess quite the silver tongue," the duke exclaimed, clapping Xia Jin on the shoulder with delight. No one had yet offered him congratulations, and Xia Jin was the first. Xia Jin smiled silently. "By the way, do you have a favored concubine named Yi, the daughter of my Mu concubine?" the duke inquired. "Indeed," Xia Jin sighed, "Yi has been preoccupied with thoughts of her mother lately, even writing a letter to me, beseeching me to find a way to deliver it to Mu concubine. Would it not be simpler for me to give it directly to your highness for you to pass on?" "Please do so," the duke replied, pleased to serve as a messenger, eager to earn some merit upon his return. Xia Jin fabricated a story. "I do not have it on me at the moment. I shall have someone deliver it to your highness later," though in truth, there was no such letter. Yet it mattered not, it would exist soon enough. The duke had no objections and, before departing, added, "Treat ye well, do not cause my Mu concubine any distress." This was clearly intended to lend support to Ye Qingzhi. The duke held her in high regard. After all, it was her words that had enabled him to embrace his newfound fortune. Xia Jin smiled in response. Yi was indeed a woman of great fortune. Who would have thought her mother could capture the duke's heart so thoroughly? Even he, through this inexplicable connection, found himself drawing closer to the duke. What a curious turn of events. He was now partaking in the benefits of a woman's favor. At this rate, should he begin to contemplate elevating Yi to the status of a primary wife? Chapter 77. Would you be so kind as to bear a child for this prince? Upon exiting the imperial palace, Xia Jin made his way directly back to his residence. Fortuitously, he returned just in time, otherwise, Ye Qingzhi would have already packed her bags, preparing to flee. Ahem, she was actually heading to the hot spring resort. The anniversary celebration is still 3 days away. Isn't it a bit premature for you to leave now? Xia Jin inquired, his tone increasingly irritable as he observed the multitude of items she had. Xia Jin regarded her with an ominous glint in his eyes. Was this woman contemplating self-exile, a month-long stay? No less. The resort was rudimentary, it could not compare to the comforts of his residence. The physician mentioned previously that my palace is cold, and soaking in hot springs would be beneficial for my health. When my time of the month arrives, I wouldn't suffer as intensely, Ye Qingzhi continued, seemingly oblivious to his menacing gaze, her voice tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Once my condition improves, I hope to bear you a healthy boy. Her sincerity in this declaration was akin to a scoundrel promising to purchase designer handbags once he becomes affluent. Weren't you the one who said you weren't in a hurry to have children? Xia Jin expressed skepticism towards her honeyed words. Once my health is restored, I must always be prepared. Otherwise, when the desire to conceive arises, and my body fails me, it would be utterly distressing, she replied, leaning against him, speaking with an air of earnestness. Xia Jin gently tapped her forehead, choosing not to engage. Adopting a tender demeanor, he suggested, since you are quite concerned about your mother, why not pen her a letter? I shall ensure it reaches her. Let us not. I wouldn't want to burden my mother with unnecessary worries. She is under the protection of Prince Su now, there is little to fret about. I have already conveyed everything I needed to, Ye Qingzhi replied, shaking her head, disinclined to write. Her mother's second spring of life was in full bloom. She saw no reason to complicate matters. Xia Jin thought to himself, how could she not write? He had already made arrangements with Prince Su. Today, I encountered Prince Su, and he requested that I treat you better. In return, shouldn't you write a letter encouraging your mother to show more kindness towards him? Xia Jin pressed on. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi regarded him with growing suspicion, a sudden realization dawning upon her. She laughed and said, my lord, you didn't deceive Prince Su into believing I wrote to my mother for him to deliver, did you? With his enthusiasm towards my mother, he would surely be elated. Then you would return here, seeking my gratitude for your supposed delivery of the letter, playing both sides to your advantage. Xia Jin, sometimes, a woman as sharp intellect can be quite vexing. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Xia Jin silenced her with a kiss, releasing her only when she was nearly breathless. Will you write or not? Of course, I will write. However, it is not I who owes you a favor. It is you who owes me, Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile, resembling a cunning little fox who had successfully pilfered a treat. Defeated, Xia Jin begrudgingly acquiesced. Once Ye Qingzhi completed her letter, he promptly dispatched someone to deliver it to Prince Su. Let us go. I shall escort you to the hot spring resort, Xia Jin said to Ye Qingzhi. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? She asked, somewhat taken aback. Not at all, I have business to attend to outside the city as well, he replied. However, do not think you can linger at the resort for too long. Once the anniversary celebration concludes, you must return to the residence. Very well, I shall heed your words. Ye Qingzhi complied obediently. She understood that negotiating for an extended leave with a superior was akin to overpricing a product while still expecting to receive a fair exchange. She would be grateful for any serene days she could manage. Meanwhile, Prince Su had initially been occupied with 2 days' worth of backlog at the Ministry of War. Upon receiving the letter, he could no longer concentrate on his duties. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the paperwork to be taken back to the palace, eager to return and bask in the merits of his actions. However, upon entering the palace, he was met by the hurried approach of eunuch Zhang, who reported urgently, Your Highness, the young heir is ill. He has developed a high fever. Have the physicians been summoned? Prince Su asked, his brow furrowing as he halted his steps towards the Tingyu pavilion, redirecting his path towards the heir's quarters. Prince Su had only 1 son and 2 daughters. For someone of his stature, this could be deemed a meager progeny. His son, now 14, was born of the royal consort and had been granted the title of duke as soon as he was born. Without a legitimate heir by his side, the royal consort would not have been so proud. The 2 daughters were born of lesser status, one aged 12 and the other merely 8, both of whom had since returned to the capital. The consort has not only summoned a physician but also Master Dao Hong to exorcise evil spirits from the young heir, eunuch Zhang continued, hurrying to keep pace with Prince Su, his voice dropping to a whisper. Prince Su paused momentarily, a flash of anger crossing his features, his aura becoming imposing. Upon reaching the heir's quarters, he discovered a throng of elegantly dressed women lingering outside, each adorned in vibrant attire. Irritated, he waved them away, ordering them to disperse. The heiress' illness had become an opportunity for them to seek his favor. Such intentions were utterly reprehensible. The royal consort sat by the heiress' bedside, her eyes red and puffy from tears as she tenderly wiped her face. My dear son, you have suffered so. Upon noticing Prince Su's arrival, she rose and curtsied, her voice choked with emotion. Your Highness, Master Dao Hong just informed me that the heir has been afflicted by the clash of incompatible fates, which has caused this sudden fever. Are you about to tell me that this incompatible fate is linked to concubine Mu? Prince Su glared at her, his voice cold enough to freeze. The royal consort's expression faltered slightly before she wept even more painfully. Well, Your Highness, who else could it be? The heir has always been in good health, and yet, ever since concubine Mu arrived at the palace, he has fallen ill with a fever. I may not favor concubine Mu's entanglement with you, but I would never jeopardize our son's health to rid us of her. He is a part of me. Prince Su ignored her sobs and strode to the bedside to assess the heir's condition. Seeing the boy's small face flushed with fever, he furrowed his brow even tighter. Father, the heir opened his eyes and, upon seeing Prince Su, began to cry. Whoa, father, are you going to dismiss mother and strip me of... He cast a disappointed glance at his son and spoke in a deep tone, rest well, I shall return to see you tomorrow. At 14, as the heir, he should possess his own discernment and ample confidence, rather than be swayed by the gossip of women. His son, raised in the capital and sheltered by the royal consort, had become overly pampered. If he did not take measures to correct this, he would grow to be a petty and ineffectual man. Before departing, Prince Su shot a glance at the royal consort, who was feigning tears, and scoffed before striding out. Upon returning to the Tingyu pavilion, he found Mu Nianqiu seated quietly at the table, engrossed in reading Buddhist scriptures. Instantly, his simmering anger began to dissipate upon noticing his presence. Moon Yanxiu set aside her scriptures and greeted him. Your Highness has returned, why does your mood seem so grim? The air is ill, Prince Su replied, pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder, resembling a wounded canine in need of solace. The physician is diligently attending to him. He shall be fine, yet, I understand the anxiety that accompanies parenthood, Moon Yanxiu said in her cool, composed manner. I will pray for him tomorrow, doing my part. Prince Su remained silent, merely nuzzling against her for a considerable time before suddenly lifting her into his arms and carrying her towards the bed. My lord, it is still broad daylight. Moon Yanxiu clutched at his clothing, hastily saying. Would you be so kind as to bear a child for me? Prince Su gently placed her on the bed, kneeling beside her, his eyes reddening as he implored her in a hushed voice, like a fervent supplicant. Chapter 78 of the theme of rebirth and revenge. Moon Yanxiu was momentarily taken aback by the words of the Prince of Su. She had never anticipated that he would desire for her to bear a child. At her age, the prospect of pregnancy seemed utterly implausible. Even if it were possible, she harbored no intention of giving birth. The abandonment by the prince was already a significant burden, and she wished not to complicate matters further with a child. It was all too intricate for her to navigate. Your Highness, I am afraid my age renders me incapable. Even if I were to conceive, the likelihood of retaining the pregnancy is slim, and complications during childbirth are not uncommon, often resulting in the loss of both mother and child, Moon Yanxiu gently suggested, fully aware of his limited heirs. Perhaps your Highness would do well to bestow more affection upon the younger concubines, who would be more than willing to bear your offspring. I too wish for your Highness to have many heirs, ensuring longevity and prosperity. She hoped fervently that her evening studies could return to normal, rather than being compelled each night to fulfill the prince's desires. The situation had become unbearable. The prince was not fond of her detached and businesslike demeanor. He grew even angrier at her suggestion to favor other women. Nevertheless, she was correct in her assessment. Her age made childbirth exceedingly perilous. It was better to refrain. The heir could still be salvaged. After all, he had not completely abandoned the idea of treating the heir. His affection for her was so profound that he yearned to have a child with her, regardless of gender, intending to keep the child close and educate them personally. With her vigilance, the child would surely flourish. The thought was indeed enticing. However, if childbirth would place her in jeopardy, then it was best to forego the idea altogether. I shall not insist upon it. It is not imperative for you to bear a child, the prince replied, suppressing his frustration as he reclined. He understood that she was reluctant to play the role of a benevolent figure in bed during the day, so he simply held her close, desiring to converse. As Moon Yanxiu reflected on their discussion of children, a thought struck her, her cool voice trembling slightly. Your Highness, I neglected to take the contraceptive potion a few days ago. Her limited mental capacity had been consumed with prayers and blessings, and the nightly exertion of fulfilling the prince's desires had caused her to forget the possibility of bearing a child. The prince, being rather straightforward, was engrossed in the pleasures of her company, oblivious to such matters. This was typically the responsibility of the princess, yet she received no attention. Under normal circumstances, a wet nurse would provide reminders, but Moon Yanxiu preferred solitude, and the prince enjoyed their intimacy, thus dismissing any attendance. Now, the situation was rather awkward. Do not fret, 1 or 2 days of neglect will not lead to immediate conception, the prince reassured her, gently caressing her abdomen. Having heard her concerns regarding the difficulties of childbirth at her age, he genuinely abandoned the notion of her bearing a child, realizing it was unlikely to happen soon. He would consult the imperial physician to procure some contraceptive pills. Moon Yanxiu concurred and resolved to cast aside her worries. She was quite receptive to reason. By the way, I have brought back the letter from your daughter, the prince said, retrieving the letter from his sleeve and presenting it to her with a sense of accomplishment. Thank you, your highness, Moon Yanxiu replied, accepting the letter with a gentle smile that captivated the prince. How could her family not understand? The ethereal smile of a celestial being possessed a devastating charm, particularly for a devout believer witnessing it for the first time. Then, the prince, this devoted believer, became increasingly infatuated, disregarding her protests, fixated solely on wanting to possess her and infuse her with the hues of desire. In the aftermath, Moon Yanxiu found herself infuriated, refusing to engage with him despite his attempts to appease her. To indulge in such lewdness during the day was one thing, but to recite her daughter's letter while engaged in such acts was simply intolerable. Moon Yanxiu felt both anger and shame, trembling uncontrollably, and in a moment of fury, she bit him fiercely. The consequence was that the prince became even more unhinged. Moon Yanxiu believed that the prince's gluttony and obsession were excessively severe, and she needed to devise a way to rid him of these burdens. His insatiable desire for her body, both in bed and out, was particularly overwhelming. When she broached the subject, the prince earnestly declared that only by satisfying his hunger would he cease his relentless cravings, akin to a person who, when not satiated, constantly yearns for food, but once full, grows weary of the same flavors and seeks variety. Moon Yanxiu pondered this seriously and found some merit in his reasoning. However, how could one determine what would be sufficient to satiate him? With a weary sigh, Moon Yanxiu decided to cease her ruminations, taking up her prayer beads and reciting scriptures to calm her mind. At the hot spring villa, Ye Qingzhi dreamt once more. This dream was significantly clearer than the previous ones. She could discern not only the surroundings but also the familiar figure of Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang stood at the bedside, urging the woman lying there to divorce. Ye Qingzhi recognized that the woman on the bed must be Lin Qingwan. Unfortunately, while she could see Granny Zhang clearly, Lin Qingwan's visage remained obscured. She heard Lin Qingwan say to Granny Zhang, "Granny, please do not urge me further. I know my father, mother, and brothers care for me and wish for my divorce. However, if I were to divorce, it would only tarnish the family name and cause other women in my family to suffer the same fate, making it ever more difficult to find suitable matches. Moreover, I have already taken Xiuhan under my care. I shall raise him well, and he will be my support in the future." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi thought how rare it was for Lin Qingwan's family to wish for her divorce. It was akin to winning the lottery in ancient times, yet, Lin Qingwan was too concerned about her reputation and unwilling to burden her family, rendering her incapable of making the decision to divorce. Ye Qingzhi could not help but sigh out. If only Lin Qingwan had divorced, would she have avoided an early demise in the Pingnan Marquis's residence? She wondered if Lin Qingwan regretted her decision not to divorce at the time of her death. This feeling was peculiar. She was aware that she was dreaming, yet she maintained a sense of lucidity within the dream, akin to watching a film, allowing her to critique and comment. Suddenly, the dream shifted back to Lin Qingwan's chamber, with only her and Granny Zhang present. "Granny, have you found anything?" It was merely a small assessment at the clan school, and Xiuhan received praise from the teacher, yet it has transformed into rumors of him being a prodigy? Who is distorting the truth? Lin Qingwan's voice was laced with anger and urgency. "It seems the rumors originated from Lady Lan's courtyard. Lady Lan has always treated the young master well, often presenting him with delicacies. Does she intend to ruin him?" Granny Zhang replied anxiously. "Madam, should we inform the master?" Lin Qingwan, however, regained her composure and confidently stated, "Although Xiuhan's talents are not extraordinary, he is certainly above average. With a little more effort in his education, I can solidify his reputation as a prodigy. While this title may ruin him, it could also be his salvation. Although his innate abilities may not be exceptional, his temperament is stable and rational, which will encourage him to strive for excellence." Ye Qingzhi recalled her last encounter with Xie Xiuhan, during which she had even suspected him of being Zhao Xinlan's child. So, it was not the case, perhaps she had overthought it. After all, a mother would not be so cruel to her own child. The scene shifted once again, showing Lin Qingwan lying in bed, coughing violently and incessantly, causing Ye Qingzhi to feel increasingly agitated. With such a severe illness, she was surely on the brink of death. This time, Granny Zhang was absent, and a strange maidservant attended to her. Seeing Lin Qingwan cough so violently, the maidservant poured water, attempting to help her drink, but Lin Qingwan waved her hand in refusal. The maidservant could only place the teacup down and kneel by the bed, watching the sickly mistress with tears in her eyes, saying, "Madam, please wait a moment, the young master will be here shortly." Cough 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 cough. The response was a series of urgent coughs. Once the coughing subsided, labored breaths followed, and Lin Qingwan lay weakly without uttering a word. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting the maidservant to rise, her voice brimming with excitement. "Madam, the young master has arrived." However, it was Zhao Xinlan who entered. Two older women followed behind her, silencing the maidservant and preventing her from entering the room. Zhao Xinlan, clad in a red wedding gown, approached the bedside alone with a victorious smirk, sarcastically saying, "Sister, why do you close your eyes upon seeing me? Today is the day I elevate myself as your sister-in-law. You must drink a toast to me." Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi, reflecting on Zhao Xinlan's current predicament, found it hard to muster any anger, only amusement. The wheel of fate turns, and heaven spares no one. The wretched truly deserve their comeuppance. Listening to Zhao Xinlan lamenting her grievances over the years, filled with suppressed jealousy, and recounting Xiamingli's affections for her, Ye Qingzhi felt an overwhelming urge to retort. Yet, she noticed that Lin Qingwan had not uttered a single word, her breathing unchanged, evidently possessing remarkable composure, disregarding the wretched woman entirely. "It seems my sister is unconcerned. Do you know that your health is deteriorating? I have added a touch of poison to the soup and medicine you consume daily." Cough cough cough. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwan could no longer remain silent, her emotions flared, and she erupted into a fit of violent coughs, words lodged in her throat. Ye Qingzhi could not help but curse, feeling a mix of anger and resignation, yet she found herself utterly unsurprised. Such was the nature of rebirth and revenge narratives. Seeing Lin Qingwan in such a pitiful state only brought Zhao Xinlan greater delight, delivering her final blow. "You would never have guessed, but Xiuhan is actually the biological child of Mingli and me. How considerate of me not to hide this from you." Before Ye Qingzhi could hear Lin Qingwan's response, she jolted awake from the dream, disoriented for a moment before regaining her senses. Thus, in Lin Qingwan's tale of rebirth and revenge, the scoundrel and the vile woman did not live happily ever after their demise. How delightful. Previously, she found Xiamingli's character, filled with regret, repugnant. Now, Ye Qingzhi felt inclined to applaud. Indeed, the ultimate revenge against such a scoundrel is to let him experience self-inflicted retribution. As for Zhao Xinlan, rather than hastily plotting to poison her food, it was better to let the scoundrel torment her for now. Based on Zhao Xinlan's current miserable existence, the scoundrel was performing admirably in his role, achieving remarkable results. And regarding Xie Xiuhan, with such a dim-witted mother as Zhao Xinlan, let us see if he can maintain his prodigious status amidst the trials ahead. Everything was neatly arranged. She was content to recline and watch the unfolding drama, enjoying the spectacle as it played out. Chapter 79, revealing the truth to the Marquis. Ever since Ye Qingzhi learned of Lin Qingwan's distressing past, realizing that she had been poisoned and had raised her enemy's child for several years, she became exceedingly troubled. Initially, she intended to simply lie back and let events unfold, yet she soon discovered that she had underestimated the impact this situation would have on her. The weight of her heart felt unbearable, and she feared that if she continued to remain however, if she were to engage in covert actions, she could not conceal them from Xie Jin. It was impossible to keep it hidden. For the sake of her well-being, Ye Qingzhi contemplated her next steps and ultimately resolved to confide in Xie Jin, inquiring whether he was aware of Xie Xiuhan's true identity. She harbored suspicions that he might be in the know. As for how she came by this information, well, the end of all scientific inquiry leads to theology. Moreover, given the ancient context, belief in the divine was particularly prevalent. She would claim that it was Lin Furen who visited her in a dream, personally imparting this revelation. After all, the anniversary of Lin Furen's passing was approaching, so a visitation in a dream, even if it were to frighten her, would be entirely reasonable. If she could also implicate the master in this matter, it would be nearly perfect. Once Ye Qingzhi made up her mind, she instructed her shadow guard, Louis, to deliver a message to Xie Jin, requesting his presence at the manor, as she had something of great importance to discuss. It was not until evening that Xie Jin arrived. He had been busy that day, interrogating several spies from the state of Chu without uncovering any useful intelligence. To interject here, the previous mention by the Duke of Su that the state of Chu was eyeing their territory and planning to dispatch troops to the south was not unfounded. It was not merely a self-serving desire to take Moon Yanqiu away for a respite. Reports from the south indeed indicated such intentions, and Xie Jin's recent focus had been on capturing and interrogating these spies from Chu. Before coming to the manor, he had made a point to return to the Marquis's residence to change out of his blood-stained official attire and wash away the stench of blood before seeking out Ye Qingzhi. "Have you dined yet, my lord?" Ye Qingzhi greeted Xie Jin warmly upon his arrival. "I have." She was a master at manipulating emotions. Xie Jin's curiosity was evidently piqued, and he playfully tapped her forehead, urging her to speak without further delay. "My lord, last night, Lin Furen visited me in a dream," Ye Qingzhi began. "She revealed to me the depths of her suffering, stating that she had been grievously deceived. Xie Xiuhan is actually the biological child of Zhao Xinlan, and seemingly, for the sake of clarity, I shall refer to him as the Marquis of Pingnan. The Marquis tricked Lin Furen into believing that Xie Xiuhan was a child selected from their clan, leading her to raise him as her legitimate son. Even more shocking is the claim that while everyone asserts Lin Furen died of illness after childbirth, the truth is that she was poisoned by Zhou Xianlan. My lord, are you aware of this?" Upon hearing it, I was truly infuriated. The Marquis of Pingnan and Zhao Xinlan are utterly despicable, and Lin Furen's plight is pitiful. She raised her enemy's child. "How do you know all this? Did Lin Furen truly visit you in a dream?" Xie Jin's gaze deepened, skeptical of such supernatural claims. He had only discovered after Lin Qingwan's death that Xie Xiuhan was indeed the offspring of Zhao Xinlan and seemingly. This information had been meticulously concealed by Xiamingli, for once it came to light, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The Anil Marquis household would be the first to seek retribution against Xiamingli, and Zhao Xinlan's former family would not let the matter rest either, given that Xie Xiuhan was the product of their illicit affair. To protect the Xie family's honor, he had chosen to remain oblivious to the truth. "Whether you believe me or not, it was indeed Lin Furen who entrusted this dream to me," Ye Qingzhi insisted, meeting his gaze with her clear and honest eyes. She was not lying. Xie Jin chose not to dwell on this issue further but instead asked the more pressing question, "What do you intend to do?" "I am aware that there is little I can conceal from you, so I shall be forthright. What must be sacrificed to publicly unveil these truths, to bring about Zhao Xinlan's demise and ensure that the Marquis of Pingnan receives his due punishment? This would quell Lin Furen's resentment and allow her to find true peace, rather than continually seeking me out in dreams, causing me to endure nightmares. Unlike Lin Qingwan, if she could resolve this matter swiftly, she would not resort to playing the long game. Direct and forceful action, relying on leadership to accomplish her goals, was her style." Chapter 80 of The Master of Deception. Ye Qingzhi, if what you say about Zhao Xinlan poisoning is true, we can dispose of her. However, the identity of Xie Xiuhan must not be revealed. The Xie family cannot afford such disgrace, and our grandmother cannot withstand this turmoil, Xie Jin stated sullenly. Why Ye Qingzhi was not at all surprised by his words. The reputation and dignity of a family far outweigh any individual concerns. How could they possibly expose such a scandal for the sake of a woman? If one cannot comprehend this, one need only consider that a woman's loss of purity often leads to death to preserve the family's honor. In this era, women serve as tools for marriage and childbirth. As legitimate wives, and as concubines, they merely exist for pleasure and procreation, yet they must remain pure and obedient. Ye Qingzhi was dissatisfied with Xie Jin's answer but felt no anger. Negotiations such as these rarely conclude in a single discussion. Without multiple rounds of deliberation, both parties would feel they have been wronged. "Perhaps we can find another reason to remove him from Madame Lin's name? He is the son of an enemy yet is recognized as Madame Lin's legitimate child, benefiting from her dowry and expected to honor her with ancestral offerings. I fear Madame Lin might rise from the grave in fury to take revenge on the Xie family," Xie Jin mused, acknowledging the rationale. "That is the utmost we can achieve," he conceded, knowing that Xiamingli would likely agree to this condition. Then, regarding the Duke of Pingnan. "I have heard that he has not spent a night in the inner courtyard for an entire year. Is this true?" Ye Qingzhi inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Xie Jin lightly tapped her forehead, admonishing, "Do not pry into such matters." "It seems to be true, ha." Ye Qingzhi replied with a sardonic smile. For the sake of Madame Lin, the Duke of Pingnan has shown such deep devotion. One wonders how he would react upon learning that Madame Lin was poisoned by his dear cousin, Zhao Xinlan. Would he not be driven to despair? Such regret can consume a person, leading them to madness. Listening to her revel in the misfortune of others, Xia Jin could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Most women profess to be virtuous and gentle, yet none are as unabashedly wicked as she. It was rather endearing. Unable to resist, Xia Jin kissed her softly and asked, "What connection do you have with Madame Lin? Why did she send you a dream?" "I have a bold and frightening speculation. During my visit to the state minister temple, Master Liao Yin's words seemed to validate this hypothesis." Ye Qingzhi feigned hesitation. "However, if I were to speak it aloud, it might provoke your disdain." "What speculation? Are you perhaps a transformed fox spirit capable of divination?" Xia Jin teased, playfully tapping her rear. "Where is your fox tail? Do not hide it, let it be seen." Ye Qingzhi retorted internally, conceding that he possessed a certain charm. She seized his hand and shot him a glare, feeling that he had disrupted the serious atmosphere. "Continue," Xia Jin urged her. "I suspect that when I fell into the water and was rescued, my soul temporarily left my body, allowing Madame Lin's spirit to enter me. However, when I awoke, being a person of propriety, Madame Lin departed, yet, this encounter established a profound connection between us, compelling her to invade my dreams with her grievances, urging me to advocate for her. Master Liaoying previously mentioned that my nightmares were a form of revelation, a link to a fated person, assuring me that I need not worry, in due time, the matters would resolve themselves." Xia Jin remained silent, taken aback by her elaborate tale. Ye Qingzhi inwardly mused that her own fabrication was so convincing that it could easily deceive him. Though shrouded in mystique and absurdity, her narrative held a certain logical coherence. With her talent for After hearing Ye Qingzhi's account, Xia Jin departed hastily, leaving no time for rest. Whether it was due to a psychological aversion to sleeping beside her or an urgent need to consult Master Liaoying, she could not discern. Regardless of the reason, Ye Qingzhi felt elated at the prospect of a day off. In this encounter with her superior, she not only deflected blame but also found a means to vindicate Madame Lin, while simultaneously addressing some inconsistencies in her past conduct. With one stone, she had struck multiple birds, and as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she enjoyed a night free of dreams. Sleeping soundly, Xia Jin indeed rushed out of the city to the state minister temple, where Master Liaoying was still awake and received him. After a brief conversation, Xia Jin left with a grave expression. Upon returning to the Jiangyang Marquis' residence, he swiftly traversed the connecting gate to the east garden of the Duke of Jiangyang's estate. With the anniversary memorial approaching, the courtyards were adorned with white canopies, paper money, straw figures, and white chrysanthemums replacing the usual flowers. The atmosphere was permeated with a sense of foreboding, and as night fell, it became increasingly eerie. During these 2 days, apart from servants tasked with night watch or patrol, no one dared to venture out once darkness descended, leaving the estate feeling desolate. After walking for some time without encountering a soul, Xia Jin felt a chill creep into his heart as he walked through the Duke of Jiangyang's estate, his brow tightly furrowed, and his grip instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword. He made his way to the study in the front courtyard to find Xiamingli. "Uncle, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Xiamingli asked, rising to greet him. "I have uncovered certain information pointing to Zhao Xinlan's poisoning of Lin Qingwan," Xia Jin stated bluntly. Xiamingli recoiled, shock and disbelief evident in his eyes. "Uncle, what have you discovered? Let me see." "The evidence is gone, believe it or not, I merely came to inform you," Xia Jin replied coldly. Before her death, Lin Qingwan learned the truth that she had been poisoned by Zhao Xinlan for years, which led to her chronic ailments. Furthermore, she had been deceived into believing the son of her enemy was her legitimate child, nurturing him for years, hence her spirit is filled with resentment and cannot find peace. Xiamingli staggered back, his face as pale as a sheet. He retreated several steps before he vomited blood, Xia Jin observed, realizing that the Yi family's words held a striking accuracy. "Qingwan, she knew before her death, no wonder she never appeared in my dreams," Xiamingli murmured, clutching his chest in anguish. His ashen visage, marred by blood at the corners of his lips and vacant eyes, reflected a creeping madness. Seeing him on the verge of a breakdown, Xia Jin, concerned he might truly lose his sanity, furrowed his brow and said, "It is too late for remorse now that she is gone. If you truly wish to atone, you must eliminate Zhao Xinlan, remove Xie Xiuhan from Lin Qingwan's name, and cease recognizing him as her legitimate son. Additionally, you must treat her remaining servants well, return her dowry, and make amends to her family." These were all. By fulfilling these requests, he hoped to alleviate some of Lin Qingwan's grievances. Xiamingli's hollow gaze gradually regained some light as he wiped the blood from his mouth and stood shakily. "I will provide Qingwan with a proper explanation. Uncle, may I inquire how you came to know all this, I beg of you?" "The anniversary memorial is approaching. Lin Qingwan entrusted a dream. Is it your concubine, Yi?" Xiamingli interjected immediately. Xia Jin's brow furrowed, his voice cold as he warned, "She is Yi, not the reincarnation of Lin Qingwan. Be ye clear-headed and do not entertain any notions about her." Xia Jin relayed Ye Qingzhi's conjecture and his visit to Master Liaoyin for confirmation. Xiamingli nodded in understanding, bowing deeply in gratitude and explaining, "Uncle, you misunderstand, I harbor no ulterior motives toward Yi. I am merely grateful to her, and I ask that you convey my thanks. If possible, should she dream of Qingwan again, please allow her to convey my repentance." Xia Jin nodded, though he thought to himself that the dead could not benefit from repentance. His nephew was adept in studies and work, but when it came to matters of the heart, he was overly sentimental and had trouble discerning his affections, proving himself quite foolish. This entire debacle had entangled his favored concubine, causing him further distress. Chapter 81. Becoming more and more like a foolish ruler who only seeks to please the fairer sex, Xie Jing, having achieved his goals, could not wait to depart the seemingly infernal Pingnan Marquis' residence. Upon returning to the western courtyard of the inner residence, he immediately spotted a white figure drifting towards him from a distance. Startled, he swiftly drew the embroidered spring knife from his waist and exclaimed loudly, "Who goes there?" The white figure, taken aback, hastily knelt and replied, "It is I, your grace." It was An Qian, who had recently been elevated from a lowly concubine to a favored one, a former courtesan skilled in dance. Xia Jing strode towards her, his expression darkening as he scrutinized her in her white garments. "What business do you have wandering about at this hour, dressed in such a ghostly manner, without a maid or servant in tow?" With tear-filled eyes, An Qian gazed up at Xia Jing and replied in a soft, delicate voice, "I was overcome with longing for my family and unable to sleep. Seeing the moon still shining brightly outside, I thought to take a solitary stroll to ease my troubled heart. I did not intend to alarm your grace, it is my fault." Xia Jing could easily discern her intentions to curry favor, yet today, he was in no mood for such antics, and her ghostly attire repulsed him. "Do not venture out this late in the future, and especially do not wear white at night. Return quickly, lest you frighten others." Having said this, he turned and left, leaving An Qian, in the chilling wind, to weep in humiliation and fury, her earlier pretense of tears transformed into genuine. If news of tonight's events spread, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the other women in the inner residence. Oh, how she lamented. Just the other day, the Marquis had expressed sympathy for her plight of losing her family at a young age, resulting in her fall into the world of courtesans, which led to her elevation to a favored concubine and the nullification of her status as a slave. Thus, upon inadvertently learning that the Marquis had returned to the residence via the eastern courtyard, she hurriedly prepared herself to intercept him, hoping to elicit his compassion through her feigned longing for her family. A beauty under the moonlight, delicate and vulnerable, filled with sorrow, she had even donned white garments, believing her success to be nearly assured, yet, who would have thought the Marquis would be frightened by her? Did he fear ghosts? A prestigious commander of the Imperial Guard, frightened of apparitions, what a laugh it would be if it were to be revealed. She refused to believe that the Marquis feared ghosts. She preferred to think him heartless and unfeeling. During the time when Aunt Yao was demoted to a lowly concubine in the Haitang courtyard, she had often remarked on how unfeeling the Marquis was, only concerned with his own interests. Thus, among the women of the residence, he treated the legitimate wife with the utmost respect and tolerance, never allowing her to lose face before outsiders, and Aunt Yi. Aunt Yi had already departed to the estate. Was it only by becoming the mistress that she could live like a person? Yet, with her humble origins, being a favored concubine was already a great honor. She had no right to aspire to the position of the mistress. Woe is me, woe is me. Aunt Qian's sorrow welled up from within, her cries growing ever more reminiscent of a wronged ghost draped in white. Aunt Qian? Is that you? Would please, if you are some vengeful spirit, do not come looking for me. I have never harmed anyone. Her personal maid, hearing the commotion, trembled as she spoke, her legs shaking uncontrollably. An Qian, woe is me, she is not a ghost. Meanwhile, at the Pingnan Marquis' residence, after Xia Jing left, Xia Mingli tidied himself before heading directly to seek out Zhao Xinlan. Zhao Xinlan had already let down her hair, preparing for sleep, and upon learning of Xia Mingli's arrival, she joyfully rushed out to greet him. Since Lin Qingwan's death, he had not visited her room. Although she knew he was not coming to seek her company at this hour, she felt a sense of happiness, believing it to be a positive beginning. Your Grace, what brings you here so late? Zhao Xinlan smiled as she approached him. Xia Mingli dismissed the maids and, once the door was closed, seized Zhao Xinlan by the throat with one hand. Your Grace? Zhao Xinlan's eyes widened in terror, a mix of fear and confusion evident within them. She could not comprehend why Xia Mingli had suddenly gone mad. Xia Mingli tightened his grip on her throat, forcibly dragging her to the edge of the bed before releasing her. Zhao Xinlan coughed painfully, tears streaming down her face as she asked, Cough, Your Grace, what have I done to provoke you? I never knew you possessed such a cruel heart, Xia Mingli said, his face stern as he gazed at her, his eyes reddening with regret. For all these years, I have clung to our childhood bond, deceived by you, unable to see through your true nature. It is my folly, and I have invited a wolf into my home, allowing you the chance to poison Qingwan. This is all my fault. Unable to continue her weeping, Zhao Xinlan's heart raced in terror as she shook her head and cried, Your Grace, what are you saying? I do not understand. I did not harm my sister. Did you not tell Qingwan yourself, that you poisoned her? Why deny it now? Xia Mingli asked ominously. No, I did not, Your Grace. You must have heard this from that little concubine of Xia Jing's. She is not Lin Qingwan, do not take her words to heart. Zhao Xinlan had anticipated this day, so even in her fright, she steadfastly refused to admit guilt, having meticulously cleaned up any evidence. Yet for Xia Mingli, evidence was unnecessary. He had already passed judgment in his heart, sentencing Zhao Xinlan to death and determining her punishment. He would confine her, administering poison daily, allowing her to endure the same torment Qingwan had suffered, ultimately leading her to a despairing death. As for Xie Xiuhan, having recognized Zhao Xinlan's malice and scheming, he began to question if Xie Xiuhan was truly his child. Xiuhan, is he truly my son? Xia Mingli questioned her. Zhao Xinlan, feeling a deep sense of humiliation, incredulously replied, Your Grace, Xiuhan is undoubtedly your son. Back then, that night, I have no recollection, everything was merely your narrative. Xia Mingli lowered his gaze, regret washing over him once more. It is my own foolishness for not understanding your intentions, which afforded you the opportunity. Zhao Xinlan. Enough, she wished to hear none of his regrets. This made her years of scheming seem nothing more than a farce. Woo. Your Grace, whatever you may think, do not doubt Xiuhan. He is so intelligent, excelling in his studies, he is undoubtedly your son. Zhao Xinlan wept bitterly, desperately defending Xiuhan's lineage. If you wish to label him as an illegitimate child, ruining his reputation for all to see, then by all means, shout it from the rooftops, Xiamingli retorted. Zhao Xinlan instantly fell silent, her heart gripped by fear, her entire being trembling as if submerged in icy water. Your Grace, Shouhan is the legitimate son of the Marquis' residence, and so talented. He will surely achieve great success in the future. You would not forsake him, would you? Zhao Xinlan pleaded earnestly, as long as you do not harm Shouhan, I am willing to die to atone for my sister. He may remain in the Marquis' residence, but he can no longer be recognized as a legitimate son. Having uttered these words, Xiamingli felt a deep sense of aversion and regret, unwilling to cast another glance at Zhao Xinlan. He turned to leave, but before stepping out, he added, from tomorrow onward, you shall fall ill and must not step out of this room. Zhao Xinlan's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant, as if her soul had departed. At the Wenquan estate, over the next 2 days, Ye Qingzhi did not see Xie Jing again, yet she received a letter from him, informing her that matters at the Pingnan Marquis' residence had been successfully resolved. After reading it, Ye Qingzhi felt compelled to give Xie Jing a thumbs up. His efficiency and capability were commendable. If he were not a marquis, who else would be fit for leadership? Alas, what a pity he was merely a marquis. Had he been a prince, tsk, her career aspirations could have soared alongside him. And, the king of Su and the madam, no, the esteemed concubine Mu have arrived at the estate. You must go and greet them. At that moment, Rui rushed in with the news. The king of Su and my mother have come? Ye Qingzhi questioned in disbelief. They have already entered the estate and are in the flower hall. Rui nodded vigorously, hastily arranging her attire. With her mind swirling with questions, Ye Qingzhi made her way to the flower hall and respectfully greeted the king of Su and her mother within. Be at ease, the king of Su glanced at Mu Nianqiu and quickly added, drawing closer to her. You are Nianqiu's daughter, which makes you my daughter as well. I shall call you Qingzhi. Ye Qingzhi, that were it not for her sense of propriety, she would not hesitate to call the king father. Your grace's kindness overwhelms me. It is best I adhere to some decorum to spare my mother and you any inconvenience. Ye Qingzhi smiled gracefully, then approached Mu Nianqiu, joyfully exclaiming, to see you, mother, is such a delightful surprise. When I heard the maid say you and the king had come, I could hardly believe it. Mu Nianqiu smiled gently at her daughter. The king wished to give me a surprise. I did not anticipate it would be to visit you. I am indeed pleased. In that moment, Ye Qingzhi understood, had they come solely to please her mother, the king of Su was increasingly resembling a foolish ruler, one who would go to great lengths to elicit a smile from a fair lady. Seeing Mu Nianqiu smile, the king of Su felt a sense of relief, knowing his strategy had succeeded. Heaven knows, ever since he had angered her that day, she had not been as warm towards him, not that she had ever been particularly warm. She had merely taken on the demeanor of a compassionate bodhisattva, seemingly intent on chanting scriptures and bestowing blessings upon him. Though she had always been this way, the feeling was somehow different this time. No matter, today he was resolute in his purpose to seek external aid. Chapter 82. To bear a child or not. Ye Qingzhi had only exchanged a few words with her mother when unexpectedly, Xie Jing arrived. The anniversary memorial for Madame Lin had concluded, and Xie Jing was there to escort Ye Qingzhi back to their residence. If left to her own devices, she could likely revel in happiness for over a month. This scenario was untenable. He would simply perish from longing. Furthermore, it would be even worse if outsiders, particularly Prince Su, assumed he had neglected her, exiling her to the countryside to endure hardship. To Xie Jin's surprise, Prince Su had come to the estate accompanied by his beloved concubine, Mu Niang. Although he had dispatched someone to investigate Mu Nianqiu, this was the first time Xie Jin had the privilege of seeing her in person. How to describe her? Perhaps it was best not to offer any judgment. After all, she was, in a way, half a mother-in-law and a concubine of Prince Su. It was prudent to maintain an air of respect and avoid any offense. Upon entering the flower hall, Xie Jin respectfully greeted Mu Niang and Prince Su, while Ye Qingzhi offered him a warm smile and returned. Mu Niang observed this prospective son-in-law with curiosity. He was handsome and distinguished, a commendable match for her daughter. Had he not been her daughter as superior? Xie Jin, your timing is impeccable. Accompany me to the nearby mountains to hunt a wild hare for our midday meal. Allowing these two ladies a chance to converse, Prince Su declared as he stood, casting a keen glance at Ye Qingzhi before departing. Ye Qingzhi pondered, what does the prince mean by that look? Her lack of understanding of Prince Su led her to believe that the exchange of glances had failed to transmit any significant message. Mother, how have you been at the prince's residence? Have you encountered the princess or anyone else? Have they troubled you? Ye Qingzhi inquired of Mu Niang. Quite well, my dear, I followed your advice and conveyed my requests to the prince. He has sent someone to protect me and granted me the privilege of not having to pay my respects to the princess. I have yet to meet her or the others, as they have all been turned away by the prince's men, Mu Niang replied, her trust in her daughter evident as she shared her concerns. Qingzhi, the heir is unwell, and the prince is distressed. Given the prince's limited offspring, he has expressed a desire for me to bear a child. Alas, as a mother, I ought not to burden you with such matters, but I find myself without anyone else to confide in. Oh dear, mother, what is there that cannot be shared with your daughter? Please, elaborate, and I shall assist you with ideas. Ye Qingzhi exclaimed inwardly, eager to hear more. Though she addressed her as mother, in her heart, she regarded her beautiful mother as a close sister and confidant. Moreover, she was quite fond of the dynamic between her pure-hearted, battle-hardened mother and the serene beauty of her mother. From Prince Su's current demeanor, She felt reasonably assured that her mother would have a reliable partner. Her only concern was whether Prince Su's affection was merely a fleeting whim. However, she doubted that was the case. True love, after all, encompasses all. Observing Prince Su's treatment of her mother, it was clear that he genuinely cherished and valued her. Ye Qingzhi wished for her beautiful mother to maintain her grasp over Prince Su and to live out her remaining years in peace. If a child were to be born, it would surely provide her mother with more security than if she remained childless. Yet, her mother was of an age where such matters became precarious, especially in ancient times with limited medical care. She feared for her mother's safety during childbirth. Yang, aware of her daughter's intelligence, welcomed her suggestions, saying, "Though the prince acknowledges my advanced age and the difficulties of childbirth, he still seems to desire a child." After years of fighting for the Zhao dynasty, the prince is left with only one son. It is quite insufficient. I have urged him to favor the younger concubines in the household, but he remains steadfast in his visits to me. Should this persist, if I cannot bear him a son or even a daughter, yet occupy all his time, I would feel a sense of guilt, believing I am not aiding him but rather hindering him. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi sighed inwardly, admiring her mother's kindness. Of course, this was also due to the era's expectation that women bear children to prosper their families. Analyzing the situation rationally, if her mother could safely deliver a child, the benefits would be immense. First and foremost, should Prince Su pass away before her mother, having a child would provide her mother with a source of support and security. Without a child, her mother's fate could be dire, potentially relegating her to a life in a temple, or worse, losing her life altogether. Even if she wished to rescue her mother, her lowly status as merely a marquis would hinder her ability to intervene in royal matters. Secondly, having a child would solidify her mother's current position and favor. With an heir, the emperor would not view her mother as an obstacle to Prince Su's progeny but might even recognize her contributions, offering her some protection. Moreover, having a child would open up myriad possibilities. It was conceivable that her mother could be elevated in rank. After all, her mother's situation differed from her own. The royal family placed great emphasis on heirs, where maternal lineage was highly valued. In summary, should her mother's health permit, Ye Qingzhi wholeheartedly supported the idea of her mother bearing another child, preferably in ancient times. The value of a boy far surpassed that of a girl, as societal norms dictated. If you were to conceive, would your body be able to endure it? Ye Qingzhi inquired. I saw the physician 2 days ago, and he assured me that my health is satisfactory, Yang replied. She focused solely on the necessity of the situation. Previously, she had deemed it unnecessary, believing Prince Su would only cling to her. However, now, with his intense desire, Yang felt compelled to act. Once she became pregnant and could no longer indulge him in bed, he would have no choice but to abandon that vice. Thus, the necessity of conceiving became clear. Then let us attempt to see if we can conceive, Yang decisively concluded. Prince Su and Jin not only hunted several wild hares but also gathered some fruits on their excursion. With Ye Qingzhi and Jin, two masters of banter, the meal was filled with joy and laughter. After dining, Prince Su took his leave with Yang. In the carriage returning to the city, Yang turned to Prince Su and said, "Your Highness, after much contemplation, I believe it would be best for me to bear you a child, so I shall refrain from taking any contraceptive measures for now." Prince Su was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected revelation. After a brief pause, he grasped her hand and asked, "What has prompted this sudden change of heart? While I too desire a child, I fear for your safety. With the physician's careful attention, I trust that all will be well. This is not my first experience with childbirth, the circumstances should be more favorable," Yang explained. "Qingzhi supports my decision to have a child, expressing a wish for a younger brother." The unhappiness of a motherless child. As the Su Wang and the beautiful lady departed, Jin hastily urged the maids to gather their belongings and return to the marquis's residence. Ye Qingzhi was reluctant to see her holiday come to an end. She felt she had not yet soaked enough in the hot springs, nor had she plucked enough wild fruits from the mountains, savored enough of the wild delicacies, or fished enough by the stream. In essence, the hot spring resort was a delightful escape, offering a pristine natural landscape that was far more enjoyable than languishing in the confines of the marquis's inner quarters, and even more engaging than some modern agritourism experiences. Ye Qingzhi resorted to various charms, employing her beauty as a means of persuasion, hoping to extend her stay by a couple of days. However, her superior, with a heart of iron, remained impervious to her entreaties. Ultimately, in a fit of vexation, she chose to ignore him even though he was nearby. She opted to leave work early, or rather, to engage in some light-hearted idleness. How far she had come. Now a key technical pillar of the company and the head matriarch, she had firmly established her identity as a second-generation aristocrat with wealth. Thus, she felt entitled to her whims. Observing her sulking silence, Jin initially thought to chastise her for her arrogance, but recalling the Su Wang's disposition, he sighed softly and approached her with a conciliatory demeanor. Indeed, she had found a formidable ally in her powerful patron, and he knew he must indulge her whims. Fortunately, he was adaptable enough to charm his little concubine. That was not mere flattery, but rather a playful courtship. With her superior willing to lower himself to coax her, Ye Qingzhi decided to temper her temper and ceased her sulking. After all, no matter how formidable a supporter was, he could not be at her side constantly, and such a strong ally was more a symbol of intimidation than a tool for daily use. If she desired a comfortable life, she needed to manage the marquis effectively. Thus, on the carriage back to the city, Ye Qingzhi reconciled with him, and they exchanged tender affections, nearly engaging in an ancient version of an intimate rendezvous. Yet, maintaining her dignity, she abruptly halted their flirtation, quickly ensuring that both she and the marquis were presentable, lest they embarrass themselves upon their return. "What did you discuss with your mother?" Jin inquired, wrapping his arms around her lazily. Mother mentioned that the Su Wang desires her to bear a child. She asked me if I wanted a sibling, and I replied that of course I did. A younger brother would serve as a support for me, far more beneficial than my having children myself, Ye Qingzhi declared confidently. After all, it is said that without descendants, one cannot enjoy life. A motherless child is truly unfortunate. My future happiness hinges on whether my mother can bear a healthy baby boy. Xia Jin was taken aback. A younger brother, a prince? If relationships were cultivated, that indeed provided more security than having children of one's own. Yet, as he listened to her, he could not shake off the displeasure that coursed through him. Grasping her tender ear, he chided her. Just before we arrived at the resort, you were so adamant about providing me with a robust child, and now you have turned to your mother for support. How could you be so brazen? In recent days, Xia Jin had sensed a hint of disdain from Ye Qingzhi, though she had not voiced it directly. The way she looked at him sometimes conveyed a sentiment of comparison with the Su Wang, suggesting that he paled in comparison. As long as one has thick enough skin, there is no room for embarrassment, Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile. Besides, I am not deceiving my mother. I am merely helping her solidify her position. The Su Wang would undoubtedly find it delightful. Xia Jin was left speechless, considering the Su Wang's current volatile temperament. Perhaps it was wise to maintain a certain level of respect for the prince. Upon their return to the Marquis's residence, Xia Jin retreated to his study to attend to official matters, while Ye Qingzhi returned to her quarters to tidy up before visiting the lady of the house to report back and seek some news. Lady Yi, Zhang Jingyi proceeded to share the latest gossip. Lady Lan had suddenly fallen gravely ill and was unable to see anyone. Xie Xiuhan had disgracefully knocked over Lady Lin's memorial tablet during the anniversary rites, inciting the ire of the Pingnan Marquis, who subsequently disowned him from the family tree, relegating him to mere adopted son status, inferior even to a bastardy. Moreover, Lin Qingyun, the third master of the Anil Marquis's residence, had returned from the southern battlefield and had given the Pingnan Marquis a sound thrashing, declaring that even in death, Lady Lin deserved to be separated from the Pingnan Marquis and that her grave should be relocated to Anil Marquis's residence. The Pingnan Marquis, however, would not yield, vowing to remain steadfast in his commitment to Lady Lin, even if it meant enduring a beating. Ye Qingzhi listened in stunned silence. She had not heard such news from Xia Jin. Yet, after the initial shock, her heart swelled with excitement. This Lin Qingyun was indeed brave. What a splendid act! Lady, do you think it's feasible? Can Lady Lin's grave truly be moved back to Anil Marquis's residence? Ye Qingzhi asked curiously. Such matters are not only unconventional but also unprecedented. I cannot say for certain, Zhang Jingyi sighed, shaking her head. Why Ye Qingzhi too wished to sigh. During Lady Lin's lifetime, her family had supported her separation. Had she not been so concerned with her reputation, perhaps she would have divorced him. Let us speak of more pleasant matters, Zhang Jingyi suggested, recounting the amusing incident of Aunt Xian, who had donned white garments in the middle of the night to seduce the Marquis, only to be mistaken for a ghost. Ye Qingzhi listened, laughing heartily. Aunt Xian had truly suffered a social death this time. By the way, I need your insight on another matter presently. You and Sister Su are the only favored concubines, and we can elevate one more. We must select from the three who have borne children for the Marquis. Who do you think is most suitable? Zhang Jingyi inquired. Why Ye Qingzhi? When a superior summons you for a discussion to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of a colleague, even touching upon the possibility of their promotion, it presents a true dilemma in the workplace. Speak poorly, and one risks incurring their wrath. In such situations, the first principle to remember is that there are no secrets in the workplace. Do not assume that your superior's private conversation with you is confidential, nor should you feel flattered that they value your opinion. To speak freely in such circumstances is sheer folly. My lady, regarding who should be elevated to the status of favored concubine, that is ultimately the Marquis's decision. How could this be left to a mere concubine like myself? If word of this were to leak, those ladies would surely resent me. Ye Qingzhi chuckled as she deftly deflected the question. I have already consulted the Marquis, and he said I could rely on your judgment. Everyone in this household is loyal to me, so speak without hesitation, Zhang Jingyi insisted. Seeing the matter had reached this point, Ye Qingzhi asked, which one does my lady favor most? All three have their merits and drawbacks, making it difficult to choose, hence my dilemma, Zhang Jingyi replied. Then let us draw lots. Whoever draws the paper indicating favored concubine shall be the one, Ye Qingzhi suggested, blinking innocently, distancing herself from the decision. Zhang Jingyi? Chapter 84. The beautiful mother's pregnancy. Upon hearing Ye Qingzhi's whimsical suggestion, Zhang Jingyi initially intended to reprimand her for being dismissive, but upon further reflection, she realized it was not without merit. After all, each of the three had their own strengths, and since the Marquis had no particular preference, having someone like Ye Qingzhi as a capable aide was all that was required. A loyal aide is far more valuable than numerous subordinates. With Ye Qingzhi's abilities and her current backing, she was more than capable of managing the situation. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Let us draw lots, Zhang Jingyi concurred. The next day, Ye Qingzhi was summoned to attend a paying respects meeting, for an important decision was to be made regarding who would be elevated to favored concubine. As soon as Zhang Jingyi announced the intention to select one from the favored concubines, Ye Qingzhi observed her colleagues, who were eager for promotion, squirming in anticipation. Even Aunt Xian, knowing she lacked the qualifications due to not having borne children, was glancing around nervously, ready to pounce at any opportunity. Among the remaining three, Aunt Wu had already given birth to a son, and her status was bolstered by her child's legitimacy. Furthermore, she hailed from a respectable background, being the daughter of. However, Aunt Xia, from a wealthy merchant family in the capital, had also given birth to a daughter and had a distant familial connection to the lady of the house. Perhaps she would be favored for the honor. Lastly, there was Aunt Hua, whose father was the former Minister of Revenue. After being wrongfully imprisoned, she had been brought into the household as a concubine. 5 years ago, she had been elevated to a favored concubine after Xie Jin cleared her father's name. Amidst the excitement, Zhang Jingyi instructed Mama Zhou to bring forth the prepared drawing materials. She addressed them, Aunt Wu, Aunt Xia, Aunt Hua, you have all borne children for the marquis, and thus have made great contributions. Choosing any one of you would surely leave the others feeling slighted. After much contemplation, I believe it is best that you decide amongst yourselves through drawing lots. Aunt Wu and the others were left speechless. Is it truly permissible? Ahem, this is what is meant by taking fate into your own hands. The lady is wise. This method of drawing lots is particularly fair and just, leaving no room for grievance, Ye Qingzhi interjected, smoothing over her own dubious suggestion. Lady Yi speaks wisely, Zhang Jingyi added with a smile. You three, come forward and draw lots. Aunt Wu and the others had no counter-arguments and apprehensively approached to draw their lots. In the end, it was Aunt Wu who drew the fortunate slip designating her as the favored concubine. When the results were revealed, no matter how sour their hearts felt, Aunt Xia and Aunt Hua congratulated her with forced smiles, and the others joined in the chorus of well wishes for Aunt Wu. Ye Qingzhi observed the round-faced Aunt Wu, her visage radiating fortune, and recalled how she had recently become pregnant shortly after entering the household and had given birth to a son. Now, she had drawn the lot for favored concubine. Ye Qingzhi couldn't help but marvel at her luck. She remembered that in her past life, she had never won any lottery or prize, embodying the quintessential unlucky individual. Comparing oneself to others was futile, envy welled within her. As time passed, a month slipped by, autumn gradually yielding to the chill of approaching winter. In the inner quarters, little of note transpired. Ye Qingzhi found herself increasingly favored, aside from the 1st and 15th of the month when Xie Jin visited the lady of the house. Whenever he came to the inner quarters, it was invariably to seek her out. The other women in the back courtyard, aware that Ye Qingzhi's mother was now the most cherished Mu Shufei of the Su Wang, bore their envy in silence, refraining from provoking her. They could not risk incurring her wrath. In contrast to the harmonious atmosphere of the Jiangyang Marquis' residence, the Pingnan Marquis' estate was shrouded in gloom and despair. Moreover, although Xie Xiuhan had passed the scholar's examination, his rank was disappointingly low and did not align with his earlier reputation as a prodigy. Consequently, after being stripped of his status as a legitimate son, the remaining respect the household staff had previously afforded him vanished entirely. They began to treat him with disdain, cutting back on his allowances and expressing contempt in their words and glances. The other young masters in the household, already displeased with Xie Xiuhan, grew increasingly bold in their ridicule, mocking him as a fallen phoenix, a mere chicken, and dismissing his title of prodigy as a farce. Today, in the academy, Xie Xiuhan faced bullying from a group of unruly classmates, who even smeared ink on his face. As he washed away the ink and wiped away the humiliation in the cold wind, he returned home, desperately seeking a chance to see his mother. Suddenly, his world shattered. He sought understanding. When he had asked his father, he was told that his mother had erred and caused harm to his father, and thus his removal from the family was just punishment. Yet, ultimately, Xie Xiuhan never managed to see Zhao Xinlan, standing outside the courtyard where his mother was confined. He faintly heard her cries of anguish from within. Fear and dread gripped him, forcing him to confront the bitter taste of despair. If only his mother were still alive. At the Su Wang's residence, since Mu Nianqiu began earnestly preparing for pregnancy, the Su Wang had arranged for the physician's son to visit every 3 days to check her pulse for peace. He also appointed 2 experienced wet nurses to attend to her dietary needs and daily care. Due to her long-standing vegetarian diet, Mu Nianqiu primarily consumed plant-based proteins from soy products, neglecting meat, which led to some nutritional deficiencies. If her diet remained unaltered during her pregnancy, she risked iron, zinc, and calcium deficiencies, which would be detrimental to both her health and the fetus's development. In ancient times, such nuances were often overlooked. Though Ye Qingzhi had never been pregnant herself, she had 2 sisters-in-law who had borne her beloved nephews and nieces. She had heard them discuss what to eat during their pregnancies, which foods were rich in iron and zinc, and how to supplement calcium. Thus, she possessed some knowledge on the subject. Consequently, she sent dietary recommendations to her mother, regardless of whether she was pregnant or not. If her mother could overcome her psychological and physical barriers, she ought to incorporate some meat into her diet rather than solely relying on vegetarian fare. Wine and meat may pass through the body, but sincerity remains in the heart of Buddha. As long as one believes wholeheartedly, the rest is mere formality. Mu Nianqiu had always been receptive to advice, especially from her daughter, and she was eager to improve her health in hopes of fostering a strong fetus should she conceive. The Su Wang, feeling a pang of sympathy for her overly austere diet, was overjoyed when she agreed to try some meat. He even summoned 2 chefs from the imperial kitchen to prepare varied dishes for Mu Nianqiu. The emperor was aware of their efforts to conceive, and though he turned a blind eye to the Su Wang's attempts to curry favor with his beloved Mu Shufei, he remained indifferent. If the Mu family were to conceive, it would be a cause for celebration. Today marked another visit from physician's son to check on Mu Nianqiu's pulse. How is it? The Su Wang inquired, scrutinizing physician's son closely. Is there anything amiss? The elderly physician stroked his beard and shook his head. Is there any good news? The Su Wang pressed further. Despite his eager questioning, it was clear that he was not overly anxious. He was quite content with their current lifestyle. If she were to truly conceive, their nightly prayers and meditations together would be disrupted. The Su Wang expected to see physician's son shake his head again, but to his surprise, the old man beamed at him and said, "Congratulations, Your Highness, Mu Shufei is with child." The Su Wang? The Su Wang. Chapter 85. The father's elevation through his child could you examine once more, is it truly a joyous occasion? The Prince of Su urged Dr. Sun to take another look, considering the days, it hasn't been long at all. How could she be with child? Are his good days coming to an end? Dr. Sun felt a strong urge to roll his eyes at the prince. As the esteemed head of the Imperial Medical Institute, could he possibly misinterpret a pregnancy pulse? Although the duration was brief, the signs were unmistakable. It is indeed a joyous occasion, likely just over a month. The body of concubine Mu remains quite healthy, so fret not. Maintain your usual diet and lifestyle, Dr. Sun patiently explained to the elegant concubine Mu. Thank you, Dr. Sun, for your trouble, Mu Nianqiu replied, her heart swelling with joy upon hearing the news, offering a gentle smile and gratitude. You flatter me, concubine Mu. Dr. Sun chuckled, then cast a disapproving glance at the prince, cautioning him, concubine Mu is somewhat advanced in age. Pregnancy can be precarious, and it is crucial that the prince refrains from indulgence. Do you think I am such an insensitive man? The prince gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. His wish was to share the remainder of his life with Mu Nianqiu, not to succumb to fleeting desires. She had endured great hardship to conceive, and the peril of childbirth weighed heavily on his heart. He feared he might neglect her care, subjecting her to further dangers. How could he entertain such thoughts? Even if he were tempted, it would be merely a passing notion. Is there anything specific to be cautious about? The prince inquired again. The two maids attending to concubine Mu are both experienced and knowledgeable in medical matters. Simply follow their guidance in daily matters, Dr. Sun succinctly advised before taking his leave. The servants in the room exchanged smiles, offering their congratulations to the prince and concubine Mu with cheerful remarks. The prince waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. The master's joyful news warranted some rewards. The words were unnecessary. Why the furrowed brow, my lord? Is it due to the impending abstinence? Mu Nianqiu asked, noticing his troubled expression. Of course not. The prince met Mu Nianqiu's clear, water-like gaze, and his attempt to feign nonchalance faltered. Instead, he gently pulled her into his embrace and confessed, there is a slight sense of melancholy, just a touch, truly not much. My concerns lie elsewhere. What troubles you? Mu Nianqiu inquired, her curiosity piqued. I worry for your safety and that of the child, fearful of potential harm, the prince replied, his brow knitted. The women within the estate, especially the Princess of Su, would not wish for her to deliver safely. He could only imagine the lengths they might go to. Oh, Mu Nianqiu responded softly, her words trailing off. This was not her burden to bear. If he could not protect her, her worries would be in vain. All she could do was focus on her well-being, eating and resting well, reciting prayers for blessings, first for the prince and now for the child within her. There is no need for concern. I shall ensure your protection, and you shall not come to harm, the prince assured her. I understand. I am not worried, Mu Nianqiu replied quietly, gazing at him. It is you who are concerned. The prince grasped her meaning and could not help but chuckle, leaning in to kiss her delicate features. He cherished her simple nature. Do you feel weary? They say pregnancy often brings drowsiness. Would you like to rest? The prince asked with warmth. I am well enough. I plan to transcribe some Buddhist scriptures to calm my mind. With this pregnancy, I find myself overflowing with joy, and my thoughts are somewhat scattered. Mu Nianqiu smiled in response. Is that so? You are truly happy? The prince asked, his surprise evident. He had always believed her desire to bear his child stemmed from pity, not wanting him to have too few heirs, as if she were fulfilling a duty. Just as she diligently recited prayers for him, he had thought her commitment to be purely altruistic. Indeed, this is my child as well, one I have longed for. While I am a believer, I am still a woman with emotions, Mu Nianqiu stated, her brow slightly furrowed. Am I to be treated as though I possess no desires or needs? The prince, well, yes, she was indeed his own goddess. He wished to elevate her to a pedestal revered by all, yet simultaneously, he desired to keep her to himself, allowing her to flourish solely for him. Aware that she might not comprehend the fervent and devout love he harbored, he refrained from elaborating, clearing his throat to shift the topic. Do you think it will be a boy or a girl? I do not know, Mu Nianqiu replied, shaking her head while gently caressing her still flat belly, her voice brimming with earnest hope. However, I wish for a son, one who embodies your valor and wisdom. When he grows, I hope he will succeed you in battle, safeguarding the nation and its people. Are you not concerned he may be injured on the battlefield or even sacrifice his life? The prince asked. Of course, I fear that, but as a descendant of royalty, he bears the responsibility of our ancestral legacy. The preservation of the state. It is his duty, Mu Nianqiu sighed softly. I am but a simple woman, lacking the wisdom to guide him. All I can offer is warmth and affection. In the future, I will depend on you to impart the knowledge and courage he will need to shoulder such burdens. You are not foolish at all, you see things more clearly than anyone, the prince said, warmth flooding through him. You need not worry, regardless of whether the child is a boy or a girl, I will personally ensure their upbringing. With a mother as wonderful as you, they will undoubtedly surpass me. Hearing this, Mu Nianqiu felt the weight of his affection for her and their child, responding with a gentle smile. Thank you, my lord, I am truly happy. The prince is it his words that bring her joy. This felt like a first, indeed, with a child on the way, his status in her eyes had risen, however slightly. After Mu Nianqiu took her midday rest, the prince sought external counsel. This time, he ventured to the palace to consult his esteemed elder brother, the emperor. At 50, the emperor was no longer youthful, and managing state affairs required considerable energy. Thus, he too needed his midday repose. The prince understood this and, upon entering the palace, checked the hour and proceeded directly to the emperor's chambers, rousing him from slumber. The emperor, groggy and irritable, glared at his troublesome younger brother. You had better have a pressing matter to discuss, brother. Concubine Mu is with child, and I fear for her and the baby's safety. I have pondered this matter and deemed it prudent to seek your counsel, the prince expressed, anxiety evident in his tone. Despite fortifying the listening rain pavilion to an impenetrable fortress, he remained uneasy. With no eternal vigilance against thieves, the prince contemplated ways to intimidate the princess of Su and her ilk. Seeking a permanent resolution to this issue, elimination seemed the simplest solution. However, the princess of Su was the mother of the heir and a legitimate daughter of the Wang family. Though it could be done, it would lack propriety and invite discontent from the noble families, who might rally others to impeach the Zhao royal family. Such an act would label Mu Nianqiu as the cause of his downfall, leading to public scorn and condemnation. Unacceptable. How could he allow her to endure such injustice? His strengths lay in leading troops into battle, conquering lands. Strategy was his forte, not the petty intrigues of the inner chambers. If anyone were to master such matters, it would surely be his elder brother. Thus, the prince sought his brother's wisdom. The emperor, upon hearing that his nap was interrupted for such trivial concerns, felt a surge of irritation, yet, upon witnessing the genuine worry in the prince's eyes, he suppressed his frustration. Very well, the prince had but one son, and the prospect of an additional child was indeed a momentous occasion that warranted careful attention. What is it that you seek? The emperor inquired. I only wish for concubine Mu to safely deliver. If anyone dares to obstruct this, I shall eliminate them, the prince declared fervently. The emperor, what nonsense, he cared little for anything beyond that concubine Mu. A part of him wished to reprimand his anxious brother first. Have you given up on the heir? The emperor asked pointedly. Of course not, I intend to send him to the military for training for a time, the prince replied. Will the Wang family agree? The emperor raised an eyebrow. If she steadfastly refuses, I shall not force her, the prince stated, furrowing his brow. I have not guided the heir thus far. I owe him that much. If his aspirations lie not in the military but in seeking wealth and comfort, then so be it, the emperor sighed, reflecting on issues of offspring. The Wang family has repeatedly harmed your pregnant concubines, which is why you have so few heirs. However, as you were away at war and the Wang family produced a legitimate son, I had not considered punishing her. You might imprison her on charges of endangering your heirs, cleanse the Wang estate, and replace her entourage with your own. So long as you do not seek to strip her of her title outright, the Wang family and those meddlesome officials will likely remain silent. Agreed, let it be so, the prince nodded. If those officials continue their incessant prattle, brother, you shall rebuke them on my behalf. I shall refrain from attending court for a few days. Be gone. The emperor retorted, tossing a pillow at him in exasperation. The prince left, elated. Managing a demanding 2-year-old while being nearly a full-time caregiver leaves little time for writing. I yearn to update more and earn more, but alas, my energy is limited. If updates are delayed, I kindly ask for your understanding. My apologies. Chapter 86, The Deathly Choke of Ye Qingzhi. Ye Qingzhi swiftly learned from Xie Jin about her mother's pregnancy. Her immediate reaction was one of pure elation. She could finally recline and be effortlessly carried along. In just over a month since her mother entered the Wangfu, she was already diagnosed with child. This suggested that her mother must have conceived almost immediately upon her arrival. TSK, this must be what they call a hyperfertile constitution. Considering her own cold womb constitution, it seemed entirely reasonable for her to take a back seat. However, after her initial joy, a wave of anxiety soon washed over her. In ancient times, there were no diverse forms of prenatal checks. Could relying solely on traditional Chinese medicine really be trustworthy? Alas, giving birth was akin to unwrapping a life's blind box. No matter how meticulous the prenatal examinations, they could not guarantee the child's health. One could only adjust their mindset, worry less, and approach the situation with equanimity. On this matter of attitude, Ye Qingzhi firmly believed that no one could surpass her devoutly Buddhist mother. As for dietary suggestions, she had already relayed everything she could think of to her mother. Ye Qingzhi diligently recalled the daily routines of her sisters-in-law during their pregnancies, jotting down every precaution she could muster, hoping to be of some assistance. Beyond the personal care, there were also the troublesome women of the Su Wangfu to consider. Particularly, the Su Wangfei might very well resort to underhanded tactics against her mother. Contemplating this, Ye Qingzhi couldn't help but sigh. Life for women in ancient times was far from easy. Conceiving a child was not merely about overcoming numerous hurdles, referring to a multitude of prenatal checks. It was more akin to traversing a treacherous mountain of blades, navigating through fiery trials, deceptive beauty, and traps and schemes, all while enduring countless tribulations. It was exceedingly difficult, exceedingly so. In summary, the final conclusion was that she would soon have a younger brother, which meant she would not need to bear children herself. After ruminating for quite some time, when evening arrived and she saw Xie Jin approaching, she spoke with a serious demeanor. Sir, it is time for you to showcase your great achievements. What achievements? Xie Jin exchanged a glance with her, thinking he understood her meaning as he picked her up and tossed her onto the bed, attempting to plant a child within her. Ye Qingzhi, she felt that she was not far from earning the coveted badge of mutual understanding with her superior. Perhaps just a few thousand miles away, after their spirited encounter, Ye Qingzhi cleared her throat and addressed him with the seriousness the matter warranted. Sir, the Su Wang has been on the battlefield. He is certainly not well versed in the intrigues of the inner court. You might as well advise the Wang Ye to mend the security gaps, ensuring that mother is better protected. If anything were to befall her or the child, it would be too late for regrets. Xie Jin found her reasoning sound. It was indeed his time to shine. However, to his surprise, he was denied the opportunity to shine as the Su Wang sought the emperor's assistance, swiftly resolving the situation. Xie Jin, why did he feel increasingly useless, like a mere dependent? This must be what it feels like to have a larger mountain behind you. How exhilarating! Upon hearing that the Su Wangfei had been placed under house arrest and that the emperor personally intervened to confront the officials on behalf of the Su Wang, Ye Qingzhi felt a twinge of envy. Her stepfather's backing was indeed formidable. The emperor's support was truly substantial. On one particular day, Ye Qingzhi was summoned to the lady's courtyard. After paying her respects, she stood up to hear the lady say, Ye and Yang, I've heard that Mu Shufei is expecting, and the Su Wangfei has been confined due to her plots against the heir. Congratulations, congratulations, Zhang Jingyi gazed at Ye Qingzhi, her eyes shimmering with envy with such a formidable mother, who wouldn't feel a pang of jealousy, given the Su Wang's attitude, once Mu Shufei bore a son, the position of Wang Fei would be within her grasp. Ye Qingzhi found the scene somewhat familiar and, with a smile, inquired, "My lady, is it that your fortunes have returned? Is your cycle a bit irregular? Perhaps you ought to consult Wang Taiyi for some adjustments." He specializes in such matters, Zhang Jingyi, but when it comes to delivering devastating remarks, none could rival Ye Qingzhi. Zhang Jingyi shot a glare at Ye Qingzhi. "This time, I have no suspicions regarding your intentions to usurp my position. I genuinely congratulate you, with your maternal family backing you, we women can truly establish a foothold in our husbands' families." Ye Qingzhi wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Were it not for the formidable support of her maternal family, would Yao Yining have been so audacious, or would the Su Wangfei dare to harm her progeny? Looking at the lady as a cautionary tale, despite her noble birth, she was still a concubine, overshadowed by her legitimate mother. The lady not only lacked supportive relatives but also relied on her own mother to maintain a comfortable existence within the Duke's household. My lady, while having a strong maternal family is indeed vital, what is even more crucial is that the husband must strive for success. In this respect, who among the noble ladies of the capital does not envy you for marrying so well? Our master is exceptionally capable, a favored figure before the emperor, with limitless prospects, and he holds you in high esteem, harboring no absurd thoughts of favoring a concubine over his wife. Even I, with such a solid backing, find myself captivated by your charm, wishing only to safeguard your position as the countess and assist your son in inheriting the title. It is you, my lady, who truly inspires envy among those noble ladies, Zhang Jingyi, that when it comes to the art of flattery, she believed that Ye Qingzhi could claim the second position, with no one daring to challenge her for the first. She felt herself being elevated to the heavens. Nearby, Granny Zhou couldn't help but cast a look of admiration at Ye Qingzhi. Truly, previously cautious of Ye Qingzhi, she now wished to support her. Zhang Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Your tongue is indeed a formidable weapon. As the weather grows colder, shall I grant you a few more days of leave to indulge in the hot springs at the estate? Ye Qingzhi's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. My lady, with your astute approach, who else could possibly take the lead? The position of the matriarch must rightfully belong to you, my lady. Should anyone dare to harm you in the future, I shall be the first to oppose it. If our master encounters any other foolish temptress, I shall have my stepfather awaken into reality. Ye Qingzhi continued to shower Zhang Jingyi with praise, lifting her spirits to the point of near euphoria, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Do not be too hasty in your sweet words. Your outings to the estate require not only my consent but also the approval of the count, Zhang Jingyi responded with a smile. Ye Qingzhi nodded, indicating her understanding. This was a simple matter. She would express her desire to see her beautiful mother, suggesting that the Su Wang take her out for a breath of fresh air, which would also benefit the unborn child. Surely, the count could not deny her a holiday at the estate. As Ye Qingzhi exited the ladies' courtyard, she encountered Su Ranran, the concubine and cousin of the count, a solitary woman who had connections due to her kinship. With the count's influence and Su Ranran's reclusive nature, she had never clashed with others. Ye Qingzhi deliberately avoided her, having hardly exchanged a word with her before, only smiling and nodding in greeting when they crossed paths. This time, however, Su Ranran called out to her, smiling as she said, Ye Qingzhi, I have a favor to ask of you. I cannot assist you, I am not capable, and we are not well acquainted. Perhaps you should seek someone else, Ye Qingzhi replied with an impeccably polite smile, her words lacking any courtesy. Su Ranran, previously aware of Ye Qingzhi's sharp tongue, she now understood its true sting. Ye Qingzhi, please do not misunderstand, I mean no offense, the matter is this: in a month, it will be the matriarch's birthday, and I wish to contribute my filial piety by embroidering a headband for her. You are the one who has won her favor the most in this household, and I would like to seek your advice on what design would be best. Steadying herself, Su Ranran maintained her smile as she articulated her request. Perhaps you should consult the lady or the count regarding this matter. I have only recently entered the household and have met the matriarch a handful of times. Although I am fortunate to have gained her favor, I am still unsure of her preferences. If I offer a suggestion that leads you astray, you would only feel frustrated and unable to blame me, which would be quite unfortunate. Ye Qingzhi smiled gently as she declined once more. Su Ranran had having heard both praise and criticism, what more could she say? Then I shall not trouble you further. Ye Qingzhi, I apologize for my abruptness, Su Ranran replied with a stiff smile. It is quite alright, I forgive you, just refrain from being so forward next time, Ye Qingzhi said sweetly. I must take my leave now. Su Ranran again. Auntie, this Ye Qingzhi speaks with such little regard for decorum. Su Ranran's maidservant complained on her behalf. Their aunties were all eager to please, yet Ye Qingzhi's every word pierced right to the heart. How could such a thing be tolerated? Perhaps that is the reason for her favor, Su Ranran whispered softly. Chapter 87, Is there a hint of affection, madam? Our lord still prefers gentle and obedient women like yourself. It is merely a fleeting infatuation with Aunt Ji, the maid softly advised. Do not imitate Aunt Ji's manner of speaking, it is quite offensive. I am but a solitary girl, utterly dependent and unsupported. How could I dare to be as brazen and carefree as she? It is truly enviable, Su Ranyan sighed softly, her gaze downcast to conceal the jealousy and gloom in her eyes. Isn't it solely because she has a good mother? Her mother's actions are utterly outrageous, the maid couldn't help but scoff, her envy palpable. It was common knowledge in the capital that the Duke of Su had taken a liking to Mu Shufei, and every person deemed it absurd. If one were to inquire further, what exactly did Mu Shufei possess? A divorced woman who had borne 3 children, and at her age, she had managed to earn the Duke's affection. The crux of the matter was that she had quickly become pregnant merely a month after entering the Duke's residence. For this, the Duke even disregarded his heir, lavishing such favor upon her that he would rather indulge his concubine than his wife. It was nothing short of ludicrous, utterly ludicrous. Do you think our lord would also come to favor her, much like the duke does with her mother? Su Ranyan murmured, absolutely not, our lord is not so foolish. The maid declared with unwavering certainty. Su Ranyan pursed her lips in silence, her eyes filled with resentment. Before Ye Qingzhi entered the duke's mansion, he would visit her courtyard at least 5 or 6 times a month. Although she was frail and he was considerate of her condition, it was not uncommon for him to share a meal with her, play a game of chess, and engage in conversation. However, ever since Ye Qingzhi's arrival, particularly in the past couple of months, he had only visited her courtyard once, and that was at her behest when she fell ill. Su Ranyan could no longer remain passive. If she continued to wait idly for the duke to come to her, she feared she would scarcely see him again. Moreover, her health had improved significantly. She longed to bear a child, which would provide her with a sense of security and alleviate her solitude. Her desires were modest, she merely wished for a child, someone to visit her occasionally, and nothing more. Yet, this seemingly simple wish had become unattainable due to Aunt Yi. How could she not harbor resentment? At the Yi residence, the Duke's swift maneuvering had transformed the Yi family into royal merchants, initially by securing a portion of the imperial household as procurement contracts. In recent days, Ye Qingzhi had been occupied with dealings in the palace's internal affairs office, familiarizing himself with their operational processes and cultivating relationships with the officials. He was also managing the affairs of the business association while overseeing the family's other enterprises, leaving him scarcely a moment to rest. Despite his busy and fulfilling life, he found little joy in it, as he was reliant on the benefits derived from his former wife. At first, whenever he stepped out, Ye Qingzhi felt as though others were mocking him behind his back, laughing at his quest for glory through his wife, which filled him with shame and frustration. However, as time passed, he found solace. The Duke had bestowed upon him so much that he had ceased to struggle and had become utterly shameless. Moreover, Ye Qingzhi realized that those in the business association and the palace officials looked at him not with mockery but genuine envy, envious of his fortuitous circumstances. A woman cast aside for over a decade had suddenly risen to become the Duke's favored concubine, and he had benefited from it. What immense fortune! With his mindset adjusted, he even began to contemplate providing Moon Yanxue with a substantial dowry. The dowry from her previous marriage could be allocated for their 2 sons, while he would arrange a new one for her. Now that the Duke favored her, her needs would be met without her having to spend her own money. Once the favor waned, having money in hand would be essential for maintaining authority and a good life. Ye Qingzhi indeed began to draft a list for Moon Yanxue's dowry and sought Ye Junfeng's opinion. Naturally, Ye Junfeng had no objections. The more provided for their mother, the better a father. The family business is expanding. It cannot solely rely on your management. We must involve the uncles, Ye Junfeng informed him. I have already made arrangements for that, Ye Qingzhi replied, concern evident in his voice. How are you faring in the Ministry of Revenue? Have those officials been deliberately difficult with you? The Duke had arranged for Ye Junfeng to take on a clerical position in the ministry, a lowly rank of the 9th grade. His duties primarily involved routine calculations and bookkeeping, which did not require him to run errands, thus allowing him to perform his duties even while in a wheelchair. Although the position was humble, it was still an official role, distinct from that of a merchant. Furthermore, starting as a 9th grade clerk could lead to future advancement. At first, there were some challenges, but now it has eased. Everyone is quite courteous, Ye Junfeng replied with a light laugh. Since the news of their mother's pregnancy had spread, the Duke had even confined the Duchess, and any intelligent person could discern what that implied. They understood that their mother was no longer just a fleeting whim for the Duke. The child she carried would be her future support. This half-brother or half-sister would also become a new pillar for him. Similarly, his younger brother's situation had improved. Initially, when he entered the Imperial Academy, he faced ridicule and neglect, with no one willing to associate with him. However, now there were those who sought to befriend him, even flattering him. His marriage prospects had also transformed. Previously, due to his physical limitations and the influence of Gushi, the women presented to him were either afflicted or of particularly poor lineage. Now, it was feasible for him to marry a respectable official's daughter. One could only say that the taste of power was intoxicating, akin to a potent liquor that leaves one yearning for more. Ye Junfeng was grateful for all that his mother had brought him, hoping she would continue to be cherished and protected by the Duke, not for wealth or status, but for her peace and happiness in the latter half of her life. Master, young Master Chen has arrived, a servant announced from outside. Show him in, Ye Qingzhi responded. He held some dissatisfaction towards his son-in-law, as Chen Yuanji's performance in the imperial examinations had been woefully inadequate, and he might not even achieve success in the coming spring exams. This was not entirely his fault. After all, his standards had been elevated, and a mere jeering could no longer impress him. Chen Yuanji approached Ye Qingzhi, bowing respectfully to him and then to Ye Junfeng, before stating his purpose. He wished to proceed with their wedding and bring Ye Qingzhi home. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingzhi consented without hesitation, as there was no reason to oppose it. After all, they had exchanged marriage certificates, and the timing was appropriate. As Chen Yuanji acknowledged his approval, he began referring to himself as the son-in-law, addressing Ye Qingzhi as father-in-law. He also mentioned that his family was based in Yangzhou, and the wedding would be held there rather than in the capital. Ye Qingzhi had no objections, as Ye Qingzhi was merely the daughter of a concubine, and her wedding did not require grandiosity. He decided to allow her to return to the family estate in Yangzhou, where her relatives could assist with the arrangements. He need not return himself. The two quickly settled the details, and Chen Yuanji took his leave. However, Chen Yuanji had been severely undermined by Ye Qingzhi, and his reputation among the scholarly circles in the capital was utterly ruined, leaving him unable to maintain his standing. Initially, he had plotted to abandon her and make her a concubine, subjecting her to hardship and venting his frustrations, yet, unexpectedly, the Ye family had ascended to prominence through their association with the Duke, prompting Chen Yuanjie to change his mind and marry Ye Qingzhi after all. Thus, upon returning to Yangzhou, he could somewhat leverage the Duke's influence. However, while he was willing to marry, Ye Qingzhi was not inclined to accept him. "What uttered mother, I want to call off the engagement. I refuse to marry Chen Yuanjie," Ye Qingzhi cried out. She yearned to become the wife of a top scholar, to be the future prime minister's wife, a third-grade consort, yet Chen Yuanjie had already been rendered obsolete. Given the current momentum, next year as top scholar would undoubtedly be Song Yishuan. Had she known, she had only switched partners because she thought she knew, yet, she ended up in a dire situation, gaining nothing while offending the true future top scholar. How could her fate be so dismal? "Do you think our positions are still as they were before, that you can simply throw a tantrum and your father will indulge you?" Guman said, her face etched with distress as she grasped her hand, urging her, "Daughter, cease those daydreams. Face reality. Marrying him means at least becoming a Jiren's wife. Your mother will ensure you have a generous dowry. Your life will not be too harsh." Ye Qingzhi was unwilling to heed such words, choosing instead to faint from despair. The following day, she found herself packed up and placed onto a carriage bound for Yangzhou. Ye Qingzhi, perhaps she should just remain unconscious. Ye Qingzhi joyfully returned to the hot spring estate, and the next day, the Duke and his beautiful mother arrived. "Mother, how is your health? Are you experiencing severe morning sickness?" Ye Qingzhi inquired with concern upon seeing her mother. "Mother has not yet experienced any morning sickness, perhaps it is still too early," Mu Nianqiu replied gently. "Or perhaps the child is well behaved and does not cause trouble, then it must be my brother who is well behaved, knowing to take care of mother," Ye Qingzhi remarked with a smile. "Mother hopes it is a boy," Mu Nianqiu said with a soft smile. "Absolutely, I've heard that mothers have some instinct about the gender of their child during pregnancy," Ye Qingzhi replied, sharing her thoughts, as her two sisters-in-law had been quite accurate in their guesses. The two discussed matters regarding the pregnancy and the Ye family. Ye Qingzhi updated her mother on the situation of her brothers, which brought Mu Nianqiu comfort and gratitude towards the Duke for his affection and willingness to protect her child. "Mother, although the Duke may have acted recklessly at first, he truly treats you well and extends that kindness to us as well. Do you feel any hint of affection for the Duke?" Ye Qingzhi asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "A mother has not considered such matters deeply. Love is an ephemeral notion, and I do not know its essence. I am grateful for the Duke's esteem and will wholeheartedly accompany him, nurturing our offspring and praying for his peace and happiness," Mu Nianqiu replied coolly, shaking her head. Ye Qingzhi pondered for a moment before rephrasing her question. "Do you believe it is better to live with the Duke or to be alone, accompanied only by a flickering lamp in the ancient scriptures?" Mu Nianqiu was momentarily taken aback by the question. Falling silent outside, the Duke, who had been approaching, halted in his tracks, holding his breath in anticipation of her answer. Chapter 88. Companionship is the longest confession of love. Mu Nianqiu pondered earnestly for quite some time before finally speaking. Mother has indeed grown accustomed to the tranquil days accompanied by the soft glow of a lamp and the presence of ancient Buddha. Initially, living with the prince was quite an adjustment. His fervent enthusiasm sometimes resembles that of a 2-year-old, too clingy for my comfort, leaving me in a quandary about how to handle him. However, I have since acclimatized, and it has become much more bearable. Since I have chosen to enter the royal residence, it is to accompany the prince, to chant scriptures and offer blessings. Whether surrounded by the soft glow of a lamp and Buddha or the opulence of the prince, as long as my heart remains sincere, the Buddha will not bestow blame. The days are fundamentally the same, with no inherent superiority or inferiority. Hearing her words, although Wang Su was not surprised, he felt a pang of hurt. He was merely a lamp, a bare and glaring one that hurt her eyes and caused her headaches. His heart felt as though it had plunged into icy depths. Ye Qingzhi thought to herself, no wonder she is a beautiful woman, her mindset is remarkably serene. Mother understands that the prince desires to be loved by you as other women love their suitors, but I fear you may disappoint him, and I dread that it may ultimately bring misfortune upon you both. Mu Nianqiu sighed softly. She might not be the wisest, yet she comprehended what the prince sought from her. However, she felt incapable of providing such intense romantic affection. The constant yearning, she believed, would inevitably breed resentment and even hatred. Mother, your perspective is misguided, Ye Qingzhi interjected with a frown. Some people's emotions are like wildfires or strong spirits, passionate and unrestrained, overwhelming to endure, much like the prince's feelings. Yet, some emotions resemble gentle, meandering streams, cool, enduring, purifying, and all-encompassing, capable of lasting through time, akin to your own love. Mother, it is companionship that constitutes the most profound confession of love. I believe that regardless of whether the prince continues to cherish you in the future, as long as he seeks you out, you will unwaveringly support him, chant scriptures for him, and alleviate his weariness, allowing him to unwind. It is only through the steadfast and unchanging companionship like yours that true value is found. How fortunate the prince is to have you by his side. Mu Nianqiu, is it truly that simple? Is that all that is required? Mother, just be yourself, simply continue to accompany the prince, Ye Qingzhi reassured her with a smile. Her heart is not made of stone. Should Wang Su consistently treat her with kindness, her dependence on him would only deepen, fulfilling his emotional needs. Relationships are nurtured through calm and mutual understanding. A sincere heart reciprocates a sincere heart. Wang Su, companionship is indeed the longest confession of love. He could not help but acknowledge that his daughter was a thoughtful little darling, possessing a remarkable way with words. Wang Su's heart, which had been cold, suddenly warmed. He did not re-enter the room but instead turned and stepped outside, his heart racing and a smile spreading across his face. Xia Jin arrived at the estate, only to find Wang Su standing under the porch, grinning like a fool. It was almost unbearable to witness. Had he been enchanted by his little concubine again? He was all too familiar with that feeling. Greetings, Your Highness, congratulations to you. Xia Jin approached and saluted, smiling as he offered his felicitations. Wang Su joyfully patted Xia Jin on the back, finding him increasingly agreeable, contemplating bringing him into his circle, and said, tomorrow is a day off. With leisure on our hands, I shall invite a few friends to hunt in the nearby hills and then return to your estate for a barbecue and revelry. Excellent, I shall instruct the servants to prepare the necessary items in advance. Xia Jin responded with a smile, feeling somewhat invigorated at the prospect of entering Wang Su's circle. To speak frankly, the emperor was aging and consumed with state affairs, and one can only wonder how many years he had left in his reign. As a member of the emperor's court and a member of the Jiangyang, he could not afford to befriend the crown prince's faction or other princes. Should the emperor discover his intentions, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, Wang Su was different. At merely 37, he was in the prime of his life, wielding military power and enjoying the emperor's trust. Even when the crown prince ascended, he would still rely on this uncle. As a Jiangyang, Xia Jin was often tasked with menial and dangerous duties, inevitably making enemies. With Wang Su's connection, he would possess a safeguard for his life. No need to say more, it was yet another successful day of reaping the benefits of patronage. To repay this kindness, that evening, Xia Jin put in extra effort to tend to his little concubine, the benefactor. But Ye Qingzhi, but why has the boss become increasingly eccentric, and the workload intensifying? In summary, it was yet another day devoid of any tacit understanding. Meanwhile, on Wang Su's side, there was no fervent passion, only warm affection. Although the lively evening classes had ceased, lying in bed together, conversing softly, Wang Su felt quite content with their vegetarian existence. If I were to return to the battlefield, it may be a long time before I can return to the capital. Would you accompany me to the frontier? Wang Su inquired. Moon Yanqiu nodded without hesitation. Wang Su beamed and could not help but kiss her cheek. Do you think I am too clingy? He asked. A little, should the prince change? Moon Yanqiu replied. I shall not change. Then I suppose it is settled. As long as the prince is happy, that is all that matters. Moon Yanqiu remained calm and accommodating. Wang Su felt delighted once more, embracing her and planting another kiss on her lips. Moon Yanqiu looked at him with a hint of exasperation, indulging his exuberance, chanting scriptures, calming the mind. As she continued to recite, Moon Yanqiu grew drowsy, on the verge of sleep, when she heard Wang Su ask if she would continue to accompany him in the future. In a daze, she responded, always here. Wang Su felt a sense of fulfillment. Companionship is the longest confession of love. Wang Su found solace in this truth. As he began to drift off, he pondered what to reward his thoughtful little darling with. Perhaps it was a matter of daydreams influencing night visions, for Ye Qingzhi dreamt of her mother's pregnancy. Chapter 89. Dreaming of twins in her dream, Ye Qingzhi beheld Chen Yuankai, clad in an official robe, his beard grown, appearing far more mature than when she last saw him at the gates of the Yi residence. He hurried towards her, a joyous expression adorning his face, and spoke, I have learned that the woman taken back to the royal palace by Prince Su some time ago is likely your mother. How could that be? My mother perished in that great fire. How do you know that favored concubine is my mother? A woman's voice echoed in the dream, filled with astonishment, yet the figure remained indistinct. Ye Qingzhi understood then that these were fragments of the original owner's past memories. The dream shifted rapidly, revealing the original owner as deep concern for her mother, lamenting that her mother would certainly oppose it, fearing that she might offend Prince Su, and dreadfully anxious that her mother might lose favor and even her life. However, Chen Yuankai, intoxicated by his association with Prince Su, was exuberant, totally disregarding these fears, insisting instead that everything would be well within the dream. Her mother even conveyed the joyful news of a pregnancy, purportedly with twins, yet there was no mention of Prince Su's confinement of the princess. Ye Qingzhi couldn't help but speculate that in the dream, her mother had not been persuaded by the notion of sacrificing herself to placate the prince. Being forcibly taken back to the royal palace must have left her utterly despondent and heartbroken. Their relationship was undoubtedly strained, although in the previous life, Prince Su might have been infatuated with her mother. Without her mother's current awareness, grace, and tranquility, he likely would not have cherished her so dearly. As the saying goes, love blossoms from a state of calm. If resentment brews from the outset, it becomes exceedingly challenging to warm the heart thereafter. Once your mother gives birth to twins, or even a pair of boys, we shall have a formidable backing. Chen Yuankai exclaimed with fervor. Yet, the original owner in the dream grew increasingly anxious. I have heard that the princess is not easy to deal with. My mother possesses no guile nor self-preservation skills. Can she truly ensure a safe delivery? Ye Qingzhi shared her curiosity. But alas, this infuriating dream came to a sudden end, morphing instead into a scene where the original owner was force-fed poison. Ye Qingzhi, my dear sister, I comprehend your humiliation and resentment now. Arrangements must be made. Immediately, she concocted a reason to ensure that this scoundrel Chen Yuankai would be left half dead, to be tortured thoroughly before being taught the harshness of life. And that ungrateful child, perhaps still unborn, where could she seek vengeance? Even if born, the child would scarcely be over 2 years old. Regardless of how heartless he may turn out to be in the future, he is merely an innocent, drooling toddler now, making it impossible to act against him. Moreover, the identity of that ungrateful child's biological mother remains a mystery to her. Seeking revenge would yield no target. The sins of the father must be repaid by the son, and if that woman harbors ambitions for ascendance, it is a vice nurtured by men. Therefore, let Chen Yuankai bear the brunt of this triple retribution alone for now. Upon awakening, Ye Qingzhi felt a profound discomfort, having failed to glean the subsequent developments. It was far worse than the frustration of reading a web novel interrupted by an authoress contrivance. She felt as though she was suffocating. What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare? Xia Jin, noticing her distressed demeanor, immediately inquired, did Lady Lin visit you in your dreams again? No, ever since dealing with Zhao Xinlan and the others, I have not had any more nightmares concerning Lady Lin, Ye Qingzhi replied, shaking her head. Xia Jin let out a sigh of relief. For safety's sake, he would need to consult a master later to recite scriptures for Lin Xingwan, ensuring she reincarnates swiftly, lest she disturb them with dreams for no reason. Master, I previously mentioned that I have forgotten many things, including the matter of providing funds for Song Yishuan's examination. Do you recall this? Ye Qingzhi began to lay the groundwork for her tale. Indeed, what's the matter? Have you found the reason? Xia Jin responded with newfound interest. There were countless secrets surrounding Ye Qingzhi, yet she had always been candid, leaving him with no suspicion whatsoever. He had grown weary of doubting her. It was far better to inquire directly and clarify matters. Before I continue, may I first ask if you believe in the Buddhist concepts of reincarnation and the idea that past deeds yield present consequences? Ye Qingzhi did not wait for Xia Jin to respond but continued, if you do not believe, I shall have my mother elucidate the teachings of reincarnation from the sutras for you. I do believe, please proceed, Xia Jin replied, casting her a peculiar glance, suspecting she had just coerced him with the specter of Mu Shufei. I recently had a dream, and the images within provided me with considerable insight, allowing me to finally comprehend certain matters, Ye Qingzhi asserted with a solemn expression, deliberately emphasizing, Master, those dreams I experienced must be recollections from my past life. Xia Jin was taken aback, regarding Ye Qingzhi with a mix of astonishment and resentment. He wished to dismiss her claims entirely. Why could she not simply be a charming little spirit without complicating matters with tales of dreams and reincarnation? Master, hear me out. Though this may sound exceedingly mystical and fantastical, allow me to present my reasoning and evidence, and you shall come to believe. First, you may seek verification from Ye Qingzhi. If you apprehend her and interrogate her, she is certain to have dreamt of some of her past experiences, otherwise, she would not have been so eager to enter the Marquis's residence, only to suddenly change her stance and resort to unscrupulous tactics against me. Had she not desired to enter the Marquis's household and seize Chen Yuankai, she would not have incessantly proclaimed that he could achieve the highest honors in the examinations. In my recent dream, Chen Yuankai indeed attained the top rank in the autumn examinations, subsequently becoming the top scholar a year later. However, now he is placed third from the bottom. Do you know why? Song Yishuan. Xia Jin immediately responded, Chen Yuankai lacks the talent to achieve the highest honors. Your dream of him becoming the top scholar must have been borrowed from Song Yishuan's essays. Master is indeed astute. Although I did not see the definitive answer in my dream, I deduced this conclusion from various clues. Ye Qingzhi did not forget to shower him with compliments, encouraging him to immerse himself in her narrative, which would further captivate his belief. I am quite certain that in the dream, Song Yishuan, having offended the educational authority in Jiangnan, was unable to participate in the imperial examinations and lacked the courage to venture to the capital, thereby missing this opportunity. Subsequently, I speculate that by sheer chance, Chen Yuankai obtained some of Song Yishuan's essays during the autumn examinations. He utilized them to secure the top rank, and in the palace examinations, he achieved the highest score, as the emperor favors capable and learned ministers. That is reasonable, Xia Jin supplemented. Ye Qingzhi, by all accounts, had no reason to target Song Yishuan. Her actions prior to the examinations to incapacitate him must have been to clear the path for Chen Yuankai. Additionally, you provided funds to encourage Song Yishuan to travel to the capital for the examination, guiding him towards the patronage of Lord Kai, as if you had foreseen the outcome. It seems that only by believing in your claims of past deeds yielding present consequences can we elucidate these illogical aspects. By this day, Xia Jin had come to understand much of Ye Qingzhi's myriad secrets through these preposterous yet rational explanations. Her earlier oddities had now transformed into logical conclusions, albeit the premise of past deeds yielding present consequences remained absurd. Master, you truly are the commander of the Jinui, meticulous in thought and profound in analysis. Remarkable indeed. Ye Qingzhi beamed with starry eyes, expressing her admiration. I had not considered such comprehensive details. Xia Jin, somewhat exasperated, tapped her forehead, maintaining his composure. Do not try to bewitch me. I see you are calculating even more than I am. What is your purpose in sharing all this? Master, do you recall when I had a nightmare in which I was poisoned, with the poison administered by my own son whom I had lovingly raised? It infuriated me. Ye Qingzhi spoke through gritted teeth. Indeed, so? Xia Jin inquired sympathetically, keenly aware of her intentions. What revenge do you seek from me? Master, you are too kind. Ye Qingzhi did not respond immediately but wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a gentle kiss, continuing to weave her enchanting narrative. Had it not been for the insights gleaned from those dreams, I would never have entered the Marquis's residence, nor would I have experienced such pampering from the Marquis, enjoying a life of wealth and leisure. The Buddha must have destined me to be by your side, indicating that my fortune is indeed intertwined with yours. This further suggests that our fates are predestined. Though we may have missed our chance in the past, this life shall surely make amends. Xia Jin. Despite his numerous defenses, he found himself captivated by her words. Her persuasive charm was indeed extraordinary. As he felt an uncontrollable flutter in his heart, he resignedly kissed her lips, savoring the moment. He had succumbed to her allure, regardless of the sincerity behind her sentiments. As long as she wished to enchant him for a lifetime with such sweet words, he would willingly partake. So, shall I simply kill Chen Yuankai to avenge you? Xia Jin, without needing Ye Qingzhi to elaborate, comprehended that in her dream, she had undoubtedly married Chen Yuankai. Knowing this truth churned a sour feeling within him, yet he harbored an intense desire to eliminate Chen Yuankai. Master, there is no rush to end his life, let us first torment him thoroughly, allowing him to endure a difficult existence. I believe he may still have some utility, Ye Qingzhi reasoned, analyzing the rationale behind the potential reuse of such a worthless man. I suspect that to attain insights akin to those from my dreams, I may require some form of stimulation. Just as I dreamt of my mother's pregnancy, I believe I need Chen Yuankai's provocation to dream again. If he were dead, those dreams would cease. It is best to keep him around for now. After all, he cannot stir up much trouble, and if you desire his demise, it would be but a word's matter. Xia Jin found her reasoning sound and thus refrained from contemplating an immediate end for Chen Yuankai. It was essential to ensure he suffered some hardships first. You dreamt that your mother was expecting twins? Were they a pair of dragons and phoenixes or 2 boys at the least? The worst-case scenario would be a set of twin girls, Xia Jin inquired with great interest. Upon mentioning this, Ye Qingzhi felt a surge of melancholy. I woke up before I could dream further, leaving me completely in the dark. Xia Jin, amused yet regretful, comforted her, do not fret. Perhaps you will soon dream of it again. In a month's time, it should be possible to ascertain whether it is indeed twins, providing us with a means of verification. Certainly, it must be twins. Ye Qingzhi declared confidently. Xia Jin chuckled, opting not to dispute her assertion, but urged, hurry and get up, the prince and Mu Shufei should be awake by now. Ye Qingzhi nodded, instructing her maidservants to assist in her grooming while pondering the events of her dream, sensing that the plot from her past life would not unfold pleasantly. She felt both anticipation and trepidation at the thought of being poisoned. After rising, Ye Qingzhi, accompanied by Xia Jin, joined her mother and Prince Su for breakfast. It was a quaint gathering of 4 daughter, son-in-law, and a harmonious family unit. Mu Nianqiu exhibited a hearty appetite, consuming more than Ye Qingzhi and expressing no inclination to regurgitate her meal. Be good, my little brother and sister. When you arrive, I shall treat you to delightful delicacies and amusements, Ye Qingzhi cooed, gently caressing her mother's belly, embarking on a tender discourse with the unborn. Upon hearing her words, Prince Su chuckled, asking, Qingzhi, why do you keep referring to them as your little brother and sister? Do you truly believe your mother is carrying 2 children? Your Highness, I genuinely dreamt that my mother was expecting twins, Ye Qingzhi responded with a smile. Prince Su. His dear little cotton-padded jacket was far too considerate. Did she not fear exhausting her mother? 1 child was already a considerable challenge. Did she truly believe she could manage 2? He wouldn't even dare to dream such a thing. If it were twins, that would be splendid. Your Highness, the lineage is rather thin. With the arrival of 2 children at once, I would no longer need to worry about this matter, Mu Nianqiu mused, contemplating the potential benefits. After all, childbirth was arduous regardless. Why not double the effort and fulfill the task entirely? Upon hearing her words, Prince Su felt a surge of delight bubbling within him, yet he replied, Ahem, it is merely a dream. It cannot manifest into reality. My sole wish is for your mother and the children to be safe. The risks associated with twins are substantial. Let us not seek such a beautiful outcome. Mu Nianqiu smiled softly. Indeed, we shall not impose our desires. Let fate take its course. Xia Jin cast a glance at Ye Qingzhi, recognizing that this little vixen was deliberately bringing up this topic, which surely was not merely for amusement. He wondered what further implications lay behind her words. The more he observed her, the more he found her intriguing. Yesterday, Prince Su had mentioned that he would take a respite today, inviting friends to join him for leisure, and the invitations had been dispatched the day prior. Thus, shortly after their breakfast, guests began to arrive in succession. Ye Qingzhi seized this opportunity to familiarize herself with the highest echelons of Zhao's aristocracy. Initially, Ye Qingzhi expressed her reluctance to mingle among such dignitaries as a mere concubine, citing her unworthiness. Truthfully, she wished to avoid the disparity of social interactions and the obligation to serve a multitude of lords. Imagine a front desk attendant suddenly being brought to an exclusive corporate gala by the company's executives, filled with influential figures, all wealthy and powerful. Even the waitstaff would likely be well connected, perhaps even graduate students from prestigious institutions taking on part-time work. Upon entering, if asked about her position, she would merely say she was a front desk attendant. No one would believe her and would simply chuckle at her humor. She would undoubtedly wish for a hole to swallow her whole. Thus, both Ye Qingzhi and her mother sought to avoid unnecessary attention by retreating to their quarters, where her mother could recite scriptures while she caught up on sleep. What a delightful scenario. But Prince Su would have none of it. One was his beloved daughter, the other his cherished consort. He would not allow them to hide from the world. Should anyone dare to suggest they lacked the dignity to host guests, he would ensure they were thoroughly reprimanded. The first to arrive was Princess Lingyue, resplendent in a fiery red gown, astride a magnificent steed, brandishing a red-tasseled spear, exuding an air of confidence and grace. The princess arrived with minimal entourage, 2 guards and a maidservant. Ye Qingzhi watched as she gracefully dismounted, tossing her spear to a nearby maid before approaching Prince Su with familiarity and warmth. Uncle, my father and mother want me to remain in the palace, learning decorum for marriage. It's utterly stifling. Thankfully, I received your invitation yesterday, so I arrived early. I thought your royal brother and sister-in-law were too restrictive, so I allowed you to come out for some fresh air, Prince Su replied, smiling, and then turned to Mu Nianqiu. Offer your respects to your royal aunt. Good day, royal aunt. Princess Lingyue bowed to Moon Yinqiu and added with a grin, seeing someone as graceful and refined as you, royal aunt, fills me with admiration. No wonder my uncle holds you in such high regard. Such flattery, please, you may call me Mu Shufei, do not heed the king's jest, Moon Yinqiu replied with a resigned glance at Prince Su, then turned back to Princess Lingyue. Of course, royal aunt, Princess Lingyue replied with a smile. Ye Qingzhi, is she truly not the prince's own daughter? She disregards etiquette and prioritizes personal connections. One dares to speak freely, while the other readily agrees, following her own whims. And thus, the narrative continues, merging two chapters into one. Chapter 90, observing from afar without intrusion as Ye Qingzhi silently critiqued the situation in her mind, she overheard the Prince Su introducing her to Princess Lingyue. This is Qingzhi, the daughter of your imperial aunt. She is exceptionally intelligent and delightful, you two will surely get along. By the way, if you ever have anything troubling your heart, feel free to confide in her. I assure you, by the time she finishes speaking, you'll feel quite at ease. Ye Qingzhi was utterly taken aback. Oh, dear stepfather, you possess many admirable qualities, yet your perception is rather clouded. When it comes to those you favor, you are blissfully blind and sing their praises without discernment. However, she could not deny that a part of her felt quite flattered and cherished. Was her standing in the prince's eyes truly so elevated? Greetings, your highness, Ye Qingzhi said respectfully, performing a proper curtsy to Princess Lingyue, while modestly downplaying the prince's lavish praise. Qingzhi, to garner such commendation from my imperial uncle, you must indeed possess remarkable talents, Princess Lingyue replied with a curious smile, her gaze flitting between Ye Qingzhi's meticulously arranged hair and the gentleman beside her. Ye Qingzhi almost blurted that he was her superior, but quickly refrained, smiling instead, I am merely the concubine of the marquis. In truth, Ye Qingzhi recognized that being a concubine was hardly a respectable designation, making it difficult to navigate social relations. When introductions were made, others typically presented themselves as the wives of prominent families, while she could only admit to being a lowly concubine, which was both embarrassing for herself and awkward for others. Thankfully, neither Princess Lingyue nor Prince Su seemed to adhere strictly to such formalities. Were a lady of higher birth to arrive, she would undoubtedly shun any conversation with Ye Qingzhi, feeling the weight of social disgrace. Ye Qingzhi was also disinclined towards socializing. This was not her responsibility. It was her stepfather who had insisted on bestowing her with such prominence, making it clear that refusal was not an option. If she were to be compelled to meet nobility in the future, she felt the need to elevate her status, perhaps adopting a title of madam, even a borrowed one would suffice, merely for appearances. It was akin to a factory using a prestigious label to gain entry, seeking nothing more than the right to participate, yet, should she don the facade of a madam, even if it were a mere pretense, it would necessitate her becoming a primary wife. Ye Qingzhi recalled how Lin Qingwan had been deeply hurt by such matters, and she herself had no desire to find herself in a similar predicament. Moreover, her actual lady superior was quite amiable, and their alliance was strong. She sincerely wished to maintain her dignity and not undermine their bond by creating enmity. In summary, it would be best for her to remain in the courtyard, enjoying her peace, rather than attending any commercial banquets. Just the mere thought of it exhausted her. Although it would grant her some semblance of status, it would also increase her burdens. Besides, having that status was of little use. If she had matters to discuss with her superior, he would handle them without her needing to intervene. Princess Lingyue, acknowledging Ye Qingzhi's status, was evidently unperturbed by her being merely a concubine. Do you know how to ride? Change into something more comfortable, let us gallop along the mountainside. Remaining cooped up in the estate can be rather dull. It has been ages since I last rode. My mind insists I can, yet my body argues otherwise. Ye Qingzhi shrugged, no longer pretending to be the refined lady. Ah, you are indeed amusing, Princess Lingyue laughed, encouraging her to change clothes, adding, fear not. I shall guide you step by step. It is quite simple. Thank you, your highness. Ye Qingzhi felt no need for further politeness but decided to consult her superior before departing, turning to Xie Jin and asking, Marquis, may I accompany the princess for a ride? Do not overexert yourself. Prioritize your safety, Xie Jin advised. As for any potential offense she might cause to Princess Lingyue, he harbored no concerns. His greater worry was that the princess might fall victim to Ye Qingzhi's whims and do something outrageous, bringing trouble back to his doorstep. Sighing, Xie Jin had a premonition that such days of being the scapegoat were only just beginning. When Ye Qingzhi emerged in her riding attire, she found that 3 distinguished guests had arrived at the estate. One was a youthful noble, the newly appointed In Junwan, whose mother was a princess and the sister of Prince Su, while his father was a foreign prince, tasked with guarding the southern borders against invasions from the Chu kingdom. The second was the esteemed Prime Minister Fang Yunyan, a figure of remarkable talent hailing from a prestigious lineage, renowned since childhood for his prodigious intellect. He had achieved the highest honors at 15, served for 18 years, and was currently in his 30s, exuding elegance and sophistication, rendering the term handsome uncle almost an understatement. Ye Qingzhi had heard many rumors regarding Prime Minister Fang, particularly that he was the most sought-after widower in the capital, having lost his wife to illness the previous year and left without a concubine, only the children from his late spouse remaining. Given his stature and character, many noble women yearned to marry him, yet he had shown no inclination towards remarriage, much to their dismay. The third was Gu Zhang, the Minister of Justice, another prominent figure in the capital's gossip circles, also a widower. Yet, unlike the popular prime minister, many ladies preferred solitude over the prospect of marrying him, as he was known for his cold demeanor and unwavering integrity, rumored to have driven his original wife to suicide due to family conflicts. Although Ye Qingzhi was curious about these 2 illustrious widowers, she had no intention of staring at them. After a brief acknowledgement, she retreated to practice riding with Princess Lingyue outside the estate. She had no need to worry about her mother. Prince Su would take care of her. Any attempt to alleviate his concerns by watching over her mother would only annoy him. However, Princess Lingyue, who had been so eager to teach her riding, now appeared somewhat distracted. Noting this change, Ye Qingzhi quickly surmised that the princess was experiencing infatuation. Considering the gentlemen present, her instincts pointed directly at Prime Minister Fang. While her deduction was likely accurate, Ye Qingzhi felt it inappropriate to broach such intimate matters on their first meeting. She feigned ignorance, choosing to observe the unfolding drama silently. Initially, Ye Qingzhi had assumed that a forthright woman like Princess Lingyue, being of royal lineage, would boldly pursue love. However, achieving a favorable outcome was fraught with difficulty. For one, it would compromise royal dignity for a princess to take a concubine, and historically, most princes consorted with the royal family rather than wielding substantial political power, as the imperial family sought to prevent external relatives from gaining influence. Yet, nothing is absolute. Should the princess genuinely harbor deep feelings, a heartfelt display or a bit of a scene might sway the emperor, known for his indulgence towards her, to grant his blessing, especially if he were to trust Prime Minister Fang's loyalty. Conversely, if he began to doubt Fang's integrity, suspecting him of forming factions, the likelihood of this marriage might increase. Unbeknownst to them, Princess Lingyue maintained a composed and respectful demeanor in front of Prime Minister Fang, yet her gaze lingered on him, revealing her true feelings. When Fang caught her stealing glances, she quickly diverted her eyes, feigning innocence. After a moment, she resumed her covert observations, which amused Ye Qingzhi greatly, prompting a suppressed laugh. In contrast to the prince, who was bold and assertive in his affections, Princess Lingyue seemed to hold her admiration at a distance, treating him as a distant star shining brightly in the sky. "What are you laughing at?" Princess Lingyue inquired, turning to Ye Qingzhi. "I was reminded of something amusing," Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile. "What is it?" "I wish to hear it too, so I can share in the mirth," Lingyue encouraged. "Isn't the princess herself currently engaged in a bit of mirth?" Ye Qingzhi hinted. Princess Lingyue chuckled at the teasing, leaning in to whisper, "How can someone so exceptional and handsome not capture my attention? Heaven truly favors him." Ye Qingzhi's lips twitched slightly. "Just admiring, is it?" "Indeed, merely admiring. What else could I do?" Lingyue sighed. "A fruit forced from the vine is not sweet. I have no taste for bitter melons. It is better to simply gaze upon him." "Your clarity is commendable," Ye Qingzhi smiled, genuinely impressed. "I have witnessed too many ill-fated unions in this world. I do not wish to become one of them." Princess Lingyue raised her glass, downing its contents in one go, and smiled at Ye Qingzhi. "You are quite perceptive. Conversing with you is enjoyable. I shall seek you out when I have moments of leisure. Perhaps it is best to refrain. As a humble concubine, it is improper for me to venture out too often," Ye Qingzhi gently declined. "Then let us invite your lady to join us." "Did you not mention that she is quite wonderful?" Lingyue suggested. "I shall send her an invitation, and you can accompany her. It would not be deemed disrespectful." Ye Qingzhi was taken aback. The princess had effortlessly drawn her lady into her circle, elevating her status without a word, yet, she had no desire to engage in socializing. Venturing outside often led to trouble, and she truly wished to avoid it. Cough, cough, "Thank you for your kindness, your highness. I am rather lazy by nature and prefer not to draw attention to myself, especially when surrounded by women who secretly envy and disdain me. It is all too twisted and unsightly." Ye Qingzhi continued her polite refusal, speaking earnestly. Princess Lingyue found her words amusing, bursting into laughter that drew the attention of others nearby. "Cousin, what is so amusing?" And Junwang, lively in spirit, directly asked. "Ah, Qingzhi claims she dislikes going out to avoid witnessing the envy and disdain of others." Lingyue laughed. "As my uncle said, conversing with her instantly lifts one's spirits." Upon hearing this, and Junwang joined in the laughter, clapping his hands in delight. Ye Qingzhi, under the scrutiny of the crowd, assumed a dignified posture, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Xia Jin observed her with amusement, fully aware of the peculiar dynamics at play. Today's gathering, hosted by Prince Su for his close friends and family, had been filled with light-hearted conversation, horseback riding, hunting, and feasting, leaving all in high spirits. As evening approached, the esteemed guests departed, leaving only Junwang and Princess Lingyue behind. After a day of merriment, the two finally took their leave, and soon after, Prince Su and Ye Qingzhi's mother returned to the royal residence. "Shall we return to the Marquis's residence?" Xia Jin asked Ye Qingzhi. "Your Excellency, I wish to remain here for a couple more days. You have undoubtedly neglected your duties in my company, so please return to attend to your affairs. I cannot keep you from important matters. I would not wish to be the cause of any calamity," Ye Qingzhi replied, feigning consideration. Xia Jin had indeed accumulated a fair amount of work after 2 days of hosting distinguished guests, so he refrained from lingering with Ye Qingzhi, setting a deadline for her return in 2 days and departing for the city. With a reluctant farewell, Ye Qingzhi soon broke into a broad smile, relishing her unexpected freedom. After 2 blissful days of uninterrupted peace, Ye Qingzhi returned to the Marquis's residence, only to be summoned. "Will you attend?" Zhang Jingyi inquired. "Absolutely not," Ye Qingzhi quickly waved her hand. "You know I find such social engagements tiresome." The guests at the estate were summoned by the prince. I had no choice but to accompany them, but to expect me to initiate socializing? I refuse. Zhang Jingyi shook her head at her response, unsurprised. "What of Princess Lingyue's invitation? Did you decline her offer to visit the palace as well?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi found it odd. Was this truly the nature of conversation between a lady and her concubine? Please kindly decline on my behalf, my status does not warrant close ties with the princess, Ye Qingzhi stated, wishing to avoid any complications. If her superior were of royal blood, she could perhaps justify a closer relationship with Princess Lingyue, but the disparity was too vast to warrant such connections. Perhaps it was the culmination of recent events that had spurred her thoughts. Ye Qingzhi increasingly felt that her superior's title was insufficient for the challenges they faced. Then, she began to dream again. In her dream, she witnessed the original owner awakening after her hanging, joyfully calling for a doctor, proclaiming that she had come to. The scene shifted to the original owner seated at her writing desk, penning a note that read, "Hide mother, do not let her be seen by Prince Su to prevent her from entering the palace." Ye Qingzhi mused, "Sister, your strategy has already been rendered moot. This is not my fault, you should have sent me a dream sooner, now it is too late." It became evident that the original owner's mother had met a grim fate within the royal palace, likely perishing there, or else she would not have penned such words. Sighing with worry, Ye Qingzhi was about to exhale another breath of concern when she noticed the original owner's plans for Song Ishuan, which aligned closely with her own suspicions. With growing intrigue, she focused intently on the next line, which boldly stated, "Find a way to expose Xie Jin's royal lineage at the earliest opportunity." Ye Qingzhi, Ye Qingzhi. Here it comes, 2 chapters combined into one. Chapter 91 of the background of Xie Jin, her superior, turns out to be a prince. Ye Qingzhi was jolted awake from her dream, utterly astonished. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt a lingering daze. Her casual remarks had unexpectedly manifested into reality. Did this mean her career aspirations were now aimed at becoming a royal consort? With her leader's competitive spirit and profound cunning, he was indeed a prince. Regardless of who his mother was, if he had no intention of vying for the throne, she would be the one to lose her head. Ye Qingzhi swiftly began to contemplate. Since the original owner dared to pen such a narrative and willingly entered the Marquis's household, it was evident that in her past life, Xie Jin ultimately ascended to the throne. After all, a prince who failed to seize the imperial power would meet a particularly tragic fate, which the original owner would surely have avoided. As for Ye Qingzhi, who chose Chen Yuankai upon her rebirth instead of Xie Jin, it was undoubtedly because she died before Xie Jin's identity was revealed during her time as a concubine in the Marquis's estate. The original owner had also mentioned the need to find a way to expose Xie Jin's identity sooner rather than later. Thus, it seemed that Xie Jin's rise to princely status occurred many years later. If there was to be a struggle for the throne, it would be wise to enter the fray early and accumulate resources. Hence, the task of revealing Xie Jin's princely identity now fell upon her shoulders. There was no reason for hesitation or concealment. After all, she was bound to her superior, their fates intertwined. If he were to fail in his quest for imperial power, her own outcome would be equally dire. Conversely, should he succeed, it would be as if her company suddenly received an influx of investments, not only achieving a successful public listing but also becoming the most formidable enterprise in the Zhao realm. Although she would benefit from promotions and salary increases, this would inevitably usher in a more ruthless battle for career advancement, along with various formidable new colleagues eager to outshine one another. Currently, being a concubine and bearing a child would only yield a bastard. However, if her superior became emperor and she bore a child, then that offspring would be a prince, with prospects for succession. This notion was entirely different. Every woman would fight tooth and nail for such an opportunity. Her mistress would undoubtedly become paranoid, anxious, and suspicious of her loyalty. Alas, the prospect of childbirth was increasingly untenable. She had merely come here for a leisurely sojourn and genuinely did not wish to bear a child, let alone worry about its future survival and employment issues. Raising a child was challenging enough, but raising one from the royal family would be akin to voluntarily seeking out misery. As for her future dependencies, the prevailing sentiment remained, as long as she ensured her mistress secured the position of empress and her offspring ascended to the throne, her life would be relatively comfortable. Moreover, there was still her prince brother and the father of the Empress Su, each a formidable ally. They were far more reliable than nurturing her own child with trepidation. As long as she refrained from childbirth, her prince brother and the father of the Empress Su would ensure she became the focal point of all the women in the harem vying for her favor. Yet, should she give birth, she would become the target of everyone's disdain, perceived as the greatest threat. The alliance with her mistress would inevitably crumble, as the foundation of trust would be shattered. Her mistress might trust her child to be uninterested in a minor title, but could she truly believe the child would not covet the throne? Absolutely not. In the face of immense benefits, even biological kin could turn against one another, let alone a relationship that was already tenuous at best. After contemplating all this, Ye Qingzhi became increasingly resolute in her future career goal, to become the royal consort, avoid childbirth, assist her mistress in securing the empress's position, help Yu Gu ascend to the throne, and enjoy a life of luxury and leisure for as long as fate would allow. With her career goals firmly established, all that remained was to execute them. The steps were straightforward. To first, reveal the truth to her superior, then motivate him to strive for the throne. She would cling to the father of the Empress Su, while also courting other influential figures within the Su family, to foster significant business relationships and secure new orders for her superior. She was truly dedicated. If her superior failed to bestow upon her the title of royal consort in the future, she would resign. After finishing her breakfast, Ye Qingzhi checked the time. Xie Jin's morning meeting should have concluded. She called for Louis, the shadow guard in the courtyard, instructing him to deliver a message. If the Marquis was not occupied, he should return to the residence as she had matters to discuss. An hour later, Xie Jin returned. Have you not slept these past few days? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Upon seeing his haggard appearance, Ye Qingzhi immediately expressed concern. She was aware that Xie Jin had not rested in the rear courtyard for several days, having been preoccupied with work. It has been a restless few nights. I have been reviewing a case, Jin replied, pulling her close and planting a gentle kiss on her, resting his head on her shoulder. The comfort enveloped him, and the accumulated fatigue surged forth. He felt somewhat drowsy and yearned for a brief respite. My lord, I had another dream last night, Ye Qingzhi said. What did you dream about? Did you see whether your mother gave birth to a boy or a girl? In the brief moment, Jin's voice carried a hint of drowsiness. I did not dream of my mother. I dreamt of you. Before Ye Qingzhi could finish, she felt Jin's insistent kisses on her neck, as he sleepily murmured, Is it that you desire my affection? Wait until I awaken. I am a bit weary. Ye Qingzhi was taken aback. Had he truly reached a point of exhaustion? To think she would one day hear him express such fatigue, she reached out to caress his cheek, observing his weary closed eyes, and coldly stated, My lord, I dreamt that your true identity is that of a prince. Jin initially responded in a daze. Yet, before Ye Qingzhi could count to 2 in her mind, he was fully awake, his reddened eyes wide with shock as he inquired, Did you just say my true identity is that of a prince? Indeed. Ye Qingzhi nodded vigorously. You are not feeling tired any longer, are you? Jin shot her a glare, rubbed his temples, and tried to stir his sluggish mind into a semblance of calmness as he asked, What exactly did you dream about? Be specific. Honestly, it was nothing much. I merely saw myself in the dream writing a line stating that we must find a way to expose your princely identity sooner, and then I woke up. Jin did not press further. He lowered his gaze in contemplation, his expression impassive, while internally, a tempest brewed. Why Ye Qingzhi remained silent, keeping him company. You seem remarkably unperturbed, quite composed, Jin remarked after a considerable silence. Oh, it's all an act. If my lord does not believe it, feel my heart, it is racing quite rapidly. The prospect of immense wealth and fortune leaves me both astonished and elated, yet I fear it may merely be a fleeting daydream. Ye Qingzhi promptly nestled into his embrace, urging him to feel her heartbeat, while she listened intently to his own, curious if he too was experiencing an irregular rhythm. Judging from his demeanor, he appeared relatively composed. It must be said that her superior was adept at maintaining his composure. Jin, feeling lighter and more at ease after her antics, could not help but pull her in for a kiss. She often claimed to be his source of good fortune, and now Jin felt she truly was his lucky star. Regarding my identity, I may have unearthed some clues to verify it. I hope I am not merely indulging in unfounded joy, she said playfully. Jin gazed deeply at her, remaining silent. After all, I am not you. Upon realizing you might be a prince, I have been lost in dreams of future wealth and grandeur, yet I have not considered your paternal bond with the old marquis. Are you troubled by such matters? Ye Qingzhi fluttered her eyelashes, attempting to amend her previous statement. To what extent have you envisioned this grand fortune? Jin countered with a question. Not too far. I merely thought that relying on your wisdom and strategy, along with your status as the eldest son of the emperor, and leveraging the connections of the father of the empress to win over the grand chancellor, once you ascend the throne, I could perhaps become a royal consort. That is quite a delightful fantasy, Jin remarked, tapping her forehead. In the future, keep such musings to yourself. I fear your head may roll from the weight of such ambitions. He had heard her dependencies, her threats, and her wishes. If he were indeed a prince and could reach that pinnacle, it might not be impossible. Her requests were not excessively demanding. I am not foolish, I will only share such thoughts with you. Ye Qingzhi shot him a glance. What do you think is the quickest way to verify my identity? Jin inquired again. Is that even a question? You must certainly have the answer. Simply seek out the old matriarch and ask her, Ye Qingzhi replied. She was well aware of her elder's deep connections with the emperor. 28 years ago, when the old marquis had to conceal an adopted prince, it would have been impossible to keep such a secret from her. Why emphasize the need for early exposure in your dream? Is it that the old matriarch is reluctant to speak? Jin pressed further. Perhaps she has been vexed by ungrateful descendants, and is unable to share, Ye Qingzhi pondered, recalling the old matriarch's advanced age and the previous incident. She truly could not withstand any further turmoil. Jin fell into silence once more. Let me contemplate this thoroughly. I assure you, I will not take any unilateral actions. You may take your time to think it over. There is no rush, Ye Qingzhi reassured him. Jin nodded, and before departing, he kissed her once more, expressing his gratitude with an earnest thank you for her proactive disclosure. Jin was indeed a man of action. After validating some of his past suspicions and conjectures, he sought out the old matriarch 3 days later. What brings you here today? The old matriarch appeared in fine spirits, smiling as she beckoned him to sit. Grandmother, I have a matter to inquire about, and I hope you can provide an honest answer, Jin requested, dismissing the others from the room before kneeling solemnly on the ground. Is there an issue with my identity? Another chapter will follow in the evening, time uncertain. Chapter 92. Unexpectedly, you are my son. The elderly matriarch gazed at Jin with a hint of astonishment. Why do you inquire thus? Grandmother, I have stumbled upon fragments of words left by my father, which have led me to suspect that my lineage may be dubious, and I fear I may not be the child of my father. Jin would certainly not dare to directly question whether he was the emperor's son. If he were not, it would not merely be an embarrassing social demise. If word got out, it could indeed cost him his head. The matriarch sighed softly, instructing him to rise and take a seat before speaking to him. Good child, I had intended to tell you this in due time, but since you harbor doubts, let us speak of it today. Although Jin had mentally prepared himself, his heart raced uncontrollably upon hearing his grandmother's direct admission. He clenched and unclenched the hand resting by his side, striving to calm the tumult of tension, excitement, and unease within him. The matriarch regarded him steadily, her voice gentle as she revealed, "You are, in truth, the child of the emperor." "How could that be?" Xia Jin's expression was one of astonishment, perfectly timed. Observing his shocked demeanor, the matriarch couldn't help but chuckle softly. Xia Jin was typically composed. In these years, he had become increasingly profound and unflappable, rarely displaying such overt emotion. "Such matters are not to be trifled with," the matriarch asserted, even foregoing her title as grandmother as she stood to pay her respects to Xia Jin. "You have endured much hardship over the years, your highness." "Grandmother, you do me a disservice." Xia Jin hastily supported her arm, urging her to sit once more, speaking earnestly, "I have suffered no grievances at all. Both you and my father have protected me well. Your kindness to me is akin to a rebirth, and it is I who should express my gratitude to you." With that, Xia Jin knelt before her, sincerely bowing in appreciation for the nurturing he had received over the years. The matriarch, witnessing his earnestness, was unable to contain her tears, her worries alleviated. As long as he bore no resentment towards them, all would be well. Years ago, taking such a clandestine step, regardless of whether it stemmed from affection, constituted a grave offense against the emperor. Allowing a royal prince to be abandoned in their household, subjected to the whims of a stepmother, was indeed a source of great injustice. There were also his marriage prospects. She had once sought to arrange a union with the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jiangyang, only to discover that the matriarch of the duke's household was both blind and audacious enough to permit a concubine to replace her. Fortunately, although Zhang was not extraordinarily clever, she was docile and sensible, understanding the greater picture, which made her an acceptable choice. Yet, to elevate a concubine to the status of a legitimate wife was ultimately an injustice to him, as she was unworthy of his rank. "Grandmother, who is my biological mother? Why was I concealed within the household back then? I beseech you to enlighten me." Xia Jin could hardly contain his eagerness as he inquired. "Your mother hails from the kingdom of Gulan, though I cannot specify who she is. I only know that 30 years ago, the emperor was wounded and recuperated in Gulan, where he fell in love with a beauty, resulting in your birth. When you came into this world, our Zhao dynasty was in turmoil, requiring the support of powerful clans. At that time, the emperor had just wed and had not yet produced a legitimate heir, nor had he named a successor. A child of uncertain origin like you could never be revealed. It would tarnish the emperor's reputation and provoke discontent among the empress's family, jeopardizing the emperor's claim to the throne. Later, when the emperor ascended the throne, the political situation remained unstable, with external threats looming. It was imperative to consolidate internal order while fending off external enemies. The emperor established a crown prince early on to prevent further unrest, and thus your identity was kept hidden." Xia Jin grasped the gravity of the situation. He had been born at an inopportune time, and his status was awkward. He could hardly be considered a legitimate son, but rather a mere child of an extramarital affair. Yet, as the emperor's illegitimate son, should he reclaim his rightful place in the imperial lineage, it could certainly provoke discomfort among the empress and others. In fact, during the last visit from the emperor, I subtly probed him, and he still holds your mother dear in his heart, never forgetting her. He spoke of the time spent with her as the happiest days of his life. Therefore, if he were to learn of your existence, it would undoubtedly bring him joy, for with age comes a tendency to soften and reminisce. Moreover, with the recent defeat of the Great Yan and the stabilization of the court, the emperor's health remains robust, and he is currently preoccupied with ensuring the capabilities and virtues of the next generation of heirs to safeguard the dynasty. I know the emperor is dissatisfied with the crown prince, as he associates too closely with the powerful family, and none of the other princes have met his approval. Thus, from every angle, now is the opportune moment for you to acknowledge your roots. Thank you." From within, she retrieved a jade pendant and an old letter, presenting them to Xia Jin. "These are the items that old heir brought back when you were found, along with the letter." Xia Jin surmised that the jade pendant was likely a token of affection between the emperor and his mother, and the letter clearly stated that he was indeed the emperor's son. Ultimately, it depended on whether the emperor would acknowledge it. If the emperor, as his grandmother suggested, still harbored feelings for his mother, he would indeed recognize him and have no doubts regarding his lineage, possibly even feeling a twinge of guilt. The emperor's paternal affection could serve as his temporary leverage. "Is my mother still alive?" Xia Jin asked. "That remains uncertain," the matriarch replied, shaking her head. "Once you have recognized your kinship with the emperor, you may inquire about your mother's whereabouts and seek her in Gulan." Xia Jin nodded. "Now that you are aware of this matter, you should promptly inform the emperor," the matriarch declared. "I shall send someone to the palace to deliver a message, requesting the emperor to come forth so that you may restore your identity as a prince without further delay." In the court, everyone sought an audience with the emperor, yet only the matriarch enjoyed the privilege of summoning him outside the palace. Xia Jin was taken aback by the swiftness of the proceedings. To be honest, he was not yet prepared for this. "Do not feign ignorance, you need not worry about deceiving the emperor. I will pave the way for you in this final stretch." The matriarch gazed at him with kindness. Xia Jin felt a lump in his throat, once more bowing deeply to his grandmother. "I am deeply grateful for your nurturing heart, grandmother. I shall surely repay this kindness in the future." The matriarch smiled and waved him off, encouraging him to leave. Contemplating the impending revelation of his lineage, Xia Jin, despite his usual composure, could not maintain his tranquility. His mind was too occupied for any other pursuits. Thus, upon leaving Fusho Garden, he sought out Ye Qingzhi, hoping that conversing with her would alleviate the agonizing weight. Upon learning that the matriarch had gone to summon the emperor, Ye Qingzhi marveled at the efficiency of the arrangements. "This is what one might call a lack of dilly-dallying. Are you feeling anxious, my lord? Ye Qingzhi observed him perusing a book, having spent an entire afternoon without turning a single page, prompting her to laugh as she took the book from his hands. Why don't we play a game of chess? By the time the emperor has conversed with the matriarch, it will surely take more than an hour. Xia Jin agreed. However, distracted by his thoughts, he played poorly, suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Ye Qingzhi. After one game, he lost the desire to continue, unwilling to endure further humiliation. Ultimately, he opted to do nothing but sit and converse with Ye Qingzhi. After what felt like an eternity, the head steward personally arrived at Yanlu courtyard to summon him to the emperor. Xia Jin approached the emperor with a solemn expression, offering his greetings. The emperor gazed at him for a prolonged moment before finally placing a hand on his shoulder and sighing deeply. Alas, aside from your eyebrows, how do you bear no resemblance to me at all? If only you bore a few more similarities, I cannot fathom that you would be my son. Xia Jin, Chapter 93. Remember to bestow a side consort upon the Yi family, your majesty. How could I possibly be? Xia Jin gazed at the emperor with a mixture of shock, trepidation, and disbelief, his expression more earnest than when performing before the matriarch. In the next moment, he knelt upon the ground, speaking with sincerity tinged with unease. Your majesty, the royal bloodline is not to be trifled with. I fear that someone may exploit this matter to disrupt the stability of the court. I shall thoroughly investigate this issue. The emperor was momentarily taken aback by Xia Jin's reaction, but soon broke into a smile, declaring, this is undoubtedly true. Just now, my aunt personally informed me of your lineage, accompanied by proof, and it is not a rumor spread by spies. You are indeed my son. Xia Jin continued to display astonishment, lifting his gaze to regard the emperor for a moment before solemnly responding, I am filled with trepidation, and I implore your majesty not to hold my grandmother and the old marquis accountable for their deceit. While I am unaware of the complexities surrounding this matter, I can assure you that their loyalty and reverence for your majesty are unwavering, and they have shown me nothing but kindness, with no ill intentions whatsoever. The emperor noted that Xia Jin's first concern upon learning of his heritage was the potential for foreign spies to sow discord, followed by his worry about his relatives' deception. This clearly demonstrated that Xia Jin possessed not only wisdom but also deep loyalty, distinguishing him from those who were solely preoccupied with their own ambitions. The emperor felt increasingly pleased with him, and a surge of guilt welled up within. I understand that they have acted solely in consideration of my interests and for the sake of the De Zhao dynasty. Although I am somewhat vexed and regretful for not having learned of your existence sooner, I shall not impose any punishment. The emperor bent down to assist Xia Jin to his feet, speaking in a kindly tone, but tell me, now that you know you are my son, do you feel aggrieved? I am still too stunned at present, my heart brimming with various uncertainties, and I have yet to contemplate the question of whether I feel wronged, Xia Jin replied, his peach blossom eyes bright and sincere. This was a technique he had learned from Ye Qingzhi to speak with 7 parts truthfulness and 3 parts naivety when addressing those in power, as it resonates deeply with the heart. He had mastered this art, and the emperor would be even more susceptible to it, for those surrounding the emperor were filled with trepidation, fearful to voice their true thoughts. The concubines in the harem were also eager to please yet harbored their own anxieties, seldom revealing their innermost feelings to the emperor. As for his daughters, having grown, they naturally drifted further from their father, and beneath their routine greetings lay various ulterior motives. Thus, the emperor found such genuine and slightly foolish candor exceedingly rare and precious indeed. Upon hearing Xia Jin's words, the emperor could not help but chuckle, his demeanor softening as he regarded Xia Jin with gentler eyes. Ha ha! Regardless of your thoughts, it is true that I have wronged you in the past. Tomorrow, I shall issue a decree to announce your identity to the world. With the ancestral rites approaching at year's end, it is the perfect opportunity for you to return to your roots. I, your son, express my deepest gratitude to Father Emperor for your unwavering affection. Xia Jin knelt in thanks. Once the dust settled, his heart genuinely found peace. Having served as a personal guard for the emperor for 8 years, he understood that accompanying a sovereign was akin to walking alongside a tiger. Whether for survival or advancement, one must comprehend the emperor's mind. He devoted himself to discerning the emperor's thoughts, striving to be the flower that interprets his concerns, alleviating his worries, and becoming the emperor's trusted blade. Gradually, he ascended to become a favored courtier, achieving the rank of commander of the Jinyui, trusted and valued by the emperor. Previously, he had merely been a subject. Now, with the added title of son, he had transformed into a filial heir. With this new identity, he pondered how to navigate his relationship with the emperor and become the unique son in the emperor's heart. After 3 days of careful consideration, Xia Jin resolved to emulate Ye Qingzhi, employing sincerity and a sense of dependence. Observing the relationship between the Su Wang and the emperor, he noted the affection and indulgence the emperor displayed towards the Su Wang, realizing that such dynamics were beneficial to the emperor. Thus, upon rising, Xia Jin boldly inquired, Father Emperor, I have countless questions in my heart, but the one I yearn to know most is, who is my biological mother? Is she still alive? Meeting his expectant and affectionate gaze, the emperor sighed softly, to speak candidly, I do not know where she is or if she is still alive. However, I shall dispatch someone to the Gulan kingdom to investigate thoroughly. Xia Jin expressed his gratitude once more, only to notice the emperor's unwavering gaze upon him, prompting him to ask, Father Emperor, do you believe I resemble my mother? Ahem, perhaps, the emperor replied, clearing his throat. As Xia Jin looked on with curiosity, the emperor quietly explained, years ago, I suffered an injury to my eyes that caused temporary blindness, and thus I have never seen your mother's visage. If you bear a striking resemblance to her, that would facilitate my search. Xie Jin, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, never anticipated such a reason. With numerous thoughts swirling in his mind, he found himself gazing at the emperor, both the revered sovereign and the newly acknowledged father, suppressing his urge to voice his concerns. Upon returning to the palace, the emperor began drafting the decree himself. As Xie Jin was his eldest son, reclaiming him naturally warranted a princely title. However, the task of selecting an appropriate title proved challenging. The emperor was dissatisfied with several options, deeming them unworthy of Xie Jin. At this moment, the Su Wang arrived, having been promptly announced by the eunuchs, exuding an air of casual ease. "Elder brother, what are you writing?" the Su Wang inquired, leaning closer to catch a glimpse. "A decree for a princely title," the emperor replied, sharing the news of Xie Jin being a long-lost royal. The Su Wang laughed. "Elder brother, you truly are remarkable, unexpectedly gaining such a large son. Haha, congratulations. I have met my new nephew a couple of times, and he is genuinely impressive. In terms of intellect and character, he surpasses the other princes." However, the Su Wang was not to be outdone. Not only would he have a biological child, but he had also gained a daughter without effort, and she was particularly thoughtful. How delightful that the son his elder brother had acquired was from the same family as the daughter he had claimed. What a serendipitous coincidence. "Your praise of him is quite commendable," the emperor replied, casting a reproachful glance at the Su Wang. "What brings you here?" "Do not glare, for this is a matter of importance," the Su Wang stated, producing the latest military news. "The Chu kingdom has indeed mobilized its troops. For now, it is merely minor skirmishes, nothing to fear, but we must be wary of a potential large-scale increase in their forces before the new year." The emperor immediately ordered an inner court attendant to summon the cabinet ministers to discuss a strategic response. Following the cabinet meeting, plans for troop reinforcements were established, and night had fallen. The emperor wished to invite the Su Wang to dine together, but the Su Wang declined, eager to return home to dine with Moon Yanxiu. Yet, he had the audacity to make a request. "Elder brother, do remember to bestow a side consort upon the Yi family, to be by my nephew's side." Given the Yi family's merchant background, it was still insufficient for a side consort. Nevertheless, he was willing to intervene. Having previously withheld valuable gifts from his thoughtful little companion, he now sought to secure her position as a side consort, lest the emperor become too focused on establishing connections for his nephew and allocate both side consort positions to "Get lost," the emperor exclaimed in exasperation. The Su Wang, assured that his elder brother would acquiesce to his request, left with a spring in his step. Chapter 94. Congratulations, Your Highness. After bidding farewell to the emperor, Xie Jin sought out Ye Qingzhi. Upon seeing him, Ye Qingzhi smiled before uttering a word, performing a graceful bow and playfully winking. "Congratulations, Your Highness." In that fleeting moment, Xie Jin couldn't help but laugh, his eyes crinkling with delight. He had thought his heart would remain tranquil, yet her words stirred tumultuous waves within him, excitement, longing, and a tinge of apprehension. His identity had indeed shifted. He understood well the implications of this transformation. Since discovering he was a prince, he had resolved to contend fiercely for the throne. Ye Qingzhi, standing before him, comprehended his sentiments. He was confident she would remain by his side and potentially aid him in the future. As Xie Jin contemplated this, his gaze softened, imbued with tenderness as he looked at Ye Qingzhi. His overwhelming emotions made him oblivious to the fact that half of this exhilaration stemmed from her presence. In a swift motion, he stepped forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, inhaling her delicate fragrance to calm his racing heart, and expressed his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." "Ha ha. My lord, why have you suddenly become so courteous?" Ye Qingzhi laughed, amused by his demeanor. It felt rather disconcerting to her that her superior was showing such politeness. It made her wonder if Xie Jin was planning to discard her once he had achieved his ambitions. Indeed, excessive politeness from a leader could signify a lack of genuine support, often hinting at marginalization. One might observe that while some colleagues faced public reprimands for their mistakes, they still had better chances of promotion than those who maintained a facade of amiability. However, upon further reflection, Ye Qingzhi deduced that Xie Jin's newfound courtesy and expressions of gratitude were indeed positive signs. It indicated that he had begun to value and respect her as an equal, rather than merely viewing her as a concubine. She acknowledged her role in this development, having been candid in her dealings with him, which fostered a mutual trust. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in her fortunate lineage and the influential stepfather she had. In both ancient and modern contexts, the harsh reality remains that personal merit often pales in comparison to the advantages conferred by a favorable family background. Fortunately, she was the one being elevated, and Ye Qingzhi felt a profound satisfaction in that regard. "This expression of thanks is my way of acknowledging your mentorship," Xie Jin remarked, releasing her from his embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. "Mentorship? What do you mean?" Ye Qingzhi inquired, puzzled. Had she truly imparted any wisdom to him? "Learning how to charm and manipulate others from you," Xie Jin teased, pinching her cheek playfully. "Your sincerity is a potent weapon, particularly effective with the emperor." Ye Qingzhi fell silent for a moment before extending her hand, requesting payment from Xie Jin. She was earnest in teaching him the art of sincerity and subtle manipulation, skills that would undoubtedly prove useful. Without hesitation, Xie Jin produced a stack of banknotes, handing them all to her without counting, and bowed slightly, saying, "I seek your guidance." Ye Qingzhi marveled at having such an ambitious, adaptable leader, one who recognized the importance of continual self-improvement. How could she not envision great success ahead? In due time, this green tea mentor of hers would surely soar alongside him. After enjoying some playful banter and a shared dinner, Xie Jin's tumultuous emotions settled, and he chose not to stay the night, opting instead to visit the Gui Xian courtyard to discuss matters with the madam. "Ah, my lord has arrived," Zhang Jingyi exclaimed upon spotting Xie Jin, her eyes widening in surprise as she rose to greet him. Have you dined yet? Yes, I have eaten, Xia Jin replied, instructing the servants to leave them be. He turned to Zhang Jingyi and divulged, today, the emperor paid a visit, and grandmother revealed a secret to him, I am not merely a member of the Xie family, but the emperor's son. Zhang Jingyi was momentarily stunned by the revelation, her expression a mixture of shock, fear, and a hint of exhilaration. Having been born a concubine's daughter, she had faced much hardship and suppression from her legitimate mother and sister, consequently, she was a woman riddled with insecurities, lacking in ambition, she was content with her modest circumstances, fearing upheaval, and satisfied with her current life. Therefore, instead of feeling excitement over the prospect of immense wealth and status, she felt dread, concerned she might not be able to uphold the responsibilities expected of her as a noblewoman. Her greatest fear stemmed from her humble origins and perceived lack of intelligence. She dreaded being cast aside by her husband. Xia Jin's prior ascension to the title of Marquis and his role as the commander of the Imperial Guards had already placed a great deal of pressure on her. When mingling with other noble women, she often overheard snide remarks about her good fortune, suggesting that she had stumbled into a favorable situation. The more they said such things, the more she felt inadequate and distressed rather than fortunate. And now, with Xia Jin suddenly elevated to the status of a prince, she would have to bear the weight of becoming a revered princess consort. Zhang Jingyi could already envision the twisted expressions of envy and regret on the faces of her legitimate mother and sister. Although she felt a sense of satisfaction at their potential envy, she was overwhelmingly burdened by the pressure of expectations. The scornful gazes of others, filled with contempt, weighed heavily on her heart. Are you frightened? Xia Jin inquired, his tone calm. Indeed, I am afraid. I feel utterly inadequate, Zhang Jingyi confessed, her complexion pale. I fear I will not fulfill my duties as a princess consort and that I may bring shame upon you or invite calamity. Your attitude is indeed disappointing, Xia Jin replied coolly. You are my wife, the future princess consort, and you should not carry yourself in such a manner. Zhang Jingyi's pallor deepened as her body trembled. Xia Jin, with his deep understanding of human nature, was well aware of her weaknesses and fears. Despite her timidity and lack of poise, she was dutiful and respectful, placing him above all else in her life. Furthermore, although she was a concubine's daughter, she belonged to a noble family, and her lineage was not to be underestimated. Once he restored his identity as a prince, her father, the Duke of the State, would become a supportive father-in-law, elevating Zhang Jingyi from a mere concubine's daughter to a legitimate wife. The line between legitimate and illegitimate could easily blur when it came to matters of power and benefit. I can promise you this, you shall be the princess consort. As long as you do not cross my boundaries or taboos, you will not be cast aside, Xia Jin assured her. For the sake of Yu Gu and Yan Jia, you must learn to stand tall. Zhang Jingyi felt a wave of relief wash over her, standing up to express her gratitude. I will not disappoint you, and I shall strive to be a worthy princess consort. I will find 2 capable matrons to assist you, Xia Jin added. Zhang Jingyi expressed her thanks once more, wholly accepting his arrangements. As for the Yi family, you may continue to treat her as you have in the past, Xia Jin instructed. She truly harbors no intentions of usurping your position, and you can trust her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingyi felt tears welling in her eyes, her tension dissipating entirely. If Xia Jin assured her that Ye Qingzhi had no designs on her position, it meant that not only did Ye Qingzhi lack such intentions, but so did he. Were it not for Xia Jin's reassurance, she would have remained anxious and suspicious of Ye Qingzhi, jeopardizing their alliance. Zhang Jingyi recalled Ye Qingzhi's loyal words and genuinely feared losing such a capable ally. Of course, she was even more apprehensive about Ye Qingzhi becoming her rival, for she knew she could never compete with her. This self-awareness was something Zhang Jingyi possessed. After concluding his discussions with Zhang Jingyi, Xia Jin did not linger but hurriedly departed, as there were still numerous matters awaiting his attention. Zhang Jingyi, unable to sleep throughout the night, awoke with dark circles under her eyes at the break of dawn. As her personal maidservant entered with a basin of water to assist her with her morning routine, Zhang Jingyi immediately instructed, go to the Yanlu courtyard and summon Ye Qingzhi. The maidservant complied and was about to leave to instruct the other servants to fetch her when Zhang Jingyi added, once you arrive at the Yanlu courtyard, there is no need to rush or call out to her. Simply wait until she awakes before bringing her over. The maidservant was taken aback, for such instructions were typically reserved for summoning young ladies. To see her mistress speak so tenderly, no, so gently, to Ye Qingzhi was unexpected and left her quite astonished. Ye Qingzhi, on the other hand, had risen early, for the sudden elevation of her leader to prince was enough to stir her heart, though she struggled with restless sleep. Moreover, she was eager to dream of new insights, yet, while she did dream, it proved utterly useless. In her dreams, Xia Jin called her teacher, extolling the virtues of respecting one's mentor, only to find himself pressing her down in various compromising positions. Such lewd fantasies were of no benefit whatsoever. Upon awakening, Ye Qingzhi silently chastised herself for her impure thoughts and buried herself deeper into her warm blankets, reluctant to face the day. On this early winter morning, no one could pry her from the comfort of her cozy cocoon. Xunyu, who had been keeping watch, noticed she was awake and stepped out to prepare her washing items. Upon exiting, she learned that the madam wished to see her dear Qingzhi. Xunyu promptly returned to inform Ye Qingzhi that the madam wanted her to come once she awoke. Ye Qingzhi surmised that the madam must have learned of the marquis's identity and sought to discuss the matter with her. After struggling out of her warm bed and completing her morning routine, Ye Qingzhi made her way to see the madam Zhang Jingyi had arranged for breakfast, and as soon as Ye Qingzhi arrived, she instructed the servants to set the table for them to dine together. Ye Qingzhi thought to herself, it seems my treatment has indeed been elevated. Ye Qingzhi, last night, my lord revealed to me that he is, in fact, a prince, and the emperor will soon restore his identity, Zhang Jingyi began. Ye Qingzhi was about to feign surprise, widening her eyes and parting her lips in astonishment, but the madam continued, I presume you are already aware of this. Ye Qingzhi slowly closed her mouth, smiling as she nodded. Is that dark circle under your eyes a result of excitement over this news? Zhang Jingyi brushed off her teasing and continued, I recognize your talents, you are not only intelligent but now have the support of the Duke of the State. Should you wish to claim my position, I am no match for you. Thus, I am truly grateful that you harbor no such ambitions and are willing to assist me. Previously, I merely wished for you good to inherit the title, but now I understand that our Lord has grand aspirations. Ye Qingzhi, should that day come, if you continue to support me and help you go, I shall not betray you or your child. Ye Qingzhi regarded the madam with some surprise. She was far more resolute than Ye Qingzhi had anticipated, demonstrating little suspicion and merely seeking to renew their agreement. Very well. Ye Qingzhi responded cheerfully, rest assured, my intentions remain unchanged. Zhang Jingyi beamed, eagerly offering her a dumpling and personally pouring her porridge. Qingzhi, please eat more. You have grown thinner. Ye Qingzhi mused, my leader need not be so enthusiastic. Chapter 95 Her affection is impossible to conceal. Last night, those who suffered from insomnia were not solely Zhang Jingyi. A substantial number within the palace experienced the same plight. The emperor convened a cabinet meeting yesterday to deliberate on the military affairs with the state of Chu, and subsequently informed the ministers of his intention to restore the status of Prince Ye. Matters of royal lineage are of paramount importance, particularly concerning heirs. Upon hearing this news, the cabinet ministers were understandably taken aback, their immediate reaction being to question the legitimacy of Ye as the emperor's bloodline, urging the emperor to verify the claim. In response to such skepticism, the emperor spoke with unwavering conviction, asserting that Ye was indeed his true progeny. Prince Su, standing beside him, added his support, affirming that Ye was his beloved nephew. My elder brother is not the kind of foolish ruler who indiscriminately leaves his mark everywhere. He is astute and approaches matters of lineage with utmost caution. What are you all so concerned about? The emperor shot a disapproving glance at Prince Su for his lack of decorum but ultimately refrained from rebuking him. Although this brother's recent actions had caused him considerable distress, his endorsement of Ye carried significant weight at this moment. Upon hearing this, Fang Yunyan was the first to alter his stance, supporting the emperor's decision to restore Ye's princely title, asserting that allowing royal blood to be scattered outside would diminish the dignity of the monarchy. With the chief minister of the cabinet voicing his approval, the other ministers quickly followed suit, some even harboring ulterior motives. They were well acquainted with Ye, commander of the Jiangyang, a favored figure in the emperor's court, renowned for his exceptional abilities and the emperor's trust in him, which they could not help but regard with trepidation, fearing the possibility of being targeted by him. Though Ye did not grow up within the royal family, he was no mere lamb without foundation, rather, he was a dormant tiger. Despite the obscurity of his mother, the Ye family had already become intertwined with him, and such powerful maternal relatives were not to be underestimated. Moreover, the recent close ties between Prince Su and Ye, who had referred to him as his beloved nephew, further heightened the stakes. Should such a person transition from a minister to a prince, the crown prince and others might find themselves in a precarious position. Additionally, these ministers, astute as they were, remained loyal servants of the emperor, yet none had publicly taken sides. To a certain extent, they welcomed the prospect of having multiple candidates for the next generation of leadership, fostering healthy competition among them. Once the discussion regarding Ye concluded, the meeting was adjourned, and the ministers departed one by one, leaving the emperor with Prince Su and Fang Yunyan. The emperor invited Prince Su to stay for dinner, but he declined, instead requesting that the emperor officially recognize Ye as a secondary consort and include her in the royal genealogy, granting her the status of a legitimate matron. The emperor, though displeased, acquiesced. While Prince Su certainly had his own prestige, the emperor's consent was not solely due to his brother's influence, but also in consideration of the matriarch's sentiments. The matriarch had previously spoken highly of Ye Qingzhi, praising her as a fortunate and perceptive child. The saying, grandchildren will have their own fortunes, do not make sacrifices for them, had left a lasting impression on the emperor regarding Ye Qingzhi. Thus, when Prince Su made his request, despite his displeasure, the emperor ultimately consented. This illustrates the advantages of being remembered by high-ranking officials. When someone advocates for you, it becomes significantly easier for your superiors to acknowledge your worth. Fang Yunyan, listening to the exchange between the emperor and Prince Su, was neither surprised nor taken aback. He had grown accustomed to it as Prince Su's close friend. He was well aware of his brother's character, disregarding decorum and acting upon personal whims, and he understood the emperor's leniency towards him. However, the announcement regarding Ye's princely status did leave Fang Yunyan somewhat astonished. Just recently, facilitated by Prince Su, he had shared a jovial evening with Ye at his hot spring estate, yet now, if he were to be recognized as a prince, the distance between them would inevitably widen. As Fang Yunyan pondered these thoughts, he failed to notice when Prince Su departed, only to hear the emperor calling him, Fangnicheng, did I hear correctly that your nephew achieved third place in the imperial examination? Indeed, Fang Yunyan replied, regaining his focus and responding respectfully, he is the second son of my elder brother, of considerable talent, yet overly proud and particular in his demeanor. What do you think about proposing him as a consort for Princess Lingyue? The emperor inquired further. Upon hearing this, Fang Yunyan raised his gaze to the emperor, his usual composed demeanor now marred by a furrowed brow as he respectfully declined, Your Majesty, my nephew possesses a solitary temperament, adheres strictly to propriety, and is rather severe in his conduct towards women. He may inadvertently cause the princess distress. The emperor was well aware of Princess Lingyue's nature, placing her in the company of a proud and aloof scholar would likely result in discord. Just as the emperor was about to respond, a eunuch announced from outside that Princess Lingyue sought an audience. The emperor permitted her entry. Greetings, father. Princess Lingyue was no longer clad in riding attire but adorned in an exquisitely elaborate ruchuan. Yet, her stride lacked the gentle grace expected of a noble lady, exuding a brisk and competent air, devoid of the delicate charm typically associated with femininity. Ah, Fang Shoufu is also present, Princess Lingyue remarked, turning her attention to Fang Yunyan with a bright smile. Your servant pays respects to Her Highness, Fang Yunyan replied, bowing. Princess Lingyue scrutinized him for several moments before granting him permission to rise, then shifted her gaze back to the emperor, inquiring, Father, I encountered my royal uncle outside, and he mentioned that you have taken in a grandson, the esteemed Lord Xie. Is this true? Cough, cough, it is indeed the case, the emperor confirmed with a nod. Do you have something to say? I congratulate you, father, on reuniting with your son, Princess Lingyue said with a smile. The emperor, feeling pleased, smiled back at her and remarked, You have arrived at an opportune moment. I was just discussing your marriage with Fang Yiqing. Originally, I intended for Fang Wenyuan to become your consort, but Fang Yiqing expressed concern that his temperament is too rigid and proud, fearing it may cause you distress. What are your thoughts? Princess Lingyue immediately turned to Fang Yunyan, asking, Is this Fang Wenyuan your nephew? Indeed, your highness, Fang Yunyan affirmed. If I were to marry him, would that not make you my little uncle? Princess Lingyue inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Your servant cannot presume to accept the title of little uncle from a princess, Fang Yunyan said, averting his gaze slightly, unable to meet her bright eyes. Princess Lingyue, however, began to indulge in her own daydreams. Marrying Fang Wenyuan would mean joining the Fang family, allowing her to see Fang Yunyan from time to time. Typically, she and her consort would reside in the princess's palace, rather than at the consort's family home. However, during holidays and festivals, family gatherings were inevitable, providing opportunities to encounter him. When they met, she could affectionately address him as little uncle, a title that felt endearing, and they would be living under the same roof, and then. No, she decided against it. She feared that if she continued down this path, she might find herself envisioning something entirely inappropriate. Such thoughts were sinful. Perhaps it was best if she did not marry into the Fang family. She worried that frequent encounters with Fang Yunyan would not quench her thirst but instead give rise to unwarranted fantasies. Should the conditions arise where he was within arm's reach, sharing a home and a bed, she might lose control and commit an irredeemable act. Alas, Lingyue, it would be wise to remain sensible. Father, I am unwilling. Let us consider another option, Princess Lingyue suggested. Perhaps you could arrange a distant marriage for me, allowing me to fulfill my potential in some capacity, perhaps through a marriage alliance. What nonsense are you speaking? Do you think a marriage alliance is a trivial matter? The emperor glared at Lingyue, frustrated, and waved her away, urging her to depart and not to bother him further. Lingyue quickly exited. Fang Yunyan followed suit, bidding farewell to the emperor before leaving. Once outside the grand hall, Lingyue did not rush away. She lingered, awaiting Fang Yunyan, wishing to steal another glance at him, for opportunities like this were fleeting. Princess, Fang Yunyan greeted her, not at all surprised to find her waiting outside. She was far from discreet about her feelings, and he was no fool. He understood everything. When does Lord Fang intend to take a new wife? Lingyue asked playfully. Apologies for the late update. Another chapter will be released around midnight. Chapter 96, Regret for the Past. Is this of great importance to the princess? Fang Yunyan inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. Knowing the impossibility of the situation, it was best not to provoke it. Lingyue watched him walk away until he was but a distant figure before she averted her gaze, turning to seek her mother. With the sudden announcement of a new elder brother from the emperor, such a monumental event necessitated informing her mother beforehand, so she would not involve herself lacking any blood-related brothers. The ultimate fate of the throne held little consequence for Lingyue or her mother. Yet, she understood that the tranquility of the palace would be shattered this night. The empress was informed of Xie Jin's identity as a prince directly by the emperor himself. Upon hearing this news, the empress was momentarily taken aback, striving to maintain a serene smile. Your Majesty, surely you jest. How could this possibly be, Lord Xie? I merely wish to inform you, not to invite your skepticism. Tomorrow, I shall proclaim it to the world. Ensure the Ministry of Internal Affairs is prepared for all necessary arrangements, the emperor stated coldly. With that, he departed, offering no comfort nor further explanation, exhibiting a remarkable indifference. Initially, the emperor had shown the empress a degree of respect, though devoid of love, a semblance of affection had existed. However, years of her actions, oppressing concubines and offspring, manipulating the crown prince, and leveraging her familial power for personal gain, had thoroughly depleted any remnants of their marital bond, particularly in the matter of the crown princess. Despite his explicit warning against the crown prince marrying a daughter of the Chen family, the empress had nevertheless employed underhanded tactics to ensure her niece became the crown prince's consort. Consequently, the emperor's feelings towards her had soured to hatred, and he had even contemplated her removal on several occasions. That he retained her only because she had become more compliant in recent years, and he did not wish to dethrone the crown prince, her son, who deserved to maintain his dignity. Otherwise, had he chosen to depose her, he could have justified it by revealing the heinous deeds she had committed. Once the emperor departed, the empress transformed into a vengeful figure, her countenance twisted with hatred and resentment, devoid of any elegance or grace. She felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle the palace in her fury, yet no amount of destruction could quell the fire within her. She cursed the emperor vehemently, her fury palpable. The palace servants, fearful for their lives, wished they could vanish into the ground to escape her wrath. There existed no semblance of affection between the emperor and the empress. The same animosity echoed in her sentiments towards him. She now yearned for the emperor's demise, hoping her son would ascend to the throne, allowing her to become the empress dowager. The prospect of that day drew ever closer. The crown prince had gained considerable support from influential ministers and the Chen family. Although the other two princes, Prince Rui and Prince Qi, posed some threat, they were hardly formidable. The two underage princes had yet to be granted titles, and their maternal families lacked the strength to contend for the throne. The crown prince's position appeared secure, awaiting only the emperor's demise, yet, unexpectedly, a new contender had emerged, the crown prince himself, not merely any obscure youth, but Xie Jin, the commander of the imperial guard. The empress's murderous intent towards him surged forth instantly. In the palace, secrets were a rarity. Once news began to circulate, it swiftly reached the ears of the nobles. The revelation of Xie Jin's status as a prince was nothing short of a thunderclap. However, for the lower-ranked women of the harem, this thunder held no relevance. They were not entitled to partake in such discussions, yet there was one individual who, though not a consort, shared a significant connection with Xie Jin. Upon learning of his princely status, her reaction was profound. This woman was Li Pin, who not only carried the emperor's child but was also nearing her delivery date. Moreover, her sister, Yao Yining, had previously been Xie Jin's favored concubine. However, that was in the past. Yao Yining had effectively ostracized herself, becoming virtually a non-entity. Had she remained unscathed, with Xie Jin's restoration to princely status, her familial connections would have afforded her a place as a side consort. At that juncture, Li Pin could have commended her sister for her discerning eye, as her initial determination to become Xie Jin's concubine had fortuitously led to a significant gain. But now, Li Pin exhaled a troubled sigh. She caressed her round belly, aware that even if she bore a prince, her youth would preclude any chance of contention. Should Xie Jin ascend to the throne in the future, it would likely bode better for her and her child than for others. Li Pin contemplated whether she ought to pave the way for herself and her offspring by extending her loyalty to Xie Jin. The following day, at the morning assembly, the emperor commanded the eunuchs to announce the Edict of Nobility, elevating Xie Jin to the title of Qingzhi. Jing, signifying beauty, brilliance, and preciousness, indicated the emperor's esteem for Xie Jin. Upon hearing this title, the crown prince, despite having learned of the news the previous evening and prepared himself, felt his composure falter, his anger intensifying. He struggled to muster a festive smile, yet the matter had been irrevocably settled. Xie Jin was now Qingzhi, Zhang Jingyi became his queen, and Ye Qingzhi was designated as a secondary consort. After the court session concluded, Duke Xingguo walked out in a daze, his colleagues congratulating him with smiles. He hastily forced a grin in response, yet his heart was heavy with regret. He was deeply remorseful. The ill-fated marriage arrangement years ago had soured his relationship with Xie Jin, and now, the fact that Xie Jin had risen to the position of the Imperial Guard commander was already a source of regret. Who could have imagined he was a prince? When the old Marquis of Jiangyang had sought to marry his legitimate daughter, how had he been so foolish as to agree, allowing his wife to engage in such disgraceful actions? Regret for the past, the Duke returned home, filled with remorse, and unleashed his frustration upon his wife, berating her for her foolishness, malice, and blindness. Sun Shi was left bewildered and enraged, ready to retaliate, when her husband declared, "Today, the emperor announced a significant matter. Xie Jin is the crown prince and has been bestowed the title of Qingzhi." Sun Shi felt her vision darken, nearly fainting. Oh no, it couldn't be happening, she was on the verge of a heart attack. The very son she had scorned had turned out to be the crown prince, and unimaginable wealth had slipped through her fingers. How could she have been so foolish? Jingyi is now the Qingzhi's consort. It is inappropriate for her biological mother to remain a concubine. I intend to elevate her status to that of a rightful wife. Prepare for this matter, the Duke declared before departing to seek out Zhang Jingyi's mother. Sun Shi clutched her aching chest, consumed by a mix of anger and regret, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 97. This child is truly a precious find. Why Ye Qingzhi initially believed she would merely be a secondary concubine at best. The position of a favored concubine is often beyond the control of mere subordinates. It is ultimately dictated by the emperor, the supreme authority. Thus, when she heard the imperial decree appointing her as a secondary concubine, she was genuinely taken aback with joy. While other concubines were overwhelmed by the sudden fortune, Ye Qingzhi smiled with satisfaction at her newly bestowed title. The inner chambers of the Marquis' residence were rather straightforward, consisting of a primary wife and several minor concubines. Although there existed distinctions among the minor wives, the hierarchy was not particularly pronounced. It was merely a case of 50 steps laughing at 100. However, her current situation had changed dramatically. The organization had expanded, the structure had evolved, and the ranks were now rigidly defined, with power clearly delineated. The titles of princess, secondary concubine, and minor concubine were all distinctly established, with the secondary concubine holding significant status and authority, far surpassing that of an ordinary concubine. Ye Qingzhi had prepared herself for the possibility of 2 more secondary concubines being appointed above her, yet little did she anticipate that fortune would smile upon her, and she would ascend to the position herself. Thus, even if a noble lady from a prominent family were to join as a secondary concubine in the household, they would stand as equals. As long as the other party sought trouble, she would retaliate without hesitation. Ah, what joy! After receiving the imperial decree, Xie Jin could not help but smile at the sight of Ye Qingzhi's beaming expression. The emperor had directly conferred upon her the title of secondary concubine, which surprised him somewhat, yet he felt great satisfaction with the outcome. Ye Qingzhi was indeed deserving of such a title. To label her merely as a minor concubine would be an injustice. Should the emperor not have made the appointment himself, Xie Jin had intended to plead with him to grant one of the secondary concubine positions to Ye Qingzhi. He speculated that the influence of the Su Wang, Prince Su, must have been at play behind the scenes, as he seemed to dote on Ye Qingzhi as if she were his own daughter. Xia Jin cast a glance at Ye Qingzhi, who, upon meeting his gaze, returned a radiant smile and mouthed congratulations to him. He smiled back but refrained from speaking, mindful of the presence of others. Having received the imperial decree, they were to express their gratitude at the palace, not only to the emperor but also to the empress, their esteemed matriarch. It was not solely the prince who would attend. The princess, the newly appointed young heir, Xia Mingyu, and Xia Mingyan were also required to go. As the newly appointed secondary concubine, Ye Qingzhi too was expected to offer her thanks, and henceforth, she would be entitled to partake in various palace banquets as a secondary concubine. Upon hearing they were to visit the palace to express gratitude, Ye Qingzhi suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. In her excitement over her promotion to a leadership position, she had overlooked the accompanying responsibilities. With increased power came greater duties. Simply put, her workload had multiplied, and she could no longer afford to be complacent and enjoy her status. Ye Qingzhi was not averse to hard work. What she feared was laboring without recognition or reward, for then she would certainly be discontent. Now that she had been promoted, she was determined to fulfill her obligations competently. She could not allow the minor leader, Xia Jin, especially the emperor, to doubt her capability to maintain her position as a secondary concubine, lest she be dismissed. As they prepared for their journey to the palace, Xia Jin rode on horseback while Ye Qingzhi shared a carriage with the Princess Jiangyang, the young heir, and the young princess. Their camaraderie was palpable. "Qingzhi, are you feeling nervous?" Zhang Jingyi inquired, and before Ye Qingzhi could respond, she took a deep breath and continued, "Though I have met the emperor and empress before, it was from a distance, and I was never questioned. However, today, not only will I be questioned, but I may also face difficulties during my meeting with the empress. I truly fear I might falter or cause trouble for the lord. Princess, I too am quite nervous." "Feel my hand, it is icy from fear," Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile. Feeling the chill of her hand, Zhang Jingyi quickly handed her a hand warmer, chiding gently, "It is not that cold yet. You must dress warmly and take care of yourself." Seeing the female leader preparing to assume the role of a mother, Ye Qingzhi quickly added, "Princess, it is only natural for the empress to challenge us. Those veiled jibes and inquiries about the lord's lineage and preferences merely pretend you do not understand and simply respond with 'I do not know,' to avoid appearing disrespectful. You might add, 'I am but a foolish servant, your highness speaks too wisely.' I shall consult the lord and return with an answer. In any case, if the questions pertain to the lord and are difficult for you to answer, regardless of whether the empress employs coercion or flattery, simply say that you do not know. As a mere woman, the lord seldom divulges such matters to me, and I am not privy to them. If pressed further, express your gratitude to the empress for her kindness in guiding you. Such care moves me deeply, and I shall certainly inquire with the lord about the matter." Listening to her sarcastic advice, Zhang Jingyi found her tension dissipated, unable to suppress a laugh. If the empress hears me say such things, she may very well be infuriated. Should she become angry, it reflects her lack of decorum, not our concern, Ye Qingzhi replied with a serious expression, offering counsel to her leader. "Princess, the empress will only ever be our adversary. Her intent is to see us undone. Therefore, we must never entertain the notion of mending relations with her. Yet, given her position as empress and our matriarch, we must tread lightly and not offend her, maintaining a faade of respect. In her presence, our strategy must be to feign ignorance and play the obedient servant, remaining blissfully unaware while showering her with sweet words to appease and annoy her." "Qingzhi, thank you." "I shall remember your counsel," Zhang Jingyi replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. "I will adhere to your advice." Listening to wise counsel bears fruit. Zhang Jingyi recognized her shortcomings and, for the sake of her two children, was determined to rise above them, casting aside her pride to seek knowledge and learn what she did not understand. When addressing the emperor, we must emphasize sincerity. As long as we do not cross any boundaries, we should speak our minds. While respect for the emperor is essential, it must not be our sole approach. We must not shrink in fear. The emperor is human too. Being revered and feared daily can be exhausting and lonely, and he requires warmth and care. As the emperor's daughter-in-law, it is your duty to show filial piety and concern for him. Remember to fulfill this obligation when in his presence." Ye Qingzhi imparted these words to Zhang Jingyi. Upon hearing this advice, Zhang Jingyi felt her eyes moisten with gratitude, firmly grasping Ye Qingzhi's hand and expressing her thanks. "Your highness is far too courteous. We are, after all, united in purpose. We share in both triumph and adversity," Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile. Zhang Jingyi nodded contentedly, then turned to her two children, saying, "Mingyu, Mingyan, in addition to heeding your mother, you must also listen to your secondary mother. She is exceptionally wise, and you must heed her teachings. Do you understand?" Xia Mingyu and Xia Mingyan nodded, rising to bow to Ye Qingzhi, sweetly declaring, "Please, secondary mother, teach us. We wish to be as clever and charming as you." The attitude of the mother shapes that of the children. Zhang Jingyi openly embraced and relied upon Ye Qingzhi, and the children observed this bond, naturally regarding her with respect. Furthermore, Ye Qingzhi had consistently brought them delightful treats and praised them to the skies, fostering a fondness that made them feel close to her. Ye Qingzhi, this child is truly a rare gem. Effortlessly intelligent and considerate, she knows her boundaries and will not cause frustration. How delightful. Chapter 98. Overwhelmed with disgust upon arriving at the gates of the imperial palace, Ye Qingzhi and her companions disembarked from the carriage. There was no need for concern, they simply followed their familiar leader forward. Ye Qingzhi had visited the Forbidden City before, and not just once. Comparing it to her memories, she could only conclude that the Forbidden City was indeed larger and more magnificent. The current palace felt somewhat diminished, constructed with rather simple materials. The Great Zhao dynasty, having been established for a brief period, lacked the profound heritage of its predecessors lost in a myriad of thoughts. They soon reached the exterior of the imperial study. After the eunuchs announced their arrival, Ye Qingzhi followed her leader and family inside, where they paid their respects to the emperor. Please rise, the emperor said kindly, surveying Ye Qingzhi and her group before his gaze settled on the two children. With warmth in his voice, he beckoned, is this Mingyu and Mingyan? Come closer, let me have a good look at you. Greetings, imperial grandfather. The two children stepped forward obediently, performing their bows with grace, exhibiting none of the timidity one might expect. Who could resist such well-mannered and confident children? Mingyu, still quite young, had a cherubic face with remnants of baby fat, exuding an endearing charm that belied his mature demeanor. In contrast, Mingyan possessed a striking beauty and an aura of poise that suggested wisdom beyond her years. One could easily tell she was a bright and courteous young lady. The emperor's satisfaction grew as he observed the two children, particularly finding himself fond of Mingyan, who bore a resemblance to Xie Jin, her beauty reminiscent of her mother. This resemblance stirred memories of Xie Jin's mother, leading the emperor to wonder if the child was perhaps even more like her grandmother. This emotional connection only served to deepen his affection for Mingyan, prompting him to affectionately tousle her hair. You are all delightful children, your mother has raised you exceptionally well, thank you for your praise, Father Emperor. The children are of noble lineage and inherently exceptional. I have not contributed significantly to their upbringing, Zhang Jingyi responded quickly, feeling the tension in her heart ease slightly. The emperor regarded Zhang Jingyi, noting her sweet tongue and amiable nature, which he found quite agreeable to grandfather. You truly are as kind and approachable as Father Wang described. You are not frightening at all, Mingyu chimed in, lifting his small head to speak. Seeing you makes me so happy, I now have a grandfather of my own and need not envy others. Ha ha ha. The emperor erupted into hearty laughter at his words, lifting Mingyu into his arms. Are you able to read yet? What have you learned? I have read the 1000-character classic and the 3-character classic. I've also practiced my calligraphy diligently, and my teacher praises my writing. Mother even asked me to write some characters for her to hang up, saying that looking at my writing will help her have clever babies. May I write a piece for grandfather? Mingyu eagerly offered. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then your writing must be quite remarkable. I shall hang it up to admire every day, the emperor chuckled, turning his gaze toward Ye Qingzhi. This concubine Ye had quite the skill in charming children. Why? Ye Qingzhi offered a modest smile, bowing to the emperor and graciously accepting the compliment. As long as she remained unembarrassed, any awkwardness would fall upon others. The art of entertaining children was merely a matter of lightheartedness, there was no need to take it too seriously. Xie Jin looked at Ye Qingzhi with a smile, recognizing her adeptness in handling the situation. Her ability to amuse the children had not only evoked laughter from the emperor but had also earned his favor. For Xie Mingyu, Xie Jin increasingly viewed Ye Qingzhi as his lucky star. As he pondered this, Zhang Jingyi silently vowed to learn from Ye Qingzhi's skills in eliciting joy from others. This was the foundation of her standing. Bring forth the little princes so they may practice their writing, the emperor said, setting Mingyu down, clearly enjoying the child's lively and charming disposition. What has Mingyan learned? The emperor inquired with a smile. Greetings, grandfather. Aside from reading some introductory texts, I have learned needlework, music, and calligraphy, and I study etiquette and decorum with the nanny. Recently, I will begin learning how to manage household affairs with mother, Mingyan stated confidently. Good child. The emperor praised warmly. After inquiring about the two children, the emperor turned to Zhang Jingyi with a few generic words of encouragement regarding her role as a consort, lacking any real novelty. This was not typically within the emperor's purview. Such guidance fell to the empress. Though the emperor had recognized Ye Qingzhi, their conversation remained superficial, akin to a senior leader encouraging subordinates to perform well for the company. Having completed the formalities with the emperor, Prince Jing was invited to remain for further discussion, while Zhang Jingyi and Ye Qingzhi led the children to the empress's palace, Koan Palace. In Koan Palace, aside from the empress, many prominent consorts were present, including 2 unmarried princesses. Princess Lingyue and the much younger 5th princess, who was only 7 years old. This felt like a grand initiation ceremony for newcomers, conducted in the presence of all the female leaders and colleagues of the royal household. The pressure was immense. One's ability to establish a foothold and earn respect depended on this very interview. Zhang Jingyi was the primary candidate, with Ye Qingzhi merely accompanying her. Thankfully, after receiving Ye Qingzhi's guidance on the way, Zhang Jingyi felt invigorated, especially after gaining confidence from the emperor's earlier praise. Thus, she maintained her composure and poise in the face of scrutiny from the assembly of formidable consorts. Walking at the forefront, she respectfully greeted the empress, presenting herself with dignity and grace, which garnered quiet admiration from several consorts. Ye Qingzhi and the two children followed suit, bowing appropriately, though the children were noticeably subdued compared to their earlier exuberance in the emperor's presence. Please rise, the empress said coolly, her demeanor lacking warmth, revealing her irritation. Thank you, Mother Empress, Zhang Jingyi replied, rising to express her gratitude. Thank you, Imperial Grandmother. The children chimed in unison. Thank you, Empress. Ye Qingzhi's voice was soft, almost inaudible, clearly delineating the hierarchy. The empress winced at the address of mother and imperial grandmother, feeling a pang of irritation. Her expression darkened as she spoke. Regarding Prince Jing, I was quite taken aback. Were you not anticipating this day? Your Majesty, I only learned of it yesterday and was so shocked I couldn't sleep a wink. I applied several layers of powder to conceal my dark circles, Zhang Jingyi replied calmly, almost inviting scrutiny. Ye Qingzhi silently commended her for such a clever response. The empress paused, her voice turning sharper. You do not know. Does Prince Jing not know his own lineage? Who informed the emperor of this? Her tone was aggressive, resembling an interrogation. The other consorts observed the exchange in silence, refraining from interjecting, preferring to watch the unfolding drama. All were seasoned players in the court. None would act hastily without fully grasping the situation or understanding their opponent's background. Thank you for your guidance, Mother Empress. I am rather dim-witted. Upon hearing this news, I was too astounded to consider the implications. Allow me to inquire with the prince about the matter and report back to you, Zhang Jingyi suggested, her voice brimming with a hint of delight, even carrying an undertone of seeking approval. The family understood the thrill of cramming for an exam, hoping for a teacher's guidance, only to find themselves facing the very questions they had prepared for. She realized she could simply echo the answers provided by her teacher, sparing herself the mental strain of criticism. This realization filled her with joy, making her response sound heartfelt rather than sarcastic, effectively amplifying the Empress's frustration. The other consorts stifled their laughter, recognizing Zhang Jingyi's unexpected skill in verbal sparring. The Empress, infuriated by the seemingly dismissive response, glared at Zhang Jingyi, demanding, "Are you truly so foolish as to misunderstand my inquiry, or are you deliberately mocking me? You possess an audacious spirit, Prince Jing's consort." "Mother, please do not be angry. How could I dare jest with you? I am genuinely dim-witted and only just learned of the princess lineage," Zhang Jingyi replied, kneeling once more, suppressing her fear in trembling hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It is well known that I am of humble birth, lacking in wisdom and talent. I am fortunate to have married the prince. Your keen insight has revealed my true nature. I am indeed a simpleton. I know my limitations, and as a mere woman, I dare not meddle in the princess affairs, nor would he share such matters with me, hence my ignorance." Ye Qingzhi had advised her to reveal her vulnerabilities, to expose her scars, and to vocalize the taunts of others, rendering them powerless against her. Scars fester when hidden, they only heal when unveiled, allowing for a hardening that brings an end to pain. Vulnerabilities, too, lose their sting when openly acknowledged, leading to a realization that others do not scorn or attack as one might fear. Gradually confronting one's weaknesses leads to growth and strength. The Empress's relentless questioning left no room for Zhang Jingyi's gradual development. She fought to control her trembling heart, determined to win this battle. Victory would transform her, ensuring the Empress would no longer underestimate her. To lose, no, for her children, for the princess' dignity, for her own sake, she could not afford to fail. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Zhang Jingyi raised her head with feigned innocence, gazing earnestly at the Empress. "I humbly request your guidance, Mother. What must I do to earn your satisfaction and trust?" The Empress was nearly sickened by Zhang Jingyi's continual addresses of mother and her pleas for guidance. Gritting her teeth, she glared at the seemingly naive Zhang Jingyi and issued an order. "I did not rest well last night and have a headache. Let us conclude this matter for today." With that, the Empress disregarded the expressions of those present and exited the chamber. Long live the Empress. Everyone rose to bid farewell. Zhang Jingyi echoed the farewell, maintaining a tranquil facade, though she felt utterly drained. "Your performance was exceptional, Princess. Keep it up. This is far from over," Ye Qingzhi whispered, gently squeezing her arm and offering an encouraging smile. Zhang Jingyi immediately felt revitalized, her weary posture straightening as she regained her composure. After the Empress departed, the various consorts began to leave in succession, but not before offering Zhang Jingyi a few kind words or gestures of goodwill. Even the mothers of Prince Duan and Prince Qi exhibited no hostility, instead displaying warmth. After all, the greatest competitor was the crown prince. Toppling him was the only way for others to grasp at the throne. The alliance between Prince Duan and Prince Qi had nearly succeeded before, but the sudden emergence of Prince Jing elevated the stakes. 3 cobblers could rival Zhuge Liang, how much more so with the crown princess' lack of capability. Thus, a temporary alliance seemed prudent. Once they finally exited the Empress's palace, Zhang Jingyi felt exhausted yet liberated. Under immense pressure, she sensed her own growth. "Qingzhi, thank you." Zhang Jingyi expressed her gratitude to Ye Qingzhi. "The teacher opens the door, but the journey is yours to undertake. It is your own efforts that have brought you here." "I shall not claim credit," Ye Qingzhi replied with a smile. Zhang Jingyi mirrored her smile, though a hint of melancholy crept in as she mused. "At this rate, will I be forever known as the foolish consort? Ha ha ha, what are you thinking, princess? Anyone with eyes can see how intelligent and capable you are, adept in the art of subtlety, and certainly not foolish." Ye Qingzhi laughed in response. Zhang Jingyi no, she felt truly foolish, merely pretending to be clever. Guided by the expertise of her mentor, they exited the palace, waiting for half an hour until Prince Jing finally emerged. "Well done." He praised Zhang Jingyi with a smile as he stepped out. Before leaving, a young eunuch had relayed the events of Kuan-Ning Palace to the emperor, who was now aware of Zhang Jingyi's clever retorts against the empress. Though he understood that Ye Qingzhi had guided her, Zhang Jingyi's performance warranted commendation and encouragement. Feeling a lump in her throat, Zhang Jingyi feigned calmness. "Thank you for your praise, your highness. I shall strive to improve and not hinder you." Prince Jing nodded, then turned to Ye Qingzhi, inquiring with a smile, "You performed admirably as well. What reward do you desire? Let us save it for later." "I can't think of anything at the moment," Ye Qingzhi replied, urging, "Let us hurry home. I'm quite hungry indeed." "Father, I am also very hungry," Mingyu chimed in, his little face contorted in a pout. Let us hurry home. Prince Jing, was this a serious discussion? Could they not pay attention? He felt his authority being challenged. Just a note, in the context of the Great Zhao dynasty, Zhao refers to the dynasty name, while the emperor's surname is Song. Henceforth, Xia Jin will be referred to as Song Jin. However, changing names feels like introducing a new male lead, so I will often refer to him as Prince Jing instead. Chapter 99 of The Legacy of the Father and the Heir. Announcement. In the previous chapter, it was mentioned that the male protagonist's surname would be changed to Song, but some readers expressed their desire for it to remain as Xia, allowing the Xia family to share a surname with the royal family due to their contributions. I find this arrangement quite agreeable, as it spares us the hassle. After all, the male protagonist remains Xia Jin. Ye Qingzhi and her companions went to the palace to express their gratitude, while the members of the marquis's residence were left to digest the sudden and overwhelming fortune that had befallen them. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Lady Wang of the main branch and the matriarch returned to the courtyard, dazed and pale, and then, they sat in silence. The matriarch's mind was consumed with thoughts of exhuming the late marquis from his grave to give him a good thrashing. How could that old wretch have concealed such a monumental secret from her? She was his legitimate wife, sharing in his glory and suffering. How could he keep such an earth-shattering truth from her? Had she known of Xie Jin's true identity earlier, she would have showered him with kindness, cherishing him in her hands, and would never have subjected him to even the slightest hardship. But now, she dared not reflect on the grievances she had inflicted upon Xie Jin, fearing that the mere thought would drive her to madness. The matriarch's anxiety intensified with each passing moment, and she glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law, Lady Wang, who fortuitously met her gaze. "Mother, you too are feeling apprehensive, aren't you?" "What a coincidence, so am I." Cough, cough, mother, I believe we need not be so pessimistic. Lady Wang cleared her throat, finally breaking the silence. Even if Xie Jin becomes the Prince Jing, he will still be bound to our Xie family. My father-in-law has bestowed upon him the gift of education. He cannot simply turn his back on us now that he has attained wealth and status. Mother, you are, after all, his nominal adoptive mother. If he were to harm you, it would render him an ungrateful wretch, thus tarnishing his own reputation. The Prince Jing is astute and possesses deep cunning. He would not engage in actions that would harm others while detracting from his own interests. The matriarch felt her heart settle a bit upon hearing this, and she recalled that the matriarch of the family still held sway in the residence. For her sake, the Prince Jing would not act against the interests of the Xia household. She resolved to offer prayers to the deities, seeking blessings for the matriarch's longevity and prosperity. However, while mother may not face retribution from the Prince Jing, the fate of your husband remains uncertain. Lady Wang sighed deeply, her expression laden with worry, her hands trembling at her side. Yet, only she knew that her tremors were not born from fear, but from excitement, from an overwhelming sense of hope that she could hardly contain. Oh dear, you are right. This time, Liner is truly finished. The matriarch's heart sank, feeling a tightness that brought forth tears in an instant. In this household, when it came to courting disaster, her eldest son had outdone even Xie Jin. Without mentioning the trivial grievances of the past, the recent incident involving concubine Qin was enough for Prince Jing to take vengeance, possibly even castrating her son and reducing him to a eunuch. What shall we do? Do you think asking for forgiveness from Prince Jing might persuade him to spare Liner? The matriarch asked anxiously, seeking comfort from her daughter-in-law. Mother, even if you were to kneel and plead with Prince Jing, he might agree to spare your husband, letting bygones be bygones. However, once your husband returns and learns of Xie Jin's ascendance, while he may feel fear, his nature is such that jealousy and resentment will likely prevail, leading him to stir up trouble. He might even foolishly align himself with the crown prince to create obstacles for Prince Jing. The matriarch contemplated her son's lack of discernment but found herself silenced by the memories of his previous misdeeds. Lady Wang, being his wife, understood him well, her words rang true. What, then, do you propose we do? The matriarch inquired, her anxiety reaching a point of despair. Mother, consider why your husband was dispatched to the harsh northwest. It was not so much a punishment as it was to save face for the matriarch, allowing him to endure hardship for a time, after which he would likely be promoted. Previously, I had hoped for his swift return, even planning to cultivate relationships to shorten his term, but now, I believe it would be better for him to remain in his post indefinitely, rather than return to the capital. How could that be acceptable? The matriarch instinctively shook her head, unwilling to entertain such an idea. How could she bear the thought of her son enduring hardship away from home? Her heart ached for him. Mother, think about it, if your husband were to return, it could bring utter disaster upon us if he does not return. Once Prince Jing, your husband has already deeply offended both Prince Jing and the Emperor. Even if he were to return to the capital, he would never reclaim the title. It would be far better to keep him stationed away, allowing Mingqing to inherit the title. Mingqing is steady and talented, and with Prince Jing's support, he would surely have a bright future, bringing honor to you as well. Lady Wang, suppressing her excitement, revealed her true intentions. This was an extraordinary opportunity to secure the legacy of the father while ensuring the son thrived. Her troublesome husband could remain out there, eating dust, as long as he did not return to drag them down. With her son set to inherit the marquisate, she could envision a hopeful future. If her husband came back, she would once again live in constant fear of his reckless actions. The matriarch pondered this and realized the truth in her daughter-in-law's words. If her eldest son stayed away, it would be for the best. If he returned, they would likely face mutual ruin. Then, shall we proceed with this plan? Will you speak to Prince Jing about it? The matriarch looked at her suddenly invigorated daughter-in-law. Mother, you need not worry about this matter. As long as we can convince Prince Jing of our sincerity, I will risk everything to make it happen. Lady Wang said, her lips curving into a resolute smile. Oh. The matriarch responded, feeling deflated. Alas, she saw through her daughter-in-law's ambition to secure her son's legacy, but what could she do? It was her eldest son's own folly that had brought this upon them. They could not drag others down with him. In the back courtyard, the concubines learned that the master they served had been elevated from marquis to prince, and of course, they were overjoyed, indulging in various daydreams. However, one person in the household felt nothing but worry. That person was Su Ranran. Her current situation was indeed the most awkward of all. Firstly, as an orphan without a maternal family to support her, she had previously relied on her cousin's status to become a favored concubine, enjoying a certain level of prestige. But now, she was no longer Xie Jin's cousin. Moreover, she had no children to bolster her standing from any angle. She was unqualified to be a secondary consort. In contrast, the likes of concubine Wu and concubine Xia, who had children, were in a position to claim such a title, as their status rose with their offspring. If she were to be relegated to the lowest rank of maid, it would be particularly humiliating, for she had once held the position of a favored concubine. Upon entering the prince's residence, she would instead become a mere maid. Su Ranran was astute enough to recognize her precarious position and lacked the confidence to bet on her standing in Xie Jin's heart securing her a title as a secondary consort. Thus, in her anxiety and distress, she fell ill, developing a high fever within a mere half-day. Upon returning home, she had just finished her meal and had not even taken a breath when Zhang Jingyi was informed of Su's worsening condition. Zhang Jingyi immediately turned to look at Ye Qingzhi, who had just finished her meal and was about to slip away. Why Ye Qingzhi? What did it matter to her? She had mentioned going back to her own courtyard for a meal, yet the leadership insisted on warmly inviting her to dine together. Having been generously fed, she was now full and desired nothing more than to return and lie down to digest, but the leadership was casting her a meaningful look, seeking insights for an upcoming examination. Chapter 100 Lavished affection from two leaders. Human beings are inherently lazy, particularly those lacking self-confidence. Once dependency on someone takes root, and they taste the sweetness of that reliance, they become even less confident, unwilling to engage in independent thought, merely wanting to be fed. To domesticate someone, depriving them of self-sufficiency, one must continue to feed them, ensuring success. Zhang Jingyi was not lacking in intelligence, but neither could she be deemed foolish. She was simply an ordinary individual. Previously, while managing the inner chambers, she had been misled by the purchasing staff regarding the accounts, yet overall, she had performed adequately. For instance, her handling of concubine Sun and concubine Qin, as well as her dealings with the purchasing manager, demonstrated her ability to negotiate and compel concessions from the. However, comparisons can be detrimental, leading to significant internal struggles. When juxtaposed with Ye Qingzhi's effortless, adept, and adaptable approach, her own methods appeared clumsy and lacking in finesse. Zhang Jingyi's inherent self-doubt rendered her unable to maintain composure in the presence of superiors. Without Ye Qingzhi's guidance, she might have crumbled under pressure, losing face and dignity. Why Ye Qingzhi quickly discerned the leadership's reliance on her. However, what she sought was not to undermine the leadership but to have them stand before her, shielding her from adversity and ensuring her safety. This role must not be reversed. Thus, for the sake of her future career happiness, Ye Qingzhi earnestly sat down to elucidate the detrimental nature of such dependency. She then offered a motivational boost, encouraging her to rebuild her confidence. Princess, as long as you prioritize the prince in all matters, you shall not go astray. Furthermore, our prince possesses a strong desire for control. He has specific arrangements for various matters and individuals and will certainly inform you in advance. For the mundane affairs of the household, you need not hesitate. You are the princess, wielding half the authority in the house, particularly concerning the women in our inner chambers. You are our matron, our master. You must assert yourself, guiding and managing us. Once we move to the prince's residence, as spring approaches, newcomers are sure to arrive, likely including distinguished secondary consorts and concubines. You must stand firm, ensuring that those noble ladies do not perceive any opportunity to exploit. Zhang Jingyi nodded emphatically. Yes, I understand. She was the princess and could not rely on Ye Qingzhi for everything. She realized she had been somewhat irrational. Hearing Ye Qingzhi's words, she understood that her intentions were not to undermine her but to genuinely uplift her. Such selfless concern was something even her own mother had not provided, leaving her deeply touched. You can plan it as you wish. Thank you, princess. Ye Qingzhi left with a smile, grateful for a leader who listened and genuinely cared for her well-being. 2 days later, the ranks of the concubines in the household were established. Concubine Wu, concubine Xia, and concubine Hua were all granted titles as secondary consorts, benefiting from their children. Su Ranran, however, was left without a title and, along with concubine Qian and others, was demoted to the rank of maid. Of course, there were distinctions even among maids, and Su Ranran held the best among them. Nonetheless, being a maid was still not on par with being a secondary consort, leading Su Ranran to fall into a deep illness. She remained bedridden for over half a month without improvement. Xia Jin, amidst his busy schedule, visited her once, after which he heard that her condition was gradually improving, although Ye Qingzhi. Additionally, her maternal family had recently ascended to the status of imperial merchants due to her mother. Now, with her husband as a prince and her own status as a secondary consort, the Yi family had become a prominent figure among imperial merchants. Ye Qingzhi heard from Rui that her father was now so busy that he hardly had time to rest, losing weight but accumulating wealth. Recently, she received a generous sum of 50,000 taels from her father. Gazing at the thick stack of silver notes, she could sense that her father had indeed earned quite a bit recently. To be honest, she found herself overwhelmed by the abundance of silver notes in her possession, struggling to find ways to spend it. With a plethora of gifted jewelry and clothing, she had no need to purchase anything herself. While she needed to manage affairs within the household, the expenditures were minimal, hardly requiring any outlay of her own silver. As for gifting her leaders, at this point, her leaders were the ones bestowing gifts upon her. Should she gift them, they would return the favor with double or even triple the value. The more she gave, the more she received. It was quite absurd. As for the need to stock up on charcoal for the cold winter months, she had initially planned to spend her own silver, but both leaders had generously sent ample supplies of the finest charcoal to her courtyard, ensuring her home remained warm and cozy. In summary, Ye Qingzhi felt enveloped in the lavish affection of her two leaders. If asked how she felt, it would simply be delightful. During the bitterly cold winter, with no wild vegetables to forage and no grain to harvest, even without a major disaster, the number of impoverished people increased. With nothing else to occupy her, Ye Qingzhi began to venture out. Witnessing the daily rise of destitute individuals on the streets following suit, she began to spend her silver on setting up porridge stalls, considering it a way to invest in her own merit. Without engaging in charitable acts, she found it nearly impossible to spend the pile of silver she had amassed. Spending money, after all, was about the sense of satisfaction it brought, and with charity, she could also earn a good reputation. And a good reputation was immensely valuable in ancient times. One never knew when it might save one's life. Upon learning that she was setting up porridge stalls, Xia Jin remarked that this would also enhance his own reputation, thus providing her with an additional 20,000 taels to pursue her charitable endeavors. Essentially, he was underwriting her public expenditures. As silver continued to pile up without being spent, Ye Qingzhi mused, this laid-back life was both delightful and tedious. The only downside was that her leaders constantly sought to increase her workload in the evenings. After completing the initial phase of his duties, Xia Jin had delegated the position of commander of the Jinyui. The commander, being a blade in the emperor's hand, was not fit for a prince to occupy, especially for such underhanded labor. As the year drew to a close, the emperor had yet to assign him a new position. Consequently, Xia Jin found himself quite idle, spending his days socializing, and naturally, when night fell, he sought the company of women. Among the women in the back courtyard, Xia Jin now desired only to sleep with Ye Qingzhi. She rubbed her sore back, feeling exasperated. This man truly could not be idle, he must be kept busy. One day, noting that her mother had been pregnant for 3 months, she sent an invitation to the prince's residence to visit her mother. As a secondary consort, she was entitled to do so. Worth mentioning is that the new Jing Wangfu was currently undergoing renovations by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Works, with plans to move in by the end of the year. The Jing Wangfu was conveniently located just a street away from the Su Wangfu, with the back entrance of the Su Wangfu less than 200 meters from the front entrance of the Jing Wangfu. Once she moved into the Jing Wangfu, visiting her mother would be much more convenient. This arrangement was undoubtedly the handiwork of the Su Wan's father. What could Ye Qingzhi say, other than to send him a heart emoji in gratitude? Upon arriving at the Wangfu, she found that the Su Wang was not present, as he was busy with official duties in the government office. With the year's end approaching, there were many affairs to attend to, and aside from Xia Jin, no one had leisure time. Mother, has the imperial physician come to check on you today? Ye Qingzhi asked as she beheld her beautiful mother. Not yet. Mu Nianqiu smiled gently. The child is quite well behaved. I am not experiencing severe morning sickness and have a good appetite. Look, I have gained quite a bit of weight. Of course, my little brother is well behaved. Ye Qingzhi remarked. As long as you are well, it doesn't matter if you gain a little weight. As she scrutinized her mother, she noticed that Mu Nianqiu appeared to be in good spirits, having gained some weight and looking more rounded. Coupled with her mother's serene, almost ethereal demeanor, Ye Qingzhi thought to herself that it was best if her mother did not gain too much weight, otherwise, she might resemble a benevolent goddess. After indulging in her thoughts and secretly reveling in the moment, she engaged her mother in casual conversation. Half an hour later, physician Sun arrived, accompanied by 2 other physicians. Upon seeing so many physicians, Mu Nianqiu was taken aback. Physician Sun took the initiative to clarify, Madam Mu, a few days ago, I examined you and found some aspects uncertain. Today, I have invited physicians Hu and Wang to join me. Mu Nianqiu nodded, not inquiring further. Maintaining her usual calm demeanor, she immediately sat down and extended her hand for them to take her pulse. Ye Qingzhi had her suspicions as she observed Physician Sun and the others taking turns to check her mother's pulse, followed by a hushed discussion among themselves. Finally, Physician Sun stepped forward, smiling as he congratulated Mu Nianqiu. Congratulations, Madam Mu, after our thorough examination, we have confirmed that you are carrying twins. Mu Nianqiu looked at Ye Qingzhi with surprise, blinking in disbelief. It truly was twins. Ye Qingzhi also smiled, stepping forward to congratulate her mother. At that moment, the Su Wang strode in from outside, carrying the chill of winter with him. But he first stood by the brazier to warm himself, and once he had shed the cold, he approached Mu Nianqiu, smiling as he inquired, what joyful news is this? Just now, I heard something about congratulations.